I am no folklorist. I have merely dabbled in folklore as a branch of the great Egyptian question, which includes also intricate problems of philology, ethnology, craniology, archaeology, history, music, and whatnot besides. But for 20 years I have been trying to interest folklorists in gypsy folk tales. Vainly so far, and during those 20 years there have died Dr. Paspati, Dr. Babu Constantinescu, Dr. Franz von Miklosic, Dr. Isidore Kopernicki, M. Poe Dewar, Paul Batillard, and John Roberts, the Welsh gypsy harper. With them much has perished that folklorists should not have willingly let go. Meanwhile, however, a Romani Grimm has arisen in Mr. John Sampson, the librarian of University College, Liverpool. With unparalleled generosity he has placed his collections at my free disposal. I trust I have not made too lavish use of them, and has read, moreover, every page of the proofs of this volume, enriching it from the depths of his knowledge of matters of Egypt. Another, a very old friend to whom my debt is great, is the Reverend Towers. Thomas Davidson, author of the admirable folklore articles in Chambers' Encyclopedia, he has lent me scores of scarce works from his unrivaled folklore library. Others to whom I owe acknowledgments are Mr. Tom Taylor, Mr. W. R. S. Ralston, Mr. W. A. Clouston, Dr. Hyde Clark, Professor Bensley, all 5 also dead, Mrs. Gomez, Mr. H. Brown of Bucharest, Mr. Robert Burns, Lord Archibald Campbell, Mr. Archibald Constable, Mr. H. T. Crofton, Professor Dobschutz of Jena, Mr. Fitzstewart Hall, Dean Kitchen, Mr. William Larmeny, Mr. David McRitchie, Mess Aumont of the Bibliothèque Nationale, Dr. Dobschutz of Jenal, Dr. Pruschut, David Patrick, Dr. Ferren Ranking, Mr. Rufus B. Richardson of Athens, Professor Sayce, and Dr. Rudolf von Soa of Brunn. And finally, I would thank in advance whoever may send me corrections, additions, or suggestions on the subject of gypsy folk tales. Francis Hindes Groome, Edinburgh. Late in 1470, a band of Sakani, or Sigans, 300 in number besides children and infants, arrived in Germany from eastern parts, or from Tartary. Their presence is first recorded at Lüneburg, and thence they passed on to Hamburg, Lübeck, Wismar, Rostock, Stralsund, and Greifswald. At their head rode a duke and a count, richly dressed with silver belts and leading like nobles dogs of chase. Next came a motley crew afoot, and women and children brought up the rear in wagons. They bore letters of safe conduct from princes, one of which from the Emperor Sigismund they had probably procured that same year at Lindau on Lake Constance, and they gave out that they were on a 7 years' pilgrimage, imposed by their own bishops as a penance for apostasy from the Christian faith. They encamped in the fields by night outside the city walls, and were great thieves, especially the women, wherefore several were taken and slain. In 1418 they are heard of at Leipzig, at Frankfurt on Main, and in Switzerland at Zurich, Basel, Bern, and Soleure. The contemporary Swiss chronicler Conrad Justinger speaks of them as more than 200 baptized heathens from Egypt, pitiful, black, miserable, and unbearable on account of their thefts, for they stole all they could. At Augsburg they passed for exiles from Lesser Egypt. At Macon in August 1419 they practiced palmistry and necromancy, and at Sisteron in Provence in 1420 Lord Andreas, Duke of Little Egypt, and 100 men, women, and children came to Deventer in the Low Countries, and the aldermen had to pay 19 florins, 10 plaques for their bread, beer, herrings, and straw, as well as for cleaning out the barn in which they lay. At Tournai in 1421, Sir Michiel, Prince of Lattingham in Egypt, received 12 gold pieces, with bread and a barrel of beer. At Bologna. Next, the Cronaca di Bologna tells how the 18th of July, 1422, a Duke of Egypt, Duke Andrew, arrived at Bologna with women, children, and men from his own country. There might be 100. This duke, having denied the Christian faith, the King of Hungary, the Emperor Sigismund, had taken possession of his lands and person. Then he told the king that he wished to return to Christianity, and he had been baptized with about 4,000 men. Those who refused baptism were put to death. After the King of Hungary had thus taken and rebaptized them, he commanded them to travel about the world for 7 years, to go to Rome to see the Pope, and then to return to their own country. When they arrived at Bologna, they had been journeying for 5 years, and more than half of them were dead. They had a mandate from the King of Hungary, the Emperor, permitting them during these 7 years to thieve wherever they might go, without being amenable to justice. When they arrived at Bologna, they lodged themselves inside and outside the gate of Galliera, and settled themselves under the porticos, except the Duke, who lodged at the King's Inn, Albergo del Re. They remained a fortnight at Bologna. During this time, many people went to see them, on account of the Duke's wife, who, it was said, could foretell what would happen to a person during his lifetime, as well as what was interesting in the present, how many children would be born, and other things, concerning all which she told truly. And of those who wished to have their fortunes told, few went to consult without getting their purse stolen, and the women had pieces of their dress cut off. The women of the band wandered about the town, 7 or 8 together. They entered the houses of the inhabitants, and whilst they were telling idle tales, some of them laid hold of what was within their reach. In the same way, they visited the shops under the pretext of buying something, but really to steal. Many thefts were thus committed at Bologna, so it was cried through the town that no one should go to see them under a penalty of £50 and excommunication, for they were the most cunning thieves in all the world. It was even permitted those who had been robbed by them to rob them in return to the amount of their losses, in consequence of which several of the inhabitants of Bologna slipped during the night into a stable where some of their horses were shut up and stole the best of them. The others, wishing to get back their horses, agreed to restore a great number of the stolen articles. But seeing that there was nothing more to gain there, they left Bologna and went off towards Rome. Observe that they were the ugliest brood ever seen in this country. They were lean and black, and they ate like swine. Their women went in smocks and wore a pilgrim's cloak across the shoulder, rings in their ears, and a long veil on their head. One of them gave birth to a child in the marketplace, and at the end of 3 days went on to rejoin her people. On 7th August, the same band, now swelled to 200, arrived at Forlì, where, writes the city chronicler, some said they were from India. The Vatican archives may contain some record of the audience granted to these strange penitents by Pope Martin V. All that we know is that later in the same year the cunning and lazy strange people called Zigeuner, led by Duke Michael, were back in Switzerland with papal as well as imperial safe conducts. And next, after a gap of nearly 5 years, in the August of 1427 there appeared outside Paris, then held by the English, 100 men, women, and children, good Christians from Lower Egypt who were headed by a duke, an earl, and 10 other horsemen. They told how the Pope, after hearing their confession, gave them as penance to wander 7 years without sleeping in a bed, and letters enjoining every bishop and mitred abbot to make them one payment of 10 livres tournois. the bourgeois of Paris, whose journal records this visit with a Pepys-like fidelity, describes how multitudes came from Paris, from Saint-Denis, and from the neighborhood of Paris to see them. And it is true that the children, boys and girls, were as clever as could be. And most or nearly all had both ears pierced, and in each ear a silver ring, or two in each, and they said it was a sign of nobility in their own country. Item, the men were very black, their hair was frizzled, the women the ugliest that could be seen, and the blackest. All had their faces covered with wounds. Toutes avoyant le visage déplayé. Hair black as a horse's tail, for sole dress an old blanket, very coarse, and fastened on the shoulder by a band of cloth or a cord, and underneath a shift for all covering. In short, they were the poorest creatures ever seen in France in the memory of man. Yet in spite of their poverty, there were witches among them who looked into people's hands and told what had happened to them or would happen, and sowed discord in several marriages by saying to the husband, "Your wife has played you false," or to the wife, "Your husband has played you false." And what was worse, whilst they were speaking to folks, by magic or otherwise, or by the enemy in hell, or by the enemy in hell, or by dexterity and skill, it was said they emptied people's purses and transferred the coin to their own. But in truth I went there 3 or 4 times to speak with them, yet never perceived that I lost a penny, nor did I ever see them look into a hand. But people said so everywhere, and it came to the ears of the Bishop of Paris, who went there and took with him a Minorite friar called Little Jacobin. And he, by command of the bishop, made a fine preaching, excommunicating all who had believed them and shown them their hands. And they were obliged to depart, and departed on the day of Our Lady of September, and went away towards Pontoise. 3 weeks later, at Amiens, Thomas, Earl of Little Egypt, with 40 followers, received pious alms from the mayor and aldermen after exhibition of the papal letters, and during the next 7 years we find similar scattered bands of Egyptians, Saracens from Egypt, or Haydns, at Tournai, Utrecht, Arnhem, Baumeau, Middelburg, Metz, Leyden, Frankfurt, etc. These, according to M. Frankfurt, etc. These, according to M. Batillard, all belong to the original band, some 400 strong, which split up or reunited as occasion required, and which had probably started from the Balkan Peninsula. The 30 tented Cingari or Sigonier, who encamped near Ratisbon in 1424 and 1426, seem on the other hand to have belonged to Hungary. Their leader had also a safe conduct granted him at Zips on 23rd April 1423 by the Emperor Sigismund, and styling him our faithful Ladislas, Warwood of the Siganes, and they gave out quite a different reason for their exile, that it was in remembrance of the flight of our Lord into Egypt. The 400 would-be pioneers then sent forward to spy out the lands of promise on behalf of vast hordes behind, who in 1438 began to pour over Germany, Italy, and France by thousands instead of by hundreds, and headed this time by King Zindel. Spain the Gypsies reached in 1447, Sweden by 1512, and Poland and Russia about 51. In England, the earliest certain mention of their presence in England is this chance allusion in a dialogue of Sir Thomas More, Knight 1529, B.K. III, Chi XV. In 1514 the king sent the lords to inquire into the death of Richard Hun in the Lollards Tower, and a witness appeared who owned to having said that he knew one who could tell who killed Hun. "Well," quoth the lords, "at the last, yet with much work, we come to somewhat. But whereby think you that he can tell?" "Nay, forsooth, my lord," quoth he, "it is a woman. I would she were here with your lordships now." "Well," quoth my lord, "woman or man is all one. She shall be had wheresoever she be." "By my faith, my lord," quoth he, "an she were with you, she could tell you wonders, by God. I have wist her tell many marvellous things ere now." "Why," quoth the lords, "what have ye heard her tell?" "Forsooth, my lords," quoth he, "if a thing had been stolen, she would have told who had it. And therefore I think she could as well tell who killed Hun as who stole a horse." "Surely," said the lords, "so think we all, I trow. But how could she tell it? By the devil." "Nay, by my troth, I trow," quoth he, "for I could never see her use any worse way than looking into one's hand." Therewith the lords laughed and asked, "What is she?" "Forsooth, my lords," quoth he, "an Egyptian, and she was lodged here at Lambeth, but she is gone over sea now. Howbeit I trow she be not in her own country yet, for they say it is a great way hence, and she went over little more than a month ago." It is quite Shakespearean, this scrap of dialogue. Well, that is our earliest evidence for the presence of gypsies in England. 8 years later, in 1522, the churchwardens of Stratton in Cornwall received 20 pence from the Egyptians for the use of the church house, and some time between 1513 and 1524, Thomas, Earl of Surrey, entertained Egyptians at his Suffolk seat, Tendring Hall. For all which and 80 more similar notes of much interest, see Mr. H.T. Crofton's Early Annals of the Gypsies in England's Gypsy Lore Journal, I 524, in Scotland. In Scotland, the accounts of the Lord High Treasurer yield this entry, 15005, April 22. Item to the Egyptianus be the king's command, vige lib. And gypsies probably were the overliers and masterful beggars whom an act of 1449 describes as going about the country with horses, huns, and other goods. In no other country were the gypsies better received than in Scotland, where, on 3rd July 1505, James IV gave Anthonius Gagino, Earl of Little Egypt, a letter of commendation to the King of Denmark, where in 1530 the Egyptianess that danced before the king in Holyroodhouses received 40 shillings, and where that same king, James V, subscribed a writ 1540 in favor of, or Loit John Faw, Lord and Earl of Litige John Faw, Lord and Earl of Litile Egypt, to whose son and successor John Juan he granted authority to hang and punish all Egyptians within the realm, May 26, 1540. Exactly when cannot be fixed, but about or soon after 1559, Sir William Sinclair, the Lord Justice General, delivered an Egyptian from the gibbet in the Borough Moor, ready to be strangled, returning from Edinburgh to Roslin, upon which account the whole body of gypsies were of old accustomed to gather in the Stanks marshes of Roslin every year, where they acted several plays during the month of May and June. "There are 2 towers," adds Father Richard Augustine Hay in his Genealogy of the Santa Clares of Roslin, written 1700 ed., by Maidment 1835 p. 36, which were allowed them for their residence, the one called Robin Hood, the other Little John. Roslin seems to have been a Patmos of the race for upwards of 50 years, but in 1623-24 they were hunted out, and 8 of their leaders hanged on the Burg Muir. 6 of those leaders were Faz, and 11 years before, on 21st August 1612, 4 other Egyptians of the same well-known surname had been put on trial as far north as Scalloway in Shetland. These were Joan Faw, elder, Callet McKill Joan Faw, Joan Faw younger, Callet Littil Joan Faw, Catherine Faw, spouse to Umkill, Murdo Brown, and Agnes Faw, sister to the said Littil Joan. They were indicted for the murder of the said Murdo Brown, and for theft, sorcery, and fortune-telling, and that they can help or hinder in the profit of the milk of bestial. 3 of them were acquitted, but Catherine, pleading guilty to having slain her husband with a lang braid knife, was sentenced to be ta'en to the bulwark and casten over the same in the sea to be drowned to the death, and dome given therapone. For all which, David McCritchie's Scottish Gypsies under the Stuarts, Edinby, 1894, 20 pages, which has done for our northern tribes what Mr. Crofton had done for the southern. Its one omission is this: the earliest mention of gypsies in the Highlands, contained in a newsletter from Dundee of January 1, 1651. There are about 100 people of several nations, called here by the name of Egyptians, which do at this day ramble up and down the North Highlands, the chiefest of which are one House and Brown. They are of the same nature with the English gypsies, and do after the same manner cheat and cozen the countries. C. H. Firth, Scotland, and the Commonwealth, Edinburgh, Scottish Hist. Society, 1895, p. 29, in North America. As to America, it was till recently supposed that there were not, had never been, any gypsies there. In The Fortune Teller, a storybook, an American publication, a Mrs. Summers is made to exclaim, "An English gypsy! Alice, you must be deceived. There never has been a gypsy in America." And, sure enough, the fortune-teller turns out to be no gypsy. Nay, in a work so well informed as Appleton's American Cyclopedia, 1874. The writer of the article Gypsies pronounces it questionable whether a band of genuine gypsies has ever been in America. Yet in 1665 at Edinburgh, the Privy Council gave warrant and power to George Hutcheson, merchant, and his co-partners to transport to Jamaica and Barbados Egyptians and other loose and dissolute persons, and on the 1st January 1715, 9 border gypsies, men and women, of the names of Faya, Sterling, Yorston, Finnick, Fenwick, Lindsay, Ross, and Robertson were transported by the magistrates of Glasgow to the Virginia plantations at a cost of £13 sterling. Gypsy Lord Journal, II. 66.2. That is all, or practically all, we know of the coming of the gypsies to North America, where at New York there were house-dwelling gypsies as far back as 1850, and where today there must be hundreds or thousands of the race from England, Scotland, Hungary, Spain, one knows not whence else besides. Some day somebody will study them and write about them. Meanwhile we have merely stray jottings by Simpson and Leland. In South America, for South America, our information was, quite recently, even more meager. 20 years ago, I just knew from Henry Coster's travels in Brazil, Lund, 1816, p. 39.9 of the presence of Ciganos there, whom he described as a people of a brownish cast, with features which resemble those of white persons, and tall and handsome. They wander from place to place in parties of men, women, and children, exchanging, buying, and selling horses and gold and silver trinkets. They are said to be unmindful of all religious observances, and never to hear Mass or confess their sins. It is likewise said that they never marry out of their own nation. Since then, however, Melo Moraes has published Os Ciganos no Brasil, Rio de Janeiro, 1886, which, besides a Romani glossary, gives a good historical and statistical account of the Brazilian gypsies. They seem to be the descendants of Ciganos, transported from Portugal towards the close of the 17th and the beginning of the 18th century. Thus, by a decree of 27th August 1685, the gypsies were henceforth to be transported to Maranhão, instead of to Africa, and in 1718, by a decree of 11th April, the gypsies were banished from the kingdom to the city of Bahia, special orders being given to the governor to be diligent in the prohibition of the language and cant. Gyria, not permitting them to teach it to their children, that so it might die out. It was about this time, according to Senior Pinto Noita, an estimable and venerable gypsy of 89 years, that his ancestors and kinsfolk arrived at Rio de Janeiro, 9 families transported hither by reason of a robbery imputed to the gypsies. The heads of these 9 families were João da Costa Ramos, called João do Reino, with his son Fernando da Costa Ramos, and his wife Dona Eugenia, Luis Rabello de Arago, one Ricardo Frago who went to Minas, Antonio Laco with his wife Jacinta Laco, the Count of Cantanhede, Manuel Cabral and Antonio Curto, who settled in Bahia, accompanied by daughters-in-law, sons-in-law, and grandchildren, as well as by wife and sons. They applied themselves to metallurgy, were tinkers, farriers, braziers, and goldsmiths. The women told fortunes and gave charms to avert the evil eye. In the first half of the 19th century, the Brazilian gypsies seem to have been great slave dealers, just as their brethren on this side of the Atlantic have always been great dealers in horses and asses. We read on P40 of M, afterwards Marquis of B, belonging to the Bohemian race, whose immense fortune proceeded from his acting as middleman in the purchase of slaves for Minas. And there are several more indications scattered through the book that the Brazilian nation, from highest to lowest, must be strongly tinctured with Romani blood. We know far too little about the Chinganeros or Montaneros, wandering minstrels of Venezuela, to identify them more or less vaguely with gypsies. Gypsy Lore Journal, I. 306-373, and a like remark applies, even more strongly, to the Lobis of Gambia, who have been described as the gypsies of northwest Africa, who never intermarry with another race, and who confine themselves almost exclusively to the making of the various wooden utensils in use by natives generally, e.b. I. 54. Still, these Lobes may be the descendants of gypsies transported from Portugal, or of the Basque gypsies, whole bands of whom so lately as 1802 were caught by night as in a net, huddled on shipboard, and landed on the coast of Africa. Michel's Pays Basque, p. 137. To transportation, Australia certainly owed its earliest gypsies. In 1880, a few months before his death, Tom Taylor wrote to me, "The only gypsy I ever knew who had traveled among the people was one Jones, who used to drive a knife-grinding wheel at Cambridge. Having left his country for his country's good, in the old transportation days, he had made his escape from Australia, and, the ship aboard which he had stowed himself putting into a Spanish port, had landed, met with some of the Zincali, and traveled with them for some time. He was looked on as a master of deep Romani among the gypsies round Cambridge. Mr. McRitchie has a letter containing a longish list of wealthy Australian gypsies whose grandsires were Bichidae Pardels and Dover. Yet, according to the Orange Guardian of May 1866, the first gypsies seen in Australia passed through Orange the other day en route for Mudgee. Although they can scarcely be reckoned new arrivals, as they have been nearly 2 years in the colony, they bear about them all the marks of the gypsy. The women stick to the old dress and are still as anxious as ever to tell fortunes, but they say that this game does not pay in Australia, as the people are not so credulous here as they are at home. Old Brown Joe is a native of Northumberland and has made a good deal of money even during his short sojourn here. They do not offer themselves generally as fortune-tellers, but, if required and paid, they will at once read your palm. At present they obtain a livelihood by tinkering and making sealing wax. Their time during the last week has been principally taken up in hunting out bees' nests, which are very profitable, as they not only sell the honey, but, after purifying and refining the wax, manufacture it into beautiful toys, so rich in color and transparency that it would be almost impossible to guess the material. Quoted in Notes and Queries, 28th July, 1866, p. Chudali, 1866, p. 65. Transportation. Banishment and transportation have been important factors in the dispersion of the gypsies. They were banished from Germany in 1497, Spain in 1499, France in 1504, England in 1531, Denmark in 1536, Moravia in 1538, Scotland in 1541, Poland in 1537, Venetia in 1549, 1558, and 1588, etc. To such banishment is probably due the fact that in 1564 we find in the Netherlands a gypsy woman, Catherine Mosroes, who had been born in Scotland. Besides the transportation, already noticed, of Scottish gypsies to Jamaica, Barbados, and Virginia, of Portuguese gypsies to Africa and Brazil, of Basque gypsies to Africa, and of English gypsies to Botany Bay, we know that some time prior to 1800, gitanos were transported from Spain to Louisiana, whilst in 1544 we find one large band of Egyptians being sentenced at Huntington to be taken to Calais, the nearest English port on the continent, and another being shipped at Boston in Lincolnshire and landed somewhere in Norway. In Crete. From the preceding it may be safely deduced that, with our present knowledge, or rather lack of knowledge, we can seldom, if ever, fix the precise date when the gypsies first set foot in any country. Till 1849 it was almost universally accepted that 1417, the year of their appearance at the Hanse cities of the Baltic, was also the date of their first arrival in Europe. But since then, Bataillard, Hopf, and Mikulášich have collected a number of passages which prove incontestably that long before then there must have been gypsies in southeastern Europe. Simon Simeonis, a Minorite friar who made pilgrimage from Ireland to the Holy Land, tells in his Itinerarium Cam. 1778, p. 17, how in 1322 near Candia in Crete, there also we saw a race outside the city, following the Greeks' rite, and asserting themselves to be of the family of Chamhamham. They rarely or never stop in one place beyond 30 days, but always wandering and fugitive, as though accursed by God, after the 30th day remove from field to field with their oblong tents, black and low like the Arabs, and from cave to cave. For after that period any place in which they have dwelt becomes full of worms and other nastinesses with which it is impossible to dwell. In Corfu, the Empress Catherine de Courtenay, Valois 3001-46, granted to the suzerains of Corfu authority to receive as vassals certain homines vageniti coming from the Greek mainland and using the Greek rite. By the close of the 14th century, these vageniti were all of them subject to a single baron, Gianoli de Abitabulo, and formed the nucleus of a fief called the fief of Abitabulo, or feudum Asinganorum, which lasted under various superiors until the abolition of feudal tenures in the beginning of the present century. One of those superiors, about 1540, was the learned Antonio Eparco, Melanchthon's correspondent. Another, the tyrannical Count Teodoro Michele, who died in 1787. This little gypsy colony, numbering about 100 adults besides children, had a tax to pay twice a year to their superior, as also such fines as 2 gold pieces and a couple of fat hens for permission to marry. They were mechanics, smiths, tinkers, and husbandmen, celebrated a great yearly festival on the 1st of May, and were amenable only to the jurisdiction of their lord, Karl Hopf, in Die Einwanderung der Zigeuner in Europa, Gotha, 1870 pp. 1723 tells us much about them, collected from the papers of Count Teodoro Trivoli, who succeeded to the property in 1863. Still, we would fain know much more, especially something as to their language. One point to be noticed is that Italians must in Corfu have come early in contact with gypsies, for the island belonged to Venice from 1401 to 1797. In the Peloponnesus, from a Venetian viceroy, moreover, Ottaviano Buono, the Asingani of Nauplion in the Peloponnesus, received about 1398 a confirmation of the privileges granted them by his predecessors, and Hopf, from 2 facts, infers that gypsies must have been early settled in the peninsula. One, the frequency of ruins called Gypsy fortress. The other, that in 1414 the Byzantine rhetorician Mazares reckoned Egyptians as one of the 7 races dwelling there. Naoplion is on the east coast, Modon on the west, and at Modon the Cologne patrician Arnold von Harf, who went on pilgrimage 1496-99, found a whole suburb of poor naked people in little reed-thatched houses, well on to 300 families, called Suiginer, the same as those whom we call heathen from Egypt, and who wander about in our lands. Here the race plies all sorts of handiwork, shoemaking, cobbling, and also the smith's craft, which is right curious to behold. The anvil stands on the ground. The man sat in front of it, like a tailor with us. Near him sat his wife, also on the earth, and span. Between them was the fire. Near it were 2 little leather bags, like a bagpipes, half in the ground and pointing towards the fire. So the wife, as she sat and span, sometimes lifted up one of the bags and then pressed it down again. This sent wind through the earth to the fire, so that the man could get on with his tinkering. Harf then says that the race originates from a country called Gyp, some 40 miles distant from Modon. 60 years ago, that is about 1436, the Turkish emperor seized this territory, whereupon some counts and lords who would not submit to his authority fled to Rome to our spiritual father and demanded his comfort and succor. So he gave then commendatory letters to the Roman emperor and to all princes of the empire to render them conduct and assistance as exiles for the Christian faith. But though they showed the letters to all princes, they found nowhere assistance. So they died in wretchedness, but the letters passed to their servants and children, who still wander about in our lands and call themselves from Little Egypt. But that is a lie, for their parents came from the territory of Gypsy, called also Suginia, which is not so far from our city of Cologne as it is from Egypt. But these vagabonds are rascals and spy out the lands. This passage, modernized from Harf's narrative by Hopf et 14/7, is of high interest, though there was no Turkish occupation of the Morea about 1436, and though we know of no territory there called Gypsy or Suginia. In Romania, in 1387, Mircea I, Woewode of Wallachia, by a charter still preserved in the archives of Bucharest, renewed a grant made about 1370 by his uncle Vladislav to the monastery of St. Anthony at Vodica of 40 Salashchi tenths, or families of Atzigani, which shows that already the Romanian gypsies were serfs, and serfs they continued till 1856. To the Proceedings of the Royal Geographical Society, Vol. A. Lund, 1857 pp. 3741, Mr. Samuel Gardner, H.M., consul at Jassy, contributed some interesting notes on the condition of the gypsy population of Moldavia. The Zigans, he says, are an intelligent and industrious race, and in their general condition of pradial slavery. For few are in reality emancipated, are a reproach to the country and to the government. Many of them are taught arts. They are the blacksmiths, locksmiths, bricklayers, masons, farriers, musicians, and cooks especially, of the whole country. They dwell in winter in subterranean excavations, the roof alone appearing above ground, and in summer in brown serge tents of their own fabric. The children, to the age of 10 or 12, are in a complete state of nudity, but the men and women, the latter offering frequently the most symmetrical form and feminine beauty, have a rude clothing. Their implements and carriages, of a peculiar construction, display much ingenuity. They are, in fact, very able artisans and laborers, industrious and active, but are cruelly and barbarously treated. In the houses of their masters they are employed in the lowest offices, live in the cellars, have the lash continually applied to them, and are still subjected to the iron collar and a kind of spiked iron mask or helmet, which they are obliged to wear as a mark of punishment and degradation for every petty offense. The gypsies of Wallachia and Moldavia are referred to in 11 original documents of the 14th, 15th, and 16th centuries. Every one of these documents speaks of them as serfs, but we get never a hint of when they were first reduced to serfdom, the Chaltsmide. In a free metrical paraphrase of Genesis, made in German about or before the year 1122 by an Austrian monk, and cited by Freytag in Bilder aus der deutschen Vergangenheit I. 226 occurs this passage. So she, Hagar, had this child, they named him Ishmael. From him are descended the Ishmaelitish folk. They journey far through the world. We call them Chaltsmide Mode. Ger. Kaltschmiede, workers in cold metal, out upon their lithe and their manners. For whatever they have to sell is never without a defect. Whenever he buys anything, good or bad, he always wants something in. He never abates on what he sells himself. They have neither house nor country. Every place is the same to them. They roam about the land and abuse the people by their knaveries. It is thus they deceive folk, robbing no one openly. That here by Chaltsmide, Ishmaelites and descendants of Hagar gypsies were meant can scarcely admit of doubt. The smiths is still the gypsies' leading handicraft. Lucinian in 5073 says of the gypsies of Cyprus, Les cinquante sont pupil d'Egypte dits autrement Agarienses. Agarini is one of the numberless names applied to the gypsies by Fritzsche in 1664, and in German and in Danish thieves' slang, Geschmeilim and Smilem. Ishmaelites are terms for gypsies at the present day. One fancies that Austrian monk had somehow been done by the Chaltsmide. Athenani. From whatever cause, it seems certain that a confusion did exist between the Shangons, or gypsies, and the Shangons, or heretics forming a branch of the Manichaean sect of the Paulicians, which renders it sometimes extremely difficult to determine whom the Byzantine historians are speaking of in 7 passages collected by Dr. Franz von Miklosic in his great work, Über die Mundarten und die Wanderungen der Zigeuner Europas, Part 6, 1876, Vienna, pp. 57-64. It appears from these that the Athingani, described as magicians, soothsayers, and serpent charmers, first emerge in Byzantine history under Nicephorus Ait, 802-11, were banished by Michael I, 811-21212, and were restored to favor by Michael II, 820-29. But Miklosic grounds for absolutely identifying them with gypsies, and positively asserting the latter to have appeared at Byzantium in 810 under Nicephorus, are hard to recognize. Far less dubious seems an extract from the Georgian life of Georgy Matharsmandel of Mount Athos, St. Petersburg, 1846, p. 241, which was demonstrably composed in the year 1100. We have 2 French translations of that extract, one published by Otto Bettlink, Bulletin Historico, Philol, de l'Académie de St. Petersburg, E. 1853, p. 4, and the other by Miklosic Lok, Cit. Part 6, p. 60. Both translations agree closely. I follow Miklosic's, whilst the pious king, Bagrat IV, c. 1048, was in the imperial city of Constantinople, he learnt, a thing marvelous and quite incredible, that there were certain descendants there of the Samaritan race of Simon Magus, called Atsincan, wizards and famous rogues. Now there were wild beasts that used to come and devour the animals kept for the monarch's chase in the imperial park. The great emperor Monomachus, learning of this, bade summon the Atsincan to destroy by their magic art the beasts devouring his game. They, in obedience to the imperial behest, killed a quantity of wild beasts. King Bagrat heard of it, and summoning the Atsincan, said, "How have you killed these beasts?" "Sire," said they, "our art teaches us to poison meat which we put in a place frequented by these beasts. Then, climbing a tree, we attract them by imitating the cry of the animals. They assemble, eat the meat, and drop down dead. Only beasts born on Holy Saturday obey us not. Instead of eating the poisoned meat, they say to us, 'Eat it yourselves,' then off they go unharmed." The monarch, wishing to see it with his own eyes, bade them summon a beast of this sort, but they could find nothing but a dog which they knew had not been born upon that day. The monk, who was present with the king, was moved with the same natural sentiment as we have spoken of above on the subject of the icons and of the divine representation. He was moved, not with pity only, but with the fear of God, and would have no such doings among Christians, above all before the king, in a place where he was himself. He made the sign of the cross on the poisoned meat, and the animal had no sooner swallowed it than it brought it up, and so did not drop dead. The dog having taken no harm, the baffled wizards begged the king to have the monk Georgie taken into the inner apartments, and to order another dog to be brought. The holy monk gone, they brought another dog, and gave him the poisoned meat. He fell dead instantly. At sight of this King Bagrat and his lords rejoiced exceedingly, and told the marvel to the pious emperor Constantine Monomachus 2-42-254, who shared their satisfaction and thanked God. As to King Bagrat, he said, "With this holy man near me, I fear neither wizards nor their deadly poisons." That things fell out precisely as here reported is questionable, but gypsies are clearly meant by the Atsincan. The passage attests their existence in Europe in the 11th century. The poisoning of pigs, for which compare Borrow's Romani rye, has become a lost gypsy art. But 25 years ago I knew English gypsies who had a most unpleasant knowledge of whence to get natural arsenic. One of them dropped down dead, and the policeman who examined his body found a quantity of it in his pocket. "Oh, yes," explained the survivors. "He used it, you know, sir, in his tinkering. Komodromoi." What it was first directed my attention to the komodromoi of Byzantine writers. I cannot be positive, but I am pretty sure it was something somewhere in pot. Not in any of the 1034 pages of his Zyguna in Europa und Asien tu Vols, Halle 1844-45, for I have once more gone through that stupendous work, but perhaps in a letter, perhaps in a conversation, or perhaps in one of his contributions to the Zeitschrift der Deutschen Morgenländischen Gesellschaft. Anyhow, I am sure no work hitherto on the gypsies has cited this extract from Ducange's Glossarium ad scriptores media et infima, Grassitatis, Paris, 1688, interdum, circulatores, atque adu, fabri aderige qui per pagos cursitant, ut hodi passim apud nos, quos, chaudronies decimus. Lexicon MS ad Shadographiam. Poesia, 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 toisia oge, toisia, 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 Nicaea, Nicaea. Glossa Grocobarb. No, 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 mo, no, mo, you, no, 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 were, derriere. Alibi. Theophany, 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 theophan, theophande, theophan, theophanes, theophan, theophanes, 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 har, really ra, theophanes, or theophanes, theophanes, or theophanes, theophanes, or hor. 17 Justiniani. Corino, 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 Carino, Carino, now, Huralan and Hastatu, Chow one now, oh one now, Party 2, Crowlun, Party 2, Crowlun, now lun none, or one known, Ditta 2, and now one known, now lun known one none, the first day 2, Chow lun no bun, Chow lun na, Chow lun no lun known, the first the rees so lum mun. Anonymous de Pashune Domini, Domai way, Domai way, were etc. Domai do my way, o Bopa. Dictionaries are not as a rule lively reading, but every line almost in this extract has its interest. Komodromos, village roamer, is certainly a vague term, but no vaguer than landlooper, which does in Dutch stand for gypsy, as landlooper does for vagrants in Lowland Scotch. Ducange's own definition of komodromoi as roamers, circulatores, and coppersmiths who rove about the country like those in our midst whom we call chaldroniers, must have been meant by him to apply to gypsies, and to gypsies only. The modern Romanian and Hungarian gypsies are divided into certain classes: calderari, chaudronniers or cauldronsmiths, aurori, gold-workers, etc. And Bataillard's note prefixed to most of his monographs runs, L'auteur recevrait avec reconnaissance toute communication. Relative aux bohémiens hongrois voyageants, hors de leur pays, vrais nomades pour vous détentes et de chariots, la plupart chaudronniers. La plupart chaudronniers. Next, the 6 passages quoted by Ducange show that the Komodromos was variously or conjointly a coppersmith, Chalcius, and a gold worker, Chrysichus, defined by Ducange as aurifer, aurariuses. The gypsy aurori have practiced gold washing in Wallachia and Transylvania from time immemorial. Grellman, Die Zigeuner, Tekend ed. 1787 pp. 25, 1 and 5, 1 and 4th, but we have also many indications of the gypsies as actual goldsmiths. Captain Newbold says that the Persian gypsies sometimes practice the art of the gold and silver smith, and are known to be forgers of the current coin of Persia. These are the Zergars, lit, workers in gold of the tribes Jur, Roy, Asiatic Soc, Vol, XV 1856, p. 31. The Egyptian gypsies, he tells us at Cairo, carry on the business of tinkers and blacksmiths and vend earrings, amulets, bracelets, and instruments of iron and brasses, Ib. p. 2912. The gypsy bronze and brass founders of Western Galicia and the Bukowina, the only gypsy metallurgists of whom, thanks to Copernici, we possess really full information, are called zlotars and zvonkars, Ruthenian words meaning goldsmiths and bell-makers. They are no longer workers in gold, but they do make rings, crosses, clasps, earrings, etc., of brass and German silver. Bataillard, Les Zilotars, 1878, 70 pages. Henry van Elven, in the Gypsies in Belgium, Gypsy Lore Journal, E. 39 says, the women wear bracelets and large earrings of gold, copper, or bronze, seldom of silver, while all the gypsies wear earrings CF, Supra, P, Shia. It appears to me that the gypsy jewels and the metalwork of their pipes have not yet been sufficiently studied. In the fabrication of these objects they must have preserved something typical and antique, which would contribute to the comparative study of their ancient industries. I remember seeing some rings cast in bronze, of which the setting was ornamented with a double or a single cross, and whose ornamentation recalled the motifs of the Middle Ages, the style being evidently Oriental. Their walking sticks are topped with copper or bronze hatchets, but more frequently with round knobs, which are hollow and which hold their money, the lid being screwed off and on. These gypsies were tin workers repairing metal utensils, and also basket makers. The gypsies, says Dr. R.W. Thokin, appear to be on friendly terms with the natives of the country, and curiously enough they are said to have introduced the art of filigree work and gold beating into Darfur's Central African gypsies, Gypsy Lore Journal, I. 221. Even the Brazilian gypsies of 1816, as we have seen from Coster's travels, sold gold and silver trinkets. The reference to the anvil and to the bellows of skins with which the Komodromoi blew up their furnace recalls the passage cited from Arnold von Harf on PXX, where, about 1497, he described the anvil and the bellows of the Modone gypsies. Gypsy bellows are figured in Bataillar's Les Zlotars, in Van Elven's article, and in Die Metalle bei den Naturwerken of Richard Andre Leap, 1884, p. 83. Arthur J. Patterson and the Magyars, Their Country and Institutions, 1869, II. 1908 writes, "A curious consequence of their practicing the art of the smith is that a gypsy boy is in Hungary called perde, which is generally supposed to be the equivalent in the gypsy language for boy. It is really the imperative mood of the verb to blow, for while the gypsy father is handling the hammer and the tongs, he makes his son manage the bellows. Small points enough these, but they must be viewed in relation to the metallurgical monopoly still largely enjoyed by the gypsies in Southeast Europe and in Asia Minor. So exclusively was the smiths a gypsy, and therefore a degrading craft in Montenegro that, when in 1872 the government established an arsenal at Rijeka, no natives could be found to fill its well-paid posts." And in a very long letter of 21st January 1880, the late Mr. Hyde Clark wrote to me that, "Over more than one sanjak of the Aden Viceroyalty the gypsies have still a like monopoly of ironworking, the nauband, or shoeing smith, being no smith in our sense at all. He is supplied with shoes of various sizes by the gypsies, and only hammers them on. It is most unlikely that, if recent comers to the Levant, the gypsies should have acquired such a monopoly. It is obvious that, if they possessed that monopoly 1,000 years ago, these Komodromoi must have been gypsies. For to Kanji's first 3 quotations I can assign no dates, but Theophanes Isaurus was born in 758 and died in 818. The 17th year of Justinian would be 540 TED. A very early date at which to find a gypsy from Italy, having with him a blind yellow dog. The dates of the Emperor Constantinus Porphyrogenitus are 925 to 95 to 99 are 925 to 959. I own, I can make little of this passage from his Liber de Administrando Imperio, but Thema, Bandon, Topoteresia, and Turma seem nails of crucifixion. Ducange's last passage is by far the most interesting. Anonymous de Passione Domini, and when they arrive at the place, the Komodromos coming to crucify him, etc. Why so interesting? There does not seem much in that, my readers may exclaim. Why? Because there is a widely spread superstition that a gypsy forged the nails for the crucifixion, and that henceforth his race has been accursed of heaven. That superstition was first recorded in an article by Dr. B. Bogisic on Die Slaviserten Zigeuner in Montenegro's Das Ausland, 25th May 1874, and in Le Folklore de Lesbos by G. Georgiakis and Léon Pinot, Paris, 1891, pp. 273-8, is this Chant du Vendredi Saint, this plaint of Our Lady. Our Lady was in a grotto and made her prayer. She hears rolling of thunder, she sees lightnings, she hears a great noise. She goes to the window, she sees the heaven all black and the stars veiled, the bright moon was bathed in blood. She looks to right, she looks to left, she perceives St. John, she sees John coming. In tears and dejection he holds a handkerchief spotted with blood. Good day, John. Wherefore these tears and this dejection? Has thy master beaten thee, or hast thou lost the psalter? The master has not beaten me, and I have not lost the psalter. I have no mouth to tell it thee, nor tongue to speak to thee, and thine heart will be unable to hear me. These miserable Jews have arrested my master. They have arrested him like a thief, and they are leading him away like a murderer. Our Lady, when she heard it, fell and swooned. They sprinkle her from a pitcher of water, from 3 bottles of musk, and from 4 bottles of rose water, until she comes to herself. When she was come to herself, she says, All you who love Christ and adore him, come with me to find him before they kill him, and before they nail him, and before they put him to death. Let Martha, Magdalene, and Mary come, and the mother of the forerunner. These words were still on her lips. Lo, 5,000 marching in front, and 4,000 following after. They take the road, the path of the Jews. No one went near the Jews except the unhappy mother. The path led them in front of the door of a nail-maker. She finds the nail-maker with his children, the nail-maker with his wife. Good day, workman, what art making there? The Jews have ordered nails of me, they have ordered 4 of me, but I am making them 5. Tell me, workman, what they will do with them. They will put 2 nails in his feet, 2 others in his hands, and the other, the sharpest, will pierce his lung. Our Lady, when she heard it, fell and swooned. Our Lady, when she heard it, fell and swooned. They sprinkle her from a pitcher of water, from 3 bottles of musk, and from 4 bottles of rose, until she comes to herself. When she had come to herself, she says, Be accursed, O Ziganes! May there never be a cinder in your forges. May there never be bread on your bread pans, nor buttons to your shirts. They take the road, etc. And M. Georgiakis adds in a footnote, The Ziganes whom one sees in the island of Mytilene are all smiths. It is a far cry from the Greek archipelago to the Highlands of Scotland, but in the Gypsy Lore Journal E. 1892, p. 90 notice is this brief unsigned note. I should be pleased to know if you have the tradition in the south of Scotland that the tinkers are descendants of the one who made the nails for the cross, and are condemned to wander continually without rest. No answer appeared, and I know of no other hint of the currency of this belief in Western Europe, unless it be the couplet, A whistling maid and a crowing hen are hateful alike to God and men, because, according to Left, Cole, A. Ferguson, Notes and Queries, August 1879, p. 93, though he gives no authorities, a woman stood by and whistled while she watched the nails for the cross being forged. On the other hand, the gypsies of Alsace have a legend of their own, opposed to, and probably devised expressly to refute, the Gaujo or Gentile version. How there were 2 Jew brothers, Shmuel and Rom Shmuel. The first of them exulted at the crucifixion, the other would gladly have saved our Lord from death, and, finding that impossible, did what he could, pilfered one of the 4 nails. So it came about that Christ's feet must be placed one over the other and fastened with a single nail. And Shmuel remained a Jew, but Rom Shmuel turned Christian, and was the founder of the Romani race Die Zigeuner in Elsass und in Deutschlothringen by Dr. G. Muehl in der Salon, 1874. In a letter of 16th December 1880, M. Bataillard wrote, An Alsatian gypsy woman, one of the Reinhardt family, has been at me for some time past to procure remission of sentence for one of her relations who has been in gaol since 2 October. The Manouche. Gypsies' urges are not bad, they do not murder. And on my answering with a smile that unluckily they are only too prone to take what doesn't belong to them, and that the judges, knowing this, are extra severe towards them, her answer is, "It is true, it's in the blood." Besides, you surely know, you who know all about the Manouche, they have leave to steal once in 7 years. How so? It's a story you surely must know. They were just going to crucify Jesus. One of our women passed by, and she whipped up one of the nails they were going to use. She would have liked to steal all 4 nails, but couldn't. Anyhow, it was always one, and that's why Jesus was crucified with only 3 nails, a single one for the 2 feet. And that's why Jesus gave the Manouche leave to steal once every 7 years. The Lithuanian gypsies say likewise that stealing has been permitted in their favor by the crucified Jesus, because the gypsies, being present at the crucifixion, stole one of the 4 nails. Hence, when the hands had been nailed, there was but 1 nail left for the feet, and therefore God allowed them to steal, and it is not accounted a sin to them. The Lithuanian Gypsies and Their Language, by Mstislaw Dawojno, Silwestrowicz, in Gypsy Lore Journal, I. 1889, p. 253. This gypsy counter-legend offers a possible explanation of the hitherto unexplained transition from 4 nails to 3 in crucifixes during the 12th and 13th centuries. The change must at first have been hardly less startling than a crucifix now would be, in which both hands should be pierced with 1 nail. Dr. R. Morris discusses it in his Introduction to Legends of the Holy Rood Early Eng, text, Soc, 1871. There it appears that while St. Gregory Nazianzen, nonus, and the author of the Ancren Ritual speak of 3 nails only, ss. Cyprian, Augustine, and Gregory of Tours, Pope Innocent, 3, Rufinus, Theodoret, and Elfric speak of 4, and that the earliest known crucifix with 3 nails only is a copper one, of probably Byzantine workmanship, dating from the end of the 12th century. Now, if the Byzantine gypsies possessed at that date a metallurgical monopoly, this crucifix must of course have been fashioned by gypsy hands, when the 3 nails would be an easily intelligible protest against the calumny that those nails were forged by the founder of the gypsy race. I give the suggestion just for what it is worth, but the occurrence of the legend and the counter-legend in regions so far apart as Lesbos and Scotland, Alsace and Lithuania, strongly argues their antiquity and corroborates the idea that the Komodromos was a gypsy who figures in Anonymous de Passione Domini. One would like to know the date of that Greek manuscript, but Professor R. Bensley, in a long letter of 28 May 1879, could only conjecturally identify it with S. Joannes Theologiae Commentarius Apocryphus, MS, Digeses, number 929 or 101, Colbert Cole, Paris Cat, MSS, Gnosis. Probably there are many allusions to Komodromoi in Byzantine writers, if one had leisure and scholarship to hunt them up. Certainly it is strange that of Ducange's 6 quotations for Komodromoi 4 should seem unmistakably to point to gypsies. I myself have little doubt of their identity, from which it would follow that more than 1,000 years ago southeastern Europe had its gypsies, and that not as newcomers, but as recognized strollers like the Boswells and Stanleys of our old grassy lanes. The verb komodromine occurs in Pollak's Archaeologus, Flor, 1803 A.D., and the classic authors present many hints of the possible presence of gypsies in their midst. Romani chals, or gypsies, would often fit admirably for Chaldai, and the fact that the water wagtail is the gypsy bird of both German and English gypsies reminds one that the Greeks had a saying, as old at least as the 5th century B.C., poorer than a kinkloss's, quote URT 9 Zhao 7 Rai, water wagtail, and that peasants in the 3rd century A.D. called homeless wanderers kinkloi. One need not, with Erasmus and Pierius, derive singaris, Zingaro, Cingyane, Ziguner, etc. From Kinklos, the words in all likelihood were as distinct originally as gypsies, Egyptians, and vipsies or gypsies, eruptions of water in the East Riding of Yorkshire, cf. William of Newburgh's 12th century chronicle. But the gypsies may have been led, by the resemblance of its name to theirs, to adopt the water wagtail as their bird, and Theognis and Menander may have applied to the water wagtail the epithets much wandering and poor, because the bird was associated in their minds with some poor wandering race. I do not build on this guesswork, as neither even on the ingenious theories of M. Bataillard, according to which prehistoric Europe gained from the gypsies its knowledge of metallurgy, and which may be studied in his L'Enchanted de Stigane, IN 77, and other monographs, or in my summaries of them in the articles Gypsies in Cycle, Britannica, Vol. X, 1879, p. 618, and Gypsies Chambers' Encycle, Vol. V, 1890, p. 487. All that I hold for certain is our absolute uncertainty at present, whether gypsies first set foot in Europe 1,000 years after, or 1,000 years before the Christian era. We have no certitude even for Western Europe. In 1866, a large band of English ball-giving gypsies paid a visit to Edinburgh. Scottish newspapers of that date wrote as though gypsies had never till then been seen to the north of the border. That was ridiculous. A similar mistake may have been made by the German, Swiss, Italian, and French chroniclers of 1407 and 34. As it is, M. Bataillard has established the presence before 1400 of foreigners called Bemish in the bishopric of Würzburg, who may have been gypsies, as almost indubitably were certain Bemische at Frankfurt on Main in 1495, Gypsy Lore Journal I. 207-10. Then, a charter of Edward III, confirming the privileges of St. Giles's Fair, Winchester, A.D. 1349's Ede, by Dean Kitchen, 1886, contains this passage: "And the justiciaries and the treasurer of the Bishop of Wolvesey for the time being, and the clerk of the pleas, shall yearly receive 4 basins and ewers by way of fee, as they have received them of old time, from those traders from foreign parts called dynamiters, who sell brazen vessels in the fair." On which passage Dean Kitchen has this note: "These foreigners were sellers, we are told, of brazen vessels of all kinds." The word may be connected with Dinant near Namur, where there was a great manufacture of dinanderie, that is, metalwork, chiefly in copper. A friend suggests Dinant batteurs as the origin. Batteur was the proper title of these workers in metal. Si comines tu, un marchandise de ces ouvres de cuivre, qu'on appelle dinandere, qui sont en fait parts et bezles. Gypsy language. It is a relief to turn from the 1,001 appellations under which gypsies have been known at different times and in different countries, to the sure and unerring light that their language throws on their history. Though never a chronicler or traveler had written, we yet could feel confident from Romani that the forefathers of our English gypsies must for a long period have sojourned in a Greek-speaking country. Among the Greek loanwords in the Anglo-Romani dialect are drome, road, rolled, drome, juris, chirus, time in juris, efta, 7 juris, enia, 9, juris, market town, Philisin, mansion, Philisin, mansion. Kekavi, kettle au, maun, kokalo, bone, maun, maun, paoli, anditru, kuriki, Sunday, maisali, pipin, maisali, papan, goose, maisal, by papan, goose, noun. Papus, grandfather, Janfather, supin, sopin, shamba, frog, shamba, sima, Tupon, Shima, Shamin, Cher True, Solivaris, Rains, Salivaris, Rainsai, Shia, Salivara, Fair. Walin, Wattle, Bottle, and Zimin, Soup, Dine, Dine, Soup. The total number of Greek loanwords in the different Gypsy dialects may be about 100, and the same loanwords occur in dialects as widely separate as those of Romania, Hungary, Bohemia, Poland, Lithuania, Russia, Scandinavia, Germany, Italy, the Basque Country, Spain, and Brazil. This is important as indicating that the modern gypsies of Europe are descended not from successive waves of Oriental immigration, but all from the selfsame European gypsy stock, whenever that stock may have first been transplanted to Europe. It conclusively negatives the Cunevian theory that the Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, Basque, and French gypsies arrived at their present habitats by way of Africa, and the Scandinavian gypsies by way of the Ural Mountains. Slavonic loanwords come next to the Greek. English, Romani, has some 30 of the former, against 50 of the latter. There are also a few words of Persian, Armenian, Romanian, Magyar, and German origin, but the question of the presence or the absence of Arabic words in European Romani is hardly yet determined. According to Professor de Gurgi, 1875, trans, in MacRitchie's Gypsies of India, 1886, pp. 54-5, there are at least 10 such words, according to Miklosic, Weber D. Mundarten, etc., Part 6. 1876, pp. 63-64, there are none. Kotor, a piece, for instance, by de Gauge, is derived from the Arabic kota, by Miklosic from the Armenian kotor. Neither, however, of the two scholars seems to have recognized the possible importance of the presence or the absence, especially the absence of Arabic elements. Romani contains Persian words, for example, ambrol, a pear. Would it not have certainly contained also Arabic words if the ancestors of our modern European gypsies had sojourned in Persia, or even passed through Persia at a date later than the Arab conquest of Persia? If Miklosic is right in his contention that there are no Arabic words in European Romani, it follows almost inevitably that the gypsies must have passed through Persia on their way to Europe at some date prior to the middle of the 7th century A.D. Important as are the borrowings of Romani for helping us to trace the gypsies' wanderings, they can barely amount to a 20th of the total vocabulary, 5,000 words rich, perhaps. The words of that vocabulary for water and knife are in Persia, Pani, Cherry, 1923, in Siberia, Panji, Churi, 1978, in Armenia, Pani, Churi, 1864, in Egypt, Pani, Churi, 1864, in Norway, Pani, Churi, 1858, in Norway, Pani, Churi, 1858, in England, Pani, Churi, 1830, in probably Belgium, Panin, Churi, 1597, in Brazil, Panin, Churi, 1896, where spelling and dates are those of the works whence these words have been taken. Over and above the identity in every Romani dialect of these two selected words, and there are hundreds more like them, they are also identical with the Hindustani Pani and Churi, familiar to all Anglo-Indians. And to cite but a few more instances, nose, hair, eye, air are in Turkish Romani nak, bal akkan, in Hindustani nak, bal akkan, whilst go, see who knocks at the door, in the one language is ja, dikon shalavela ovudar, and in the other ja, dekon shalaya divar ko. This discovery was not made till long after specimens of Romani had been published, by Andrew Boord, 1542, whose 26 words, jotted down seemingly in a Sussex alehouse, were intended to illustrate the specie of Egypt, by Bonaventura Vulcanius, 1597, whose vocabulary of 71 words, collected apparently in Belgium, fills up some blank pages in a Latin work on the Goths, and by Ludolphus, 1691, whose 38 words are embedded in his huge Commentarius ad Historiam Ethiopicae. In 1777, Rudiger first compared with Hindustani some specimens of Romani got from a gypsy woman at Halle, and in 1782 he published the result of the comparison in his Neuester Zuach der Sprachkunde. In 1783, Grellman's Historischer Versuch über die Zigeuner reaped all the fruits of Rudiger's research, and William Marsden the same year was independently led to a like discovery, Archaeologia 1785, pp. 382-6. Grellman, whose work has still a high value, leapt naturally enough to the conclusion that the gypsies who showed themselves in Western Europe in 1407 had newly come also to southeastern Europe, and were a low-caste Indian tribe expelled from their native country about 1409 by Tamerlane. In 1783, the older languages of India were a sealed book to Europeans, and Grellman's opinion found almost universal approval for upwards of 60 years. Now, however, thanks to the linguistic labors of Pott, Ascoli, and Miklasic, combined with the historical researches of Bataillard and Hopf, the question has assumed a new aspect. For while on the one hand it has been demonstrated that Southeast Europe had its gypsies long before 1407, so on the other Romani has been shown to be a sister, not a daughter, and it may be an elder sister of the 7 principal New Indian dialects. Not a few of its forms are more primitive than theirs, or even than those of Pali and the Prakrits. For example, the Turkish Romani vast, Hand, Sansk, Sansk. Hasta, Palihatta, and Vusht, Lipsansk, Osta, Paliotta. In his Beitrag zur Kenntnis der Zigeunermundarten IV. 1878, pages 45-54. Miklosic collected a number of such forms, but Miklosic it was who also pointed out there that many of the seeming archaisms of Romani may be matched from the less-known dialects of India, especially northwest India, that we find, for example, in Dardu, both Hast and Usht. I have not the faintest notion what was Professor Sayce's authority for his statement that the grammar and dictionary of the Romani prove that they started from their kindred, the Jats, on the northwestern coast of India, near the mouth of the Indus, not earlier than the 10th century of the Christian era. The Science of Language, E.I. 325. So far as I know, the only attempted comparison between Romani and Jataki was made by myself, Gypsies, N.K. Brit. X. 618, and its results seemed wholly unfavorable to the Jat theory of the gypsies' origin, gypsies as nomads. No, language, like history, has yielded important results, but on many points we still have almost everything to learn. We do not know within 1,000 years when the gypsies left India, or when they arrived in Persia, Armenia, Africa, Asia Minor, and southeastern Europe. But we do know that India was their original home, that they must have sojourned long in a Greek-speaking region, and that in Western and Northern Europe their present dispersion dates mainly, if not entirely, from after the year 1407. These 3 facts will have to be borne in mind for understanding what follows. A 4th fact is that a portion, if a small portion, of the gypsy race is still intensely nomadic. Nothing is commoner than for the English gypsies of our novels and plays to speak familiarly of sunny Spain, those of a little anonymous story, the gypsies 1842, go backwards and forwards to Norway. But as a rule, English gypsies never stir out of Great Britain, or, if they do leave it only for another English-speaking country, Canada, the United States, or New Zealand. So far, too, as we know, our present gypsies are all descendants of early gypsy immigrants. Their surnames, Lee, Fa, Bailey, Stanley, Gray, Smith, Heron, Boswell, etc., date back to the 16th and 17th centuries, and our sole hint, until a quite recent date, As to visits to England by continental gypsies, is a Bartholomew Fair handbill of 1689 about some German gypsies, rope dancers, calderari. Mutatis mutandis, the same seems to hold good of the gypsies of Germany, Poland, Norway, etc. They are apparently the descendants of early immigrants into those different countries. But the case is quite otherwise with the calderari, or coppersmiths of Hungary, for they will wander forth north, south, east, west, and sometimes stay away a whole 7 years. Myself, I have met with calderari but once at Halle in 1875. I described that brief meeting thus in my gypsy tents, 1880 pp. 43-44. I had been paying my first call to Professor Pott, who had told me that only once had he spoken with living gypsies, somewhere near No, and presently I came away. I was not 200 yards from his doorstep when I saw a curious sort of skeleton wagon, drawn by 2 little horses, with their forelegs shackled together. On the top of this wagon sat a woman smoking a big black pipe, and round it 3 or 4 children were playing, stark naked. The wagon was standing outside an inn, and, entering the inn, I found 2 gypsy men seated at the table eating soup and drinking beer. I greeted them with "Latio divus, good day," and they seemed not the least bit surprised, for these were traveled gentlemen. 3 years they had been away from Hungary, in France and Germany, and they could both speak French and German fluently. We talked of many things, and compared, I remember, passports. Mine, they pronounced an exceeding shukar lil, fine document, the lion and unicorn seeming to take their fancy. Every place they came to, they had to go first thing to the head policeman and show their passes, and then he told them where they were to stop. They were allowed 3 days in every place, and no one could meddle with them all that time. The women came in, 2 of them, and some of the children. There was one, a little fellow of 9 or 10, as brown and pretty a thing as ever I saw, but wild as a fox cub. His father gave him a plate of soup to finish, and he lapped it up just as a fox cub would, looking out at me now and again from behind his mother. Then they paid their reckoning. The women climbed up on the wagon, the children shouted, and the men cracked their whips. "God go with thee, brother," and so we parted. There is not much in that, but one cannot learn much in half an hour's chance interview. Nor, indeed, is there very much in all the scattered notes that I have been able thus far to collect respecting the calderari. Some of those notes relate to them only conjecturally. De Canger's definition of komodromoi proves that coppersmiths roamed through France in 1688, and it is at least highly probable that to this caste belonged the band of 40 gypsies with whom, in the spring of 1604, Jacques Calotte, a boy of 12, wandered from Nancy to Florence. Of the journey itself we know nothing, but he has left an imperishable record of it in his 3 matchless engravings of the Bohemians, which show them on the march, in their bivouac, and spoiling the Gentiles. Charles Reade worked a clever description of Calotte's engravings into his Cloister and the Hearth, and they were admirably reproduced in the Gypsy Lore Journal for January 1890, with a long article on them by Mr. David McRitchie. In his Travels, 1763, I. 57-8, under the date 1720, John Bell of Antimony has the following passage. During our stay at Tobolski, I was informed that a large troop of gypsies had been lately at that place, to the number of 60 and upwards, consisting of men, women, and children. The Russians call these vagabonds zigani. Their sorry baggage was carried on horses and asses. The arrival of so many strangers being reported to Mr. Petrov Solovoy, the vice-governor, he sent for some of the chief of the gang and demanded whither they were going. They answered him to China, upon which he told them he could not permit them to proceed any farther eastward, as they had no passport, and ordered them to return to the place whence they came. It seems these people had roamed in small parties during the summer season, crossed the vast countries between Poland and this place, subsisting themselves on what they could find and on selling trinkets and telling fortunes to the country people. But Tobolski, being the place of rendezvous, was the end of their long journey eastwards, and they, with no small regret, were obliged to turn their faces to the west again. I fancy these gypsies also must have been Calderari. But whether they were or no, the passage remains one of the most curious that we have relating to gypsy migrations. Taken in its most limited sense, it shows that the band had wandered in small detachments from Poland to Tobolsk, a distance of 2,000 miles or upwards. But it suggests a great deal more than this. There seems no reason to question the statement that China was really the ultimate goal of their wanderings. If so, it is probable that they were following in the track of former migrations, that gypsies had been in the habit of passing backwards and forwards between Europe and China, which opens up a vista of a possible connection between the West and the farthest East undreamed of by all our geographers. But without further evidence, this must be mere conjecture. Of gypsies in China I know nothing whatever, except that a Russian noble, Prince Galitzin, whom I met 3 years since in Edinburgh, assured me he had seen a number of them there. Physique, outward appearance, seemed his only test, and his statement, though interesting, needs corroboration. The Wesserzeitung of 25th April 1851 announced that 100 gypsies had passed through Frankfurt on their way from Hungary to Algeria, and in the Revue de l'Orient for 20th January 1889, Madame Marlay thus described her meeting with a Hungarian gypsy in North Africa. I shall ever remember a scene which I witnessed in Africa. It was one evening at the base of the superb mountains of Mustapha Supérieur, just as the setting sun flooded the plain with his last rays of golden and crimson light, the gold and purple of the incomparable majesty of the eastern sky. I observed a caravan of nomads encamped in the plain beneath their tents. I drew near and saw that they were gypsies, but gypsies who had dwelt under other skies. Some were Spanish gitanos, with garments of many hues, their shears hanging by their sides, at the end of a silvered chain wound around their blades. The others came from Morocco, and wore the simple white attire of the children of the desert. They received me with indifference. By means of my knowledge of Italian, I managed at length to make the gitanos understand that I came from Hungary. They were at once alive with interest. "Hungaria!" I heard them whisper into one another's ears, and finally an old gypsy man informed me, "There is one of us who comes straight from that very country." They ran all at once to seek him out. But the young gypsy, a superb, swarthy figure, quite unmoved, maintained a proud and gloomy silence. Did he suspect me of untruth in telling him that I knew that Hungary is so far away beyond the wide stretch of sea? He may have thought so. However, I saw that the old gitano had told the truth. The dress of the young nomad was entirely Hungarian, from his shining boots up to his little Magyar calpate. His attire generally was rather rich than poor. Had I conversed with him in Hungarian, perhaps his heart would have softened. But he remained thus somber and mistrustful, and only the gitanos who, in their fantastic rags, stood around us, repeated vivaciously in Spanish as they pointed towards him, "Patria Hungaria, Sibore." Sibor, a suburb of Saint-Jean-de-Luz, is a sort of Basque Yetholm. Like Yetholm, it has largely lost its gypsy character. Its Cascarotac are supposed to be the descendants of gypsies who came from Spain 2 centuries ago, but they are now quite mixed up with the Basques of the neighborhood, and have lost the last remnants of Romani, though at the beginning of the century they retained a few words, as Debla, the sun, Mambrun, bread, and Puro, old man. But Sibore is still a regular halting place of Hungarian gypsies, as appears from this passage in a very valuable article on The Cascarots of Sibor, by the Reverend Wentworth Webster, Gypsy Lore Journal, October 1888, pp. 76, 84. My own observations are that the passage of the Hungarian gypsies, or gypsies from Eastern Europe, alluded to in 1868 and 1874 by the former mayor of Sibor, M. Parton IV. Darambor is a recurring fact every 2 or 3 years. I left Saint-Louis, Jean de Luz in 1881, but for some time before that I had been ill, and a band may easily have passed without my being aware of it, but there were at least 2 other bands between 1870 and 1880, one, I believe, in 1872. Their route seems to be, as far as I have been able to trace it, via Paris, Bordeaux, Bayonne, Saint-Jean-de-Luz, Hendaye, through Spain quite to the south, and returning by the eastern extremity of the Pyrenees, by Barcelona and Perpignan. M. de Rochas appears to have met one of these bands at Perpignan. In July 1875, Les Parias de France et d'Espagne, by V. de Rochas, Hachette, Paris, 1876, p. 259. These bands follow always the same route and encamp on the same spots. When at Saint-Jean-de-Luz, they make an apparently useless visit to Escan, a village about 5 miles off their road, returning to Saint-Jean-de-Luz. They are evidently well off, with good carts, wagons, horses, and utensils. Many of them wear silver earrings and ornaments. Their trade, mending the copper vessels in the neighborhood, seems to me to be a mere pretense. It cannot pay the expenses of the journey. What is the reason of this migration? Once I was standing with a Basque fisherman watching their arrival, when the chief of the band addressed him in Basque, and the conversation went on between them in that language. When it had ceased, I asked the fisherman, whom I knew well, how the man spoke Basque. The reply was curt. He speaks it as well as I do. Afterwards I tried to draw out the gypsy, but he evaded my questions. We pick up languages along the road. I was never in the neighborhood before, etc. These I believe to have been falsehoods. I must, however, add that I have known Basque scholars learn Magyar and Hungarians Basque with unusual facility. Still, the question remains, what is the object of these journeys? A question for your society to answer. Alas, the Gypsy Lore Society is dead. After 4 years' most excellent work, it died of want of support in 1892, and that question remains still unanswered. In the passage itself, however, there is a good deal to be noticed. Sibor at present has little or nothing to draw foreign gypsies to it, but 100, 200 years ago it was probably a genuine gypsy quarter. Then there would be every reason why Calderari should make it a regular halting place. This conjecture, if valid, suggests the antiquity of these strange peregrinations, and gypsies assuredly are the very staunchest conservatives. Another guess is that at Escanes gypsies very likely are buried. That would fully account for their descendants turning aside thus. Mr. Webster's remark as to the ease with which Basque scholars acquire Magyar and Hungarians Basque was well worth making. Still, the fact remains, and it is an important one for our theory, that the unlettered gypsies as a race are marvelous linguists. The immigrants of 1417-34 must, to tell fortunes as they did, have been able to speak German, French, and Italian, and I could, if necessary, adduce many testimonies as to the gypsy's faculty for picking up foreign languages. I have myself known an English gypsy family remove, for family reasons, into Wales, and in 3 years' time become thoroughly Kymricized. Paul Bataillard was for years collecting materials about the Calderari, but he died without publishing his promised monograph on the subject, so we must content ourselves with these stray notes from his writings, the Gypsy Calderari, as they are called in the districts of Romania where they are accustomed to journey, have recommenced in our own days throughout the whole of the West, circuits which have led them sometimes as far as England, as far as Norway, and sometimes by way of France and Spain, as far as Corsica and Algeria. France was during a certain time infested by them, to quote the newspapers of the day, whilst I was rejoicing in the good luck which had thrown them in my way. These exotic gypsy blacksmiths generally return to the country whence they came. They travel sometimes in rather large numbers in wagons which have no resemblance to the houses upon wheels of our gypsies, and wherever they stop they set up large tents, where each wagon finds its place. The men have generally long hair and clothes more or less foreign, often ornamented with very large silver buttons, and the chiefs carry a large stick with a silver head. It is easy to recognize them at a glance by these signs, and by their trade. The journeys of these gypsy blacksmiths had already been noticed in Germany and Italy long before 1866. On the other hand, the Edict of Ferdinand and Isabella, published at Medina del Campo in 1499, mentions the calderos estrangeros, who might well be gypsies, immigration of the gypsies into Western Europe. Gypsy Lord Journal, I. 223. The Calderari, if I am rightly informed, form a corporation, strictly organized, and having its hierarchical chiefs. They always travel in groups, commanded by chiefs of different degrees, and the work is done always in common. They even say it is the head chief who procures at Thamesvar all the copper used by the corporation and supplies the wandering bands with it. There was certainly an intermission in the circular journeys pushed as far as France, and farther, since I know of none that date from earlier than 1866, but they may have gone back to a long way beyond that date, and, as a matter of fact, before 1866 the Calderari made excursions in Germany and Italy's Les Lotars, p. 549. A fact still stranger is that Algeria has recently received a visit from Hungarian gypsies, forming part of the numerous bands of Danubian Tsigans. For the most part childroniers, who for some years, especially since 1866, have been traversing the West. I know for a fact that at Algiers a band of 20 to 25 persons was seen towards the middle of 1871, and that the same persons or others like them reappeared 6 months later. I have myself seen at Paris Hungarian gypsies who had a vague idea of visiting Algeria, Les Bohémiens en Algérie, 1874, p3 note. Cf. Also his L'origine des Ciganes, pp. 54-58. In an article on the Lithuanian gypsies, Gypsy Lord Journal, I. 252 M. Mieczysław Dawujno Silwestrowicz says, sometimes we are visited also by Hungarian, Servian, and Romanian gypsies. These last consider themselves to belong to the Orthodox, that is, the Russian Church. They are mostly tinkers, repairing copper cooking utensils, but of these they are very apt to steal the copper bottoms, substituting an imitation of papier-mâché. They differ greatly from our own gypsies, whom they excel in an incredible amount of obtrusiveness. Moreover, they attack and rob wayfarers, and when asked what they are, they say, "We are not gypsies, sir, we are Magyars." In an article already quoted on the gypsies of Belgium, Ib. 38, Professor Henri van Elven writes of the Calderari. They usually traveled in little two-wheeled carts covered over with tilts of gray cloth and containing straw, baggage, and tin workers' tools. They have a great love for their horses, who are far from being in the miserable condition of horses of wandering mountebanks. I have seen the children share their bread with the horses. They buy and sell, sometimes steal, their horses. They have also dogs, large and well set up. Their clothes are for the most part of Hungarian style, but also often like ours, notably of gaudy colors, red and blue. All have long, black, curly hair, well furnished with inhabitants, which renders scratching a habit. The complexion is swarthy. The features are fine and strongly accentuated, both among the men and the women. The nose is fairly long and aquiline. The teeth are yellow through the use of tobacco in all forms among women as well as men, unless in the case of some young girls. These gypsies were tin workers, repairing metal utensils and also basket makers. The women went from door to door asking work and begging. The women and children usually go barefoot and bareheaded, even in bad weather, displaying an astonishing endurance. We have not observed any smelters among the gypsies, but many exhibitors of animals, jugglers, and female fortune-tellers. With regard to the young girls given over to vice, they are better attired, wearing clothes of the Italian and Hungarian modes of bright colors. They go about in the evening especially, looking about them or carrying playing cards, or again with small articles of basketwork for sale. In 1879, Sir Henry Howarth encountered in Sweden fez-wearing gypsies, natives presumably of the Balkan Peninsula, and in July 1881 a band of gypsy blacksmiths from Corfu landed in Corsica after having traveled over Italy. Gypsy Lore Journal, I. to a 4 note. Late in the 60s, a company of Calderari visited England and encamped at several points round London. I know no mention of this visit in print, and I never met them myself, but I have talked with English gypsies who did, and who were full of their little horses, their big copper vessels, and curious Romani. Some of the tailors on Rushmere Heath in 1873 told me these foreign gypsies came from the Langari country and were called Langarians, Greek gypsies. In July 1886, 99 gypsies arrived by train at Liverpool. They were called the Greek Gypsies and had started from Corfu, but according to their passports came from all parts of Greece and European Turkey, as also from Servia, Bulgaria, Romania, even Smyrna. 300 Napoleons their journey had cost them thus far, and they meant to take shipping to New York. But America being closed to pauper immigrants, no steamboat company would accept them, and they had perforce to encamp at Liverpool. Their encampment was visited by Mr. David McRitchie and Mr. H. T. Crofton, the joint author with Dr. Bath Smart of the admirable Dialect of the English Gypsies, 1875. The former wrote an excellent article about them in Chambers's Journal for September 1886. These gypsies were not Calderari, though some of them were coppersmiths, designated as Cheldroniers. Others were builders, bricklayers, and agriculturists. They were typical gypsies in physique, but not in apparel, absolutely free from the vice of drunkenness, but most inveterate beggars. Their chief spokesman was quite an accomplished linguist, and could speak Greek, Russian, Romanian, and 2 or 3 other dialects of southeastern Europe. The curious thing was that he never once included in his list his own mother tongue, the speech of the gypsy race. Neither would he admit that he was a Zyganka, not for a long time at any rate, but subsequently both he and his comrades answered to the name of Room, and the cigar was no longer Bone but Lasho. After stopping some time at Liverpool, these gypsies crossed over to Hull, but neither there could they get passage to America. About a year later, so an English gypsy informed me, a showman was exhibiting them, or some of them, through Yorkshire. Their subsequent fate is unknown to me. Perhaps they are in process of absorption into English gypsydom. Eastern gypsies in Galloway. I thought at first it must have been some of this band whom my friend Mr. Robert Burns, the Edinburgh artist, met in Galloway in 1895, but his account of that meeting, written at my request, dispels that notion. 2 years ago, while walking with my wife near Kirkcudbright, I met a large troop of gypsies of a type quite different from any I had formerly seen. The first to appear round a corner was a tall, swarthy man leading a brown bear. My dog, a big, powerful beast, immediately made a rush for the bear, but I managed to catch him in time. On seeing me holding the dog, the man came up and, in very broken English, said that the bear would not hurt the dog. I explained that my fears were not for the dog, but for the bear, an undersized, emaciated beast and strongly muzzled. By this time, we were surrounded by the whole troop, numbering, I should think, 16 or 17, all begging from the pretty lady and kind gentleman, which seemed to be about all the English they knew. A good-looking young woman with a baby on her back asked me in French if I understood that language. I said I did, and asked her where they came from. From Spain. Then she spoke Spanish also. Oh, yes, and German and other languages as well. I tried her with a few sentences in German and Spanish and found that she spoke both languages fluently, although with an accent which made it difficult to understand her. While we were talking, the men, not having stopped, were a considerable distance off. So I gave the woman some silver, while my wife distributed pennies among the children, and with many smiles and thanks they started off to join the others. They were very dark in color, like Hindus, the men and the older women very aquiline in feature, some of the younger girls really beautiful, with lithe, graceful figures, and all without exception had splendid teeth. Their dress, though ragged and dirty, suggested Eastern Europe rather than Spain. Some cheap brass and silver ornaments seemed to point in the same direction. They had 2 ponies with panniers full of babies, cabbages, empty strawberry baskets, and other odds and ends. One of the ponies had a headstall of plaited cord similar to those used in Hungary. I saw them several times about Kirkcudbright and Gatehouse-on-Fleet, and from mental studies painted the head exhibited in the RSA exhibition of 1896. These must have been Ursari or Bearwards and recent arrivals in Britain, but what were they doing in that remote corner of Galloway, in Billy Marshall's old kingdom? Frampton Boswell, an English gypsy of my acquaintance, met the very same band, I fancy, near Glasgow in 1896, and they were perhaps the foreign gypsies encamped at Dunfermline in the autumn of 1897. I was lying ill at the time in Edinburgh. Almost certainly they were identical with a little band of Romanian Ursari whom Mr. Sampson met in Lancashire in the latter half of 1897, and who were travelling in English gypsy vans which they had bought in this country. They stopped for a month or more at Wavertree, quite close to us, and I saw a good deal of them. The first time, crossing a field by night and expecting to meet with some of the English breed, I stumbled among the 6 unmuzzled bears, chained to the wheels of the vans, and took them for large dogs till their grunts undeceived me. Fortunately, I got off with whole legs. They spoke a jumble of tongues, some Slavonic dialect, brat brother, bad French, Italian, no German, and little English, but with the help of Romani and scraps of other tongues we held some instructive conversations. Their young girls were beautiful, half-clad, savage, but the older women ugly as sin. When I first spoke to them, they replied to a question in Romani with an Italian denial. "We are not gypsies, we are Christianos." Oh, for 3 years of health, £1,000 sterling, say, and a good capacity for wine and languages. I would pass those 3 years at Temesvar and Sibor, and also perhaps in Morocco. At their close I should hold the key to Mr. Wentworth Webster's problem. 50 years hence, very likely, there will no longer be any problem left to solve. The ancient corporation of the Calderari will have undergone dissolution. Given then this wandering race, from time immemorial established in Europe, but emigrants originally from India, the interest of their folk tales, if folk tales indeed they have, will surely at once be apparent to every student of Indo-European folklore. Yet folklorists as a body seem strangely ignorant of the existence of Romani folk tales, of the fact that not a few gypsies are even professional storytellers. Campbell of Islay. In the Saturday Review for 22nd August 1856 was an article by, I fancy, Grenville Murray, the roving Englishman, on Alexandre's Ballades et Chants Populaires de la Romane, where allusion is made to the long-haired gypsies who wander about in their snowy tunics and bright sashes, the Sukhia of Moldo, Wallachia, as in Russia. Their brethren are the popular musicians. But our earliest account of actual gypsy folk tales occurs in Volume p. 431 of Popular Tales of the West Highlands by J. F. Campbell of Islay, 4 vols. Edinburgh, 1860-62. That eminent collector picked up 2 gypsy tinkers in London, William and Solomon Johns. They came to the office after hours and were treated to beer and tobacco. Present, the author of Norse tales, Sir George Dasent. They were rather hard to start, but when once set a-going, they were fluent. One brother was very proud of the other, who plays the fiddle by ear, and is commonly sent for to wakes, where he entertains the company with stories. He gave us one, a ghost which appeared to himself. Finding that he was on the wrong track, told him a popular tale which I had got from another tinker in London, the Cutler and Tinker. Got too, the Lad and the Dancing Pigs. This is the same as the Mouse and Bee, and has something of Hacon Grizzlebeard. A version of it was told to me by Donald McPhee in South Uist. It is one of the few and decent stories which I have heard in the Highlands. There are adventures with a horse, a lion, and a fox, which the London tinker had not got. It savours of the wit which is to be found in Straparola. Number 3. A sailor and others, by the help of a magic blackthorn stick, go to 3 underground castles of copper, silver, and gold, and win 3 princesses. Same as the King of Lachlan's daughters, 236, and the Knight of Grianaig, 1, and several stories in Norse Tales and Grimm. Number 4. The 5 Hunchbacks. This story was quite new to both of us, but a version of it was subsequently found in a book of Cruikshank's. The Tinker's version was much better. Number 5. A long and very well told story of a Jew, in which there figured a magic strap, hat, etc. Same as Big and Little Peter, Iagan Tuarak, EI, 235, a story in Straparola, etc. Cf. My number 68. Number 6, The Art of Doctoring, Dirty Wit. Number 7. Poor student and black man travel, dig up dead woman, make fire in church, steal sheep, clerk and parson, take black man for fiend and bolt. Very well told. See Goosey Grizzle and several Gaelic versions. Number 8. Poor student, parson, and man with cat, which was the fiend in disguise. Well told, new to both of us. The men said that they knew a great many more, that they could neither read nor write, that they picked these up at wakes and other meetings, where such tales are commonly told in England now. I hoped that the Campbell MSS. in the Advocate's Library, Edinburgh, might yield some further notes on these 8 folk tales, but a search, instituted in 1888 through the kindness of Mr. Clark, the librarian, proved ineffectual. Of all unlikely places in the world for a professional storyteller, London seems the unlikeliest. The heroine, it may be remembered, of Mr. Hardy's Hand of Ethelberta prides herself on the absolute novelty of the notion. What is almost more surprising is that 2 folklorists like Campbell and Dasent should have struck so precious a vein and not followed it up. Whatever the source of these stories, Gypsy, Irish, or English, they were distinctly valuable, and their value was enhanced by the meagerness 40 years ago of the folk tales collected in England. But it is quite possible that one or other of the 2 brothers may still be living. He need not be 70. At least any folklorist could probably find this out at the Potteries, Notting Hill, on Mitcham Common, or in some other of the gypseries in or round London. Again, in Volume IPX Live VI, Campbell tells how in February 1860 he met 2 tinkers in St. James's Street with black faces and a pan of burning coals each. They were followed by a wife and preceded by a mangy terrier with a stiff tail. I joined the party, and one told me a version of the man who traveled to learn what shivering meant while we walked together through the park to Westminster. It was clearly the popular tale which exists in Norse and German and Gaelic, and it bore the stamp of the class and of the man who told it in his own peculiar dialect and who dressed the actors in his own ideas. A cutler and a tinker travel together and sleep in an empty house for a reward. They are beset by ghosts and spirits of murdered ladies and gentlemen, and the inferior, the tinker, shows most courage and is the hero. He went into the cellar to draw beer, and there he found a little chap a-sittin' on a barrow with a red cap on his head, and says he, Buzz. What's Buzz? Says the tinker. Never you mind what's Buzz, says he. That's mine, don't you go for to touch it, etc., etc., etc. Cf. my number 57, Ashy Pelt, and number 74, The Tale of the Soldier, in volume P. 28.5. Campbell adds that he was never able again to find this London tinker, who could not read the card which I gave him, with a promise of payment if he would come and repeat his stock of stories. His female companion, indeed, could both read the card and speak French. The whole lot seemed to suspect some evil design on my part, and I have never seen the one who told the story or the woman since, though I met their comrade afterwards. In enumerating the sources of his Gaelic stories, i.e. PXXiv, Campbell gives a West Country fisherman, B an old dame of 70, B.E. a pretty lass, or D. It is an old, wandering vagabond of a tinker who has no roof but the tattered covering of his tent. There he lies, an old man past 80 who has been a soldier and has never seen a school, too proud to beg, too old to work, surrounded by boxes and horn spoons, with shaggy hair and naked feet, as perfect a nomad as the wildest Lap or Arab in the whole world, etc. Campbell gives 4 stories of tinker origin, our nose. 7376. To them and to their tellers I shall revert in my introduction. Dr. F. Müller. In Beitrag zur Kenntnis der Rom, Sprache, Vienna, 1869, Dr. Friedrich Müller, the leading representative of linguistic ethnology, published 5 Hungarian Gypsy stories in the original Romani with an interlinear German translation. Taken down by Herr Fialowski from the recitation of a Hungarian gypsy soldier, Sipoch Jano, quartered at Vienna, these stories are wholly void of literary merit. They are rambling and disconnected, sometimes all but unintelligible, and often excessively gross. At the same time, they are genuine folk tales. The soldier was trying to remember stories he had heard, not weaving them out of his own imagination. 4 of them offer variants of gypsy stories in other collections, and of these 4 I give summaries on pp. 19, 34, 48, 74, and 208. The 5th, the Wallachian Gypsy, after 6 most Rabelaisian pages, passes on to a Tannhauser episode. For the gypsy, having murdered his father, plants on his grave the stick he killed him with. And that stick began to blossom. That son went about on his knees for 24 years, and carried water in his mouth. And every evening the tree blossomed, and every evening grew a red apple. And once the king came that way, and as he went to pluck an apple, "Stay," said the gypsy, "don't seize it so, but shake the tree, and then they will all turn into doves." The king shook the tree, and all the apples then turned into doves. Up they flew, and the poor son's father arose. The gypsy then goes in quest of the otter king Vidrisco Kirali. A king gives him a filly that can speak. On the way he is fed by a swineherd, 1 pail of wine and a whole swine and a nethered, an ox and 2 pails. He then meets a shepherd, overcomes a wether, and stabs the shepherd at his own request. Come to the Otter King, he eats his grapes, empties the biggest barrel of wine, wrestles with the Otter King on the golden bridge, and turns him into stone. He inquires of the king's daughter, "Where is thy father's strength?" "My father's strength is underneath the bridge. There is a besom, draw out a twig, and if thou with this wilt strike all the stones, then they will all turn into men." After trying once vainly to destroy him, the maiden pushes him into a fountain. But he ups with the fountain, and puts it and a tree under the window of a king, to whom he becomes turkey-keeper. A lady falls with child by him. He is caught, and there is a trial. She has had other lovers, and she is adjudged to him, to whom she shall throw a red apple. She throws it to the gypsy, so they marry and have children. A nightmare kind of story, this, which I can match from no other collection. Still, it offers numerous analogies. For example, for the apple tree, to Han, I, 70, and my number 17 for turning men into stone, to Han, i.e., 72, and i.e. 47 for the besom, to Han, i.e. 294, and for throwing the apple, to Han, I. 94, 10-4, and I. 56, also Bernhard Schmidt's Griechische Märchen, pp. 85, 228, and Reinhold Köhler in Orient und Occident, e.e. 34-6, Dr. Paspati. Alexander G. Paspati, M.D., who died at Athens in the Christmas week of 1891, practiced long as a doctor at Constantinople, and was an eminent Byzantine antiquary. His Études sur les Chignanes, aux Bohémiens de l'Empire Ottoman, 1870, 652 pp. It is largely based on Turkish gypsy folk tales, of which Dr. Paspati seems to have made a huge collection, but 6 only of which are published by him as an appendix PM 594629 in the original Romani with a French translation. 2 of these 6 stories, Bald Pate, number 2, and The Riddle, number 3, he got from a sedentary gypsy, Léon Zafiri, middle-aged by profession mower, musician, and storyteller. Gifted with a prodigious memory, this man has repeated to me a great number of folk tales, contes fabuleux, portions of which I have inserted in the text of my vocabulary. To test his memory, I have made him repeat some of these stories, and he has retold them word for word, making only very slight changes. During the long nights of winter, his brother gypsies invite him to tell his tales, which he also translates into Turkish with extreme facility. I have one whose recital would occupy 2 hours. These stories are very old. He has heard them from various members of his race, and has been able to retain them in his marvelous memory. I have written these stories at his dictation. I have several volumes of them among my papers. Several were told by his grandfather, long since dead, who was also a storyteller. In these stories, with their mixture of truth and fable, I have not hitherto met any token either of their Indian origin or of an ancient faith. I say that these stories are old, for one finds in them words such as Manghin, Shehi, etc., which today are quite forgotten by the Chinghianese. This illiterate man is not only familiar with the dialect of the sedentary gypsies, but he knows also that of the nomads, in whose midst he sings his songs and tells his stories. One is sorry to see a man of such intelligence, so superior to the mass of his race, dragging out a pitiful existence and clad in rags, ipi. 34-35. Paspati was, obviously, no folklorist. The folk tales to him were valuable solely as so much linguistic material. But every word almost of the above deserves the closest consideration. I have tried, but in vain hitherto, to recover some trace of those several volumes. Their destruction would be a grievous loss to the science of folklore. Still, from passages cited in the vocabulary, one can guess at in some cases, and in others actually identify, a portion of their contents. Thus, when one finds the sun said to her, "Thou art pretty, and thou art good, thou art not as pretty as Maklicha," puh. 5 one may feel sure that the Qinghianes must possess some such version of Grimm's Little Snow White, number 53. As Marietta et la Sorcière, Samaratre, in Carnoy and Nicolaides' traditions, Populaires de l'Agi Mineur 91, where the stepmother asks, not a mirror but the sun, "Hast thou seen any woman fairer than I?" And the son answers, "I am fair, thou art fair, but not so fair as Marietta." 3 passages point as clearly to Bernhard Schmidt's Die Schönste, Griechisch, Schämmerchen p. 88, or some other version of Beauty and the Beast. In those days there was a man with 3 daughters. In those days there was a man with 3 daughters. He said, "I am going to the city. I ask you what your souls desire me to bring you, pray." TP 394, the eldest daughter said, "O father, bring me 1,000 pieces of linen to make dresses of." P. 4110, and the middle daughter came and she said, "Bring me, O father, the heaven with the stars, the sea with the fishes, the forest with the flowers." Pan. 535. "My daughter, if your husband goes home and one of his people kisses him, he will forget you and you will remain in the forest. P. 555, must be an excerpt from a Forsaken Bride tale, and in he became a church, and the girl turned into a priest's. P. 5 Undero one recognizes a widespread episode which recurs in our number 34, Made Over to the Devil, and number 50, The Witch. Similarly, our number 21, The Deluded Dragon, a Bukowina Gypsy version of The Valiant Little Tailor, is foreshadowed by, "I am looking for the biggest mountain to seize you and fling you there, that not a bone of you may remain whole," on which Paspati observes that this story relates the combat of a young man with a dragon, and the speaker here is the young man P.T. 576. She stuck a pin in her head. As soon as she had done so, the young girl turned into a pretty and beautiful bird's. P. 512 may be matched from India, Infra, P. 271, and he gave the old man a feather and said to the old man, "Take it and carry it to the maiden. I will come when she burns it," is discussed on our P. 67. The beauty of the world, Ipi. 347, 511, 569 is familiar through Han, and with Han I. P. 90 compare. The mayor was pregnant, and his wife, the queen, also was pregnant. P. 95. The king said, "Come, my brother, and restore her to human shape," a story of a woman punished by being turned into an ass. On P. 351 must belong to a variant of our number 25, The Hen That Laid Diamonds, and our number 7, The Snake Who Became the King's Son-in-Law, is suggested by 2 passages on PP. 262-266, he said to his mother, "I want the king's daughter to wife, and how am I to plant trees and make them grow up and gather their fruits?" From a story in which, as the price of his daughter's hand, the father requires the suitor to plant trees in the morning and gather their fruits in the evening. One can almost reconstruct a story out of "We are 40 cats, 3 are black, 1 is white, ep-e, ep-e, ep-e-b, ep-e. 4-1 Ranvan. Very early we go to the bath and we strip ourselves naked. We take off our skins and we become human beings. A story of 40 pretty women turned into cats. P. 367 and when we are in the bath, take the skins and fling them in the fire. P. 368 cf. Also P. 537. That story should belong to the husk, myth, or swan maiden type, as should also perhaps this passage on P. 381. Why did you go off? There was a man. There was no man. A stick fell from the tree, a story in which a man surprises 3 maidens at the bath. 2 go off, but the third, whom the man is in love with, remains behind, and she holds this discourse with her sisters as they go home. Cats are pretty often referred to. For example, the cat found a shop where they sold honey. She dipped her tail in it and then rolled it in the ashes. P. 344. The cat sat down near them. She sees they are flinging away the precious stone with the guts of the fish that had swallowed it. P. 89. The queen said to the lame cat. P. 95. And the lame cat said to the lad, I'll give you a bit of advice. P. 245. To the same story, perhaps a version of the well-known silly women certainly belong. His wife said, Wait a bit till they put him in the coffin. P. 29.5. And they put him in the coffin. He rose up in the coffin, and his wife said, Hold, my husband who was in the coffin is alive. P. 227. And to the same story. Ali Baba, doubtfully these two passages. He packed the riches on his horses, and brought them at midnight to his house, and he became a rich man prey. 349. And he sat down and sewed up the belly of his brother, whom the robbers had killed. P. 422. Finally, some passages picked almost at random to illustrate the wealth of Paspati's collections are, on P. 472, he is the son of the king of the serpents. On P. 582, I pray you earnestly, O my wise king, have all the doors shut, and let no man come in, and none go out. Master Thief. On P. 95, the king of India said, I have no son. On P. 56.4, she went into the forest, she found a shepherd, and she changed clothes with the shepherd, and took the road, she went walking on a whole month. On P. 55, one taper burnt at her head, the other at her feet. A Sleeping Beauty story. On P. 170, I heard him, and I became a devil. On P. 302, she took a sword and an arrow, and set off. She did not wish anyone, even her sisters, to know of her departure. On P. 250, the girl dressed herself, mounted her horse, and took her sword. On P. 251, I become a bird for thee, O apple of my eyes. On P. 291, I shall become a swallow. I shall sit on thy neck to kiss the freckle upon thy cheek. On P. 259, said the lad, Who has taken my black bird? On P. 259, said the lad, Who has taken my black bird? On P. 356, they lay down. The lad placed the sword between himself and the maiden. Cf. Grimm's number 60, I 262. On P. 421, the old man said, I give you 40 days to find me. On P. 10, the ass said, All these years we have been with you, and to me you give bones to eat, and the dog has had to eat straw. And on P. 36-2, the dead man goes last, the Koja goes in front. They are not very lively reading, these little scraps. Still, they considerably extend our knowledge of Qinghane folk tales. Of the 6 stories given in full by Paspati, I have had to omit 2. One of these, told by Christian nomads in the mixed style, is mixed indeed, more incoherent than the tale of the great Panjandrum. As witness this sample, the godfather sees her with flowers on her head. Song. The wolf will eat the lamb, the wolf will eat the turkey, the cat hit the bear, a stranger was alarmed. The other story, told by one of the wild Zaparis, opens with a boon granted by an old man to the youngest of a king's 5 sons, to possess all the holes in the country. He went in the forest, he went, he found a hole, he stooped down over the hole. Come out of the hole, whoever is inside. A woman came out. He asked her, What are you doing down there? There are 2 wolves. I feed them. Feed them well. God be with you, and with you also. Again he went and went. He found a hole and stooped down over that hole. Come out of the hole. Out came a blackamoor, etc. It is not a bad opening, but the story wanders off into drivel and obscenity. Even of the 4 tales I do give, 1, the story of the bridge, is valuable solely for its theme. of the master builder Manoli and his wife. If it is as old as it is corrupt, it should be of hoary antiquity. But the three others are really good folk tales, versions of The Grateful Dead, Faithful John, and Campbell of Isles's Night of Riddles. As always, wherever possible, my translations are made direct from the original Romani. Dr. Barbu Constantinescu. Probe de limbus y literatura tiganilor din Romania by Dr. Barbu Constantinescu, Bucharest, 1878, EL 11.2 pp. Is an admirable collection of 75 Romani and Gypsy songs and 13 folk tales in the original Romani with a Romanian translation. The 13 tales were got from 13 different gypsies, and naturally they vary in merit, the best to my thinking being The Red King and the Witch, The Vampire, and The Prince and the Wizard. I have given 11 of them, with full annotations of The Stolen Ox and The Prince Who Ate Men. There are summaries on Peep, 66 and 219. Dr. Raude Barbu Constantinescu, who was latterly a professor at Craiova, is, I learn, dead. He must have known Romani thoroughly, and may have left large collections. Miklosic. Part 4. Of his great work, Über die Mundarten und die Wanderungen der Zigeuner Europas, Vienna, 1874, Dr. Franz von Miklosic published 15 gypsy folk tales and 9 songs from the Bukowina in the original Romani, with an interlinear Latin translation. They were collected by Professor Leo Kirillowicz of Czernowitz, but when, where, or from whom is not told, and they, alone of gypsy folk tales, have been utilized by M. Emmanuel Koskin to illustrate his admirable Comtesse de Lorraine, 2 vols, 1886. I have given them all in full except The Rivals, part only of which is cited under number 48, p. 181. Tropsin, The Enchanted City, and The Jealous Husbands are perhaps the best. The last has a special interest through its relation to Cymbeline. In his Beitrags zur Kenntnis der Zigeuner Mundarten Part 4, Vienna, 1878, Miklosic published 3 more folk tales communicated by Professor Kirillowicz, Herr J. Kluch, and Dr. M. Gaster. The first, A Lying Story from the Bukowina, number 35. The second, The Three Brothers from the Hungarian Carpathians, number 31. And the third, A Mere Fragment from Romania. This fragment is on the familiar theme of an emperor who till old age has had no heir. Then his empress bears him a son, but just as the child is being shown to the people, 2 eagles carry it off. "Men," cries the empress, "if you will find my boy, I will become your servant, to wait on you, to wash your feet, to drink the water they are washed in, to quit my greatness, to make you king in my stead, if only you will find my boy." After which the story becomes hopeless nonsense, then suddenly stops. I fancy the gypsy storyteller had got too drunk to continue. Wislocky. Märchen und Sagen der Transylvanischen Zigeuner, Berlin, 1886, 15-7 pages, by Dr. Heinrich von Wilislocki, differs from all other continental collections of Romani folk tales in this, that its 63 stories are published for their intrinsic interest, not solely as linguistic curiosities. They are given in German only, not in the original. Hence they are open to a suspicion of having been here and there touched up, a suspicion somewhat confirmed in the rare cases where the original is appended in a footnote, as on p. 88. They are interesting, but only as a restored building may be interesting, one doubts. One can never feel quite sure of anything. At the same time, I believe that such improvements apply solely to the language, not to the subject matter of these stories. Their general genuineness is attested by their occasional lacuna, as in Godfather Death, which is closely identical with Grimm's number 44, but lacks the entire episode of the sick princess. Besides, except that his work is dedicated to Liebrecht, Dr. von Wilislocki gives no indication of acquaintance with the subject of folk tales, whilst he has approved himself a master of Romani by his Grammar of the Dialect of the Transylvanian Gypsies, Leipzig, 1884. He tells us in the preface to his Märchen that for several months of the summer of 1883 he wandered with a band of tented gypsies through Transylvania and southeast Hungary, and that during his wanderings he collected these 63 stories, every one of which he was careful to verify from the lips of a second member of the race. His little work is easily accessible to every folklorist, so, to the folklorists, I leave the task of analyzing its stories in detail, premising merely that, like their predecessors, they offer numerous analogies to non-gypsy folk tales, but that 14 of them bear a distinctively gypsy character, especially Nos. 15, 24, 31, 36, 51, 55. Haltrich also gives some Transylvanian gypsy stories. Zur Volkskunde der Siebenbürgischen, Saxon, Vienna, 1885, and Vladislav Kornel, Ritter von Zielinski, contributed 4 Hungarian, gypsy ones to the Gypsy Lore Journal for April 1890 pp. 6573. Dr. R. von Soa, Die Mundart der Slowakischen, Ziegoner Göttingen, 1887, by Dr. Rudolf von Soa of Brunn, is based on 19 Slovak gypsy stories which he collected at Teplitz in 1884-85, and 9 of which are given in the original Romani without a translation. Dr. von Soa also contributed 4 gypsy folktales, Slovak and Moravian, to the Gypsy Lore Journal, and the Bohemian gypsy story of the 3 dragons he sent me in manuscript. His stories have a high value for the purposes of comparison, but are inferior as stories to those of several other collections. I have given 8 of them, Nos. 12, 19, 22, 41, 42, 44, 60. Dr. Kopernicki, Isidor Kopernicki, M.D., 1825-91, published in 1872 a German monograph on gypsy craniology, and, called from Bucharest to Krakow in 1870, collected 30 Polish gypsy folk tales in 1875-77. A year or 2 before his death, he put out a prospectus of a projected work on Romani stories and songs, with a French translation, but the work never found a publisher. 6, however, of his stories appeared in the Gypsy Lore Journal and are reproduced here, Nos. 45-50. They are one and all so admirable as stories and valuable as folklore that I cannot but hope some folklore society or some individual folklorist may purchase and publish the entire collection. Madame Kopernicki, I believe, is still a resident of Krakow. John Roberts. 20 to 30 years ago, I knew hundreds of gypsies in most parts of England and Wales. But the Romani dialect was in those days my all-in-all. I would walk or ride 30 miles and feel richly rewarded if I came back with 2 or 3 new words, such as mormusi, midwife, or taltoraro, crow. I knew little or nothing about folklore, and cared less. The few stray odds and ends of it that I picked up among the people are scattered mostly through my in-gypsy tents, Edinby. At Virginia Water in 1872, I remember old Mattie Cooper telling me how the place went about calling out, "I'm the king of the fishes," which was why her mouth was made crooked CFF. Grimm's number 172, The Soul, and from a Boswell Inn, I think, 1875, I got the lying story of Happy Boswell, which I give here, number 36. But my one great find was my lighting on the Welsh. Gypsy harper John Roberts, 1815-94, of Newtown in Montgomeryshire. In Gypsy Tents contains a great deal about him and by him, EIP. 78 H1 94 99 149-58, 9726, 2692782 sec 9274, 29270 70 70 70 77. Here, then, it may suffice to say that, though not a full-blooded gypsy, he could speak Romani, yes, and write Romani, as no other gypsy I have ever met at home or on the continent. I know, indeed, of no other instance where the teller of folk tales has also been able himself to transcribe them. He wrote out for me the 2 long folk tales reprinted here, Nos. 54 and 55, and he had a wealth of others. I fear that many of them have perished with him. He was one of the finest of Welsh harpers. He spoke Welsh, English, and Romani with equal fluency, and he was a man besides of rare intelligence. His tales, he would have it, were all derived from the Arabian Nights, leastwise if it was not from my poor old mother, or else from my grandmother, and she was a wonderful woman for telling stories. Mr. John Sampson. I may regret my own missed opportunities the less, as English and Welsh gypsy folk tales have found at length an ideal collector in my friend, Mr. John Sampson, the librarian of University College, Liverpool. No man could be better equipped for the task than he, as the 19 stories here of his collecting will amply prove. Long a master of English Romani, he has also during the last few years been making a profound study of the Deep's Welsh dialect, the best preserved of all the gypsy dialects with the doubtful exception of that of the Turkish Cinghiane. His promised work on the subject is anxiously looked for. But more than this, he possesses the rare gift of being able to take down a story in the very words, the very accents even, of its teller. Hundreds of times have I listened to gypsies talk, and in these stories of his I seem to hear it again. A phonograph could not reproduce it more faithfully. His Tales in a Tent, Gypsy Lore Journal, April 1892, pp. 99-219, contained in a charming setting, from which, indeed, it has seemed a sin to wrench them, the 3 English gypsy stories of Bobby Rag, De Little Fox, and De Little Bull Calf, given here as Nos. 51, 53. They were got near Liverpool, the midder one from Wasty Gray, and the 2 others from her husband, Johnny Gray, who also told Mr. Sampson the story of the horse that coined golden guineas. Then in 1896 from Matthew Wood, felling trees upon Cader Idris, and in 1897 from Cornelius Price in Lancashire, Mr. Who, or Dasson. Sampson heard 27 Welsh gypsy stories, about which he writes thus in letters. On the slopes of Cader I have labored for days together, taking down these things in a sort of frenzy. No work could be more exhausting. To note every accent, to follow the story, and to keep the wandering wits of my Romani raconteur to the point, all helped to make it trying work. For days together I have heard no English spoken, the woods always talking Romani and the Gentiles Welsh. It is as well I did so at the time, for Matthew Wood has cleared his mountain of trees and departed God knows whither. 3 journeys into Wales, and many letters to post offices and police stations have failed to find him, nor can I chance upon his mother again. Matthew got these stories from his grandmother, Black Ellen, who, he says, knew 200 stories, many of them so long that their narration occupied 4 or 5 hours. In listening to these tales, I think what struck me most was the severity of their style, reminiscent of Paspati's and other continental collections. A single word serves often as a sentence. Chalet, they ate, rati, it was night. The latter beats for compression the Virgilian nox erat. I have added lately to my tales to the number of 5 or 6, taken down chiefly in English from a South Welsh gypsy named Cornelius Price. I have Cornelius's pedigree somewhere among my papers. The Prices are a South Wales family, not of the purest descent, who entered Wales from Hereford some generations ago. Some of them intermarried with the Ingrams. Cornelius is a son of Amos Price, from whom my old tinker Murray got most of his Romani lore, including the version of the old ballad Lord Barnard and Little Musgrave, which I sent to McRitchie, and which he sent to Professor Child. It has beautiful lines like, "She lifted up his dying head and kissed his cheek and chin side by side with others like, and when he came to his brother dear, he was in a hell of a fright." It is printed in Child's collection. Cornelius got his stories from Nebuchadnezzar Price, his uncle. I met him at Wavertree near Liverpool, but he has since left for Chester Way, returning south. He is a man of middle age, or rather younger perhaps, say 35, a pleasant harum-scarum fellow. His younger brother, he tells me, knows many more tales than he himself, some of the best tales Price forgets, or only remembers interesting fragments, such as a story of a bull who fights a bee and twerry. What? If he conquers, he tells the hero, the stream will flow down to him blood one side only, but if he is defeated, blood each side. The bull is defeated, and following his instructions, the hero cuts a thong from his tail upwards, finds in his body a sword of swiftness, and makes a belt of the hide. Of what tale is this? A fragment? Cornelius assures me that his youngest brother knows 30 to 50 very long tales. Had I time, I believe I could collect hundreds of such tales from English and Welsh gypsies. 3 or 4 years ago I found myself in a library, I would not for worlds say where, alone with a complete set of the 40 reports of the Challenger expedition. I drew out a volume reverently. Its pages had never been opened. Tastes differ, and I own that myself I should be quite as much interested by the discovery, say, of a Welsh gypsy version of the Grateful Dead, as by 800 and odd pages on the abdominal secretions of the lower gasteropoda. Nay, I would even venture to suggest that a fraction, a very small fraction of the money yearly devoted to the endowment of research by government, by our colleges, and by individual generosity, might well be apportioned to the collecting and preserving of English and Welsh gypsy folk tales. Every year will make the task harder, but, as it is, I believe Mr. E. Sampson could bag the whole lot in a couple of 3-month summer holidays. Holidays, quotha! I wonder what Mr. Sampson would say to my notion of holidays. Campbell of Islay. Of the 4 stories which I cite, number 73-76 from J. F. Campbell's Popular Tales of the West Highlands, 4 vols. 1860-62, 3 were told by John MacDonald, traveling tinker, and the 4th by his old father. John, Hector Urquhart writes, wanders all over the Highlands and lives in a tent with his family. He can neither read nor write. He repeats some of his stories by heart fluently and almost in the same words. I have followed his recitation as closely as possible, but it was exceedingly difficult to keep him stationary for any length of time. To which Campbell himself adds, the tinker's comments on the brown bear of the Green Glen I got from the transcriber. John himself is a character. He is about 50 years of age. His father, an old soldier, is alive and about 80, and there are numerous younger branches, and they were all encamped under the root of a tree in a quarry close to Inverary at Easter 1859. The father tells many stories, but his memory is failing. The son told me several, and I have a good many of them written down. They both recite. They do not simply tell the story, but act it with changing voice and gesture, as if they took an interest in it and entered into the spirit and fun of the tale. They belong to the race of Cairds, and are as much nomads as the gypsies are. The father, to use the son's expression, never saw a school. He served in the fortitude in his youth. One son makes horn spoons and does not know a single story. The other is a sporting character, a famous fisherman who knows all the lochs and rivers in the Highlands, makes flies, and earns money in summer by teaching southerns to fish. His ambition is to become an underkeeper's, D74. There are 3 points to be specially noticed here. First, if I mistake not, these 2 tinkers, father and son, are the only Gaelic storytellers whom Campbell describes as reciting and acting their stories. He repeats the same of the son in a passage which I quote on p. 288. Secondly, the father told many stories, but one does not learn what they were, except that Campbell got from him a version of Ocean After the Fiend G. 1006, that the son argued points in the story of Conall Crovy's eye. 14.2, and that he knew the story of the shifty lad, though not well enough to repeat it, I. 3.5 to re, many stories should mean more than these 3 in the 4 of our text. Lastly, these MacDonalds are said to belong to the race of Cairds, and to be as much nomads as the Gypsies are. But the question arises, are they not gypsies, or half-breed gypsies, or quarter-breed gypsies at any rate? To the Gypsy Lord Journal for January 1891, pp. 319 tutti, D. Ferren ranking, 100. D. contributed this paper, Boat-Dwelling Tinkers. I spent the month of August this year, 1890, at Creenan Harbour in Argyllshire, and there came for a few moments across a family of tinklers who are, I fancy, worth following up for the sake of getting from them a stock of words. I was one morning on my way to the post office at Creenan, and lying at the slip in front of the office I saw a good-sized boat which I knew did not belong to the place. I crossed the road and went down to see who the owners were. To my surprise, I found they were a party of tinklers. On questioning them, they told me that they always went about in this manner, sailing from place to place on the west coast and among the islands, and making and mending pots and pans. They had just put in for provisions, and were on the point of sailing for Scarborough. The boat was a good-sized fishing smack, 3/4-decked, rigged, if I remember rightly, with a big lug sail and jib, and a small lug aft, but on this point I am not quite certain. The party consisted of 3 men and 2 women, with 2 or 3 children. They were stunted in appearance, and quite young, the women reddish-haired, the men rather darker. On a venture, I asked whether they spoke Shelta, as I was anxious to learn something of this language, of which I knew nothing. One of the men said that they did speak it, and, on being questioned, gave the names of several common objects mentioned by me. Unfortunately, I had neither pencil nor paper with me, and was therefore unable to make any notes, and, the words being entirely strange to me, I could not retain them. "The only word I can remember is Yergan Tin," one of the men suddenly said. "But we have another language which I do not think anyone knows but ourselves. It is not in any books." "What do you call a boats in your language?" I said. To my great astonishment, he replied, "Barrow." On my then asking for the words for man, woman, and child, he gave mush, or gero, monisha, and chavo. Feeling now tolerably sure of my ground, I said, "Custo bero se duvo." He stared at me as if I had been a ghost, and on my continuing with a few more words, he called to one of the women in the boat and said, "Come here, I never saw anything like this. Here is a gentleman who knows our language as well as we know it ourselves." I continued asking the names of various common objects, such as fire, water, the names of animals, parts of the body, etc., and soon noticed that for each they had 2 or 3 names, one being always good, Romanis, the other, I presume, Shelta. But my surprise was greatest when, on asking the name for a hen, the answer was Morgi, and then, as an afterthought, Kani. Now, can anyone tell me where they got this word Morgi from? I have never met with it among any Romani folki of my acquaintance, but know it only as the common Hindustani name for a fowl. Is it an old word which has been lost by others but retained by this family, or have they picked it up from someone of their number who has been in India soldiering? Another surprise was in store for me. On asking them where they got this language from, one of the men said, "We got it from our grandfather." He could speak it much better than we can, and then volunteered the information that this grandfather was a keeper to the Duke of Argyll, and had supplied Campbell of Islay with many of the Scialach Dan in his Highland tales. This must be either the John MacDonald, travelling tinker, referred to by Mr. McRitchie in his article on the Irish tinkers and their language, Octay, 1889, p. 354, or a relation of his. An account of this family will be found in the notes to the tale of the Brown Bear of the Green Glen, Popular Tales, Volume I, pp. 174-175. It mentions that the father had served in the 42nd. Had he brought back this word morgie with him from India? One of the sons is mentioned as being a keen sportsman. No hint is given, however, of their knowing any language but Gaelic. It would probably have astonished Campbell of Islay to find that they were masters of 4 tongues, Gaelic, Shelta, English, and Romanus. It may be noticed that the accounts of occupation do not quite tally, as these tinklers distinctly stated that their grandfather was one of Argyll's keepers. I should like to know whether any of the sons did actually hold such a post. This is all I could learn in an interview of, at the most, 20 minutes. Dr. Ranking, my friend, for a quarter of a century has a thorough knowledge of Romani. I would trust his judgment as I would trust my own. I have never myself come across any tinklers of the West Coast, but I have met scores in the Lothians and in the border country, and my observations on these tally closely with Dr. Ranking's. The lowland tinklers have little or nothing of the gypsy type, though they have a marked type of their own, a bleached, washed-out mongrel type. Their language has sunk to a mere gibberish, without the least trace of inflection, as different from the Welsh gypsy dialect as Pidgin English from the English of Tennyson. Nonetheless, side by side with such thieves' cant as mort, woman, dell, girl, bin lightment, daylight, ruffy, devil, and patrie, clergyman, that gibberish contains 200 or 300 good enough Romani words as churi, knife, drome, road, pawnee, water, gad, shirt, and dustalovo, plenty money. Nay, a curious point is that it retains a few Romani words which have been almost or wholly lost in the English and Welsh gypsy dialects. Shukar, beautiful, harrow, sword, Christi, soldier, kalshez, breeches, and poiski, gun. On the other hand, Scottish thieves' cant shows a much larger admixture of words of Romani origin than does the English. We possess no early specimens of Scottish Romani, but Scotland, 2 centuries since, would seem to have had as true gypsies as any Stanleys or Boswells or Herons south of the border. But the persecution of the race as a race lasted 100 years longer in Scotland than in England, and it is probable that, whilst many of its chief members were hanged or drowned or transported to America, others fled southward. One finds today the Gaelic Gilderoy Red Lad, a Christian name among English gypsies, and such surnames as Bailey, Gregory, and Marshall. Those who remained behind must have intermarried largely with Scottish vagrants, Irish vagrants, gangrel bodies generally. The gypsy stream broadened out and became correspondingly shallow. Nowadays, then, it is difficult to say of the Fabliths, Tates, Norrises, Baileys, Douglases, or any other of the tinklers I have met, whether they are more gypsies or Gentiles. English gypsies assuredly would not regard them as gypsies. Still, they have all a dash of the gypsy, stronger or weaker, and with these boat-dwelling tinklers whom Dr. Ranking describes, the dash was decidedly stronger. There can hardly be any doubt that the grandfather whom they spoke of as a keeper to the Duke of Argyll was John MacDonald the Younger, who at Inverary in 1859 had an ambition to become an underkeeper. Cunavine. Lastly, in the Gypsy Lore Journal for April and July 1890 were 2 long articles by Dr. A. B. Elisieff, Cunavine's Materials for the Study of the Gypsies, According to these, Michael Ivanovich Kunevin, 1820-18, studied medicine at Moscow, and then having passed as doctor, for the 35 years 1841-76, wandered from gypsy camp to gypsy camp in Europe, Northern Africa, and Asia. 8 of those years were passed amongst the gypsies of Germany, Austria, southern France, Italy, England, and Spain, 12 amongst those of Asia Minor, Armenia, Mesopotamia, Kurdistan, Iran, Hindustan, and the Deccan, 10 amongst Russian gypsies, and then from the Caucasus the indefatigable traveler followed the transition of the European gypsies into those of Kurdistan, and all along the Ural Mountains into those of Central Asia and Turan, on this occasion revisiting India and the ranges of Tian Shan and the Himalayas. Meanwhile, he collected an immense store of materials consisting of 23 tales, 80 traditions and legends, 62 rich. In the ancient legends, the mythological elements assert themselves most strongly, and the characteristic features of the Hindu mythology are there so evident that even the names in these tales recall the analogous divinities of the Hindu theology. These are Bharami, the proto-divinity, Jandra, the sun god, Laki, Mata, Anramori, and others, in which one cannot fail to recognize the Hindu Brahma, Indra, Lakshmi, Mata, Prithik, Earth Mother, as well as the Zendic name of Ahriman. In the traditions and historical narratives, one meets with classic names of towns known to the Greek geographers, such as Batala, Porini, Espadi, Rikoi, Bikin, and Babili, in which it is not difficult to recognize the ancient towns Batala, Pura, Aspadana, Ispahan, Raga, Bekind, and Babylon, cited by Arrian and other historians and geographers. These are the merest pickings from Dr. Kunevin's colossal collections, which perished, alas, with him somewhere in Siberia, and are known to us only through an elaborate abstract drawn up in 1878 by Dr. Elisiev, since himself also dead. First printed in the Transactions of the Russian Geographical Society, 1882, that abstract, thanks to Dr. Kopernicki, appeared in English in the Gypsy Lore Journal, where it occupied 25 pages. It was quite right it should appear there. Still, I cannot feel absolutely certain that there ever was any Dr. Kunevin at all. If there was, I am certain that 9/10 of the discoveries claimed for him are the merest moonshine. To maintain that the gypsies of England, France, Spain, and Italy arrived at their present habitats from Africa by way of Sicily is, as has been shown, to evince a crass ignorance of the Romani language. Equally absurd is it to maintain that every gypsy dialect contains a large number of words of non-Aryan origin. Aramaic, Semitic, and even Mongol words form 25% of the gypsy vocabulary taken in its largest sense, for this implies that Aramaic is non-Semitic, as though one should speak of Gaelic and Celtic, or of German and Teutonic. Again, what of the sketch map according to which Dr. Kunevin seems to have found fragmentary and confused traces of a primitive mythology somewhere about Newtown in Montgomeryshire and round the Cambridgeshire Wash? Newtown is a Welsh gypsy centre. I had shown it be such in 1880, but unquestionably its gypsies would have retained some recollection of a visit from a mysterious Romani-speaking foreigner, even after the lapse of 30 or 40 years. Theory as to gypsy folk tales. So there the folklorists have all that is essential, or rather all that I can give of the essential, for the right understanding of the following 76 folk tales. And there I should have been quite content to leave them, did I not wish to disavow the theory imputed to me mistakenly by my friend, Mr. Joseph Jacobs. In his More English Fairy Tales, 1894, p. 232, he speaks of Mr. Hindes Groome's contention in Transactions Folklore Congress for the diffusion of all folk tales by means of gypsies as colporteurs. The paper I read before the Folklore Congress of 1891 was not on folk tales at all, but on English popular superstitions. I certainly never contended that their diffusion was solely due to the gypsies. Whilst, as to gypsy folk tales, the first thing I ever wrote about them was 43 lines in the Encyclopedia Britannica, Vol. X, 1879 p. 615, which, with but 40 stories to go by, concluded, "At present our information is far too scanty to warrant any definite conclusion, but could it once be shown that the Asiatic possessed the same stories as the European gypsies, it might be necessary to admit that Europe owes a portion of its folklore to the gypsies." And the last thing I wrote on the subject was 27 lines in Chambers's Encyclopedia, Vol. Ave. 1892 p. 489, and they wound up. According to Benfey, Reinhold Köhler, Ralston, Koskin, Clouston, and other folklorists, most of the popular stories of Europe are traceable to Indian sources. But how? By what channels? One channel, perhaps, was the gypsies, gypsy variants. That 7 years ago was my theory, if it may be dignified with so high-sounding a title, and that is my theory still. And it seems to me even now that, though now we possess 160 gypsy folk tales, our store is still far too scanty to warrant any definite conclusion. We want the unpublished materials of Passepartout and Copernicus. We want Dr. von Soa and Mr. Sampson to complete their collections. And we want, too, the gypsy folk tales, if such there be, of Spain, Portugal, Brazil, the Basque Country, Italy, Alsace, Germany, Scandinavia, Russia, and Greece. Above all, of Africa and Asia. If a word like pani, water, is found in every gypsy dialect from Persia to South America, from Finland to Egypt, one reasonably regards it as a true Romani word, as one that the gypsies have brought from their eastern home. Similarly, if a folk tale could be shown to have an equally wide distribution among the gypsies, we might reasonably believe that the gypsies had brought it with them. But at present we know of no such wide distribution. We have 5 gypsy versions of The Master Thief Knows, 11, 12, 1 from Romania, 2 from Hungary, and 2 from Wales, and 2 of the cognate story Tropson Knows, 27, 28, from the Bukowina and Wales. We have 2 of The Vampires, number 5. Romanian and Hungarian, 3 of The Bad Mother Knows. 8, 9, Romanian, Bukowinian, and Hungarian, 2 of Mary's Son Knows. 20, 58, Bukowinian and Welsh, 3 of It All Comes to Light's Knows. 17, 18, 19, Bukowinian, Romanian, and Slovak, 2 of The Rich and the Poor Brothers Knows. 30, 31. Bukowinian and Hungarian, 3 of The Robber Bridegroom, number 47. Polish, Hungarian, and Welsh, 3 of The Master Smith Knows. 59, 60 Welsh, Catalonian, and Slovak, 2 of The Golden Bush and The Good Hare's Nose. 49, 75 Polish and Scotch, and 4 of The Deluded Dragon Nose. 21, 20 Bukowinian, Slovak, Transylvanian, and Turkish. It is something to have established this much, and it will be seen how enormously Mr. Sampson has extended the area of gypsy folk tales since 1896. But it still needs much greater extension. Unique features. An absolutely unique story or incident is a very rare find in folklore. A few stories in the present collection I have not been able to match, for example, The 3 Princesses and The Unclean Spirits, number 10. The Red King and the Witch, 14. The Prince and the Wizards, 15. Pretty Face, 29. A Girl Who Was Sold to the Devil, 46. And The Black Dog of the Wild Forest, 72. Then, as to incidents, I have met with no non-gypsy parallel to the somersault that in gypsy stories almost invariably precedes a transformation, cf. Footnote 2 on p. 16. I have met with none to the striking ordeal in Mare's Son number 20. He went to his brothers. "Good day to you, brothers. You fancied I should perish. If you acted fairly by me, toss your arrows up in the air, and they will fall before you. But if unfairly, then they will fall on your heads." All four tossed up their arrows, and they stood in a row. His fell right before him, and theirs fell on their heads, and they died. The seer's number 23 offers a variant, and he said, "Good day to you, brothers. You fancied I had perished. You have pronounced your own doom. Come out with me and toss your swords up in the air. If you acted fairly by me, it will fall before you, but if unfairly, it will fall on your head." The three of them tossed up their swords, and that of the youngest fell before him, but theirs fell on their head, and they died. Then there is the fine conception, of frequent occurrence in Willis Lockie's Transylvanian gypsy stories, that the sun in the morning sets forth as a little child, by noon has grown to a man, and comes home at eventide, weary, old, and gray. And this again from The Hen That Laid Diamonds is number 25. The emperor there was dead, and they took his crown and put it in the church. Whosever head the crown falls on, he shall be emperor. And men of all ranks came into the church, and the three boys came. And the eldest went before, and slipped into the church, and the crown floated on to his head. "We have a new emperor." They raised him shoulder high, and clad him in royal robes. The episode is reminiscent of Excalibur in the old Arthurian legend. The story in which it occurs is identical with Hans number 36, but there the episode is wholly wanting. The multiplication of such seemingly unique gypsy stories and incidents would certainly favor a belief in the originality of the gypsies, would suggest that some at least of their stories are at first hand, and not derived from Greeks, Romans, Slavs, Teutons, or Celts. Still, nothing would surprise me less than to come on non-gypsy versions of one or all of these stories or incidents. The great mass of the collection can be paralleled from Grimm, Asbjörnsen, Hahn, Campbell, Koskin, etc. Thus, my number 63 is Grimm's Our Lady's Child. Number 3, number 57, His Youth Who Went Forth to Learn What Fear Was. Number 4, number 2, His Faithful John. Number 6. Number 21, His Valiant Little Tailor. Number 20, number 38, His Devil with the Three Golden Hairs. Number 29, number 47, His Robber Bridegroom. Number 40. Number 70, His Frederick and Catherine. Number 59. Number 25, His Two Brothers. Number 60. Number 68, His Little Peasants. Number 61. Number 59, His Brother Lustig's. Number 81. And Old Man Made Young Again. Number 47, number 32, His King of the Golden Mountains. Number 92, number 17, His Three Little Birds. Number 96, Nose. 55 and 73, His Water of Lives. Number 97, number 43, His Skillful Huntsman. Number 111, number 25, His Ferdinand the Faithful. Number 126, number 45's, His Shoes That Were Danced to Pieces. Number 133, Nos. 20 and 58, His Strong Hanses. Number 166, and Nos. 11 and 12, His Master Thief. Number 19, Tweedoth. Besides which, His Cinderella. Number 21, Godfather Death. Number 44, and The Soul. Number 72 are known to be current among the gypsies. The gypsies, then, by the showing even of our present meager store of gypsy folk tales, have over 10% of Grimm's entire collection. Which are the better? The gypsy versions or the non-gypsy versions can only be definitely determined when we can feel pretty sure of possessing the best gypsy versions procurable. Take, for example, our story of The Vampires, number 5. the wretched Hungarian gypsy version of Dr. Friedrich Müller, 1869, could not for a moment compare with Ralston's fine Russian story of the fiend, but the Romanian gypsy version of Barbu Constantinescu, 1878, quite well can. The standard of gypsy folk tales should clearly be taken from the best, not the poorest specimens, and the standard by that rule is high. Indeed, The Red King and the Witch, to me, appears as good as anything in the whole field of folklore, and Ashipelt, The Jealous Husband, and half a dozen more of my collection seem only less good than it. But, of course, one's own geese are all swans, literary sources. A curious point about these gypsy stories is that in 3 or 4 of them one recognizes an incident or a whole plot which, unless it be gypsy, the gypsies would seem to have derived from books. Here, for instance, are 2 parallel passages from number 110 of the Gesta Romanorum, and from the Bukowina gypsy story of the Seers, number 23, Gesta, Gypsy tale. Where to bend his steps he knew. The youngest went into the woods not but arising and fortifying, and he was hungry, and he found in himself with the sign of the apple tree with apples, and he ate cross. He walked along a certain an apple and 2 stags' horns path until he reached a deep grue. And he said, What God has river over which he must pass? Given me I will bear. And he went. But he found it so bitter and hot onward, and crossed a stream, and that it even separated the flesh fell away from him, and from the bones. Full of grief he kept saying, What God has conveyed away a small quantity of given me I will bear. Thanks be to that water, and when he had God. And he went further, and proceeded a little further, found another apple tree, and he hungry. A tree upon which hung said, I will eat 1 more apple, the most tempting food, incited even though 2 more horns shall him to eat. He did so, and grow. When he ate it, the horns immediately became a leper. He dropped off, and he went further, gathered also a little of and again found a stream, and he fruit, and conveyed it with him. Said God, the flesh has fallen. After traveling for some time, he from me, now my bones will waste, arrived at another stream, whose away. But even though they do, yet virtue was such that it restored will I go. And he crossed the flesh to his feet, and eating stream, his flesh grew fairer than of a second tree. He was cleansed ever of his leprosy. Which is the better here, the nearer the original, the Gestae of the Romans, or that of the Romanis? It is hard to determine, but of this I feel pretty sure that, if anyone were asked to say which of these 2 passages was monkish and which gypsy, he would decide wrongly. There is such a tone of pious fortitude about the seer. The Welsh gypsy story of the 3 wishes. Number 65 looks as though it were taken straight from Giambattista Basile's tale of Peruonto I. 3 in the Pentamerone, 1637, a none too accessible work, one would fancy, and a tale that has not passed into popular folklore. Then there is the fine Bukowina gypsy story of The Jealous Husband, number 33, derived apparently from the novella I. 9 of Boccaccio's Decameron, 1358, the prototype of Shakespeare's Cymbeline. Except that the gypsy story is localized on the Danube, the plot is almost identical. The wager, the chest, the theft of the ring, the mole. It sounds unlikely that gypsies, the most illiterate race in Europe, should have enriched their stock of folk tales from Boccaccio. Still, that is how folklorists would probably account for the identity of the 2 stories, if those stories stood alone. But they do not. There are also 4 folk tales at least to account for: Romanian, German, Scottish Gaelic, and Irish Gaelic. And Campbell's Gaelic story of the chest, whilst like Boccaccio's, is in some points still liker that of the Bukowina gypsies. On the whole, it seems easier to suppose that Boccaccio got his story directly or indirectly from the gypsies than that they got theirs from Boccaccio. But gypsies, it will be urged, were unknown in Italy in Boccaccio's day. That is by no means so certain. There was the Comodromos with the blind yellow dog who came from Italy in 544 A.D., and there was the Neapolitan painter Antonio Solario Lo Zingaro, who was born about 1382. And even though Boccaccio himself could never have seen gypsies, many of his countrymen must have come across them outside of Italy, in Greece, in Corfu, in Crete, and in other parts of the Levant. Questions of date. Sometimes, however, a date does seem to preclude the notion that the dissemination of this or that folktale can have been due to gypsies. The Grateful Dead, the first of our collection, is a case in point. The Turkish gypsy version is excellent, as good indeed as any known to me, but the story seems to have been current in England as early, at any rate, as 1420, the date assigned to the metrical romance of Sir Amadis. Again, according to Mr. Jacob's More Celtic Fairy Tales, p. 229, the most curious and instructive parallel to Campbell's West Highland tale of Mac Ian Dirich, our number 75, is that afforded by the Arthurian romance of Walwain or Gawain, now only extant in Dutch, which, as Professor W. P. Kerr has pointed out in Folklore v21, exactly corresponds to the popular tale, and thus carries it back in Celtdom to the early 12th century at the latest. Only, how from Celtdom has the story wandered to the Polish gypsies of Galicia, whose tale of the golden bush and the good hare? Number 49 is clearly identical. Indian parallels. I raise these objections myself, knowing that, if I did not, someone else would certainly do so, with the gleeful remark, "Down goes the silly theory of the dispersion of folk tales by gypsies." By no means necessarily. The theory may be inapplicable in these and in other cases, but what will the folklorists make of another Polish gypsy story, the tale of a foolish brother and of a wonderful bush, number 45? Of it we find a variant in the Welsh gypsy story of The Dragon, number 61, and a most unmistakable version in the Indian fairy tale of The Monkey Prince, Maeve Stokes, number 10, p. 41. The connection, indeed, between the gypsy and the Indian folk tale seems scarcely less obvious than that between Pani, water, in Romani, and Pani, water, in Hindustani. This, I think, must be granted, but what, then, of the non-gypsy versions cited on p. 161 from Russia, Norway, and Sicily? Or take the Turkish gypsy story of Bald Pate number 2? It is identical on the one hand with Grimm's Faithful John number 6, and many more European versions, and, on the other hand, with the latter half of Fakir Chand, Lal Bahari Day's folk tales of Bengal, pp. 3952. Is it not possibly the link between them? And may not similar links be discernible in these 8 parallels, where the notes on the gypsy tales will supply the exact references: Indian, Gypsy, European. 1. The son of 7, the bad mother, no, the blue belt mothers, etc., 8, etc., Norse, etc. 2. The boy with the moon, it all comes to light Grimm's 3 little on his forehead, etc. Number 17, etc., birds, etc. 3. Prince Lionheart, Ray's son. Number 20, Grimm's strong Hans, etc., etc. 4. Valiant Vicky, the deluded dragon, Grimm's valiant brave weaver, etc. Number 21, etc. Little Tailor, etc. 5. The 2 brothers, the hen that laid Grimm's 2 brothers, etc. Diamonds, number 25, p. or etc. 6. The weaver as Vishnu, the winged hero, number, Andersen's Flying, Sansk 26, Trunk, etc. 7. The Two Borts, etc. The Rich and the Poor, Grimm's Two Brother, number 30. Travelers, etc. 8. Story cited by The Witch, number 50. Pasquin's Chatte Ralston, etc. Blanche, etc. There is also a frequent identity of incident in Gypsy and Indian folk tales. Thus, in the Hungarian Gypsy version of The Vampires, number 5, the king sends his coachman to pluck the flower that has grown from the maiden's grave. The coachman cannot, but the king himself can, and takes the flower home. Just so the Belle Princess, thrown into a well, turns into a lotus flower, which recedes from the villager who tries to pluck it, but floats into the prince's hand. Maeve Stokes's Indian Fairy Tales, p. 145, also p. 10. Fruits causing pregnancy are common in Gypsy as in Indian folk tales, cff. Notes to number 6, and God sends St. Peter with them in the former, just as Mahadeo does an old fakir in the latter. The Sleeping Beauty in The Winged Hero, number 26, lies lifeless on the bed and is awakened only by the removal of the candle from her head in The Boy with the Moon on His Forehead. Lal Behari Day's Folk Tales of Bengal, p. 251. It is two little sticks of gold and silver that revive the suspended animation of the young lady sleeping on the golden bedstead. The rescue of the eaglets from the dragon in Mare's Son number 20 exactly matches the rescue of the two birds from the huge serpent in the Bengal story of Prince Sober, p. 34. And the princess in the tree in that same Bengal story, p. 26, comes very near the wife in the oak in the Polish Gypsy Tale of a Girl Who Was Sold to the Devil, number 46. The Robbers in a Moravian Gypsy Story, number 43. Break through the wall of a castle like the robbers of Scripture and of Indian folk tales, and one very curious feature, which we can trace across 2 continents, is the feather, hair, or wing of a bird, beast, or insect, the burning of which, or sometimes the mere thinking on which, summons its former possessor to the hero's aid. It occurs in this passage from an unpublished Turkish gypsy story, Paspati, p. 523. He gave the old man a feather, and he said to the old man, "Take it and carry it to your daughter, and if she puts it in the fire, I will come." It occurs, too, in the Romanian gypsy story of the 3 princesses and the unclean spirits, number 10, in the Bukowina gypsy story of the enchanted cities, number 32, and in the Polish gypsy tale of a girl who was sold to the devil, number 46, Nice 2. It is by no means a common feature in Western folklore, but it occurs in Basile's Pentameron, Iv 3, and in the Irish story of The Weaver's Son and the Giant of the White Hills, Curtin, pp. 6477. The hero gets a bit of wool from the ram, a bit of fin from the salmon, and a feather from the eagle, with injunctions to take them out when in any difficulty, and so summon all the rams, salmon, or eagles of the world to his assistance. As I show in the notes to number 46, the idea is of frequent occurrence in the folk tales of the Levant and of India. In Mrs. Steele's Wide Awake Stories, p. 32, the demon says to the faithful prince, "Take this hair with you, and, when you need help, burn it. Then I will come immediately to your assistance." And in the Arabian Nights, conclusion of the story of the ladies of Baghdad, the Jinni gives the first lady a lock of her hair and says, "When thou desirest my presence, burn a few of these hairs, and I will be with thee quickly, though I should be beyond Mount Kaf." The list, I expect, of identical plots and incidents could be largely extended even from my collection by M. Cosquin or anyone else well versed in Indian folklore. Yet, as it stands, that list goes some way to corroborate my theory. One obvious objection may be anticipated. A folk tale as told today in India need not be more primitive, more faithful to the original, than the same folk tale as told today in Greece or Germany. The same wear and tear may have affected the story that stayed at home as has affected the story that wandered westward 1,000 or 2,000 years ago. It may have affected it in a very much greater degree. That is just what we find in language. The Romani vast hand comes much nearer the Sanskrit hasta than does the Hindustani hath. Another point may also be illustrated from language. The same word, or two kindred words, may have reached the same destination by different routes and at widely different periods. The gypsies brought with them Pawnee water to England, whither centuries after came the brandy Pawnee of Anglo-Indians. Pawnee is a faraway cousin of aqueous, aquarium, etc. Brother and fraternal, foot and pedestrian are two out of hundreds of similar instances. In much the same way, it need not be any positive objection to the late transmission of a folk tale to Norway or England that an earlier form of that folk tale already existed there, because in the Nibelungenlied one finds a striking parallel to an episode in the Bukowina gypsy story of the prince, his comrade, and Nastasa the Fair, number 24. It does not follow that that story is necessarily derived from the Nibelungenlied. Still, the difficulty of discriminating between the earlier and the more recent forms of a folk tale must be enormous. It may be insuperable, tokens of recent diffusion. Sometimes, however, it seems to me, we get sure tokens of recent diffusion. Thus, in the folk tales to which Sir George Cox, Professor de Gubernatis, and their fellow mythologists assign a prehistoric antiquity, one of the commonest incidents is where the hero and heroine, flying from a demon, magician, or ogre, the heroine's father often, transform themselves into a church and priest. We find the incident in Lorraine, Brittany, Picardy, many parts of both Germany and Italy, the Tyrol, Transylvania, Hungary, Croatia, Russia, Spain, Portugal, and Brazil, as well as among the gypsies of Turkey, the Bukowina, and Galicia CFF. Koskin, I, 26, and my own PP, 2796. What was the prehistoric form of the church? Was it a tope, a stone circle, something of the kind? That well may be. But how comes it that the development of the prehistoric form has in all these widely separated countries reached exactly the same stage, and there stopped? Why has not the stone circle become in one case a stone heap with a stone breaker, in another a pound with a horse in it, in a third a field with a rubbing post? Why always the modern Christian notion of a church? But the difficulty vanishes if one may suppose that the gypsies, starting from the Balkan Peninsula at a date when churches were familiar objects which a pursuer would naturally pass, carried with them the modern version of the story to Russia, Spain, and the other countries in which it is told today. Similarly, in gypsy stories and in stories current in countries wide apart, one finds such incidents as the hero falling in love through a portrait, the hero playing cards with the devil, the hero carrying a Bellerophon letter, the hero looking through an all-seeing telescope. Such stories in their original form may be of indefinable antiquity, but the recurrence of their developed form amongst Slavs and Teutons and Celts would seem to be due to recent transmission, unless one is prepared to maintain that our primeval Aryan ancestors were acquainted with portrait painting, with playing cards, with the art of writing, and with telescopes. The anthropological theory. In his introduction to Mrs. Hunt's admirable translation of Grimm, Mr. Andrew Lang thus expounded his anthropological theory of folk tales, or, as to the origin of the wild incidents in household tales, let anyone ask himself this question. Is there anything in the frequent appearance of cannibals, in kinship with animals, in magic, in abominable cruelty, that would seem unnatural to a savage? Certainly not. All these things are familiar to his world. Do all these things occur on almost every page of Grimm? Certainly they do. Have they been natural and familiar incidents to the educated German mind during the historic age? No one will venture to say so. These notions, then, have survived in peasant tales from the time when the ancestors of the Germans were like Zulus or Maoris or Australians. Gypsy savagery. It is the most interesting theory. Still, I cannot forbear pointing out that many of Mr. Lang's survivals of dead Teutonic savagery are living realities in gypsy tents. Matty Cooper discoursing to his dear little wooden bear and offering it beer to drink, Gypsy Mary, who washed herself away from God Almighty, Riley Smith and Emily Pinfold, who both sold their blood to the devil, Mrs. Draper, who vowed that sooner than touch beer or spirits, she would go to Loughton churchyard and drink the blood of her dead son lying there, Riley Bosville with his 2 wives, and old Charles Pinfold with his 3, Lemontina Lovell, who heard the fairy music, her grandson Demeti, who lay awake once in Snaky Lane and watched the little fairies in the oak tree, and Ernest Smith, 1871-1908, who one July night in the grounds of the Edinburgh Electrical Exhibition of 1890 saw 2 dear little teeny people, about 2 feet high, and he upped and flung stones at 'em. I myself have known it is not 16 years since an English gypsy girl, to work her vengeance on her false Gentile lover, cut the heart out of a living white pigeon and flung the poor bird, yet struggling, on the fire. It is barely 50 years since old Mrs. Smith was buried at Troston near Ixworth after traveling East Anglia for half a century with a sparrow which, like the Raven and Grimm story, told her all manner of secrets. Cf. Mr. Lang's 4 savage idea. Animals help favored men and women. Then there is the gypsy system of taboo, by which wife and child renounce forever the favorite food or drink of the dead husband or father, or the name of the deceased is dropped clean out of use, any survivors who happen to bear it adopting another. There is the belief in the evil eye. There are caste-like rules of ceremonial purity, and on the continent there is, or was lately, actual idolatry. Tree worship among German gypsies, and the worship of the moon god, Alako, among their brethren of Scandinavia. Cannibalism. Nor even for cannibalism need Mr. Lang go far back or far afield. In 1782 in Hungary, next door to Germany, 45 gypsies, men and women, were beheaded, broken on the wheel, quartered alive, or hanged for cannibalism. Arrested first by way of wise precaution, they were racked till they confessed to theft and murder, then were brought to the spot where they said their victims should be buried, and, no victims forthcoming, were promptly racked again. "We ate them," at last was their despairing cry, and straightway the gypsies were hurried to the scaffold. Straightway the newspapers all over Europe rang with blood-curdling narratives of gypsy cannibalism. Then, when it all was over, the Emperor Joseph sent a commission down, the outcome of whose investigations was that nobody was missing, that no one had been murdered. But the gypsies. That was in Hungary a century ago, but even in England in 1859 a judge seems to have entertained a similar suspicion. In that year, at the York Assizes, a gypsy lad, Gilliers Heron, was tried for a robbery, of which, by the by, he was innocent. One of the prisoner's brothers, I quote from the Times of Thursday, 10th March, P11, said they were all at tea with the prisoner at 5 o'clock in their tent, and, when asked what they had to eat, he said they had a hodggun cooked, which is the provincial name for a hedgehog. His lordship, Mr. Justice Byles, what do you say you had? Cooked urchin? Gypsy. Yes, cooked hodgin. I'm very fond of cooked hodgin, with a grin. His lordship's mind seemed to be filled with horrible misgivings when the meaning of the provincialism was explained amid much laughter. Cannibalism is a common feature of gypsy folk tales, as this collection will show, but it is far commoner, and on a far grander scale, in the folk tales of India, where a Rakshasi makes nothing of polishing off the entire population of a city, plus the goats and sheep, horses and elephants. How does Mr. Lang account for this? For Germany remained savage long ages after India. I rather fancy, though I cannot be certain, that cannibalism in folk tales tapers off pretty regularly westward from India. Gypsy migrations. In the Academy for 11th June 1887, Mr. Lang objected, "Can M. Cuskin show that South Siberia and Zanzibar got their contes by oral transmission from India within the historical period?" This is doubtful, but it seems still more unlikely that tales which originated in India could have reached Bara and Uist in the Hebrides and Zululand and the Samoyeds, not to mention America, by oral transmission and all within the historical period. My PP. XVXVXXZVXZEL furnish a fairly good answer to much of this objection, for they show that during the last 3 centuries recent immigrants from India possessed of folk tales have been passing to and fro between Lorraine and Italy, Scotland and North America, Portugal and Africa and Brazil, Poland and Siberia, Spain and Louisiana, the Basque Country and Africa, Hungary and Italy, Germany, Belgium, France, Spain and Algeria, the Balkan Peninsula and Scandinavia, Italy and Asia Minor, Corfu and Corsica, the Levant and Liverpool, Hungary and Scotland. But, indeed, Mr. Storr 3 Aud. Lang's objection was, in part at least, answered already by the discovery in Scandinavia, Orkney and Lancashire of thousands of Kufic coins of the 9th and 10th centuries. For where coins could journey from Baghdad, so also, of course, could folk tales. I remember once in an English parsonage being shown a cannibal fork. I do not think I rushed to the conclusion that the parson's grandmother had been a ghoul. No, I rather fancy there was talk of a son or a brother who was a missionary somewhere, perhaps in the South Sea Islands. And I remember also how a Suffolk vicar unearthed a Romano-British cemetery. One of his most treasured finds was a pair of brass compasses. "Marvelous," he would point out, "how like they are to our own." "As well they may be," old Mrs. C. remarked to me. She was the daughter of a former vicar, for I can quite well remember my poor brother John losing them. Gypsy originality. Sometimes, I scarce know why, the eloquence and the ingenuity of folklorists suggest these reminiscences. Anyhow, I doubt if to folklorists my theory is likely to commend itself. From solar myths, savage philosophy, archaean survivals, polyonymy, relics of druidism, polygamous frameworks, and such, like high-sounding themes, it is a terrible come-down to gypsies, tramps. So I look for most folklorists to scout my theory and to maintain that the Turkish gypsies picked up their folk tales from Turks or Greeks, the Romanian gypsies theirs from Romans, the Hungarian gypsies theirs from Magyars, the English and Welsh gypsies theirs from the English and Welsh, the old. Pray, where are the English or Welsh originals of our gypsy versions of The Master Thief, The Little Peasant, Frederick and Catherine, Ferdinand the Faithful, The Master Smith, The Robber Bridegroom, or Strong Hanses? Were those of such English and Welsh gypsy stories as The Black Dog of the Wild Forest, De Little Bull Calf, Jack and His Golden Snuff-Box, or An Old King and His 3 Sons in England? It may be answered that the last 3 are in Mr. Joseph Jacobs's English Fairy Tales, 2 vols, 1890-94. I know those stories are there. They form nearly 10% of Mr. Jacobs's entire collection. But have they any business to be there? I have John Roberts' manuscript of An Old King before me now. It opens, Adoises yeker poro kurilish, tases les trin chave. You may render that, as I rendered it, into English. There was once an old king, and he had 3 sons, but that does not make the story an English one. No, so far as our present information goes, An Old King's is a Welsh gypsy folk tale. There is at least one other story in Mr. Jacobs' collection that may be gypsy, not English. This is the three feathers which, Mrs. Groome tells me, was collected from some Deptford hop-pickers by a lady now in America. Not all hop-pickers are gypsies, but a goodly proportion are, as I know from old walks among Kentish and Surrey hop-gardens. The Three Feathers is a variant of Laura Gonzenbach's Sicilian story of Felidico and Epomatas, number 55, I. 251, of an incident in Campbell's Gaelic story of The Battle of the Birds, number 2, I. 3650 of one in Kennedy's Irish story of the Brown Bear of Norway's, p. 63, and of one in the Norse story of The Mastermaid. Gaelic and Welsh. Now, of the Battle of the Birds, we have a Welsh gypsy version, The Green Man of No Man's Land, number 62. Lacking, it is true, this episode, which may be an interpolation in the Gaelic story, but unmistakably identical with the Gaelic story, of which, however, it forms only a fragment. In the Gaelic version, the hero is set 4 tasks by the heroine's father. In the gypsy version, 5 tasks as follows. G.A. Elix, Welsh, G. Shipsy. To cleanse a byre, uncleansed, to clean a stable. Heroine does it. For 7 years, heroine does. Father accuses him of receiving it. Father taxes him with having help. He denies it. Been helped. Wanting. To fell a forest before midday, cf. Polish. Gypsy story of the witch, p. One dows it. Heroine does it. Same denial. To thatch byre with birds, to thatch barn with 1 feather only down, birds with no 2 feathers of each bird. Heroine does it, of 1 color. Heroine does it, he denies help. To climb a very lofty fir tree, to climb Glass Mountain in middle of beside a loch, and fetch down lake, and fetch egg of bird that magpies 5 eggs. He climbs, it lays 1 only. He wishes heroines on a ladder of heroine's shoe, a boat, and they reach fingers, but in his haste her mountain. He wishes her finger, a little finger is left on top of ladder, but steps over the last tree. Wrong, and her finger is broken. She warns him to deny help. To select at the dance, to guess which of the 3 youngest of the 3 sisters' daughters is which, as they fly all dressed alike. He knows her 3 times over castle in form of, by the absence of the little birds. Forewarned by heroine, he, finger, names them correctly. The story, of course, is a very widespread one. We have a Sanskrit version of it on the one hand, and on the other an African Negro version from Jamaica, with many more referred to in the notes on 2 other gypsy versions, one from the Bukowina, made over to the devil, number 34, and the other from Galicia, the witch, number 50. But in the Gaelic and in the gypsy version there are 2 special points to be noted. The first is that the almost absolute identity of the tasks imposed seems to preclude the idea that the likeness between the 2 versions can be explained by their being derived from a common original 3,000 or 4,000 years old. The second point is that in some respects the gypsy version is decidedly the better of the 2. The fir tree beside a roch cannot compare with the glass mountain in the middle of the lake, and the selection of the youngest daughter at the dance is inferior to the selection of her as she flies in bird shape over the castle. Other parallels. Resemblances only less strongly marked are observable between Campbell's 2 stories of The Shifty Lad and the 3 Widows and the Welsh gypsy story of Jack the Robbers, number 68. Between his Tale of the Soldiers, given here as a Tinker story, number 74, and my Ashipelt, number 57, and Between His Brown Bear of the Green Glen, number 73 here, and My Old King, His Three Sons, number 55. There is also sometimes a striking similarity of phrase and idea in Gaelic and Welsh, gypsy stories. Thus, in Campbell we get, the dun steed would catch the swift March wind that would be before, and the swift March wind could not catch her. He went much further than I can tell, or you can think, and whether dost thou like the big half of the bannock and my curse, or the little half and my blessing? For which John Roberts gives, off he went as fast as the wind, which the wind behind could not catch the wind before. Now poor Jack goes further than I can tell you tonight, or ever intend to tell you, and which would you like best for me to make you? A little cake and to bless you, or a big cake and to curse you? This last feature of the big cake and curse, or the little cake and blessing, is found, to the best of my knowledge, in no folk tale outside the British Isles, but it occurs also in the Aberdeenshire story of the Redden Chambers' Popular Rhymes of Scotland, p. 90, and in Kennedy's Jack and His Comrades and the Corpse Watchers, Fictions of the Corpse Watchers, Fictions of the Irish Celts, pp. 5. Which would you like best for me to make? Irish and gypsy folk tales. It is hard to conceive how stories told by Welsh gypsies should have been derived from West Highland folk tales. Of the alternative notion that the West Highland folk tales may have originally been derived from gypsies, we get one pretty strong confirmation: the identity of Campbell's Night of Riddles. Number 22, and the Turkish gypsy story of the riddles. Number 3, Reinhold Curler, in Orient and Occident, e. 320, failed to find in all Europe's folklore any parallel to the latter, the essential half of the Gaelic story, but the knight's daughter's plaid there is clearly the Highland version of the princess's chemise in the gypsy story. Campbell, too, is sore put to it how the Ramsonitis story can have found its way to Dumbartonshire, I. 352, or a tale from Boccaccio to Islay, e. 14, or one from Straparola to Barra, e. 238. But all three stories are known to the gypsies. There, then, is a solution of Campbell's perplexities. So that if Campbell's stories and the Welsh gypsy stories had stood alone, I should, I believe, have urged that alternative notion. But they do not, for in several cases the Welsh gypsy stories resemble Irish Gaelic versions a great deal more closely than they do the Scottish ones. Thus, in Mr. Curtin's Myths and Folklore of Ireland, 1890, is the son of the King of Erin and the Giant of Loch Line, pp. 3249, a variant of Campbell's Battle of the Birds. The following brief abstract of it will show how exactly it tallies with our Green Man of No Man's Lands, number 62. Prince plays cards with Giant and wins 2 estates. Plays again and wins Golden Horn cattle. Plays again and loses his head, so has to give himself up to Giant in a year and a day. On his way to Giant's he lodges with 3 old women, sisters, each of whom gives him a ball of thread for guide. Near the Giant's castle he comes on a lake in which Giant's 3 daughters are bathing. He seizes the clothes of the youngest one, and to get them back she promises to save him from danger. The Giant sets him tasks: to clean stable, to thatch stable with birds' feathers, no 2 alike, and to bring down crow's 1 egg from a tree covered with glass 900 feet high. The youngest daughter helps him in all 3 tasks, for the 3rd task making him strip the flesh from her bones and use the bones as steps for climbing. Coming down, he misses the last bone, and she loses her little toe. The prince goes home, and is to be married to the daughter of the King of Lachlan, Denmark, but the Giant and his daughter are invited to the wedding. Then, as in Campbell's tale, the Giant's daughter threw 2 grains of wheat in the air, and there came down on the table 2 pigeons. The cock pigeon pecked at the hen and pushed her off the table. Then the hen called out to him in a human voice, You wouldn't do that to me the day I cleaned the stable for you." So too the hen reminds the cock of the second and third tasks, and, awakened at last to remembrance, the prince weds the giant's daughter. Clearly the readiest explanation of the likeness between the Green Man of No Man's Lands and the Scottish and Irish stories would be that these last are both derived from gypsies, but then of gypsies in Ireland our knowledge is almost nil. In a letter of 8th February 1898, Mr. William Larmony of Bray, Wicklow, the author of West Irish Folk Tales 1893, writes, "I have never heard of Irish gypsies proper. They seem never to have settled in the country for some reason. On the other hand, 3 or 4 English gypsy families of my acquaintance have certainly traveled Ireland during the last 30 years. Simpson's History of the Gypsies, 1865, contains allusions on pp. 32.5-8, 36.8, etc., to visits of Irish gypsies to Scotland, and, according to a note by Mr. Effrench of Donegal in the Gypsy Lore Journal for April 1890, p. 12.7, there are 2 tribes of gypsy folk in Ireland. The first are real gypsies. The second are what are called gilly-goolies, and are only touched on the gypsies, that is, have a strain of gypsy blood in their veins, and follow the mode of life followed by the gypsies. Moreover, the Irish novelist William Carleton, 1794–1869, in his autobiography 1896, in his autobiography 1896, 212, shows that Scottish gypsies did visit mid-Ireland about 1840 and earlier. "My eldest married sister, Mary," he writes, "lived about the period when I, having been set apart for the church, commenced my Latin in the townland of a place called Ballaco, Roscommon, remarkable for the beauty of its lough. It was during the Easter holidays, and I was on a visit to her. At that time it was not unusual for a small encampment of the Scottish gypsies to pass over to the north of Ireland, and indeed I am not surprised at it, considering the extraordinary curiosity, not to say enthusiasm, with which they were received by the people. The men were all tinkers, and the women thieves and fortune-tellers, but in their case the thief was always sunk in the fortune-teller." And he goes on to describe how he had his own fortune told with a pack of cards by one of the women, a sallow old pythoness. "One may not build upon so slight a superstructure, though at the same time it should be borne in mind that nothing, absolutely nothing, was known of the Welsh gypsies till 1875. Where, however, as in England, gypsies have certainly been roaming to and fro for centuries, nothing seems to me likelier than the transmission by them of folk tales. For I know by frequent journeyings with them how the gypsy camp is the favorite nightly rendezvous of the lads and lasses from the neighboring village. All the amusement they can give their guests, the gypsies give gladly, and stories and songs are among their best stock in trade." Gypsy storytellers. Campbell of Islay has shown us a gypsy professional storyteller in grandson of one at Constantinople. That is not much, perhaps, but there are several more indications of the transmission of folk tales by gypsies. Bacht, the Romani word for lux or fortune, has passed, not merely into Albanian folk tales, but into the Greek and Turkish languages, as I show in a footnote on p. 53, and a good many of the following 76 stories seem to show unmistakable tokens of the practiced raconteur's art. Let us leave the dogs and return to the girl in number 47. Now we'll leave the master to stand a bit and go back to the mother in number 68. And I came away, told the story, in Nos. 6, 7, 8, and 15, and I left them there, and came and told my story to your lordships. In number 10, I was there and heard everything that happened. In number 12, away I came, the tale of told. In number 18, now you've got it. In number 28, if they are not dead, they are still alive. In Nos. 41 and 42, and also in Hungarian gypsy stories. The floor there was made of paper, and I came away here in number 43. So, if they are not dead, they are living together in number 44, excuse me for saying it, in number 55. She was delivered, pray excuse me, of a boy in number 46. And the last time I was there, I played my harp for them and got to go again in number 54. These all sound like tags or formulas of the professional storyteller. Leon Zafiri's usual wind-up, says Paspati P. 421 ran. And I too, I was there, and I ate, and I drank, and I have come to tell you the story. Storytelling, a living gypsy art. A tree can never be quite dead as long as it puts forth shoots. I fancy the very latest shoot in the whole Yggdrasil of European folk tales is the episode in The Tinker and His Wife, number 70, where the tinker buys a barrel of beer and says, "Now, my wench, you make the biggest penny out of it as ever you can," and she goes and sells the whole barrel to a packman for one of the old big pennies. That episode cannot be earlier than the introduction of the new bronze coinage in 1861. It looks as though it must itself be a recent coinage of Cornelius Price, or of Nebuchadnezzar, his uncle. But there, I have known a gypsy girl dash off what was almost a folk tale impromptu. She had been to a picnic in a four-in-hand with a lot of real tip-top gentry, and Rhea, she said to me afterwards, "I'll tell you the comicalest thing as ever was." We'd pulled up to put the brake on, and there was a puro hachiwichi old hedgehog come and looked at us through the hedge, looked at me hard. I could see he'd his eye upon me. And home he'd go, that old hedgehog, to his wife, and missus, he'd say, "What do you think? I seen a little gypsy gal just now in a coach and 4 horses, and dabla, she'd say, sokumni asvarde kana, bless us. Everyone now keeps a carriage. Possible gypsy influences. I have told English gypsies Grimm's tale of the hare and the hedgehog, and they always pronounce that it must be a Romani story. Who else would have gone for to make up a tale about hedgehogs? But the question whether in many non-gypsy collections there are not a number of folk tales that present strong internal evidence of their gypsy origin is a difficult question. It would take us too far afield, and could lead to no really definite results. Still, I must say a word or two. In Hans' fine variant, E.E. 267 of our mayor's son from the island of Sira, a vizier travels from town to town, seeking a lad as handsome as the prince. At last he is passing through a gypsy quarter when he hears a boy singing. His voice was beautiful as any nightingale's. He looks through a door and sees a boy who is every whit as handsome as the prince, so he purchases this boy, and the boy plays a leading part in the story. The abject contempt in which gypsies are held throughout the whole of southeastern Europe renders it probable that none but a gypsy would thus have described a member of the race. The story, too, from its opening clause, a greeting to the goodly company, would seem to have been told by a professional storyteller, a kinsman, possibly, of Leon Zafiri, Krauss's Croatian story. Number 98 of The Gypsy and the 9 Franciscans is just Les Trois Bosses of the Trouvère Durand, Liebrecht's Dunlop, p. 299, yet it has, to my thinking, a thoroughly Romani ring. In Campbell's Gaelic story of the young king of Isaid Ruad, number 1, the hero's young wife is carried off by a giant, and, following their track, he comes thrice on the sight of a fire. If I were telling that story to gypsies, I should say, not sight of a fire, but fireplace. I fancy I can hear the gypsies' exclamations, "Dare, my blessed!" Following to fireplaces. Course he'd no den which way the giant had gone. I could cite a good score of similar instances, but I will content myself with this footnote from Scott's Minstrelsy of the Scottish Border, Ede. 873 IV, 1002, Besides the prophetic powers ascribed to the gypsies in most European countries, the Scottish peasants believe them possessed of the power of throwing upon bystanders a spell and causing them to see the thing that is not. The receipt to prevent the operation of these deceptions was to use a sprig of four-leaved clover. I remember to have heard, certainly very long ago, for at that time I believed the legend, that a gypsy exercised his glamour over a number of persons at Haddington, to whom he exhibited a common dunghill cock, trailing what appeared to the spectators a massy oaken trunk. An old man passed with a cart of clover. He stopped and picked out a four-leaved blade. The eyes of the spectators were opened, and the oaken trunk appeared to be a bulrush. But that is just Grimm's number 49, the beam. What folklorist has ever associated the beam with the gypsies? Theory. To recapitulate my theory, then, is this. The gypsies quitted India at an unknown date, probably taking with them some scores of Indian folk tales, as they certainly took with them many hundreds of Indian words. By way of Persia and Armenia, they arrived in the Greek-speaking Balkan Peninsula and tarried there for several centuries, probably disseminating their Indian folk tales and themselves picking up Greek folk tales, as they certainly gave Greek the Romani word, bacht, fortune, and borrowed from it paramisi, story, and about 100 more terms. From the Balkan Peninsula they have spread since 1417, or possibly earlier, to Siberia, Norway, Scotland, Wales, Spain, Brazil, and the countries between, everywhere probably disseminating the folk tales they started with, and those they picked up by the way, and everywhere probably adding to their store. Thus, I take it, they picked up the complete Rhampsinitus story in the Balkan Peninsula, and carried it thence to Romania and Scotland. In Scotland, if John MacDonald was any sort of a gypsy, they seem to have picked up Ocean after the Fiend. It is not so smooth and rounded a theory as I hoped to be able to present to folklorists, or as I might easily have made it by suppressing a little here and filling out somewhat there. But at least I have pointed out a few fresh parallels. I have, thanks to Mr. Sampson's generosity, enriched our stock, not of English folk tales, but of folk tales collected in England and Wales, and I have, I hope, stimulated a measure of curiosity in the strange, likeable, uncanny race whom Hans Breitmann has happily designated the colporteurs of folklore. I let my little theory go reluctantly, but invite the fullest argument and discussion. There's nothing like argument. I was once at a meeting of a learned society where a friend of mine read a most admirable paper. Then uprose another member of that learned society and challenged his every contention. In a rich, sonorous voice he thus began. Max Muller has said, and I agree with Max Muller, that Sanskrit in dying left twins, Chinese and Semitic, Gypsy folk tales. Chapter 1. Turkish Gypsy Stories. Number 1. The Dead Man's Gratitude. A king had 3 sons. He gave the youngest 100,000 piastres. He gave the same to the eldest son and to the middle one. The youngest arose, he took the road. Wherever he found poor folk he gave money. Here, there, he gave it away. He spent the money. His eldest brother went, had ships built to make money. And the middle one went, had shops built. They came to their father. What have you done, my son? I have built ships. To the youngest, you, what have you done? I? Every poor man I found I gave him money, and for poor girls I paid the cost of their marriage. The king said, My youngest son will care well for the poor. Take another 100,000 piastres. The lad departed. Here, there he spent his money. 12 piastres remained to him. Some Jews dug up a corpse and beat it. What do you want of him, that you are beating him? 12 piastres. We want of him. I'll give you them if you will let him be. He gave the money, they let the dead man be. He arose and departed. As the lad goes, the dead man followed him. Where go you? The dead man asked. I am going for a walk. I'll come too. We'll go together. We will be partners. So be it. Come, I will bring you to a certain place. He took and brought him to a village. There was a girl, takes a husband, lies with him. By dawn next day the husbands are dead. I will hide you somewhere. I will get you a girl, but we shall always be partners. He found the girl. A dragon came out of her mouth. Caw! And this night when you go to bed, I too will lie there. He took his sword. He went near them. The lad said, That will never do. If you want her, do you take the girl? Are we not partners? Do you sleep with her? I will sleep here. At midnight he sees the girl open her mouth. The dragon came forth. He drew his sword. He cut off its 3 heads. He put the heads in his bosom. He lay down. He fell asleep. Next morning the girl arose and sees the man, her husband, living by her side. They told the girl's father, Today your daughter has seen dawn break with her husband. That will be the son-in-law, said the father. The lad took the girl. He is going to his father. Come, said the dead man, let's divide the money. They fell to dividing it. We have divided the money. Let us also divide your wife. The lad said, How divide her? If you want her, take her. I won't take her. We'll divide. How divide? Said the lad. The dead man said, I will divide. The dead man seized her. He bound her knees. Do you catch hold of one foot? I'll take the other. He raised his sword to strike the girl. In her fright the girl opened her mouth and cried, and out of her mouth fell a dragon. The dead man said to the lad, I am not for a wife. I am not for any money. These dragons' heads are what devoured the men. Take her. The girl shall be yours. The money shall be yours. You did me a kindness. I also have done you one. What kindness did I do you? Asked the lad. You took me from the hands of the Jews. The dead man departed to his place, and the lad took his wife, went to his father. In his introduction to the Panchatantra, Leap, 1859, I-2119-221, Benfei cites an Armenian version of this story that is practically identical. Compare also the English Sir Amadas's C. 1420, First Straparola, 1550, 11, 2, The Simpleton, summarized in Grimm, E.I. 480. The follower or the companion of Asbjörnsen, Dasent's Tales from the Field, p. 68, on which Anderson founded his traveling companion, The Barra Widow's Son, Campbell's Tales of the West Highlands, No. 32, I. 100 Han, 3020, Koskin, 28-14, Hinton Knowles's Folk Tales of Kashmir, pp. 3940, Radisla's 60 Slavonic Folk Tales, No. 118, Polish, and especially Reinhold Kuhler in Orient and Occident, 1864, II. 3229, and II. 9322 Okol 3. What should be of special interest to English folklorists is that Asbjörnsen's follower forms an episode in our earliest version, Newcastle-on-Tyne, 1711, of Jack the Giant Killer. Cf. pp. 67-71 of J. O. Hallowell's Popular Rhymes and Nursery Tales, 1849, where we get the redemption of a dead debtor who is not grateful, a witch lady who visits an evil spirit, and the cutting off of that evil spirit's head by a comrade clad in a coat of darkness. The resemblance has never been noticed between the folk tale and the Book of Tobit, where Tobit shows his charity by burying the dead. The archangel Raphael plays the part of the followers. In both Sir Amadas and the Russian version, the grateful dead returns as an angel. Sarah, Tobias's bride, has had 7 husbands slain by Asmodeus, the evil spirit, before they had lain with her. Raguel, Sarah's father, learns of Tobias's safety on the morning after their marriage. Tobias offers half his goods to Raphael, and Raphael then disappears. The story of Tobit has certainly passed into Sicilian folklore, borrowed straight, it would seem, from the Apocrypha, as The History of Tobiah and Tobiola, Laura Gonzenbach's Sissel. Merchant number 89, II. 77, but the apocryphal book itself is plainly a corrupt version of the original folk tale. Madame Darmostetter's Life of Renan, 1897, contains at p. 251 the following passage. That night he told us the story of the Babylonian Tobias. Rash and young, this Chaldan brother of our Tobit, discouraged by the difficult approaches of prosperity, had entered into partnership with a demigod or demon who made all his schemes succeed and pocketed 50% upon the profits. The remaining 50 sufficed to make Tobias as rich as Oriental fancy can imagine. The young man fell in love, married his bride, and brought her home. On the threshold stood the demon. How about my 50%? The Venus deal, you see, was not born yesterday. From the dimmest dawn of time, sages have taught us not to trust the gods too far. Unluckily, there seems to be no authority whatever for this alleged Chaldan version, which should obviously come closer to the folk tale than to the Book of Tobit. At least, Professor Sayce writes word. The passage in Madame Darmostetter's Life of Renan must be based on an error, for no such story, so far as I know, has ever been found on a cuneiform tablet. It may have originated in a mistranslation of one of the contract tablets, but if so, the mistranslation must have appeared in some obscure French publication, perhaps a newspaper which I have not seen. Alack! And yet our folk tale remains perhaps the oldest current folk tale in the world. Now, too, Baldpate. In those days there was a man built a galleon. He manned her. He would go from the White Sea to the Black Sea. He landed at a village to take in water. There he saw 4 or 5 boys playing. One of them was bald. He called him. "Where's the water?" he asked. Baldpate showed him. He took in water. "Wilt come with me?" "I will, but I've a mother." "Let's go to your mother." They went to her. "Will you give me this boy?" "I will." The captain paid a month's wages. He took the lad. They weighed anchor. They came to a large village. They landed to take in water. The king's son went out for a walk, and he sees a dervish with a girl's portrait for sale. The king's son bought it. It was very lovely. The girl's father had been working at it for 7 years. The king's son set it on the fountain, thinking, "Some one of those who come to drink the water will say, 'I've seen that girl.'" The captain came ashore. He took in water. He lifted up his eyes and saw the portrait. "What a beauty!" He went aboard and said to his crew, "There's a beauty yonder. I've never seen her like." Baldpate said, "I'm going to see." Baldpate went. The moment he saw the portrait, he burst out laughing. "It's the dervish's daughter! How do they come by her?" Hardly had he said it when they seized him and brought him to the palace. Baldpate lost his head the moment they seized him, but 2 days later they came to him. "This girl, do you know her?" "Know her? Why, we were brought up together." "Her mother is dead. She suckled both her and me. If they bring you before the king, fear not." He came before the king. "This girl, do you know her, my lad?" "I do. We grew up together. Will you bring her here?" "I will. Build me a gilded galleon. Give me 20 musicians. Let me take your son with me, and let no one gainsay whatever I do. Then I will go. I shall take 7 years to go and come." They took their bread, their water for 7 years. They set out. They went to the maiden's country. At break of day, Baldpate brought the galleon near the maiden's house. The maiden's house was close to the sea. Baldpate said, "I'll go upon deck for a turn. Don't any of you show yourselves." He went up. He paced the deck. The dervish's daughter arose from her sleep. The sun struck on the galleon. It struck too on the house. The girl went out, rubs her eyes. A man pacing up and down. She bowed forward and saw our Baldpate. She knew him. "What wants he here? What seek you here?" "I've come for you, come to see you. It is so many years since I've seen you. Come aboard." Your father, where's he gone to? Don't you know that my father has been painting my portrait? He's gone to sell it. I'm expecting him these last few days. Come here and let's have a little talk. The girl went to dress. Baldpate went to his crew. Hide yourselves, don't let a soul be seen. But the moment I get her into the cabin, do you cut the ropes. I shall be talking with her. She came into the cabin, they seated themselves, they talk. The galleon gets under way. He privily brought in the king's son. Who is this? Said the girl. I am off. Are you daft, my sister? Let's have some sweetmeats. He gave her some, they intoxicated the girl. A little music to play to you, said Baldpate. He went, brought the musicians, they began to play. The girl said, I'm up, I'm off, my father's coming. Sit down a bit and let them play to you. They play their music, she hears not the departure of the galleon. I'm off, said the girl to Baldpate. She went on deck and saw where her home was. Ah, my brother, what have you done to me, done to you? He who sits by you is the son of the king, and I'm come to fetch you for him. She wept and said, What shall I do? Shall I fling myself into the sea? No, she went and sat down by the king's son. Plenty of music and victuals and drink. Baldpate is sitting up aloft by himself. He is captain. They eat, they drink, he stirred not from his post. 2 or 3 days remained ere they landed. At break of dawn 3 birds perched on the galleon. No one was near him. The birds began talking. O bird, what is it, O bird? The dervish's daughter eats, drinks with the son of the king. She knows not what will befall them. What will? The other birds asked. As soon as he arrives, a little boat will come to take them off. The boat will upset, and the dervish's daughter and the king's son will be drowned, and whoever hears it and tells will be turned into stone to his knees. Baldpate listens. He is alone. Early next morning the birds came back again. They began talking together. O bird, what is it, O bird? The dervish's daughter and the king's son eat, drink. They know not what will befall them. As soon as they land, as soon as they enter the gate will tumble down. It will crush them and kill them, and whoever hears it and tells will be turned into stone to the back. Day broke. The birds came back. O bird, what is it, O bird? The dervish's daughter eats, drinks. She knows not what will befall her. What will? The other birds asked. The marriage night a 7-headed dragon will come forth, and he will devour the king's son and the dervish's daughter, and whoever hears it and tells them will be turned into stone to the head. Baldpate says all to himself, I shan't let any boats come. He arose. He came opposite the palace. Some boats came to take off the maiden. I want no boats. Instead he spread his sails. The galleon backed. The galleon went ahead. One and all looked. Why, he will strand the galleon. Let him be, said the king. Let him strand her. He stranded the galleon. Baldpate said to the king, When I started to fetch this girl, did I not tell you you must let me do as I would? No one must interfere. He took the girl and the prince. He came to the gate. Pull it down. Pull it down. Why? They asked. Did I not tell you no one must interfere? They set to and pulled it down. They went up, sat down, ate, drank, laugh, and talk. The worm gnaws Baldpate within. Night fell. They were bed the pair. Baldpate said, Where you sleep, I also will sleep there. The bridegroom and bride will sleep there. You can't. What's our bargain? Thou knowest. They went. They lay down. Baldpate took his sword. He lay down. He covered his head. At midnight he hears a dragon coming. He draws his sword. He cuts off its heads. He puts them beneath his pillow. The king's son awoke and seized his sword in his hands. He cried, Baldpate will kill us. The father came and asked, What made you call out, my son? Baldpate will kill us, he answered. They took and bound Baldpate's arms. Day broke. The king summoned him. Why have you acted thus? 7 years you have gone, you have journeyed and brought the maiden, and now you have risen to slay them. What could I do? You would kill my son, then will I kill you. Thou knowest, they bind his arms, they lead him to cut off his head. As he went, Baldpate said to himself, They will cut off my head. If I tell, I shall be turned into stone. Come, bring me to the king. I have a couple of words to say to him. They brought him to the king. Why have you brought him here? He has a couple of words to say to you. Say them, my lad. When I went to fetch the dervish's daughter, I was sitting alone on the galleon. Your son was eating, drinking with the maiden. One morning 3 birds came. They began talking. O bird, what is it, O bird? The dervish's daughter eats, drinks with the son of the king. She knows not what will befall her. And whoever hears it and tells will be turned into stone to his knees. No one but I was there. I heard it. As soon as Baldpate had said it, he was turned into stone to his knees. The king, seeing he was turned into stone, said, Prithee, my lad, say no more. But I will, Baldpate answered, and went on to tell of the gate. He was turned into stone to his back. The 3rd time the birds came and talked together again, and I heard. That was why I wished to sleep with them. A 7-headed dragon will come forth. He will devour them. And if you believe it not, look under the pillow. They went there. They saw the heads. It was I who killed him. Your son saw the sword in my hands, and he thought I would kill them. I could not tell him the truth. He was turned into stone to his head. They made a tomb for him. The king's son arose. He took the road. He departed. 7 years has he wandered for me. I am going to wander 7 years for him. The king's son went walking. In a certain place there was water. He drank of it. He laid down. Baldpate came to him in a dream. Take a little earth from here, and go and sprinkle it on the tomb. He will rise from the stone. The king's son slept and slept. He arose, he takes some of the earth, he went to the tomb, he sprinkled the earth on it. Baldpate arose. How sound I've been sleeping, he said. 7 years hast thou wandered for me, and 7 years I have wandered for thee. He takes him, he brings him to the palace, he makes him a great one. Miklosic's Bukowina, Gypsy story, The Prince, His Comrade, and Nastasa the Fair, number 24, presents analogies, but Baldpate is identical with Grimm's number 6, Faithful John, pp. 23 and 348, where in the variant the 3rd peril is a 7-headed dragon. Cf. also Wolf's House Merchant Gert, 1851, p. 38-3, Basile's Pentamerone, 1637, Iv. 9, Han, E. 21-8, and E. 267-277, and especially the Revflor Behari Days Folk Tales of Bengal, London, 1883, pp. 3952, the latter half of Fakir Chand. Here 2 immortal birds warn the minister's son of 4 perils threatening the king's son. 1, riding an elephant. 2, from fall of gate. 3, choking by fishhead. 4, cobra. Penalty of telling, to be turned into statue. Another Indian version is Rama and Laxman, or the Learned Owl, in Mary Frere's Old Deccan Days, number 5, pp. 6678, whose ending is very feeble. See also Reinhold Curler's Aufsätze über Märchen und Volkslieder, Berlin, 1894, pp. 2435. No. 3. The Riddle. In those days there was a rich man. He had an only son, and the mother and the father loved him dearly. He went to school, all that there is in the world, he learned it. One day he arose, took 4 or 5 purses of money. Here, there, he squandered it. Early next morning he arose again and went to his father. "Give me more money." He got more money, arose, went. By night he had spent it. Little by little he spent all the money. And early once more he arose and says to his father and mother, "I want some money." "My child, there is no money left. Would you like the stew pans? Take them, go, sell them, and eat." He took and sold them. In a day or two he had spent it. "I want some money." "My son, we have no money. Take the clothes, go, sell them." In a day or two he had spent that money. He arose and went to his father. "I want some money." "My son, there is no money left us. If you like, sell the house." The lad took and sold the house. In a month he had spent the money. No money remained. "Father, I want some money." "My son, no riches remain to us, no house remains to us. If you like, take us to the slave market, sell us." The lad took and sold them. His mother and his father said, "Come this way, that we may see you." The king bought the mother and father. With the money for his mother the lad bought himself clothes, and with the money for his father got a horse. 1 day, 2 days the father, the mother looked for the son that comes not. They fell a-weeping. The king's servants saw them weeping. They went, told it to the king. "Those whom you bought weep loudly. Call them to me." The king called them. "Why are you weeping?" "We had a son, for him it is we weep." "Who are you then?" asked the king. "We were not thus, my king. We had a son. He sold us, and we were weeping at his not coming to see us." Just as they were talking with the king, the lad arrived. The king set to, wrote a letter, gave it him into his hand. "Carry this letter to such and such a place." In it the king wrote, "The lad bearing this letter, cut his throat the minute you get it." The lad put on his new clothes, mounted his horse, put the letter in his bosom, took the road. He rode a long way. He was dying of thirst, and he sees a well. "How am I to get water to drink?" "I will fasten this letter, and lower it into the well, and moisten my mouth a bit." He lowered it, drew it up, squeezed it into his mouth. "Let's see what this letter contains." See what it contains. The minute he delivers the letter, cut his throat. The lad stood there fair mesmerized. In a certain place there was a king's daughter. They go to propound a riddle to her. If she guesses it, she will cut off his head, and if she cannot, he will marry the maiden. The lad arose, went to the king's palace. "What are you come for, my lad?" "I would speak with the king's daughter." "Speak with her you shall. If she guesses your riddle, she will cut off your head, and if she cannot, you will get the maiden. That's what I'm come for." He sat down in front of the maiden. The maiden said, "Tell your riddle." The lad said, "My mother, I wore her. My father, I rode him. From my death I drank water." The maiden looked in her book, could not find it. "Grant me a 3 days' respite." "I grant it you," said the lad. The lad arose, went to an inn, goes to sleep there. The maiden saw she cannot find it out. The maiden set to, had an underground passage made to the place where the lad lies sleeping. At midnight the maid arose, went to him, took the lad in her arms. "I am thine, thou art mine, only tell me the riddle." "Not likely I should tell you." "Strip yourself," said the lad to the maiden. The maiden stripped herself. "Tell me it." Then he told her. The maiden clapped her hands. Her servants came, took the maiden, and let her go. The maiden was wearing the lad's sark, and the lad was wearing the maiden's. Day broke. They summoned the lad. The lad mounted his horse and rides to the palace. "The people see the lad. 'Tis a pity they'll kill him." He went up and stood face to face with the king. "My daughter has guessed your riddle," said the king. "How did she guess it, my king?" "At night, when I was asleep, there came a bird to my breast. I caught it, I killed it, I cooked it. Just as I was going to eat it, it flew away." The king says, "Kill him, he's wandering." "I am not wandering, my king. I told your daughter the riddle. Your daughter had an underground passage made, and she came to where I was sleeping, came to my arms. I caught her, I stripped her, I took her to my bosom, I told her the riddle." She clapped her hands. Her servants came and took her. And if you don't believe, I am wearing her sark, and she is wearing mine. The king saw it was true. 40 days, 40 nights they made a marriage. He took the maiden, went, bought back his father, his mother. When I translated this story, I deemed it unique, though the Bellerophon letter is a familiar feature in Indian and European folk tales, and so too is the princess who guesses or propounds riddles for the wager of her hand to the suitors' heads. She occurs in The Companion of Asbjörnsen, Dasent's Tales from the Fjeld, p. 68, and so in our Jack the Giant Killer, cf. p. 3, and in Ralston's The Blind Man and the Cripple, p. 241, of both of which there are Gypsy versions, our Nose, 1 and 24. In Ralston's story, as here, the princess takes her magic book, her grimoire, and turns over the leaves to find out the answer, cf. Also the Welsh gypsy tale of The Green Man of No Man's Land, number 62. Maeve Stokes's Indian Fairy Tales has a story, Raja Harishan's Punishment, number 29, p. 225, where Rani is very wise and clever, for she had a book which she read continually, called the Kopshastra, and this book told her everything. I know myself of a gypsy woman who told fortunes splendidly out of her magic books. It was really a treatise on navigation with diagrams. Fortune-tellers with sacred books occur in Mary Frere's Old Deccan Days, p. 261. Now, since translating this story, I find it is largely identical with Campbell's West Highland tale, The Night of Riddles, number 22I. p. 36, with which cf. Grimm's The Riddle, number 22, I. 136.8. See also Reinhold Köhler in Orient and Occident, EI 1864, NIO 4, 1, 4. Story of the Bridge. In olden days there were 12 brothers, and the eldest brother, the carpenter Manoli, was making the long bridge. One side he makes, one side falls. The 12 brothers had one mistress, and they all had to do with her. They called her to them dear bride. On her head was the tray, in her hands was a child. Whose wife came first, she will come to the 12 brothers. Manoli's wife, Lenga, will come to the 12 brothers. Said his wife, Thou hast not eaten bread with me. What has befallen thee, that thou eatest not bread with me? My ring has fallen into the water. Go and fetch my ring, her husband said. I will fetch thy ring out of the water. Up to his 2 breasts came the water in the depth of the bridge there. He came into the fountain. He was drowned. Beneath he became a talisman, the innermost foundation of the bridge. Manoli's eyes became the great open arch of the bridge. God send a wind to blow, that the tray may fall from the head of her who bears it in front of Lenenga. A snake crept out before Lenenga, and she feared and said, Now have I fear at sight of the snake, and am sick. Now is it not bad for my children? Another man seized her and sought to drown her, Manoli's wife. She said, Drown me not in the water. I have little children. She bowed herself over the sea where the carpenter Manoli made the bridge. Another man called Manoli's wife. With him she went on the road. There, when they went on the road, he went to the tavern. He was weary. The man went, drank the juice of the grape, got drunk. Before getting home, he killed Manoli's wife, Lenga. I hesitated whether to give this story. It is so hopelessly corrupt. It seems such absolute nonsense. Yet it enshrines beyond question, however confusedly, the widespread and ancient belief that to ensure one's foundation one should wall up a human victim. So St. Columba buried St. Oran alive in the foundation of his monastery. In Western folklore, however, the victim is usually an infant, a bastard sometimes, in one case near Göttingen. A deaf mute. But in southeastern Europe it is almost always a woman, the wife of the master builder, whose name, as here, is Manoli. Reinhold Curler has treated the subject admirably in his Aufsätze über Märchen und Volkslieder, Berlin, 1894 pp. 36-47. There one finds much to enlighten the darkness of our original. God send a wind, etc., is the husband's prayer as he sees his wife coming towards him and hopes to avert her doom. My ring has fallen into the water, etc., must also be his utterance when he finds that it is hopeless, that she has to die. The gypsy story is probably of high antiquity, for 2 at least of the words in it were quite or almost meaningless to the nomade gypsy who told it, Paspati p19 The masons of southeastern Europe are, it should be noticed, largely gypsies, and a striking Indian parallel may be pointed out in the Santal story of 7 brothers and their sisters, Campbell's Santal Folk Tales, pp. Number 1, 126, 197. Here 7 brothers set to work to dig a tank, but find no water, so, by the advice of a yogi, give their only sister to the spirit of the tank. The tank was soon full to the brim, and the girl was drowned. And then comes a curious mention of a Dom, or Indian vagrant musician, whose name is probably identical with Dom, Lom, or Rom, the gypsy of Syria, Asia Minor, and Europe. Chapter 2. Romani, Gypsy, Stories, Number 5, The Vampire. There was an old woman in a village, and grown-up maidens met and span and made a bee. And the young sparks came and laid hold of the girls, and pulled them about and kissed them. But one girl had no sweetheart to lay hold of her and kiss her. And she was a strapping lass, the daughter of wealthy peasants, but 3 whole days no one came near her. And she looked at the big girls, her comrades, and no one troubled himself with her. Yet she was a pretty girl, a prettier was not to be found. Then came a fine young spark, and took her in his arms, and kissed her, and stayed with her until cock-crow. And when the cock crowed at dawn, he departed. The old woman saw he had cock's feet. And she kept looking at the lad's feet, and she said, "Nita, my lass, did you see anything? I didn't notice." "Then didn't I see he had cock's feet?" "Let be, mother, I didn't see it." And the girl went home and slept, and she arose and went off to the spinning, where many more girls were holding a bee. And the young sparks came and took each one his sweetheart. And they kissed them, and stayed a while, and went home. And the girl's handsome young spark came and took her in his arms, and kissed her, and pulled her about, and stayed with her till midnight. And the cock began to crow. The young spark heard the cock crowing, and departed. "What said the old woman who was in the hut? Nita, did you notice that he had horse's hoofs? And if he had, I didn't see." Then the girl departed to her home, and she slept and arose in the morning and did her work that she had to do. And night came, and she took her spindle and went to the old woman in the hut. And the other girls came, and the young sparks came, and each laid hold of his sweetheart. But the pretty girl looks at them. Then the young sparks gave over and departed home, and only the girl remained neither a long time nor a short time. Then came the girl's young spark. Then what will the girl do? She took heed, and stuck a needle and thread in his back. And he departed when the cock crew, and she knew not where he had gone to. Then the girl arose in the morning, and took the thread, and followed up the thread, and saw him in a grave where he was sitting. Then the girl trembled and went back home. At night the young spark that was in the grave came to the old woman's house, and saw that the girl was not there. He asked the old woman, "Where's Nita? She has not come." Then he went to Nita's house where she lived, and called, "Nita, are you at home?" Nita answered, "I am. Tell me what you saw when you came to the church, for if you don't tell me, I will kill your father." "I didn't see anything." Then he looked, and he killed her father, and departed to his grave. Next night he came back. "Nita, tell me what you saw." "I didn't see anything." "Tell me, or I will kill your mother as I killed your father." "Tell me what you saw." "I didn't see anything." Then he killed her mother and departed to his grave. Then the girl arose in the morning, and she had 12 servants. And she said to them, "See, I have much money and many oxen and many sheep, and they shall come to the 12 of you as a gift, for I shall die tonight. And it will fare ill with you if you bury me not in the forest at the foot of an apple tree." At night came the young spark from the grave and asked, "Nita, are you at home?" "I am." "Tell me, Nita, what you saw 3 days ago, or I will kill you as I killed your parents. I have nothing to tell you." Then he took and killed her. Then, casting a look, he departed to his grave. So the servants, when they arose in the morning, found Nita dead. The servants took her and laid her out decently. They sat and made a hole in the wall and passed her through the hole and carried her, as she had bidden, and buried her in the forest by the apple tree. And half a year passed by, and a prince went to go and course hares with greyhounds and other dogs. And he went to hunt, and the hounds ranged the forest and came to the maiden's grave. And a flower grew out of it, the like of which for beauty there was not in the whole kingdom. So the hounds came on her monument, where she was buried, and they began to bark and scratched at the maiden's grave. Then the prince took and called the dogs with his horn, and the dogs came not. The prince said, "Go quickly thither." 4 huntsmen arose and came and saw the flower burning like a candle. They returned to the prince, and he asked them, "What is it?" "It is a flower, the like was never seen." Then the lad heard, and came to the maiden's grave, and saw the flower, and plucked it. And he came home and showed it to his father and mother. Then he took and put it in a vase at his bed head where he slept. Then the flower arose from the vase, and turned a somersault, and became a full-grown maiden. And she took the lad and kissed him, and bit him, and pulled him about, and slept with him in her arms, and put her hand under his head. And he knew it not. When the dawn came, she became a flower again. In the morning the lad rose up sick, and complained to his father and mother, "Mammy, my shoulders hurt me, and my head hurts me." His mother went and brought a wise woman and tended him. He asked for something to eat and drink, and he waited a bit, and then went to his business that he had to do, and he went home again at night. And he ate and drank and lay down on his couch, and sleep seized him. Then the flower arose and again became a full-grown maiden. And she took him again in her arms, and slept with him, and sat with him in her arms. And he slept, and she went back to the vase. And he arose, and his bones hurt him, and he told his mother and his father. Then his father said to his wife, "It began with the coming of the flower. Something must be the matter, for the boy is quite ill. Let us watch tonight and post ourselves on one side, and see who comes to our son." Night came, and the prince laid himself in his bed to sleep. Then the maiden arose from the vase, and became there was never anything more fair, as burns the flame of a candle. And his mother and his father the king saw the maiden, and laid hands on her. Then the prince arose out of his sleep, and saw the maiden that she was fair. Then he took her in his arms, and kissed her, and laid down in his bed, slept till day. And they made a marriage, and ate and drank. The folk marveled, for a being so fair as that maiden was not to be found in all the realm. And he dwelt with her half a year, and she bore a golden boy, 2 apples in his hand. And it pleased the prince well. Then her old sweetheart heard it, the vampire who had made love to her, and had killed her. He arose and came to her and asked her, "Nita, tell me, what did you see me doing?" "I didn't see anything." "Tell me truly, or I will kill your child, your little boy, as I killed your father and mother." "Tell me truly." "I have nothing to tell you." And he killed her boy. And she arose and carried him to the church and buried him. At night the vampire came again and asked her, Tell me, Nita, what you saw. I didn't see anything. Tell me, or I will kill the lord whom you have wedded." Then Nita arose and said, "It shall not happen that you kill my lord." "God send you burst." The vampire heard what Nita said and burst. Aye, he died and burst for very rage. In the morning Nita arose and saw the floor swimming 2 hands' breadth deep in blood. Then Nita bade her father-in-law take out the vampire's heart with all speed. Her father-in-law, the king, hearkened and opened him and took out his heart and gave it into Nita's hand. And she went to the grave of her boy and dug the boy up, applied the heart, and the boy arose. And Nita went to her father and to her mother, and anointed them with the blood, and they arose. Then, looking on them, Nita told all the trouble she had borne, and what she had suffered at the hands of the vampire. The word siohano, which throughout I have rendered vampire, is of course identical with Paspati's Turkish Romani chovicano, a revenant or spectre, which, according to Miklosic, is an Armenian loanword and in other gypsy dialects of Europe means wizard, witch. This vampire story is a connecting link between the two meanings, but whether the story itself is of gypsy or of non-gypsy origin is a difficult question. We have 4 versions of it. 2 of them, gypsy, viz., this from Romania, and 1 in Friedrich Müller's Beiträge, and 2 non-gypsy, viz., Ralston's The Fiend, Russian Folk Tales, pp. 1, 10-17, and 1 from Croatia, Kraus's Sagen und Märchen der Südslawen, IPE. Howers, Phi, Hans, Lemnitzer, II, 27 also offers analogies. Kraus's and Müller's are both much inferior to Ralston's and our Romanian gypsy one, and of them, although Ralston's opens best, yet its close is immeasurably inferior. For in it, as in the Hungarian gypsy variant, the flower transforms itself merely to eat and drink. But Ralston's story, it will probably be urged, is a typical Russian story, so must needs be of Russian origin. To which I answer, Irish-wise, with the question, how, then, did it travel to Croatia, to the gypsies of Hungary and Romania? That the gypsies, with never a church, should make church bells might seem unlikely, did we not know that at Edzell, in Forfarshire, there is a church bell that was cast by gypsies in 1726. So gypsy storytellers may well have devised some domestic narratives for their auditors, not for themselves. And this story is possibly theirs who tell it best. The merest glance at Ralston or Kraus will suffice to show that the gypsy and Gentile stories are identical, that the likeness between them is no chance one, but that there has been transmission. Either the gypsies have borrowed from the Gentiles, or the Gentiles have borrowed from the gypsies. Ralston and Kraus are readily accessible to the general folklorist of Friedrich Müller's version. I append this brief resume. It is compounded of the first half of his number 4, which drifts off into quite another story about a dove and a soldier, and of the second half of his number 2, which opens with a variant of Grimm's Robber Bridegroom, cf. Infra number 47 notes. The holy maid will not marry, the devil creeps in at window. Now, thou fair maiden, wilt thou come to me or no? No, this, said the maiden. To a dead one say I it, but to a living one no. Devil kills first her father, next her mother, lastly threatens herself. She tells the grave digger, bear me not over the door. This supplies a lacuna in the Romanian, gypsy version, but bury me in a grave under the threshold, and take me not out from there. The girl then dies and is buried. Flower grows out of grave. King sees it and sends coachman to pluck it. He cannot, supplies lacuna, but king does, and takes it home. At night the flower turns into a girl and eats. Servant sees and tells. King watches next night. The girl bids him pluck the flower with a clean white cloth with the left hand. Then she will never change back into a rose, but remain a maiden, supplies lacuna. King does so, and she marries him on condition he will never force her to go to church, supplies lacuna. He rues his promise when he sees the other kings going to church with their wives. She consents, but now, as thou wilt, I go. Thy God shall be also my God. When she comes into church, there are the 12 robbers. Story reverts here to the first half of number 2. The robber cuts her throat and she dies. If she is not dead, she is still alive. It will be seen that, rude and corrupt as these 2 fragments are, they supply some details wanting in the Romanian Gypsy version. They cannot then be borrowed from it, but it and they are clearly alike derived from some older, more perfect original. No. 6. God's Godzone. There was a queen. From youth to old age that queen never bore but one son. That son was a hero. So soon as he was born, he said to his father, "Father, have you no sword or club?" "No, my child, but I will order one to be made for you." The son said, "Don't order one, father. I will go just as I am." So the son took and departed, and journeyed a long while, and took no heed, till he came into a great forest. So in that forest he stretched himself beneath a tree to rest a bit, for he was weary. And he sat there a while. Then the holy God and St. Peter came on the lad, and he was unbaptized. So the holy God asked him, "Where are you going, my lad?" "I am going in quest of heroic achievements, old fellow." Then the holy God thought and made a church. And he caused sleep to fall on that lad, and bade St. Peter lift him, and went with him to the church, and gave him the name Handak. And the holy God said to him, "Godson, a hero like you there shall never be any other, and do you take my god-daughter." For there was a maiden equally heroic and equally baptized by God, and she was his god-daughter, and he told his godson to take her. And he gave him a wand of good fortune and a sword. And he endowed him with strength and set him down. And his godfather departed to heaven like the holy God that he was. And Handak perceived that God had endowed him with strength, and he set out in quest of heroic achievements, and journeyed a long while, and took no heed. So he came into a great forest. And there was a dragon 300 years old, and his eyelashes reached down to the ground, and likewise his hair. And the lad went to him and said, "All hail, you are welcome." Soon as that hero the dragon heard his voice, he knew that it was God's godson. And the lad Handak asked him, "Does God's goddaughter dwell far hence?" "She dwells not far, it is but a 3 days' journey." And the lad took and departed, and journeyed 3 days until he came to the maidens. Soon as the maiden saw him, she recognized him for her godfather's godson. And she let him into her house, and served up food to him, and ate with him, and asked him, "What seek you here, Handak?" He said, "I have come on purpose to marry you." "With whom?" "With myself, an you will," she said. "I will not have it so without a fight." And the lad said, "Come, let us fight." And they fell to fighting, and fought 3 days, and the lad vanquished her. And he took her, and went to their godfather, and he crowned them and made a marriage, and they became rulers over all lands. And I came away and told the story. This story, though poor as a story, is yet sufficiently curious. Tweedledum and Tweedledee and Alice in Wonderland are suggested by the "not without a fight," but I can offer no real variant or analogue of God's godson. It is noteworthy, however, that the Holy God and St. Peter occur in another of Barbu Constantinescu's Romanian gypsy stories, The Apples of Pregnancy, number 16, and baptize another boy in Miklosic's gypsy story from the Bucovina, number 9, The Mother's Chastisement, whilst we get Christ and St. Peter, author's sum. Peter in a Catalonian gypsy story cited under number 60 for the nuptial crown in the last line but 2, CFF. Ralston's Songs of the Russian People, pp1, 1908, 270, 306. See also the Romanian gypsy story of the Prince and the Wizard, number 15, for an heroic hero, not heeding, who sets out in quest of heroic achievements. No. 7. The snake who became the king's son-in-law. There were an old man and an old woman. From their youth up to their old age they had never had any children made any children of their bones. So the old woman was always scolding with the old man. What can they do, for there they are, old people. The old woman said, "Who will look after us when we grow older still?" "Well, what am I to do, old woman? Go you, old man, and find a son for us." So the old man arose in the morning, and took his axe in his hand, and departed, and journeyed to midday, and came into a forest, and sought 3 days, and found nothing. Then the old man could do no more for hunger. He set out to return home, so as he was coming back he found a little snake, and put it in a handkerchief, and carried it home. And he brought up the snake on sweet milk. The snake grew a week and 2 days, and he put it in a jar. The time came when the snake grew as big as the jar. The snake talked with his father. "My time has come to marry me. Go, father, to the king, and ask his daughter for me." When the old man heard that the snake wants the king's daughter, he smote himself with his hands. "Woe is me, darling! How can I go to the king? For the king will kill me." "What," said he? "Go, father, and fear not, for what he wants of you, that will I give him." The old man went to the king. "All hail, O king." "Thank you, old man." "King, I am come to form an alliance by marriage." "An alliance by marriage," said the king. "You are a peasant, and I am a king. That matters not, O king. If you will give me your daughter, I will give you whatever you want." "What," said the king? "Old man, if that be so, see this great forest. Fell it all, and make it a level field, and plough it for me, and break up all the earth, and sow it with millet by tomorrow. And mark well what I tell you, you must bring me a cake made with sweet milk. Then will I give you the maiden." Said the old man, "All right, O king." The old man went weeping to the snake. When the snake saw his father weeping, he said, "Why weepest thou, father?" "How should I not weep, darling? For see what the king said, that I must fell this great forest and sow millet, and it must grow up by tomorrow and be ripe. And I must make a cake with sweet milk and give it him. Then he will give me his daughter." "What?" said the snake. "Father, don't fear for that, for I will do what you have told me." The old man, "All right, darling, if you can manage it." The old man went off to bed. What did the snake? He arose and made the forest a level plain, and sowed millet, and thought, and it was grown up by daybreak. When the old man got up, he finds a sack of millet, and he made a cake with sweet milk. The old man took the cake and went to the king. "Here, O king, I have done your bidding." When the king saw that, he marveled. "My old fellow, hearken to me. I have one thing more for you to do. Make me a golden bridge from my palace to your house, and let golden apple trees and pear trees grow on the side of this bridge. Then will I give you my daughter." When the old man heard that, he began to weep and went home. "What?" said the snake. "Why weepest thou, father?" The old man said, "I am weeping, darling, for the miseries which God sends me. The king wants a golden bridge from his palace to our house, and apple and pear trees on the side of this bridge." The snake said, "Fear not, father, for I will do as the king said." Then the snake thought and thought, and the golden bridge was made as the king had said. The snake did that in the night time. The king arose at midnight. He thought the sun was at meat, that is, it was noon. He scolded the servants for not having called him in the morning. The servants said, "King, it is night, not day," and seeing that, the king marveled. In the morning the old man came. "Good day, father-in-law." "Thank you, father-in-law." "Go, father-in-law, and bring your son, that we may hold the wedding." He, when he went, said, "Hearken, what says the king? You are to go there for the king to see you." What said the snake? "My father, if that be so, fetch the cart and put in the horses, and I will get into it to go to the king." No sooner said, no sooner done. He got into the cart and drove to the king. When the king saw him, he trembled with all his lords. One lord older than the rest said, "Fly not, O king, it were not well of you. For he did what you told him, and shall not you do what you promised? He will kill us all. Give him your daughter, and hold the marriage as you promised." What said the king? "My old man, here is the maiden whom you demand. Take her to you." And he gave him also a house by itself for her to live in with her husband. She, the bride, trembled at him. The snake said, "Fear not, my wife, for I am no snake as you see me. Behold me as I am." He turned a somersault, and became a golden youth. In armor clad, he had but to wish to get anything. The maiden, when she saw that, took him in her arms and kissed him, and said, "Live, my king, many years. I thought you would eat me." The king sent a man to see how it fares with his daughter. When the king's servant came, what does he see? The maiden fairer, lovelier than before. He went back to the king. "O king, your daughter is safe and sound." "As God wills with her," said the king. Then he called many people and held the marriage, and they kept it up 3 days and 3 nights, and the marriage was consummated. And I came away and told the story. Cf. Hans number 31, Schlangenkinds, I, 2112 and notes, but the stories are not identical, and his number 100, especially the note EI, 31-4, Indian version. Ratislaw's Croatian story, number 54, The Wonder Three-Working Lock, P284, see under number 54, offers striking analogies. CF2 for Cobra Palace, Mary Frere's Old Deccan Days, P21. No. 8. The Bad Mother. There was an emperor. He had been married 10 years, but had no children. And God granted that his empress conceived and bore a son. Now that son was heroic, there was none other found like him. And the father lived half a year longer, and died. Then what is the lad to do? He took and departed in quest of heroic achievements. And he journeyed a long while, and took no heed, and came into a great forest. In that forest there was a certain house, and in that house were 12 dragons. Then the lad went straight thither, and saw that there was no one. He opened the door and went in, and he saw a saber on a nail, and took it, and posted himself behind the door, and waited for the coming of the dragons. They, when they came, did not go in all at once, but went in one by one. The lad waited, saber in hand, and as each one went in, he cut off his head, flung it on the floor. So the lad killed 11 dragons, and the youngest dragon remained. And the lad went out to him, and took and fought with him, and fought half a day. And the lad vanquished the dragon, and took him, and put him in a jar, and fastened it securely. And the lad went to walk, and came on another house, where there was only a maiden. And when he saw the maiden, how did she please his heart! As for the maiden, the lad pleased her just as well. And the maiden was yet more heroic than the lad, and they formed a strong love. And the lad told the maiden how he had killed 11 dragons, and one he had left alive and put in a jar. The maiden said, "You did ill not to kill it, but now let it be." And the lad said to the maiden, I will go and fetch my mother, for she is alone at home." Then the maiden said, "Fetch her, but you will rue it. But go and fetch her, and dwell with her." So the lad departed to fetch his mother. He took his mother, and brought her into the house of the dragons whom he had slain. And he said to his mother, "Go into every room, only into this chamber do not go." His mother said, "I will not, darling." And the lad departed into the forest to hunt. And his mother went into the room where he had told her not to go. And when she opened the door, the dragon saw her and said to her, "Empress, give me a little water, and I will do you much good." She went and gave him water, and he said to her, "Dost love me, then will I take thee, and thou shalt be mine empress." "I love thee," she said. Then the dragon said to her, "What will you do to get rid of your son, that we may be left to ourselves? Make yourself ill, and say you have seen a dream that he must bring you a porker of the sow in the other world, that if he does not bring it you, you will die, but that if he brings it you, you will recover." Then she went into the house and tied up her head and made herself ill. And when the lad came home and saw her head tied up, he asked her, "What's the matter, mother?" She said, "I am ill, darling." "I shall die, but I have seen a dream to eat a porker of the sow in the other world." Then the lad began to weep, for his mother will die, and he took and departed. Then he went to his sweetheart and told her, "Maiden, my mother will die, and she has seen a dream that I must bring her a porker from the other world." The maiden said, "Go and be prudent, and come to me as you return. Take my horse with the 12 wings, and mind the sow does not seize you, else she'll eat both you and the horse." So the lad took the horse and departed. He came there, and when the sun was midway in his course, he went to the little pigs and took one and fled. Then the sow heard him and hurried after him to devour him. And at the very brink of the other world, just as he was leaping out, the sow bit off half of the horse's tail. So the lad went to the maiden, and the maiden came out and took the little pig and hid it and put another in its stead. Then he went home to his mother and gave her that little pig, and she dressed it and ate and said that she was well. 3 or 4 days later she made herself ill again, as the dragon had shown her. When the lad came, he asked her, "What's the matter now, mother? I am ill again, darling, and I have seen a dream that you must bring me an apple from the golden apple tree in the other world." So the lad took and departed to the maiden, and when the maiden saw him so troubled, she asked him, "What's the matter, lad? What's the matter?" "My mother is ill again, and she has seen a dream that I am to bring her an apple from the apple tree in the other world." Then the maiden knew that his mother was compassing his destruction, was walking to eat his head, and she said to the lad, "Take my horse and go, but be careful the apple tree does not seize you there. Come to me as you return." And the lad took and departed, and came to the brink of the world. And he let himself in, and went to the apple tree at midday when the apples were resting, and he took an apple and ran away. Then the leaves perceived it and began to scream, and the apple tree took itself after him to lay its hand on him and kill him. And the lad came out from the brink and arrived in our world, and went to the maiden. Then the maiden took the apple, stole it from him, and hid it, and put another in its stead. And the lad stayed a little longer with her, and departed to his mother. Then his mother, when she saw him, asked him, "Have you brought it, darling?" "I've brought it, mother." So she took the apple and ate, and said there was nothing more the matter with her. In a week's time the dragon told her to make herself ill again, and to ask for water from the great mountains. So she made herself ill. When the lad saw her ill, he began to weep and said, "My mother will die, God. She's always ill." Then he went to her and asked her, "What's the matter, mother?" "I am like to die, darling, but I shall recover if you will bring me water from the great mountains." Then the lad tarried no longer. He went to the maiden and said to her, My mother is ill again, and she has seen a dream that I must fetch her water from the great mountains." The maiden said, "Go, lad, but I fear the clouds will catch you, and the mountains there, and will kill you. But do you take my horse with 24 wings, and when you get there, wait afar off till midday, for at midday the mountains and the clouds set themselves at table and eat. Then do you go with the pitcher, and draw water quickly, and fly." Then the lad took the pitcher, and departed thither to the mountains, and waited till the sun had reached the middle of his course. And he went and drew water, and fled. And the clouds and the mountains perceived him, and took themselves after him, but they could not catch him. And the lad came to the maiden. Then the maiden went and took the pitcher with the water, and put another in its stead without his knowing it. And the lad arose and went home and gave water to his mother, and she recovered. Then the lad departed into the forest to hunt. His mother went to the dragon and told him, "He has brought me the water. What am I to do now with him?" "What are you to do?" "Why, take and play cards with him. You must say, 'for a wager,' as I used to play with your father." So the lad came home and found his mother merry. It pleased him well. And she said to him at table as they were eating, "Darling, when your father was alive, what did we do? When we had eaten and risen up, we took and played cards for a wager. Then the lad, if you like, play with me, mother." So they took and played cards, and his mother beat him. And she took silken cords and bound his 2 hands so tight that the cord cut into his hands. And the lad began to weep and said to his mother, "Mother, release me, or I die." She said, "That is just what I was wanting to do to you." And she called the dragon, "Come forth, dragon, come and kill him." Then the dragon came forth and took him and cut him in pieces and put him in the saddlebags and placed him on his horse and let him go, and said to the horse, "Carry him, horse, dead, whence thou didst carry him, horse, dead, whence thou didst carry him alive." Then the horse hurried to the lad's sweetheart, and went straight to her there. Then, when the maiden saw him, she began to weep, and she took him and put piece to piece where one was missing. She cut the porker, and supplied flesh from the porker. So she put all the pieces of him in their place. And she took the water and poured it on him, and he became whole. And she squeezed the apple in his mouth, and brought him to life. So when the lad arose, he went home to his mother, and drove a stake into the earth, and placed both her and the dragon on one great pile of straw. And he set it alight, and they were consumed. And he departed thence, and took the maiden, and made a marriage, and kept up the marriage 3 months, day and night. And I came away and told the story. Of this Romanian gypsy story, Miklosic furnishes a gypsy variant from the Bukowina, which I will give in full at the risk of seeming repetition, italicizing such words and phrases as show the most marked correspondence. No. 9. The mother's chastisement. There was an emperor's son, and he went to hunt. And he departed from the hunters by himself. And by a certain stack there was a maiden. He passed near the stack and heard her lamenting. He took that maiden and brought her home. "See, mother, what I've found." His mother took her to the kitchen to the cook to bring her up. She brought her up 12 years. The empress dressed her nicely and put her in the palace to lay the table. The prince loved her, for she was so fair that in all the world there was none so fair as she. The prince loved her 3 years, and the empress knew it not. Once he said, "I will take a wife, mother. From what imperial family? I wish to marry her who lays the table." "Not her, mother's darling. If I don't take her, I shall die. Take her." And he took her, he married her, and an order came for him to go to battle. He left her big with child. The empress called 2 servants. "Take her into the forest and kill her, and bring me her heart and little finger." They put her in the carriage, and drove her into the forest. After them ran a whelp. And they brought her into the forest, and were going to kill her. And she said, "Kill me not, for I have used you well." "How are we to take her the heart, then?" "Kill the whelp, for its heart is just like a human one, and cut off my little finger." They killed the whelp and cut off her little finger and took out the whelp's heart. And she cried, "Gather wood for me and make me a fire and strip off bark for me and build me a hut." They built her a hut and made her a fire and went away home, bringing the heart and the little finger. She brought forth a son. God and St. Peter came and baptized him, and God gave him a gun that he should become a hunter. Whatever he saw he would kill with the gun. And God gave him the name Sylvester. And God made a house of the hut, and the fire no longer died. And God gave them a certain loaf they were always eating, and it was never finished. The boy grew big, and he took his gun in his hand and went into the forest. And what he saw he killed, carried to his mother, and they ate. Walking in the forest, he came upon the dragon's palace, and sat before the door. At midday the dragons were coming home. He saw them from afar, 11, oak, 6 in number, and 11 he shot with his gun, and 1 he merely stunned. And he took them and carried them into the palace and shut them up in a room, and he went to his mother and said, "Come with me, mother. Where am I to go to, mother's darling? Come with me where I take you to." He went with her to the palace. "Take to thee, mother, 12 keys. Go into any room you choose, but into this room do not go." He went into the forest to hunt. She said, "Why did my son tell me not to go in here? But I will go to see what is there." She opened the door. The dragon asked her, "If thou art a virgin, be my sister, but if thou art a wife, be my wife. I am a wife. Then be my wife. I will, but will you do the right thing by me? I will. Swear then." "I swear." The dragon swore. The dragon said to her, "Swear also thou." She also swore. They kissed one another on the mouth. She brought him to her into the house. They drank and ate and loved one another. Her son came from the forest. She saw him. She said, "My son is coming. Go back into the room." He went back, and she shut him in. In the morning her son went again into the forest to hunt. She admitted the dragon again to her. They drank and ate. He said to her, "How shall we kill your son? Then we'll live finely." "Make yourself ill and say that you have seen a dream, that he must bring milk from the she-bear for you to drink. Then you'll have nothing to trouble you, for the she-bear will devour him." He came home from the forest. "What's the matter with you, mother?" "I shall die, but I saw a dream." "Bring me milk from the she-bear." "I'll bring it you, mother." He went into the forest and found the she-bear. He was going to shoot her. She cried, "Stop, man, what do you want?" "You to give me milk," she said. "I will give it you." "Have you a pail?" "I have." "Come and milk." He milked her and brought it to his mother. "Here, mother." She pretended to drink but poured it forth. In the morning he went again into the forest and met the moon. "Who art thou?" "I am the moon. Be a sister to me." "But who art thou?" "I am Sylvester." "Then thou art God's godson, for God takes care of thee." "I also am God's." "Be a sister to me." "I will be a sister to thee." He went further. He met Friday. "Who art thou?" "I am Friday, but who art thou?" "I am Sylvester." "Thou art God's godson. I also am God's. Be a sister to me." He went home. His mother saw him. "My son is coming. Send him to the wild sow to bring thee milk, for she will devour him." "Always sick, mother?" "I am. I have seen a dream." "Bring me milk from the wild sow." "I know not whether or no I shall bring it, but I will try." He went. He found the sow. He was going to shoot her with his gun. She cried, don't shoot me." "What do you want?" "Give me milk. Have you a pail? Come and milk." He brought it to his mother. She pretended to drink but poured it forth. He went again into the forest. She admitted the dragon to her. In vain, for the sow has not devoured him. "Then send him to the mountains of blood that butt at one another like rams to bring thee water, the water of life and the water of healing. If he does not die there, he never will." I have seen a dream that you bring me water from the mountains of blood which butt at one another like rams, for then there will be nothing the matter with me." He went to the moon. "Whither away, brother? I am going to the mountains to fetch water for my mother." "Don't go, brother, you will die there." "Bah! I will go there." "Take thee my horse when thou goest, for my horse will carry thee thither. And take thee a watch, for they butt at one another from morning till noon, and at noon they rest for 2 hours. So when you come there at the 12th hour, draw water in 2 pails from the 2 wells." He came thither at midday, and dismounted, and drew water in 2 pails, the water of life and the water of healing. And he came back to the moon, and the moon said, "Lie down and sleep and rest, for you are worn out." She hid that water and poured in other. He arose. "Come, sister, I will depart home. Take my horse and go riding. Take the saddlebags." He went home to his mother. His mother saw him coming on horseback, and said to the dragon, "My son is coming on horseback. Tell him that you have seen a dream, that you bind his fingers behind his back with a silken cord, and that if he can burst it he will become a hero, and you will grow strong. Bind away, mother." She made a thick silken cord and bound his fingers behind his back. He tugged and grew red in the face. He tugged again. He grew blue. He tugged the 3rd time. He grew black. And she cried, "Come, dragon," and cut his throat. The dragon came to him. "Well, what shall I do to you now? Cut me all in bits, and put me in the saddlebags, and place me on my horse. Thither, whence he carried me living, let him carry me dead." He cut him in pieces, put him in the saddlebags, and placed him on the horse. "Go, whence thou didst carry him living, carry him dead." The horse went straight to the moon. The moon came out and saw him, and took him in, and called Wednesday and called Friday, and they laid him in a big trough, and washed him brawly, and placed him on a table, and put him all together, bit by bit, and they took the water of healing, and sprinkled him, and he became whole, and they took the water of life, and sprinkled him, and he came to life. Ah, I was sleeping soundly. You would have slept forever if I had not come. I will go, sister, to my mother. Go not, brother. Bah, I will. Well, go, and God be with thee. Take thee my sword. He went to his mother. His mother was singing and dancing with the dragon. He went in to the dragon. "Good day to you both. Thanks. Come, what shall I do to you, dragon?" "Cut me in little pieces, and put me in the saddlebags, and place me on my horse. Whence he carried me living, let him carry me also dead." He cut him in little pieces, put him in the saddlebags, placed him on his horse, and dug out the horse's eyes. "Go whither thou wilt." Away went the horse, and kept knocking his head against the trees, and the pieces of flesh kept falling from the saddlebags. The crows kept eating the flesh. Sylvester shot a hare, and skinned it, and spitted it, and roasted it at the fire. And he said to his mother, "Mother, look straight at me." His mother looked at him. He struck her in the eyes, and her eyes leapt out of her head. And he took her by the hand, led her to a jar, said to her, "Mother, when thou hast filled this jar with tears, then God pardon thee. And when thou hast eaten a bundle of hay, and filled the jar with tears, then God pardon thee, and restore thee thine eyes." And he bound her there, and departed, and left her 3 years. In 3 years she came back to his recollection. "I will go to my mother, and see what she is doing. Now she has filled the jar, and eaten the bundle of hay. Now may God pardon thee. Now I also pardon thee. Depart, and God be with thee." A third Gypsy version from Hungary, the first half of Friedrich Müller's No. 5, may be summarized thus. 2 children, driven from home by mother, wander 35 years and come to a forest so dense the birds cannot fly through it. They come to a castle so high they cannot see the top of it. 12 robbers dwell here. Lad kills 11 as they come home, but only wounds the 12th. He goes forth to hunt, spares lives of 12 wild animals, and brings them home. The sister, meanwhile, has restored the 12 robbers to life. She suggests that her brother shall have a warm bath, cf. De Gubernatus' Zul myth, I. 230, saying that thereby their father had been so healthy. In the bath she binds his hands and feet. She summons 12 robbers. They permit him to play his father's air on his pipe. It calls up the 12 animals. They rend the robbers and loose the lad who packs his sister into the great empty jar here first mentioned and leaves her to die of hunger. This last is a poorly told story, still not without its features of interest. It will be noticed that in it, as in many non-Gypsy variants, the dragons are rationalized into robbers, sometimes blackamoors. Of the Romanian and the Bukowina Gypsy versions, the former seems to me the better on the whole. The opening of the Bukowina version cannot properly belong to the story, for it arouses an interest in the mother, who yet turns out a bad lot. Its close, however, is decidedly superior. What a picture is that of the mother and the dragon singing and dancing, and what a one that of the blinded horse and the crows. In both versions there is the same omission, the inquiry into the seat of the hero's strength, and in the Bukowina one no use is made of the milk from the she-bear and the wild sow, nor are we told of the hero's first meeting with Wednesday. Plainly, the Romanian version is not derived from the Bukowina one, nor the Bukowina one from the Romanian, but they point to an unknown, more perfect original. Even as they stand, however, both are better than any of the non-Gypsy variants known to me. These include 5 from Hahn's Greek collection, I. 176, 215, I. 234, 279, 283, one in Romanian Fairy Tales by E.B.M. Lund, 1884, pp. 81. H9 resembling the Hungarian Gypsy version, 3 German and 1 Lithuanian, cited by Hahn E.E. 2076, 1 Russian, summarized by Ralston, p. 235, the well-known Blue Belt in Dasent's Tales from the Norse, p. 278, and Laura Gonzenbach's number 26, Vom Tupfern, Königsson's Sissel. There, 158-26-7, where the hero is cut in pieces by his supposed stepfather, the robber chieftain, packed into a saddlebag, and carried by his ass to a hermit, who revives him, after which the story drifts off into our number 45. I have annotated the Gypsy stories very fully. My notes cover several pages. Here, however, it must suffice to indicate some of the more striking parallels from non-Gypsy sources. In Hahn, I. 267, God gives a house to a woman abandoned in a forest, cf. Also, I. 72 CII 26. For the heart and little finger, a very common incident. Compare the English Gypsy story of Bobby Rags. Number 51, and Hahn, I. 258 and I. 231. In Grimm, number 111, a hunter gives the hero a gun which never misses. For the formula, if thou art a virgin, etc., cf. Ralston, pp. 75-76. For the mountains that butt together, cf. Ralston, p. 236, Tyler's Primitive Culture, pp. 330-36, Hahn, I. 436-47, and Grimm, number 97. For the water of healing and the water of life, cf. Ralston, pp. 1791-230-255. For, I was sleeping soundly, cf. Ralston, pp. 91-92, Hahn, II, 274, and our number 29. In Campbell's Santal Folktales, p. 92, a father restored to life says, "O my son, what a lengthened sleep I have had, for the sow biting off half of the horse's tail, cf. Hahn, I. 30 Walv-Kraus, II, 94 Ralston, p. 235, and Burns's Tam O'Shanter, for the leaves beginning to scream, CEEF, Hahn, I. 270 and EE. 71, in a variant from Afanasieff, v. 52, cited by de Gubernatis ZDM, I. 215, The sister for punishment is placed near some hay and some water, and a vessel which she is to fill with her tears. It is just worth noting that Sylvester is a common English gypsy name. No. 10. The Three Princes and the Unclean Spirit. There was a king, and from youth to old age he had no son. In his old age 3 daughters were born to him, and the very morning of their birth the unclean spirit came and took them, the 3 maidens. And he fought to win a woman, the serpent maiden, and half his mustache turned white, and half all the hair on his head, for the sake of the serpent maiden. Time passed by, and he had no son, and his daughters the unclean spirit had carried away. Then he took and thought, "What am I to do, wife? I will go for 3 years, sick, and, when I return, let me find a son born of you. If in a year's time I find not one, I will kill you." He went and journeyed a year and a day. His wife took and thought. As she was a-thinking, a man went by with apples. Whoso eats one of his apples shall conceive. Then she went and took an apple, and ate the apple, and she conceived. The time came that she should bring forth, and she brought forth a son, and called his name Cosmos. So her king came that night, and sent a messenger to ask his wife. She said, "Your bidding is fulfilled." Then he went in, and when he saw the lad, his heart was full. And the time came when the lad grew big, and he looked the very picture of his father. The time came that his father died. By that time he felt himself a man, and he put forth his little finger, and lifted the palace up. Then he came back from hunting, and he lifted the foundation of the palace, and told his mother to place her breast beneath it. Then his mother placed her breast beneath the foundation, and he left it pressing upon her. Then she cried aloud. The lad said to her, "Mother, tell me, why was my father's mustache half white?" Then she said to him, "Why, darling, your father fought 9 years to win the serpent maiden, and never won her." Then he asked, "And have I no brother?" "No," she said, "but you have 3 sisters, and the unclean spirit carried them away." And he asked, "Whither did he carry them?" Then she said he had carried them to the land of the setting sun. Then he took his father's saddle and his bridle, and likewise his father's coat, and set out in quest of his sisters, and arrived at his sister's house, and hurled his mace, and smashed the plum trees. Then his sister came out and said to him, "Why have you smashed the plum trees? For the unclean spirit will come and kill you." Then he said, "I would not have you think ill of me, but kindly come and give me a draught of wine and a morsel of bread." Then she brought bread and wine. As she was handing him the bread and wine, she noticed her father's coat and recognized it. Then she said, "This must be my father's horse. Take notice then that I also am his." Then she fell on his neck, and he on hers. Then she said to him, "My brother, the unclean spirit will come from the 12th region, and he will come and destroy you." Then the unclean spirit came, and hurled his mace, and it opened 12 doors, and hung itself on its peg. Then Cosmos took it, and hurled it 12 regions away from him. Then the unclean spirit took it, and came home with it in his hand, and asked, "Wife, I smell mortal man." Meanwhile she had turned her brother into an earring, and put him in her ear. Then she said, "You are forever eating corpses, and are meaning to eat me too, for I also am mortal." Then he said to her, "Don't tell lies, my brother-in-law has come." "Well then, and if your brother-in-law has come, will you eat him?" Then he said, "I will not. Swear it on your sword that you will not eat him." Then she took him out of her ear, and set him at table. He ate at table with the unclean spirit. Then the lad went outside, and creeps into the fetlock of his coat, and hid himself there. Then the unclean spirit arose, and hunted everywhere, and failed to light on him. And he set his bugle to his mouth, and blew a blast, and summoned all the birds upon the horse, and they searched every hair of the horse. And just as he was coming to the fetlock, then the cocks crowed, and he fell. Cosmos came forth, and went to him. "Good day, brother-in-law." Then he asked him, "Where were you?" Why, I was in the hay before the horse." Then Cosmos took leave of them, and went to his other sisters, and did with them just as with this one. Then his little sister asked him, "Where are you going, my brother?" "I am going to tend the white mare and get one of her colts, and I am going to win the serpent maiden." Then she said to him, "Go, my brother, and if you get the colt, come to me." He went. Now some peasants were hunting a wolf to slay it. The wolf said, "Cosmos, don't abandon me. Send the peasants the wrong way, that they may not kill me, and take one of my hairs, and put it in your pocket. And whenever you think of me, there I am, wherever you may be." Going further, he came on a crow that had broken its wing, and it said, "Don't pass me by, Cosmos. Bind my wing up, and I will give you a feather to put in your pocket, and whenever you are in any difficulty, I'll be with you." Going still further, he came on a fish, which said, "Cosmos, don't pass me by. Tie me to your horse's tail and put me in the water, for I will do you much good." He did so, and put it in the water. Then he came to the old woman who owned the white mare, and she sat before her door, and he said to her, "Will you give me a colt of the white mare, old one?" The old wife said, "If you can find her 3 days running, one of her coats is yours. But if you can't find her, I will cut off your head and stick it on yonder stake." "I'll find her," he said. And she gave him the white mare, and away he went with her to try and find her. So the mare ran in among the sheep, and took and hid herself in the earth. And the lad arose and searched for the mare, and failed to light on her. And the wolf came into his mind, and he thought of him. And the wolf came and asked him, "What's the matter, lad?" he said. "I can't find the white mare." The wolf said, "Do you see this one, the biggest of the sheep? That is she. Go and give her a taste of the stick." So the lad took and called her, and she became a horse, and he went with her to the old woman. And the old woman said, "You have 2 more days." "All right, old lady," said the lad. So next day also he took and went off with the mare to try and find her. The old woman had thrashed the mare for not hiding herself properly, so that he could not have found her, and the white mare had said, "Forgive me, old woman. This time I will hide in the clouds, and he never will find me." So the lad went off with her to try and find her, and she went into the clouds. So the lad set to work, and searched from morning till noon. And the crow came into his mind, and as he thought of it, the crow came and asked him, "What's the matter, lad? Why, I have lost the white mare, and cannot light on her." So the crow summoned all the crows, and they searched upon every side till they lighted on her. So they took her in their beaks and brought her to the lad. So the lad took her and led her to the old woman. "You have 1 day more," said the old woman. So the day came when the lad had to find the mare once more. That night the old woman had thrashed the white mare and pretty nigh killed it. And the mare had said to the old woman, "If he lights on me this time, old woman, you may know I have burst, for I will go right into the sea." So when the lad departed with her, she went into the sea. And the lad searched for her, and it wanted but little of night. And the fish came into his mind. So the fish emerged before him and said, "What's the matter, lad? I don't know where the white mare has gone to." And the fish went and summoned all the fishes, and they gave up the white mare with her colt behind her. And the lad took her. He went with her to the old wife, and she said to him,
"Take, dearie, whichever pleases you."
The lad chose the youngest colt, and the old wife said, "Don't take that one, my lad, it isn't a good one. Take a handsomer." And the lad said, "Let be." And the lad went further, and the colt turned a somersault and became golden, with 24 wings. And the serpent had none like his. And he went to his sisters, and took the 3 of them, and took to the serpent maiden, and went with them home. Neither the unclean spirit nor the dragon could catch him, and he went home. So he made a marriage, and they ate and drank. And I left them there, and came and told my tale to your lordships. A valuable story, but confused and imperfect. Who the dragon was is left to conjecture, and the serpent maiden. She must have been a real old serpent maid, 'tis barely mentioned. In no collection can I find any exact parallel to this story, but it offers many analogies, for example, to Childe Roland's J. Jacobs's English fairy tales, I. 117-24, 238 to 245, and to von Soa's Bohemian Gypsy story of The Three Dragons Infra, number 44. The apples of pregnancy form the theme of another Romanian. The hurling the mace occurs in Miklosic's Bukowina Gypsy story, Pretty Face, number 29, and in Sir Peppercorn, Denton's Serbian Folklore, p. 24. For the cocks crowed and he fell, cf. Ralston, p. 31-6, and for blowing a blast and summoning all the birds, the Welsh Gypsy story of The Green Man of Noman's Lands, number 62. For the latter part of the story reference should be made to Ralston, pp. 92-93-4, Kraus, I. 362, and especially the close of the Bulgarian story of The Golden Apples and the Nine Behenzes, Ratislaw 60 Slavonic Folk Tales, pp. 1932-1908, where we get the watching of a mare for 3 successive days, and the finding of her by the help of a grateful fish, fox, and crow. Cf. 2. Ratislaw's Croatian story, The Daughter of the King of the Vilases, number 53, pp. 278-283, No. 11, The Two Thieves. There was a time when there was. There were 2 thieves. One was a country thief and one a town thief. So the time came that the 2 met, and they asked one another whence they are, and what they are. Then the country thief said to the town one, "Well, if you're such a clever thief as to be able to steal the eggs from under a crow, then I shall know that you are a thief." He said, "See me, how I'll steal them." And he climbed lightly up the tree, and put his hand under the crow, and stole the eggs from her, and the crow never felt it. Whilst he is stealing the crow's eggs, the country thief stole his breeches, and the town thief never felt him. And when he came down and saw that he was naked, he said, "Brother, I never felt you stealing my breeches. Let's become brothers." So they became brothers. Then what are they to do? They went into the city and took one wife between them. And the town thief said, "Brother, it is a sin for 2 brothers to have one wife. It were better for her to be yours." He said, "Mine be she. But come now, where I shall take you, that we may get money. Come on, brother, since you know." So they took and departed. Then they came to the king's, and considered how to get into his palace. And what did they devise? Said the town thief, "Come, brother, and let us break into the palace, and let ourselves down one after the other. Come on." So they got on the palace, and broke through the roof, and the country thief lowered himself, and took 200 purses of money, and came out. And they went home. Then the king arose in the morning, and looked at his money, and saw that 200 purses of money were missing. Straightway he arose and went to the prison, where was an old thief. And when he came to him, he asked him, "Old thief, I know not who has come into my palace and stolen from me 200 purses of money. And I know not where they went out by, for there is no hole anywhere in the palace." The old thief said, "There must be one, O king, only you don't see it. But go and make a fire in the palace, and come out and watch the palace, and where you see smoke issuing, that was where the thieves entered. And do you put a cask of molasses just there at that hole, for the thief will come again who stole the money." Then the king went and made a fire, and saw the hole where the smoke issues in the roof of the palace. And he went and got a cask of molasses, and put it there at the hole. Then the thieves came again there at night to that hole. And the thief from the country let himself down again, and as he did so, he fell into the cask of molasses. And he said to his brother, "Brother, it is all over with me. But not to do the king's pleasure, come and cut off my head, for I am as good as dead." So his comrade lowered himself down and cut off his head and went and buried it in a wood. So when the king arose, he arose early and went there where the thief had fallen and seized the thief there in the cask of molasses and with no head. Then what is he to do? He took and went to the old thief and told him, "Look, you old thief, I caught the thief, and he has no head." Then the old thief said, "There, O king, this is a cunning thief. But what are you to do? Why, take the corpse and hang it up outside at the city gate, and he who stole his head will come to steal him too. And do you set soldiers to watch him." So the king went and took the corpse and hung it up and set soldiers to watch it. Then the thief took and bought a white mare and a cart, and took a jar of 20 measures of wine, and he put it in the cart, and drove straight to the place where his comrade was hanging. He made himself very old, and pretended the cart had broken down and the jar had fallen out. And he began to weep and tear his hair, and he made himself to cry aloud that he was a poor man, and his master would kill him. The soldiers guarding the corpse said one to another, "Let's help to put this old fellow's jar in the cart, mates, for it's a pity to hear him." So they went to help him, and said to him, "Hullo, old chap, we'll put your jar in the cart. Will you give us a drop to drink?" "That I will, dearie." So they went and put the jar in the cart. And the old fellow took and said to them, "Take a pull, dearie, for I have nothing to give it you in." So the soldiers took and drank till they could drink no more. And the old fellow made himself to ask, "And who is this?" The soldiers said, "That is a thief." Then the old man said, "Hullo, dearie, I shan't spend the night here, else that thief will steal my mare." Then the soldier said, "What a silly you are, old fellow. How will he come and steal your mare?" "He will, though, dearie. Isn't he a thief?" "Shut up, old fellow. He won't steal your mare, and if he does, we'll pay you for her." "He will steal her, dearie. He's a thief." "Why, old boy, he's dead. We'll give you our written word that if he steals your mare, we will pay you 300 groats for her." Then the old man said, "All right, dearie, if that's the case." So he stayed there. He placed himself near the fire, and a drowsy fit took him, and he pretended to sleep. The soldiers kept going to the jar of wine, and drank every drop of the wine, and got drunk. And where they fell, there they slept, and took no thought. The old chap, the thief, who pretended to sleep, arose and stole the corpse from the gallows, and put it on his mare, and carried it into the forest, and buried it. And he left his mare there, and went back to the fire, and pretended to sleep. And when the soldiers arose, and saw that neither the corpse was there, nor the old man's mare, they marveled, and said, "There!" "My comrades," the old man said rightly, "the thief would steal his mare. Let's make it up to him." So by the time the old man arose, they gave him 400 groats, and begged him to say no more about it. Then when the king arose, and saw there was no thief on the gallows, he went to the old thief in the prison, and said to him, "There, they have stolen the thief from the gallows, old thief. What am I to do? Did not I tell you, O king, that this is a cunning thief? But do you go and buy up all the joints of meat in the city, and charge a ducat the 2 pounds, so that no one will care to buy any, unless he has come into a lot of money. But that thief won't be able to hold out 3 days. Then the king went and bought up all the joints, and left one joint, and that one he priced at a ducat the pound. So nobody came to buy that day. Next day the thief would stay no longer. He took a cart and put a horse in it, and drove to the meat market. And he pretended he had damaged his cart, and lamented he had not an axe to repair it with. Then a butcher said to him, "Here, take my axe and mend your cart." The axe was close to the meat. As he passed to take the axe, he picked up a big piece of meat and stuck it under his coat. And he handed the axe back to the butcher and departed home. The same day comes the king and asks the butchers, "Have you sold any meat to anyone?" They said, "We have not sold to anyone." So the king weighed the meat and found it 20 pounds short. And he went to the old thief in prison and said to him, "He has stolen 20 pounds of meat and no one saw him. Didn't I tell you, O king, that this is a cunning thief? Well, what am I to do, old thief?" "What are you to do?" "Why, make a proclamation, and offer in it all the money you possess, and say he shall become king in your stead, merely to tell who he is." Then the king went and wrote the proclamation, just as the old thief had told him. And he posted it outside by the gate. And the thief comes and reads it, and thought how he should act. And he took his heart in his teeth, and went to the king, and said, "O king, I am the thief." "You are?" "I am." Then the king said, "If you it be that I may believe you are really the man, do you see this peasant coming? Well, you must steal the ox from under the yoke without his seeing you." Then the thief said, "I'll steal it, O king, watch me." And he went before the peasant and began to cry aloud, "Comedy of comedies." Then the peasant said, "See there, God! Many a time have I been in the city, and have often heard comedy of comedies, and have never gone to see what it is like." And he left his cart and went off to the other end of the city, and the thief kept crying out till he had got the peasant some distance from the oxen. Then the thief returns and takes the ox and cuts off its tail and sticks it in the mouth of the other ox, and came away with the first ox to the king. Then the king laughed, fit to kill himself. The peasant, when he came back, began to weep, and the king called him and asked, "What are you weeping for, my man?" "Why, O king, whilst I was away to see the play, one of the oxen has gone and eaten up the other." When the king heard that, he laughed fit to kill himself, and he told his servant to give him 2 good oxen. And he gave him also his own ox, and asked him, "Do you recognize your ox, my man?" "I do, O king." "Well, away you go home." And he went to the thief. "Well, my fine fellow, I will give you my daughter, and you shall become king in my stead, if you will steal the priest for me out of the church." Then the thief went into the town and got 300 crabs and 300 candles, and went to the church and stood up on the pavement. And as the priest chanted, the thief let out the crabs one by one, each with a candle fastened to its claw. He let it out. And the priest said, "So righteous am I in the sight of God that he sends his saints for me." The thief let out all the crabs, each with a candle fastened to its claw, and he said, "Come, O priest, for God calls thee by his messengers to himself, for thou art righteous." The priest said, "And how am I to go?" "Get into this sack." And he let down the sack, and the priest got in, and he lifted him up and dragged him down the steps, and the priest's head went tronk, tronk, and he took him on his back, and carried him to the king, and tumbled him down. And the king burst out laughing. And straightway he gave his daughter to the thief, and made him king in his stead. Good as this version is, the last episode is much better told in the Slovak Gypsy variant from Dr. Rudolf von Sowa's Mundart der Slowakischen Zieguner Gut, 1887, number 8p, 74, no. 12. The Gypsy and the Priest. There was a very poor gypsy, and he had many little children. And his wife went to the town, begged herself a few potatoes and a little flour, and she had no fat. "All right," she thought, "wait a bit. The priest has killed a pig. I'll go and beg myself a bit of fat." When she got there, the priest came out, took his whip, thrashed her soundly. She came home, said to her husband, "Oh my God, I did just get a thrashing, and the gypsy is at work." Straightway the hammer fell from his hand. "Now wait a bit till I show him a trick and teach him a lesson." The gypsy went to the church and took a look at the door, how to make the key to the tower. He came home, sat down at his anvil, set to work at once on the key. When he had made it, he went back to try to open the door. It opened it as though it had been made for it. Wait a bit now, he thinks to himself. What shall I need next? He went straight off to the shop and bought himself some fine paper, just like the fine clothes the priests wear for high mass. When he had bought it, he went to the tailor, told him to make him clothes like an angel's. He looked in them just like a priest. He came home, told his son he was 20 years old. "Harkee, mate, come along with me and bring the pot. Catch about 100 crabs. Ha! They shall see what I'll do this night. The priest won't escape with his life." All right. Midnight came. The gypsy went to the church, lit all the lights that were in the church. The cook goes to look out. My God, what's the matter? The whole church is lighted up. She goes to the priest, wakes him up. "Get up! Let's go and see what it is." The whole church is blazing inside. Whatever is it? The priest was in a great fright. He pulled on his vestment and went to the church to see. The gypsy chants like a priest performing service in the great church where the greatest folks go to service. "Oh," the gypsy was chanting, "O God, he who is a sinful man, for him am I come. Him who takes so much money with him will I fetch to paradise, and there it shall be well with him." When the gentleman heard that, he went home and got all the money he had in the house. All right. The priest came back to the church. The gypsy chants to him to make haste, for sooner or later the end of all things approaches. Straightway the gypsy opened the sack, and the priest got into it. The gypsy took all the priest's money and hid it in his pocket. "Good, now you are mine." When he closed the sack, the priest was in a great fright. "My God, what will become of me? I know not what sort of a being that is, whether God himself or an angel." The gypsy straightway drags the priest down the steps. The priest cries that it hurts him, that he should go gently with him, for he is all broken already, that half an hour of that will kill him, for his bones are all broken already. Well, he dragged him along the nave of the church and pitched him down before the door, and he put a lot of thorns there to run into the priest's flesh. He dragged him backwards and forwards through the thorns, and the thorns stuck into him. When the gypsy saw that the priest was more dead than alive, he opened the sack and left him there. The gypsy went home and threw off his disguise and put it on the fire, that no one might say he had done the deed. The gypsy had more than 800 silver pieces. So he and his wife and his children were glad that they had such a lot of money, and if the gypsy has not died with his wife and his children, perhaps he is living still. In the morning, when the sexton comes to ring the bell, he sees a sack in front of the church. The priest was quite dead. When he opened it and saw the priest, he was in a great fright. What on earth took our priest in there? He runs into the town, made a great outcry that so-and-so has happened. The poor folks came and the gentry to see what was up. All the candles in the church were burning, so they buried the parson decently. If he is not rotten, he is whole. May the devils still be eating him. I was there and heard everything that happened. The briefest epitome will serve of our third gypsy version, from Hungary, Dr. Friedrich Muller's number 1, which is very coarse and very disconnected. Somewhere was, somewhere was not. Lucky golden god. Somewhere was, somewhere was not. A poor gypsy. An old woman tells him, "Go into yonder castle, and there is the lady, and take from her the ring, and put it on thine own hand, and turn it thrice, then so much meal and bread will be to thee that thou wilt not know what to do with it." He wins 24 wagon-loads of money for seducing the nobleman's wife, which he achieves by luring away the nobleman with a corpse. The gypsy then kills his children and his wife, cheats an old woman of her money, cures and marries the king's daughter, leaves her because she will not go and sell the nails he manufactures, and finally marries a gypsy girl who pleases him much better. Our next version Jack the Robber is from South Wales, told to Mr. Sampson by Cornelius Price. It is as good as the last one is bad, but like it somewhat Rabelaisian. The following is a summary of the first half. The latter are number 68. Being a variant of Dason's Big Peter and Little Peter, a poor widow has a son, Jack, who took to smoking when he was 12 and got to robbing the master's plough socks to take him to the blacksmith's to sell him to rise bacca. So the farmer makes the mother send Jack away from home, and Jack comes to a big gentleman's hall. This gentleman is the head of 11 robbers, and Jack, after cunningly relieving one of them of 11, joins the band, and in 6 months got a cleverer robber than what the master himself was. So, with the money he has made, he sets off for his mother's, meets the farmer, tells him he has been prenticed to a robber, and, to test his skill, is set to steal 2 sheep in succession. He does so by the familiar expedients of, first, a boot here and a boot there, and next, buying like a lost sheep. Then Jack is set to take the middlemost sheet from underneath the farmer and his missus, and achieves it by loosing a dead body down the chimney, which the farmer shoots dead, as he fancies, and goes off to bury. The fifth and last version, The Great Thief, is from North Wales, told by Matthew Wood, and is thus summarized by Mr. Sampson. Hard by a parson lived a thief. The parson told the thief, "Tomorrow my man goes to the butcher with a sheep. Steal it, and you shall have such and such money." Thief gets a pair of new boots, and places one on one stile, the other on another further on. Man sees first boot and leaves it, finds other, ties up sheep and goes back for the first. Thief steals sheep. The parson says again, "I want you to steal my wife's ring from her finger and the sheet from under her. If you can't, I shall behead you." Thief makes dummy man and props it against wall. Parson shoots it, comes out and buries it in well. Meanwhile, thief visits wife, pretending to be parson, and takes her ring and sheet for safety. Parson returns and discovers the trick. Though not, at least, but very conjecturally, a gypsy version. The following version is still worth citing. It is from Henry Mayhew's 388-390, an intelligent-looking boy, aged 16, a native of Wisbeach in Cambridgeshire, at 13 apprenticed to a tailor, in 3 months' time ran away, went home again for 7 months, then ran away again, and since a vagrant. Had read Windsor Castle, Tower of. We told stories sometimes, romantic tales, some, others blackguard kind of tales, about bad women, and others about thieving and roguery, not so much about what they'd done themselves, as about some big thief that was very clever and could trick anybody. Not stories such as Dick Turpin or Jack Sheppard or things that's in history, but inventions. I used to say when I was telling a story, for I've told one story that I invented till I learnt it. I give this story to show what are the objects of admiration with these vagrants. Fie! You see, mates, it was once upon a time, and a very good time it was, a young man, and he runned away and got along with a gang of thieves, and he went to a gentleman's house, and got in because one of his mates sweethearted the servant, and got her away, and she left the door open. And the door being left open, the young man got in, and robbed the house of a lot of money, 1,000, and he took it to their gang at the cave. Next day there was a reward out to find the robber. Nobody found him. So the gentleman put 2 men and a horse in a field, and the men were hidden in the field. And the gentleman put out a notice that anybody that could catch the horse should have him for his cleverness, and a reward as well. For he thought the man that got the 1,000 was sure to try to catch that there horse, because he was so bold and clever, and then the 2 men hid would nab him. This here Jack, that's the young man was watching, and he saw the 2 men, and he went and caught 2 live hares. Then he hid himself behind a hedge and let one hare go, and one man said to the other, "There goes a hare," and they both ran after it, not thinking Jack's there. And while they were running, he let go t'other one, and they said, "There's another hare," and they ran different ways. And so Jack went and got the horse, and took it to the man that offered the reward, and got the reward. It was 100, and the gentleman said, Gee, Jack's done me this time. The gentleman then wanted to serve out the parson, and he said to Jack, I'll give you another 100 if you'll do something to the parson as bad as you've done to me. Jack said, Well, I will. And Jack went to the church and lighted up the lamps and rang the bells. And the parson he got up to see what was up. Jack was standing in one of the pews like an angel. When the parson got to the church, Jack said, Go and put your plate in a bag. I'm an angel come to take you up to heaven. And the parson did so, and it was as much as he could drag to church from his house in a bag, for he was very rich. And when he got to church, Jack put the parson in one bag, and the money stayed in the other, and he tied them both together, and put them across his horse, and took them uphill and through water to the gentleman's, and then he took the parson out of the bag, and the parson was wringing wet. Jack fetched the gentleman, and the gentleman gave the parson a horsewhipping, and the parson cut away, and Jack got all the parson's money, and the action against the gentleman for horsewhipping him, and they were both ruined. That's the end of it. That's the sort of story that's liked best, sir. Decent, the master thief, Tales from the Norse, p. 255. He takes service with robbers. Steals 3 oxen. The first one by a shoe here and a shoe there. The third by imitating lost ox. He steals the squire's roast, first catching 3 hares alive. He steals Father Lawrence in a sack, but not out of church, posing as an angel and bidding him lay out all his gold and silver. N.B. No crabs, no lighting of candles. Grimm, number 192. The Master Thief, I. 24. He steals horse from under rider, steals sheet from under count's wife, first luring count away by means of corpse. Disguised like monk, he steals parson and clerk out of church in sack, bumping them against steps, and dragging them through puddles, mountains, and clouds. No mention of plate or money. Neither of these 2 versions can be the original of Mayhew's English vagrant one. Straparola, Venice, 1550, number 2, The Knave. First, he steals from the provost the bed on which he is lying. Next, horse on which stable boy is sitting. And thirdly, an ecclesiastical personage in sack. De Gubernatis Zul, myth, I. 2004, alludes to the famous robber Klimka in Athanasiev, v6, who, by means of a drum, in Indian tales, a trumpet, terrifies his accomplices, the robbers, and then steals from a gentleman, his horse, his jewel casket, even his wife. Les Deux Voleurs, Deux Contes Albanais, p. 169, has 2 thieves with the same mistress, as in Barbu Constantinescu. One of them, posing as the angel Gabriel, steals the Cadi in a chest at the instigation of a pasha whom the Cadi has ridiculed. Much more striking are the analogies offered by Voleur par nature, Les Grands Contes Grecs, p. 205 from Cyprus. Here we get the stealing of 2 sheep, first by a boot here and a boot there, and next by buying like a lost sheep. Then we have the stealing of one of a yoke of oxen, the robbery of the king's treasure house, the consulting a robber in prison, a cauldron of pitch, the headless robber, the exposure of his corpse, and, lastly, the marriage of the surviving thief and the princess. For heroic form of the master thief, see Hans number 3, von dem Schönen und vom Dracos. Hero has to steal winged horse of the dragon, coverlet of dragon's bed, and the dragon himself. He steals him in a box and marries the king's daughter. In Laura Gonzenbach's most curious Sicilian story, number 83, Die Geschichte von Caruzedu E. 244-5, the hero steals the horse of the drag. 2. Dragon, rather than cannibal, next his bed cover, and lastly the drag himself, with which compare the Bukowina, Gypsy story, Tropsin, number 27, in Han, II. 82, we have mention of sack in variant 4 of Ring of the Dragon, cf. Infra P29. Finally, 3 little points connecting the gypsies and the master thief may be noted. Mrs. Carlyle's mother's mother was a grand-niece of Matthew Bailey, a famous Scottish gypsy who, as she said, could steal a horse from under the owner if he liked, but left always the saddle and bridle. John MacDonald, travelling tinker, knew the story of the shifty lad, though not well enough to repeat it. Campbell's Tales of the West Highlands, I. 42, 30, 56. An English gypsy once said to me, "The folks hereabouts are a lot of rat-fallow heathens. They all think they're going to heaven in a sack." Dr. Babu Constantinescu's Two Thieves is so curious, a combination of the Rhampsinitus' story in Herodotus and of Grimm's Master Thief, that I am more than inclined to regard it as the lost original, which, according to Campbell of Islay, it were vain to look for in any modern work or in any modern age. The Rhampsinitus' story and the Master Thief have both been made special subjects of study, the former by Reinhold Köhler in Orient and Occident, 1864 pp. 33, 331-6, by Clouston in his Popular Tales and Fictions, 188-7, I. 115-65, and by Sir George Cox in Fraser's Magazine, July 1880, pp. 96-101 then, the latter by M. Koskin in Contes Populaires de Lorraine, 1887, II 271-281, 3064-5. With their help and that of the above jottings, we can analyze the gypsy story of the two thieves detail by detail, and see in how many and how widely separated non-gypsy versions some of those details have to be sought. 1. A town thief meets a country thief and is challenged by him to steal the eggs of a magpie without her noticing it. Grimm, No. 19, and Kashmir and Kabyle versions. 2. Whilst doing so, he is himself robbed unawares of his breeches by the country thief. The stealing of the laborer's pajamas in Kashmir version is analogous. 3. They enter into partnership and have one wife. Albanian version. 4. They go to the king's palace and, making a hole in the roof, descend and steal money. The king, discovering his loss, takes counsel with an old robber in prison. So in Dolopathos, modern Greek, and Cypriot versions. 5. By his advice, the king finds out whole by lighting a fire in the treasure house and noticing where the smoke escapes. Dolopathos, Pecorone, Old French, Breton, Old Dutch, Danish, Kabyle. 6. Under the hole he sets a cask of molasses. Snare in Rhampsinitus, Tyrolese, Kabyle, pitch in Old English, Modern Greek, Cypriot, Old French, Gaelic, Old Dutch, Danish. 7. The country thief is caught and his comrade cuts off his head. Rhampsinitus, Pecorone, Old English, Old French, Breton, Gaelic, Tyrolese, Danish, Kabyle, Tibetan, Sinhalese. 8. The headless trunk is exposed, and the comrade steals it by intoxicating the guards. Rhampsinitus, Sicilian, Breton, Gaelic, Old Dutch, Russian. 9. He further cheats them of 400 groats as payment for his horse, which he pretends the dead thief has stolen. Wanting elsewhere. 10. The king then puts a prohibitive price on all the meat in the city, thinking the thief will betray himself by alone being able to pay it, but the thief steals a joint. Italian Pecorone, 1378, Ix, 1, and Prof. Crane's Italian Popular Tales, p. 166. 11. The king finally makes a proclamation, offering his daughter to the thief, who plucks up courage and reveals himself. Rhampsinitus, Pecorone, Sicilian, Modern Greek, Tyrolese, Kabyle. 12. To exhibit his skill, he steals one of a yoke of oxen. Russian, De Gubernatis, Zoological Mythology, I. 86, from Afanasieff. 13. As a further test, he steals the priest out of the church in a sack, out of which he has just let 300 crabs, each with a lighted taper fastened to its claw. According to Koskin, the complete crab episode occurs only in Grimm. He, of course, knows nothing of our Gypsy version. But herein he for once is wrong, since we find it also in Krause's Croatian version of The Master Thief, number 55, which bears the title of The Lad Who Was Up to Gypsy Tricks. Its hero, indeed, is generally styled the Gypsy. He is a Gypsy doctor, Friedrich Muller's Gypsy variant, and in Dr. von Soa's. In the latter version, as in several non-Gypsy ones, the hero, it will be noticed, catches crabs but makes no use whatever of them afterwards. No. 13. Chi, the watchmaker. There was once a poor lad. He took the road, went to find himself a master. He met a priest on the road. "Where are you going, my lad?" "I am going to find myself a master." "Mine's the very place for you, my lad, for I've another lad like you, and I have 6 oxen and a plough. Do you enter my service, and plough all this field?" The lad arose, and took the plough and the oxen, and went into the fields, and ploughed 2 days. Luck and the ogre came to him, and the ogre said to Luck, "Go for him." Luck didn't want to go for him, only the ogre went. When the ogre went for him, he laid himself down on his back and unlaced his boots and took to flight across the plain. The other lad shouted after him, "Don't go, brother, don't go, brother." "Bah! God blast your plough and you as well." Then he came to a city of the size of Bucharest. Presently he arrived at a watchmaker's shop, and he leaned his elbows on the shop-board and watched the prentices at their work. Then one of them asked him, "Why do you sit there hungry?" He said, "Because I like to watch you working." Then the master came out and said, "Here, my lad, I will hire you for 3 years, and will show you all that I am master of." "For a year and a day," he continued, "you will have nothing to do but chop wood and feed the oven fire, and sit with your elbows on the table and watch the prentices at their work." Now the watchmaker had had a clock of the emperor's 15 years, and no one could be found to repair it. He had fetched watchmakers from Paris and Vienna, and not one of them had managed it. The time came when the emperor offered the half of his kingdom to whoso should repair it. One and all they failed. The clock had 24 tunes in it, and as it played, the emperor grew young again. Easter Sunday came, and the watchmaker went to church with his prentices. Only the old wife and the lad stayed behind. The lad chopped the wood up quickly and went back to the table that they did their work at. He never touched one of the little watches, but he took the big clock and set it on the table. He took out 2 of its pipes and cleaned them and put them back in their place. Then the 24 tunes began to play, and the clock to go. Then the lad hid himself for fear, and all the people came out of the church when they heard the tunes playing. The watchmaker, too, came home and said, "Mother, who did me this kindness and repaired the clock?" His mother said, "Only the lad, dear, went near the table." And he sought him and found him sitting in the stable. He took him in his arms. "My lad, you were my master, and I never knew it, but set you to chop wood on Easter Day." Then he sent for 3 tailors, and they made him 3 fine suits of clothes. Next day he ordered a carriage with 4 fine horses, and he took the clock in his arms and went off to the emperor. The emperor, when he heard it, came down from his throne and took his clock in his arms and grew young. Then he said to the watchmaker, "Bring me him who mended the clock." He said, "I mended it." "Don't tell me it was you. Go and bring me him who mended it." He went then and brought the lad. The emperor said, "Go, give the watchmaker 3 purses of ducats, but the lad you shall have no more, for I mean to give him 10,000 ducats a year, just to stay here and mind the clock and repair it when it goes wrong." So the lad dwelt there 13 years. The emperor had a grown-up daughter, and he proposed to find a husband for her. She wrote a letter and gave it to her father. And what did she put in the letter? She put this, Father: I am minded to feign to be dumb, and whoso is able to make me speak, I will be his. Then the emperor made a proclamation throughout the world: He who is able to make my daughter speak shall get her to wife, and whoso fails him will I kill. Then many suitors came, but not one of them made her speak. And the emperor killed them all, and by no one more came. Now the lad, the watchmaker, went to the emperor and said, Emperor, let me also go to the maiden, to see if I cannot make her speak. Well, this is how it stands, my lad. Haven't you seen the proclamation on the table, how I have sworn to kill whoever fails to make her speak? Well, kill me also, Emperor, if I too fail. In that case, go to her. The lad dressed himself bravely and went into her chamber. She was sewing at her frame. When the lad entered, he said, Good day, you rogue. Thank you, watchmaker. Well, sit you down since you have come and take a bite. Well, all right, you rogue. He only was speaking. Then he tarried no longer, but came out and said, Good night, rogue. Farewell, watchmaker. Next evening the emperor summoned him to kill him. But the lad said, Let me go one more night. Then the lad went again and said, Good evening, rogue. Welcome, watchmaker. And since you have come, brother, pray sit down to table. Only he spoke, so at last he said, Good night, rogue. Farewell, watchmaker. Next night the emperor summoned him. I must kill you now, for you have reached your allotted term. Then said the lad, Do you know, emperor, that there is thrice forgiveness for a man? Then go tonight too. Then the lad went that night and said, How do you do, rogue? Thank you, watchmaker. Since you have come, sit at table. So I will, rogue, and see you this knife in my hand. I mean to cut you in pieces if you will not answer my question. And why should I not answer it, watchmaker? Well, rogue, know you the princess? And how should I not know her? And the three princes, know you them? I know them, watchmaker. Well and good if you know them. The three brothers had an intrigue with the princess. They knew not that the three had to do with her. But what did the maiden? She knew they were brothers. The eldest came at nightfall, and she set him down to table, and he ate. Then she lay with him and shut him up in a chamber. The middle one came at midnight, and she lay with him also, and shut him up in another chamber. And that same night came the youngest, and she lay with him too. Then at daybreak she let them all out, and they sprang to slay one another, the three brothers. The maiden said, Hold, brothers, do not slay one another, but go home and take each of you to himself 10,000 ducats, and go into 3 cities, and his I will become who brings me the finest piece of workmanship. So the eldest journeyed to Bucharest, and there found a beautiful mirror. Now look you what kind of mirror it was. Here, merchant, what is the price of your mirror? 10,000 ducats, my lad. Indeed, is that not very dear, brother? But mark you what kind of mirror it is. You look in it, and you can see both the dead and the living therein. Now let's have a look at the middle brother. He went to another city and found a robe. You, merchant, what is the price of this robe? 10,000 ducats, my son. What are you talking about, watchmaker? A robe costs 10,000 ducats. But look you, you rogue, what sort of robe it is, for when you step on it, it will carry you whither you will. So you may fancy, he cries, done. Meanwhile the youngest also arrived in a city and found a Jew, and bought an apple from him, and the apple was such that when a dead man ate it, he revived. He took it and came to his brothers, and when they were all come home, they saw their sweetheart dead. And they gave her the apple to eat, and she arose. And whom then did she choose? She chose the youngest. What do you say? And the emperor's daughter spoke, and the watchmaker took her to wife, and they made a marriage. This story, though well enough told, is very defective. Of course, by rights, the eldest brother looks in his mirror and sees the princess dead or about to die. Then the middle brother transports the three of them on his traveling robe, and only then can the youngest brother make use of his apple of life. The watchmaker is a corrupt version of the golden caskets in Geldart's Folklore of Modern Greece, pp. 106-225, which should be carefully compared with it to render it intelligible. Compare also Clouston's chapter on the Four Clever Brothers, I. 277-288, where he cites with others a Sanskrit version, and Grimm's number 129, II. 65, 428. Apropos of the magic mirror here, and of the telescope in European folk tales, Burton has this note on the ivory tube bought by Prince Ali in the Arabian tale of Prince Ahmad and the Peri Banu. The origin of the lens and its applied use to the telescope and the microscope are lost. As the castle guides of Edinburgh say, in the gloom of antiquity. Well-ground glasses have been discovered amongst the finds in Egypt and Assyria. Indeed, much of the finer work of the primeval artist could not have been done without such aid. In Europe, the spyglass appears first in the Opus Majus of the learned Roger Bacon, circa A.D. 1270, and his optic tube, whence his saying, "all things are known by perspective," chiefly contributed to make his widespread fame as a wizard. The telescope was popularized by Galileo, who, as mostly happens, carried off and still keeps amongst the vulgar all the honors of the invention. With the traveling robe compare the saddle in the Polish Gypsy tale of a girl who was sold to the devil, number 46, and the wings in the Bukowina, Gypsy Winged Hero, number 26. And with the apple of life, which occurs also in the Icelandic version of this story, the otherworld apple in the Romanian, Gypsy, Bad Mothers, number 8. See also Clouston on Prince Ahmad in his variants of Sir R.F.F. Burton's Supplemental Arabian Nights, pp. 600, 6E16, no, 14. The Red King and the Witch. It was the Red King, and he bought 10 ducats worth of victuals. He cooked them, and he put them in a press. And he locked the press, and from night to night posted people to guard the victuals. In the morning when he looked, he found the platters bare. He did not find anything in them. Then the king said, "I will give the half of my kingdom to whoever shall be found to guard the press, that the victuals may not go a-missing from it." The king had 3 sons. Then the eldest thought within himself, "God, what, give half the kingdom to a stranger? It were better for me to watch. Be it unto me according to God's will." He went to his father. "Father, all hail! What, give the kingdom to a stranger? It were better for me to watch." And his father said to him, "As God will, only don't be frightened by what you may see." Then he said, "Be it unto me according to God's will." And he went and lay down in the palace. And he put his head on the pillow, and remained with his head on the pillow till towards dawn. And a warm, sleepy breeze came and lulled him to slumber. And his little sister arose, and she turned a somersault, and her nails became like an axe, and her teeth like a shovel. And she opened the cupboard and ate up everything. Then she became a child again, and returned to her place in the cradle, for she was a babe at the breast. The lad arose and told his father that he had seen nothing. His father looked in the press, found the platters bare, no victuals, no anything. His father said, "It would take a better man than you, and even he might do nothing." His middle son also said, "Father, all hail! I am going to watch tonight. Go, dear, only play the man. Be it unto me according to God's will." And he went into the palace, and put his head on a pillow, and at 10 o'clock came a warm breeze, and sleep seized him. Up rose his sister, and unwound herself from her swaddling bands, and turned a somersault, and her teeth became like a shovel, and her nails like an axe. And she went to the press and opened it, and ate off the platters what she found. She ate it all, and turned a somersault again, and went back to her place in the cradle. Day broke, and the lad arose, and his father asked him, and said, "It would take a better man than you, and even he might do naught for me if he were as poor a creature as you." The youngest son arose. "Father, all hail, give me also leave to watch the cupboard by night." "Go, dear, only don't be frightened with what you see." "Be it unto me according to God's will," said the lad. And he went and took 4 needles, and lay down with his head on the pillow, and he stuck the 4 needles in 4 places. When sleep seized him, he knocked his head against a needle, so he stayed awake until 10 o'clock. And his sister arose from her cradle, and he saw. And she turned a somersault, and he was watching her, and her teeth became like a shovel, and her nails like an axe. And she went to the press and ate up everything. She left the platters bare. And she turned a somersault, and became tiny again as she was, went to her cradle. The lad, when he saw that, trembled with fear. It seemed to him 10 years till daybreak. And he arose and went to his father. "Father, all hail." Then his father asked him, "Didst see anything, Peterkin? What did I see? What did I not see?" "Give me money and a horse fit to carry the money, for I am away to marry me." His father gave him a couple of sacks of ducats, and he put them on his horse. The lad went and made a hole on the border of the city. He made a chest of stone, and put all the money there, and buried it. He placed a stone cross above, and departed. And he journeyed 8 years, and came to the queen of all the birds that fly. And the queen of the birds asked him, "Whither away, Peterkin?" "Thither, where there is neither death nor old age, to marry me." The queen said to him, "Here is neither death nor old age." Then Peterkin said to her, "How comes it that here is neither death nor old age?" Then she said to him, "When I whittle away the wood of all this forest, then death will come and take me, and old age." Then Peterkin said, "One day and one morning death will come, and old age, and take me." And he departed further, and journeyed on 8 years, and arrived at a palace of copper. And a maiden came forth from that palace, and took him, and kissed him. She said, "I have waited long for thee." She took the horse, and put him in the stable, and the lad spent the night there. He arose in the morning, and placed his saddle on the horse. Then the maiden began to weep, and asked him, "Whither away, Peterkin?" "Thither, where there is neither death nor old age." Then the maiden said to him, "Here is neither death nor old age." Then he asked her, "How comes it that here is neither death nor old age?" "Why, when these mountains are leveled, and these forests, then death will come." "This is no place for me," said the lad to her. And he departed further. Then what said his horse to him? "Master, whip me 4 times, and twice yourself, for you are come to the plain of regret, and regret will seize you and cast you down, horse and all, horse and all. So spur your horse, escape, and tarry not." He came to a hut. In that hut he beholds a lad, as it were 10 years old, who asked him, "What seekest thou, Peterkin, here?" "I seek the place where there is neither death nor old age." The lad said, "Here is neither death nor old age." "I am the wind." Then Peterkin said, "Never, never will I go from here." And he dwelt there 100 years, and grew no older. There the lad dwelt, and he went out to hunt in the mountains of gold and silver, and he could scarce carry home the game. Then what said the wind to him? "Peterkin, go unto all the mountains of gold, and unto the mountains of silver, but go not to the mountain of regret, or to the valley of grief." He heeded not, but went to the mountain of regret and the valley of grief. And grief cast him down, he wept till his eyes were full. And he went to the wind. "I am going home to my father, I will not stay longer." "Go not, for your father is dead, and brothers you have no more left at home. 1,000,000 years have come and gone since then." The spot is not known where your father's palace stood. They have planted melons on it. It is but an hour since I passed that way. But the lad departed thence, and arrived at the maiden's whose was the palace of copper. Only one stick remained, and she cut it and grew old. As he knocked at the door, the stick fell, and she died. He buried her, and departed thence. And he came to the queen of the birds in the great forest. Only one branch remained, and that was all but through. When she saw him, she said, "Peterkin, thou art quite young." Then he said to her, "Dost thou remember telling me to tarry here?" As she pressed and broke through the branch, she too fell and died. He came where his father's palace stood, and looked about him. There was no palace, no anything. And he fell to marveling, "God, thou art mighty!" He only recognized his father's well, and went to it. His sister, the witch, when she saw him, said to him, "I have waited long for you, dog." She rushed at him to devour him, but he made the sign of the cross, and she perished. And he departed thence, and came on an old man with his beard down to his belt. "Father, where is the palace of the Red King? I am his son." "What is this?" said the old man. "Thou tellest me that thou art his son. My father's father has told me of the Red King. His very city is no more. Dost thou not see it is vanished? And dost thou tell me that thou art the Red King's son? It is not 20 years, old man, since I departed from my father, and dost thou tell me that thou knowest not my father?" It was 1,000,000 years since he had left his home. "Follow me, if thou dost not believe me." And he went to the cross of stone. Only a palm's breadth was out of the ground, and it took him 2 days to get at the chest of money. When he had lifted the chest out and opened it, Death sat in one corner groaning, and Old Age groaning in another corner. Then what said Old Age? "Lay hold of him, Death. Lay hold of him yourself." Old Age laid hold of him in front, and Death laid hold of him behind. The old man took and buried him decently, and planted the cross near him. And the old man took the money, and also the horse. In these days, when one is called upon to admire Maeterlinck and not for the world to admire Scott's Marmion, it is hard to know what is really good and what bad. Else this story of the Red King and the Witch to me seems the finest folk tale that we have. It is like Albert Durer's Night. It is like the Cessadas of some great gypsy maestro. But is it original? Well, that's the question. There are several non-gypsy stories that offer most striking analogies. There is Ralston's The Witch and the Sun's Sisters EP, 7T to 175 from the Ukraine, and there is Ralston's The Norka EP, 7380 from the Chernigov government. Then there is Ratislav's Transmigration of the Soul EP, 61 to 162, Little Russian, of a baby that gobbles up victuals. And there are Grimm's number 57 and Hahn's number 65. From these it would not be difficult to patch together a story that should almost exactly parallel our gypsy one, but not one of them, I feel certain, can rightly be deemed its original. No. 15. The Prince and the Wizard. There was a king, and he had an only son. Now that lad was heroic, naught heeding, and he set out in quest of heroic achievements, and he went a long time naught heeding. And he came to a forest, and lay down to sleep in the shadow of a tree, and slept. Then he saw a dream, that he arises and goes to the hill where the dragon's horses are, and that if you keep straight on you will come to the man with no kidneys, screaming and roaring. So he arose and departed, and came to the man with no kidneys. And when he came there, he asked him, "Mercy, what are you screaming for?" He said, "Why, a wizard has taken my kidneys, and has left me here in the road, as you see me." Then the lad said to him, "Wait a bit longer till I return from somewhere." And he left him, and journeyed 3 more days and 3 nights. And he came to that hill, and sat down, and ate, and rested. And he arose, and went to the hill. And the horses, when they saw him, ran to eat him. And the lad said, "Do not eat me, for I will give you pearly hay and fresh water." Then the horses said, "Be our master, but see you do as you've promised." The lad said, "Horses, if I don't, why, eat me and slay me." So he took them and departed with them home. And he put them in the stable and gave them fresh water and pearly hay. And he mounted the smallest horse and set out for the man with no kidneys, and found him there. And he asked him what was the name of the wizard who had taken his kidneys. "What his name is I know not, but I do know where he is gone to. He is gone to the other world." Then the lad took and went a long time not heeding, and came to the edge of the earth, and let himself down, and came to the other world. And he went to the wizards there, and said, "Come forth, O wizard, that I may see the sort of man you are." So when the wizard heard, he came forth to eat him and slay him. Then the lad took his heroic club and his saber, and the instant he hurled his club, the wizard's hands were bound behind his back. And the lad said to him, "Hear you, wizard, tell quit my brother's kidneys, or I slay thee this very hour." And the wizard said, "They are there in a jar. Go and get them." And the lad said, "And when I've got them, what am I to do with them?" The wizard said, "Why, when you've got them, put them in water and give him them to drink." Then the lad went and took them, and departed to him. And he put the kidneys in water and gave him to drink, and he drank. And when he had drunk, he was whole. And he took the lad and kissed him, and said, "Be my brother till my death or thine, and so too in the world to come." So they became brothers. And having done so, they took and journeyed in quest of heroic achievements. So they set out and slew every man that they found in their road. Then the man who had had no kidneys said he was going after the wizard, and would pass to the other world. Then they took and went there to the edge of the earth, and let themselves in. And they came there, and went to the wizard. And when they got there, how they set themselves to fight, and fought with him 2 whole days. Then when the lad his brother took and hurled his club, the wizard's hands were bound behind his back. And he cut his throat, and took his houses, made them 2 apples. And they went further, and came on a certain house, and there were 3 maidens. And the lad hurled his club, and carried away half their house. And when the maidens saw that, they came out, and saw them coming. And they flung a comb on their path, and it became a forest. No needle could thread it. So when the lad saw that, he flung his club and his saber. And the saber cut, and the club battered. And it cut all the forest till nothing was left. And when the maidens saw that they had felled the forest, they flung a whetstone, and it became a fortress of stone, so that there was no getting further. And he flung the club, and demolished the stone, and made dust of it. And when the maidens saw that they had demolished the stone, they flung a mirror before them, and it became a lake, and there was no getting over. And the lad flung his saber, and it cleft the water, and they passed through, and went there to the maidens. When they came there, they said, "And what were you playing your cantrips on us for, maidens?" Then the maidens said, "Why, lad, we thought that you were coming to kill us." Then the lad shook hands with them, the 3 sisters, and said to them, "There, maidens, and will you have us?" And they took them to wife, one for himself, and one for him who had lost his kidneys, and one they gave to another lad. And he went with them home, and they made a marriage. And I came away, and I have told the story. And a very quaint story it is, to the best of my knowledge, that rarest of all things, a new one. God's Godson, number 6, also offers an instance of an heroic hero, not heeding, who sets out in quest of heroic achievements, and we find the same notion in a good many folk tales of Southeast Europe, for example, in the Croatian story of Kraljevich Marko Ratislaw, number 52, p. 266. For the comb, whetstone, and mirror, cf. Ralston, p. 142, and the Bukowina Gypsy story, Made Over to the Devil, number 34, where it is a whetstone, a comb, and a towel. No. 16. The apples of pregnancy there were where there were a king and a queen. Now for 16 years that king and that queen had had no sons or daughters, so he thought they would never have any. And he was always weeping and lamenting, for what would become of them without any children? Then the king said to the queen, "O queen, I will go away and leave you, and if I do not find a son born of you by my return, know that either I will kill you with my own hands, or I will send you away and live no longer with you." Then another king sent a challenge to him to go and fight, for if he goes not, he will come and slay him on his throne. Then the king said to his queen, "Here, O queen, is a challenge come for me to go and fight." "If I had had a son, would he not have gone and I have remained at home?" she said. "How can I help it, O king, if God has not chosen to give us any sons?" "What can I do?" he said. "Prate not to me of God. If I come and don't find a son born of you, I shall kill you." And the king departed. Then the holy God and St. Peter fell to discussing what they should do for the queen. So God said to Peter, "Here, you, Peter, go down with this apple and pass before her window and cry, 'I have an apple, and whoso eats of it will conceive.' She will hear you. For it were a pity, Peter, for the king to come and kill her." So St. Peter took the apple and came down and did as God had told him. He cried in front of the queen's window. She heard him, and came out and called him to her and asked, "How much do you want for that apple, my man?" He said, "I want much. Give me a purse of money." And the queen took the purse of money and gave it him, and took the apple and ate it. And when she had eaten it, she conceived. And St. Peter left her the purse of money there. So the time drew near for her to bear a child. And the very day that she brought forth her son, his father came from the war, and he had won the fight. So when he came home and heard that the queen had borne him a son, he went to the wine shop and drank till he was drunk. And as he was coming home from the wine shop, he reached the door and fell down and died. Then the boy heard it, and rose up out of his mother's arms, and went to the vintner and killed him with a blow. And he came home. And the people, the nobles, beheld him, what a hero he was, and wondered at him. But an evil eye fell on him, and for 3 days he took to his bed, and he died of the evil eye. 2 other Romanian gypsy stories may be compared with this one, Number 10 and The Prince Who Ate Men, where likewise a king has no son, threatens the queen with death, and goes off to the war. The queen goes out driving, and meets a little bit of a man who follows her home, gives her a glass of medicine, and vanishes. She conceives and bears a son, half dog, half bear, and half man. The father returns victorious, and is going to slay this monster till he learns who he is. Afterwards the monster takes to eating sentinels, until he himself is slain by a hero. Fruits of pregnancy are very common in Indian folk tales, and God plays much the same part there. For instance, in Chandra's Vengeance, Merry Frere's old Deccan days, pp. 2534, Mahadeo gives a mango fruit to a sterile woman, and she bears a child. Cf. Also Maeve Stokes's Indian Fairy Tales, pp. 4291, Knowles's Folk Tales of Kashmir, p46 note, Hey Han, Nose, 4, 6, etc., and the English Gypsy Story, De Little Fox, number 52. Chapter 3, Bukawina, Gypsus, Stories number 17. It all comes to light. There was a man with as many children as ants in an ant-hill, and 3 of the girls went to reap corn, and the emperor's son came by. And the eldest girl said, "If the emperor's son will marry me, I will clothe his whole army with 1 spindleful of thread." And the middle girl said, "I will feed his army with a single loaf." And the youngest girl said, "If he will marry me, I will bear him twins, clever and good, with hair of gold and teeth like pearls." His servant heard them. "Emperor," the eldest girl said. "If you will marry her, she will clothe your army with one spindleful of thread." The middle girl said, "If you will marry her, she will feed your army with a single loaf." The youngest girl said, "If you will marry her, she will bear you twins clever and good with golden hair." "Turn back," he cried. "Take the youngest girl, put her in the carriage." He brought her home. He lived with her half a year, and they summoned him to the army to fight. He remained a year at the war. His empress brought forth 2 sons. The servant took them and flung them into the pigsty, and she put 2 whelps by the mother. At evening the pigs came home, and the eldest sow cried, "Ha! Here are our master's sons. Quick, give them the teat to suck and keep them warm." The pigs went forth to the field. The servant came, saw that the boys are well, not dead. She flung them into the stable. At evening the horses came home, and the eldest mare cried, "Ha! Here are our master's sons. Quick, give them the teat to suck." In the morning the horses went forth to the field. The servant took them and buried them in the dunghill. And 2 golden fir trees grew. The emperor came from the war. The servant went to meet him. "Emperor, the empress has borne you a couple of whelps." The emperor buried the empress behind the door up to the waist, and set the 2 whelps to suck her. He married the servant. This servant said to the emperor, "Fell these fir trees and make me a bed." "Fell them I will not. They are of exquisite beauty. If you don't, I shall die." The emperor set men to work, and felled the firs, and gathered all the chips, and burned them with fire. He made a bed of the 2 planks, and slept with his new empress in the bed. And the elder boy said, "Brother, do you feel it heavy, brother?" "No, I don't feel it heavy, for my father is sleeping on me. But do you feel it heavy, brother?" "I do, for my stepmother is sleeping on me." She heard. She arose in the morning. "Emperor, chop up this bed and put it in the fire, that it be burnt. Burn it I will not, but you must put it in the fire, else I shall die." The emperor bade them put it in the fire. She bade them block up the chimney, that not a spark should escape. But 2 sparks escaped, and fell on a couple of lambs. The lambs became golden. She saw, and commanded the servants to kill the lambs. She gave the servants the chitterlings to wash them, and gave the chitterlings numbered. They were washing them in the stream. 2 of the chitterlings fell into the water. They cut 2 chitterlings in half, and added them to the number, and came home. From those 2 chitterlings which fell into the water came 2 doves, and they turned a somersault, and became boys. And they went to a certain lady. This lady was a widow, and she took the boys in, and brought them up 7 years, and clothed them. And the emperor made proclamation in the land that they should gather to him to a ball. All Bukowina assembled. They ate and drank. The emperor said, "Guess what I have suffered." Nobody guessed. These 2 boys also went, and sat at the gate. The emperor saw them. "Call also these 2 boys." They called them to the emperor. "What are you come for, boys?" "We came, emperor, to guess." "Well, guess away." There was a man with children as many as ants in an ant-hill. And 3 of the girls went to reap corn, and the emperor's son came by. And the eldest girl said, "If this lad will marry me, I will clothe his army with one spindleful of thread." The middle girl said, "If he will marry me, I will feed his army with a single loaf." The youngest girl said, "If this emperor's son will marry me, I will bear him twins, clever and good, with hair of gold and teeth like pearls." His servant said to the emperor, "Emperor," the eldest girl said that if you will marry her, she will clothe your army with one spindleful of thread. And the middle girl said, "If you will marry her, she will feed your army with a single loaf." And the youngest girl said, "If you will marry her, she will bear you." The emperor lived with her half a year, and departed to war, and remained a year. The empress brought forth 2 sons. The servant took them, flung them into the pigsty, and put 2 whelps by her. At evening the pigs came home, and the eldest sow cried, "Ha! Here are our master's sons. You must give them the teat." In the morning the pigs went forth to the field. The servant came, saw that they are well, flung them into the stable. At evening the horses came. The eldest horse cried, "Ha! Here are our master's sons. You must give them the teat." In the morning the horses went forth to the field. She came and saw that they are well. She buried them in the horses' dunghill, and 2 golden fir trees grew. The emperor came from the army. The servant went to meet him. "Emperor, the empress has borne a couple of whelps." The emperor buried her behind the door and set the 2 whelps to suck. The emperor married the servant. The new empress said, "Fell the fir trees and make a bed. Fell them I will not, for they are beautiful. If you don't fell them, I shall die." The emperor commanded, and they felled them, and he gathered all the chips and flung them in the fire, and he made a bed. And the emperor was sleeping in the bed with the servant. And the elder brother said, "Do you feel it heavy, brother?" "No, I don't feel it heavy, for my true father is sleeping on me. But do you feel it heavy, brother?" "I do, for my stepmother is sleeping on me." She heard. She arose in the morning. "Emperor, chop up this bed, and put it in the fire. Chop it up, I will not, for it is fair. If you don't, I shall die." The emperor commanded, and chopped up the bed, and they put it in the fire, and she told them to block up the chimney. But 2 sparks jumped out on 2 lambs, and the lambs became golden. She saw, and commanded the servants to kill them, and gave the chitterlings to 2 girls to wash. And 2 chitterlings escaped, and they cut 2 chitterlings, and made up the proper number. From those chitterlings came 2 doves, and they turned a somersault, and became 2 boys. And they went to a certain widow lady, and she took them in, and brought them up 7 years. The emperor gathered Bukowina to a ball, and they ate and drank. The emperor told them to guess what he had suffered. Nobody guessed, but I have. And if you believe not, we are your sons, and our mother is buried behind the door. Then came his mother into the hall. "Good day to you, my sons. Thank you, mother." And they took that servant, and bound her to a wild horse, and gave him his head, and he smashed her to pieces. Dr. Barbu Constantinescu furnishes this Romanian gypsy variant. No. 1-8. The Golden Children. There were 3 princesses, and they vaunted themselves before the 3 princes. One vaunted that she will make him a golden boy and girl, and one vaunted that she will feed his army with 1 crust of bread, and one vaunted that she will clothe the whole army with a single spindleful of thread. The time came that the princes took the 3 maidens. So she who had vaunted that she will bear the golden boy and girl, the time came that she grew big with child, and she fell on the hearth in the birth pangs. The midwife came, and his mother, and she brought forth a golden boy and girl. And her man was not there. And the midwife and his mother took a dog and a bitch and put them beneath her. And they took the boy and the girl, and the midwife threw them into the river. And they went floating on the river, and a monk found them. So their father went a-hunting, and their father found the lad. "Let me kiss you. For," he thought, "my wife said she would bear a golden lad and girl like this." And he came home and fell sick, and the midwife noticed it, and his mother. The midwife asked him, "What ails you?" He said, "I am sick, because I have seen a lad like my wife said she would bear me." Then she sent for the children, did his mother, and the monk brought them, and she asked him, "Where did you get those children?" He said, "I found them both floating on the river." And the king saw it must be his children. His heart yearned towards them. So the king called the monk and asked him, "Where did you get those children?" He said, "I found them floating on the river." He brought the monk to his mother and the midwife and said, "Behold, mother, my children!" She repented and said, "So it is." She said, "Yes, darling." The midwife put them in a box and threw them into the water. Then he kindled the furnace and cast both his mother and also the midwife into the furnace. And he burnt them, and so they made atonement. He gathered all the kings together for joy that he had found his children. Away I came, the tale have told. And a very poor tale it is, most clearly defective. We never, for instance, hear what becomes of the mother. Non-Gypsy versions of this story are very numerous and very widely spread, almost as widely spread as the Gypsies. We have them from Iceland, Brittany, Brazil, Catalonia, Sicily, Italy, Lorraine, Germany, Tyrol, Transylvania, Hungary, Serbia, Romania, Albania, Syria, White Russia, the Caucasus, Egypt, Arabia, Mesopotamia, and Bengal, as well as in Dolopathos, Susi, Nelevanati, and Straparola. Special studies of this story have been made by Koskin Volyu, Shio, E.P. Elgsii, and P. Nintino, and W.A. Clouston and his variants and analogues of the tales involved. II. of Sir R.F. Burton's Supplemental Arabian Nights 1887, pp. 617-648. Reference may also be made to Grimm No. 96, The Three Little Birds, Ratislaws No. 23, The Wonderful Lads Grenville, Murray's Doyne, or Songs and Legends of Romania 1854, pp. No. 968AR, 1854, pp. 238, Han I. 272 II, 40 287 293, The Boy with the Moon on His Forehead, in the Reverend Lal Bahari Day's Folk Tales of Bengal, No. 19, p. 236, and The Boy Who Had a Moon on His Forehead and a Star on His Chin, in Maeve Stokes's Indian Fairy Tales, No. 20, p. 1119, cf. Also, No. 2, pp. 7 and 245. Chandra's Vengeance, in Mary Frere's Old Deccan Days, No. 22, p. 225, offers some curious analogies. There the heroine is born with 2 golden anklets on her ankles, dazzling to look at like the sun. She is put in a golden box, floated down the river, saved by a fisherman, etc. Cosquin acutely remarks that in the original story, the king, of course, marries the 3 sisters, and the 2 elder, jealous, are the prime workers of the mischief. Yet a third Gypsy version, a Slovak one, is furnished by Dr. von Soa. It is plainly corrupt and imperfect, number fact, number feint. The 2 children. Somewhere there was a hunter's son, a soldier, and there was also a shoemaker's daughter. She had a dream that if he took her to wife, and if she fell pregnant by him, she would bring forth twins, the boy with a golden star upon his breast, and the girl with a golden star upon the brow. And he presently took her to wife, and she was poor, that shoemaker's daughter, and he was rich, so his parents did not like her for a daughter-in-law. She became with child to him, and he went off to serve as a soldier. Within a year she brought forth. When that befell, she had twins, exactly as she had said. She bore a boy and a girl. The boy had a golden star upon his breast, and the girl had a golden star upon her brow. But his parents threw the twins into diamond chests, wrote a label for each of them, and put it in the chest. Then they let them swim away down the Var River. Then my God so ordered it that there were 2 fishers catching fish. They saw those chests come swimming down the river. They laid hold of both of them. When they had done so, they opened the chests, and there were the children alive, and on each was the label with writing. The fishers took them up and went straight to the church to baptize them. So those children lived to their 8th year and went already to school. And the fishers had also children of their own, and used to beat them, those foundlings. He, the boy, was called Jankos, and she, Marishka. And Marishka said to Jankos, "Let us go, Jankos mine, somewhere into the world." Then they went into a forest, there spent the night. There they made a fire, and Marishka fell into a slumber, whilst he, Jankos, kept up the fire. There came a very old stranger to him, and he says to him, says that stranger, Come with me, Jankos, I will give you plenty of money. He brought him into a vault. There a stone door opened before him. The vault was full, brim full of money. Jankos took 2 armfuls of money. It was my God who was there with him, and showed him the money. He took as much as he could carry, then returned to Mariska. Mariska was up already and awake. She was weeping. Where then is Jankos? Jankos calls to her. Fear not, I am here. I am bringing you plenty of money. My God had told him to take as much money as he wants. The door will always be open to him. Then they, Jankos and Mariska, went to a city. He bought clothes for himself and for her, and bought himself a fine house. Then he bought also horses and a small carriage. Then he went to the vault for that money and helped himself again. With the shovel he flung it on the carriage. Then he returned home with so much money that he didn't know what to do with it. Then he ordered a band to play music, and arranged for a ball. Then he invited all the gentry in that country, invited all of them, and his parents too came. This he did, that he might find out who were his parents. Right enough they came, and he, Jankos, at once knew his mother. My God had ordained it, that he at once should know her. Then he asks his mother, Does Jankos what a man deserved who ruins 2 souls, and is himself alive? And she says, The old lady, such a one deserves nothing better than to have light set to the faggot pile, and himself pitched into the fire. That was just what they did to them, pitched him into the fire, and he remained there with Mariska. And the gentleman cried then, Hurrah! Bravo! That's capital! No. 20. Tow! Call! Mares! Son a priest went riding on his mare to town, and he led her into the forest and left her there. The mare brought forth a son, and God came and baptized him and gave him the name Mare's son. He sucked 1 year and went to a tree and tries to pluck it up and could not. Ah, mother, I'll suck 1 year more. He sucked 1 year more. He went to the tree, he plucked it up. Now, mother, I shall go away from you. And he went into the forests and found a man. Good day to you. Thanks. What's your name? Tree splitter. Ha, let's become brothers. Come with me. They went further. They found another man. Good day. Thanks. What's your name? Rock splitter. Ha, let's become brothers. They became brothers. Come with me. They went further. They found yet another man. Good day to you. Thanks. What's your name? Tree bender. Come with me. The 4 went further, and they found a robber's den. The robbers had killed a heifer. When the robbers saw them, they fled. They went away and left the meat untouched. They cooked the meat and ate. They passed the night. In the morning, Mare's son said, Let 3 of us go to hunt and 1 stay at home to cook. They left Tree Splitter at home to cook, and he cooked the food nicely. And there came an old man to him, a hand's breadth tall, with a beard a cubit in length. Give me to eat, not I, for they'll come from hunting, and there'll be nothing to give them. The old man went into the wood and cut 4 wedges, and threw him, Tree Splitter, on the ground, and fastened him to the earth by the hands and feet, and ate up all the food. Then he let him go and departed. He put more meat in the pot to cook. They came from hunting and asked, Have you cooked the food? Ever since you've been away I've had the meat at the fire, but it isn't cooked properly. Dish it up as it is, for we're hungry. He dished it up as it was, and they ate it. They passed the night. The next day they left another cook, and the 3 of them went off to hunt. The old man came again. Give me something to eat. Not I, for they'll come from hunting, and there'll be nothing to give them to eat. He went into the wood, and cut 4 wedges, and fastened him to the earth by the hands and feet, and ate up all the food, and let him go, and departed. He put more meat in the pot to cook. They came from hunting. Have you cooked the food? Ever since you've been away I've had it at the fire, but it isn't cooked, for it's old meat. They passed the night. The 3rd day they left another cook. The three of them went to hunt, and those two never told what they had undergone. Again the old man came, demanded food. Not a morsel, for they'll come from hunting, and I should have nothing to give them. He went into the wood and cut 4 wedges, and fastened him to the earth by the hands and feet, and ate up all the food, and let him go. They came from hunting. Have you cooked the food? The minute you went away, I put the meat in the pot, but it isn't cooked, for it's old. The 4th day, Mayor's son remained as cook, and he cooked the food nicely. The old man came. Give me something to eat, for I'm hungry. Come here, and I'll give you some. He called him into the house, and caught him by the beard, and led him to a beech tree, and drove his axe into the beech, and cleft it, and put his beard in the cleft, and drew out the axe, and drove in wedges by the beard, and left him there. They came from hunting. He gave them to eat. Why didn't you cook as good food as I? They ate. The old man pulled the tree out of the earth onto his shoulders, and dragged it after him, and departed into a cave in the other world. Said Mayor's son to them, Come with me, and you shall see what I've caught. They went, and found only the place. Said Mayor's son, Come with me, for I've got to find him. They went, following the track of the tree to his cave. This is where he went in. Who'll go in to fetch him out? They said. Not we, we're afraid. Do you go in, for it was you who caught him. He said, I'll go in, and do you swear that you will act fairly by me? They swore that they will act fairly by him. They made a basket, and he lowered himself into the cave and went to the other world. There was a palace under the earth, and he found the old man with his beard in the tree, put him in the basket, and they drew him up. He found a big stone and put it in the basket. If they pull up the stone, they will pull up me. They pulled it up halfway and cut the rope. He fell a-weeping. Now I am undone. He journeyed under the earth and came to a house. There was an old man and an old woman, both blind, for the fairies had put out their eyes. Mayor's son went to them and said, Good day. Thanks. And who are you? I am a man. And old or young, be a son to us. Good. The old man had 10 sheep. Here, take the sheep and graze them, daddy's darling. And don't go to the right hand, else the fairies will catch you and put out your eyes. That's their field. But go to the left hand, for they've no business there. That's our field. He went 3 days to the left hand, until he bethought himself, and made a fruit, and went to the right hand with his sheep. And there met him a fairy, and said to him, Son of a roarer, what are you wanting here? He began to play on the flute. Dance a bit for me. He began to play, and she danced. Just as she was dancing her very best, he broke the flute with his teeth. The fairy said, What are you doing? Why did you break it when I was dancing my very best? Come with me to that tree, that maple, that I may take out its heart and make a flute. And I will play all day, and you shall dance. Come with me. He went to the maple and drove his axe into the maple and cleft it. Put your hand in, and take out the heart. She put in her hand. He drew out the axe and left her hand in the tree. She cried, Quick, release my hand, it will be crushed. And he said, Where are the old man's and the old woman's eyes? For if you don't tell me, I shall cut your throat. Go to the 3rd room. They're in a glass. The larger are the old man's, the smaller the old woman's. How shall I put them in again? There is water in a glass there, and moisten them with the water, and put them in, and they will adhere. And smear with the water, and they will see. He cut her throat, and went and got the eyes of the old man and the old woman, and took the water, and moistened them with the water, and put them in, and they adhered. He smeared with the water, and they saw. The old man and the old woman said, Thank you, my son, be my son forever. I will give all things into your hand, and I will go to my kinsfolk, for it is 10 years since I have seen them. And the old man mounted a goat, and the old woman mounted a sheep, and he said to his son, Daddy's darling, walk, eat, and drink. Away went the old man and the old woman to their kinsfolk. He too set out and went walking in the forest. In a tree were young eagles, and a dragon was climbing up to devour them. And Mare's son saw him, and climbed up, and killed him. And the young eagles said to him, God will give you good luck for killing him. For my mother said every year she was hatching chicks, and this dragon was always devouring them. But where shall we hide you? For our mother will come and devour you. But put yourself under us, and we will cover you with our wings. Their mother came. I smell fresh, man. No, mother, you just fancy it. You fly aloft, and the reek mounts up to you. I'm certain there's a man here. And who killed the dragon? I don't know, mother. Show him that I may see him. He's among us, mother. They produced him, and she saw him, and the minute she saw him, she swallowed him. The eaglets began to weep and to lament. He saved us from death, and you have devoured him. Wait a bit, I'll bring him up again. She brought him up and asked him, What do you want for saving my young ones from death? I only want you to carry me to the other world. Had I known that, I'd have let him devour my young ones, for to carry you up is mighty difficult. Do you know how I shall manage it? Bake 12 ovenfuls of bread, and take 12 heifers and 12 jars of wine. In 3 days he had them ready. She said, Put them on me, and when I turn my head to the left, throw a heifer into my mouth and an ovenful of bread, and when I turn to the right, pour a jar of wine into my mouth. She brought him out. He went to his brothers. Good day to you, brothers. You fancied I should perish. If you acted fairly by me, toss your arrows up in the air, and they will fall before you. But if unfairly, then they will fall on your heads. All 4 tossed up their arrows, and they stood in a row. His fell right before him, and theirs fell on their heads, and they died. I have excised the opening of this tale as far too Rabelaisian. In fact, it leaves the very priest ashamed. Its hero is called Mare's son, and is suckled by a mare like Miloš Obilić in a Croatian ballad. But the story is clearly identical with Grimm's Strong Hans's number 66, II, 253, 454, and the Elves number 91, II, 24387, in one or other of which, or of their variants, almost every detail, sometimes to the minutest, will be found. Cosquin Jean Delors number 1, 127 should also be carefully studied, and Hans das Bärenkind number 75, 72. The Gypsy version is in one respect clearly defective. It has no heroine, a lack that might be supplied from Miklosic's Gypsy story of the Seers, number 23. The episode of the fairies that blind occurs in the Scab, Pate, Geldart's Folklore of Modern Greece, p. 15.8, cf. Also, Han, I. 222, and in Maeve Stokes's Indian Fairy Tales, p. 57, one finds a similar restoration of their eyes to 7 blinded mothers, with salve, however, not water, for application. Cf. Kraus, I. 81. For a fruit that obliges to dance, and a blind old man riding on a great goat comes in Denton's Serbian Folklore, p. 249. The rescue of the young eagles, and the being born to the upper world by the old mother bird, are conjointly or separately very widespread. The meat generally runs short, and the hero gives her a piece of his own flesh, cf. p. 240. Hans der Gold Depfelbaum und die Hellenfahrt, from Sira, number 70, EI. 57-297 furnishes an excellent example, and Koskin E. 41 gives Avar, Siberian, Kabyle, Persian, and Indian variants. The rescue of 2 eaglets from a great snake occurs in The Demon and the King's Son, Maeve Stokes's Indian Fairy Tales, number 24, p. 182, and in Punchkin, Mary Frere's Old Deccan Days, number 1, p. 14. The striking ordeal at the close, recurring in the Sears No. 23, p. 89, is, to the best of my knowledge, peculiar to these two gypsy stories. The arrows suggest a high antiquity. Von Soa's Slovak gypsy story of The Three Dragons, No. 4, offers many analogies to Mare's Son, of which the Welsh gypsy story, Twopence Halfpennies, No. 58, p. 243, is actually a variant. The first 8 pages of Prince Lionheart and his 3 friends in F.A. Steele's Wide Awake Stories, pp. 4754, and her How Raja Rasalu's Friends Forsook Him, pp. 255-7, also the very curious story of Gumda the Hero, Campbell's Santal Folk Tales, p. 57, offer Indian versions of the opening of Mare's Son. Tar deluded dragon. There was an old man with a multitude of children. He had an underground cave in the forest. He said, "Make me a honey cake, for I will go and earn something." He went into the forest and found a well. By the well was a table. He laid the cake on the table. The crows came and ate it. He slept by the well. He arose and saw the flies eating the crumbs. He struck a blow and killed 100 flies. He wrote that he had killed 100 souls with one blow. And he lay down and slept. A dragon came with a buffalo's skin to draw water. He saw what was written on the table, that he had killed 100 souls. When he saw the old man, he feared. The old man awoke, and he too feared. The dragon said, "Let's become brothers." And they swore that they would be brothers of the cross. The dragon drew water. "Come with me, brother, to my palace." They went along a footpath, the old man first. When the dragon panted, he drove the old man forward. When he drew in his breath, he pulled him back. The dragon said, "Brother, why do you sometimes run forward and sometimes come back?" "I am thinking whether to kill you." "Stay, brother. I will go first and you behind. Maybe you will change your mind." They came to a cherry tree. "Here, brother, have some cherries." The dragon climbed up, and the old man was eating below. The dragon said, "Come up, they're better here." The old man said, "No, they aren't, for the birds have defiled them. Catch hold of this bough." The old man did so. The dragon let go of it and jerked the old man up, and he fell on a hair and caught it. The dragon said, "What's the matter, brother? Was the bough too strong for you?" I sprang of my own accord and caught his hair. I hadn't time to run round, so up I sprang. The dragon came down and went home. The old man said, "Would you like a present, sister-in-law?" seemingly offering the hair to the dragon's wife. "Thanks, brother-in-law." The dragon said to her aside, "Don't say a word to him, else he'll kill us, for he has killed 100 souls with one blow." He sent him to fetch water. "Go for water, brother." He took the spade and the buffalo's hide, dragged it after him, and went to the well, and was digging all round the well. The dragon went to him. "What are you doing, brother?" "I am digging the whole well to carry it home." "Don't destroy the spring. I'll draw the water myself." The dragon drew the water, and took the old man by the hand, and led him home. He sent him to the forest to fetch a tree. He stripped off bark, and made himself a rope, and bound the trees. The dragon came. "What are you doing, brother?" "I am going to take the whole forest and carry it home." "Don't destroy my forest, brother." "I'll carry it myself." The dragon took a tree on his shoulders and went home. He said to his wife, "What shall we do, wife, for he will kill us if we anger him?" She said, "Take uncle's big club and hit him on the head." The old man heard. He slept of a night on a bench, and he took the beetle, put it on the bench, dressed it up in his coat, and put his cap on the top of it, and he lay down under the bench. The dragon took the club and felt the cap, and struck with the club. The old man arose, removed the beetle, put it under the bench, and lay down on the bench. He scratched his head. God will punish you, brother, and your household, for a flea has bitten me on the head. There, do you hear, wife? I hit him on the head with the club, and he says a mere flea has bitten him. What shall we do with him, wife? Give him a sackful of money to go away. What will you take to go, brother? I'll give you a sackful of money. Give it me. He gave it. Take it, brother, and be gone. I brought my present myself. Do you carry yours yourself? The dragon took it on his shoulders and carried it. They drew near to the underground cavern. The old man said, Stay here, brother, whilst I go home and tie up the dogs, else they'll wholly devour you. The old man went home to his children and made them wooden knives and told them to say when they saw the dragon, Mother, father's bringing a dragon, we'll eat his flesh. The dragon heard them and flung down the sack and fled. And he met a fox. Where are you flying to, dragon? The old man will kill me. Fear not, come along with me. I'll kill him, he's so weak. The children came outside and cried, Mother, the fox is bringing us the dragon skin he owes us to cover the cave with. The dragon took to flight and caught the fox and dashed him to the earth, and the fox died. The old man went to the town and got a cart and put the money in it. Then he went to the town and built himself houses and bought himself oxen and cows. Dr. von Soa furnishes this Slovak gypsy variant, No. 22, The Gypsy and the Dragon. There were a gypsy and a shepherd who tended his sheep. Every night 2 of the shepherd's sheep went a-missing, or even 3. The peasant came to his gossip, the gypsy, who asks him, Hello, gossip, what's up with you that you're so sorrowful? The peasant says to the gypsy, how should I not be sorrowful when someone, I know not who, does me grievous harm? All right, I'll help you there, for I know fine who it is. Tonight let your wife make me 2 big cheeses the size of that, and let her bake me some nice fine dough for supper. I'll come and sup with you tonight, then I'll go and look after your sheep. All right. The gypsy went and had a fine blowout at the peasants. Night came, and the gypsy went off to the sheep. And the cheese he put in his pocket, and in his hand he took an iron bar weighing 300 weight, besides which he made himself quite a light wooden rod. And off he went to the sheepfold. There was nobody there but the shepherd's man. Go you home, my lad, says the gypsy, and I'll stop here. Midnight came. The gypsy made himself a big fire, and straightway the dragon comes to the gypsy by the fire. He said to him, Wait a bit. I'll give it your mother for this. What are you wanting here? Just wanting to see if you are such a strong chap, though you do eat 3 sheep every night. He was terrified. Sit down beside me by the fire, and let's just have a little trial of strength to see which of us is the stronger. Do you throw this stick so high up in the air that it never falls down again, but stays there? It was the bar that weighed 300 weight. The dragon threw it so high that then and there it remained somewhere or other up in the sky. Now, says the dragon to the gypsy, now do you throw as I threw. The gypsy threw. It was the little light wooden stick, threw it somewhere or other behind him, so that the dragon couldn't see where he threw it, but he fancied he had thrown it where he had thrown his own. Well, all right, let's sit down and see whether you really are a clever chap. Just take this stone and squeeze it so that the water runs out of it, and the blood, like this. The gypsy took the cheese. He squeezed it till the water ran out of it. Then he said to the dragon, Do you take it now and squeeze? He handed him a stone, and the dragon kept squeezing and squeezing till the blood streamed from his hand. I see plainly, he said to the gypsy, you're a better man than I. Well, take me now on your back, and carry me to your blind mother. They came to his blind mother. Fear seized her, for where did one ever hear the like of that? The dragon to carry the gypsy on his back. Now you'll give me just whatever I want. Fear not. I will give you as much money as you can carry, and as much food as you want, both to eat and to drink. Only let me live and my mother, and I'll never go after the sheep any more. Well and good. I could kill you this moment, and your blind mother too. Then swear to me that you will go no more to that peasant's to devour his sheep. Straightway he swore to him that indeed he would go no more. Now you must give me money, both gold and silver, and then you must take me on your back and carry me home. Well and good. He gave him the money and took him on his back and carried home the gypsy and the money. The gypsy's wife seized them. My God, what's up? And the children, he had plenty, came running out. The dragon was dreadfully frightened and ran off, but he flung down the gypsy's money and left it there. The gypsy was so rich there was not his equal. He was just like a gentleman. And if he is not dead, he is still living with his wife and children. There must be also a Turkish gypsy version, for Paspati on P576 gives this quotation from the story of a young man's contest with a dragon. I am looking to see which is the highest mountain, to seize you and fling you thither, that not a bone of you be left whole. Wislaki furnishes a Transylvanian gypsy variant, the omniscient gypsy, number 23p. 61, and the hero is a gypsy in Lithuanian and Galician stories. The valiant little tailor, Grimm, number 20, 85, 359, is very familiar, but is less like our gypsy versions than is Hans number 23, Her Lazarus und die Draken. Cf. Also Han, 52 and 211, Kosquin, 95, 1002, and Krusten, 33 to 54. The story is widely spread. We have Norwegian, Sicilian, Hungarian, Albanian, Turkish, Persian, Sanskrit, and other versions. Valiant Vicky, the brave weaver in F.A. Steele's Wide Awake Stories, pp. 8997, is a very modern, non-heroic Indian version, cf. Also, The Close Alliance, pp. 32 to 7. How the Three Clever Men Outwitted the Demons. Mary Frere's Old Deccan Days, number 23, p. 271, offers certain analogies. So does the story of a simpleton in Campbell's Santal Folk Tales, N023. The seer. They say that there was an emperor, and he had 3 sons, and he gave a ball. All Bukowina came to it. And a mist descended, and there came a dragon, and caught up the empress, and carried her into the forests to a mountain, and set her down on the earth. There in the earth was a palace. Now after the ball the men departed home, and the youngest son was a seer, and his elder brothers said he was mad. Said the youngest, Let us go after our mother, and seek for her in Bukowina. The 3 set out, and they came to a place where 3 roads met. And the youngest said, Brothers, which road will you go? And the eldest said, I will keep straight on. And the middle one went to the right, and the youngest to the left. The eldest one went into the towns, and the middle one into the villages, and the youngest into the forests. They had gone a bit when the youngest turned back and cried, Come here, how are we to know who has found our mother? Let us buy 3 trumpets, and whoever finds her must straightway blow a blast, and we shall hear him and return home. The youngest went into the forests, and he was hungry, and he found an apple tree with apples, and he ate an apple, and 2 horns grew. And he said, What God has given me I will bear. And he went onward and crossed a stream, and the flesh fell away from him. And he kept saying, What God has given me I will bear. Thanks be to God. And he went further and found another apple tree. And he said, I will eat 1 more apple, even though 2 more horns should grow. When he ate it, the horns dropped off. And he went further, and again found a stream. And he said, God, the flesh has fallen from me, now will my bones waste away, but even though they do, yet will I go. And he crossed the stream, his flesh grew fairer than ever. And he went up into a mountain. There was a rock of stone in a spot bare of trees, and he reached out his hand and moved it aside and saw a hole in the earth. He put the rock back in its place and went back and began to wind his horn. His brothers heard him and came. Have you found my mother? I have. Come with me. And they went to the mountain to the rock of stone. Remove this rock from its place. But we cannot. Come, I will remove it. He put his little finger on it and moved it aside. Ha, said he, here is our mother. Who will let himself down? And they said, Not I. The youngest said, Come with me into the forest, and we will strip off bark and make a rope. They did so, and they made a basket. I will lower myself down, and when I jerk the rope, haul me up. So he let himself down, and came to house number 1. There he found an emperor's daughter, whom the dragon had brought and kept prisoner. And she said, Why are you here? The dragon will kill you when he comes. And he asked her, Didn't the dragon bring an old lady here? And she said, I know not, but go to number 2, there is my middle sister. He went to her, she too said, Why are you here? The dragon will kill you when he comes. And he asked, Didn't he bring an old lady? And she said, I know not, but go to number 3, there is my youngest sister. She said, Why are you here? The dragon will kill you when he comes. And he asked, Didn't he bring an old lady here? And she said, He did, to number 4. He went to his mother, and she said, Why are you here? The dragon will kill you when he comes. And he said, Fear not, come with me. And he led her and put her in the basket and said to her, Tell my brothers they've got to pull up 3 maidens. He jerked the rope, and they hauled their mother up. He put the eldest girl in the basket, and they hauled her up. Then the middle one jerked the rope, and they hauled her up. And while they are hauling, he made the youngest swear that she will not marry till I come. She swore that she will not marry till he comes. He put her also in the basket, jerked the rope, and they hauled her up. And he found a stone, and put it in the basket, and jerked the rope. If they haul up the stone, they will also haul up me. And they hauled it halfway up, and the rope broke, and they left him to perish, for they thought he was in the basket. And he began to weep. And he went into the palace where the dragon dwelt, and pulled out a box, and found a rusty ring. And he is cleaning it. Out of it came a lord, and said, What do you want, master? Carry me out into the world. And he took him up on his shoulders, and carried him out, and he took 2 pails of water. When he washed himself with one, his face was changed, and when with the other, it became as it was before. And he brought him to a tailor in his father's city, and he washed himself with the water, and his face was changed. And he went to that tailor, and that tailor was in his father's employment. And he hired himself as apprentice to the tailor for a 12-month, just to watch the baby in another room. The tailor had 12 apprentices, and the tailor did not recognize him nor his brothers. The eldest brother proposed to the youngest sister, whom the seer had saved from the dragon. And she said, No, I have sworn not to marry until my own one comes. The middle son also proposed. She said, I will not until my own one comes. So the eldest son married the eldest girl, the middle son married the middle girl, and they called the tailor to make them wedding garments, and gave him cloth. And the emperor's son said, Give it me to make. No, I won't. You wouldn't fit him properly. Give it me. I'll pay the damage if I don't sew it right. The tailor gave it him, and he rubbed the ring. Out came a little lord and said, What do you want, master? Take this cloth and go to my eldest brother and take his measure so that it mayn't be too wide or too narrow, but just an exact fit. And sew it so that the thread mayn't show. And he sewed it so that one couldn't tell where the seam came, and in the morning he brought them to the tailor. Carry them to them. And when they saw them, they asked the tailor, "Who made these clothes? For you never made so well before." "I've a new prentice made them. Since the youngest would not have us, we'll give her to him, that he may work for us." They went and got married. After the wedding they called the prentice, called too the maiden, and bade her go to him. She said, "I will not," for she did not know him. The emperor's eldest son caught hold of her to thrash her. She said, "Go to him, I will not. You've got to. Though you cut my throat, I won't," said the youngest son. "I'll tell you what, prince, let me go with her into a side room and talk with her." He took her aside and washed himself with the other water, and his face became as it was. She knew him. "Come now, I'll have you." He washed himself again with the first water, and his face was changed once more, and he went back to the emperor. And he asked her, "Will you have him?" "I will. The wedding is to be in 12 days. And they called the old tailor and commanded him, "In 12 days' time be ready for the wedding." And they departed home. 6 days are gone, and he takes no manner of trouble, but goes meanly as ever. Now 10 are gone, and only 2 remain. The tailor called the bridegroom. "And what shall we do, for there's nothing ready for the wedding?" "Ah, don't fret, and fear not, God will provide." Now but 1 day remained, and he, the bridegroom, went forth, and rubbed the ring. And out came a little lord, and asked him, "What do you want, master?" "In a day's time make me a 3-story palace, and let it turn with the sun on a screw, and let the roof be of glass, and let there be water and fish there, the fish swimming and sporting in the roof, so that the lords may look at the roof and marvel what magnificence is this. And let there be victuals, and golden dishes, and silver spoons, and 1 cup being drained, and 1 cup filled." That day it was ready. "And let me have a carriage, and 6 horses, and 100 soldiers for outriders, and 200 on either side." On the morrow he started for the wedding, he from one place and she from another, and they went to the church and were married and came home. His brothers came, and his father, and a heap of lords, and they drink and eat, and all kept looking at the roof. When they had eaten and drunk, he asked the lords what they would do to him who seeks to slay his brother. His brothers heard. "Such a one merits death." Then he washed himself with the other water, and his face became as it was. Thus his brothers knew him. And he said, "Good day to you, brothers. You fancied I had perished. You have pronounced your own doom. Come out with me and toss your swords up in the air. If you acted fairly by me, it will fall before you, but if unfairly, it will fall on your head." The 3 of them tossed up their swords, and that of the youngest fell before him, but theirs both fell on their head, and they died. The seer belongs to the same group as Miklosic's mare's son, number 20, Grimm's Strong Hands, and Cosquin's Jean de Lors. Its first half is largely identical with that of Ralston's Koshchei the Dauntless, Ip E. 123, its latter half more closely with that of Ralston's The Norka, EP. 75. There also the prince engages himself to a tailor, but whilst in our Gypsy version the change in his appearance is satisfactorily accounted for, the Russian says merely, "So much the worse for wear was he, so thoroughly had he altered in appearance, that nobody would have suspected him of being a prince." The striking parallel with number 1-3 of the Gesta Romanorum has been noticed in the introduction. Minor points of resemblance may be glanced at here. The mist that descends and the carrying off of the Empress may be matched from Hahn E.E. 49 and Dietrich's Russische Volksmärchen Lieb, 1831, number 5. For the crossroads, compare Han, I, 50, and the Welsh gypsy story of an old king and his 3 sons, number 55, where likewise the younger of 3 sons goes to the left. Figs causing horns to grow occur in Han, I, 257 cf. Also Grimm, I, 421, 422, and de Gubernatus Zool. Myth, I, 1T20. The box with the little lord belongs to the Aladdin cycle, cf. Welsh, Gypsy Story, Jack and his Golden Snuff Box, number 54, Grimm, I, Ith, 258, and Clouston, I, 314, 34-6. For the engagement to court tailor as apprentice, cf. Grimm, I, 388 for washing the face, Grimm, I, 45 for pronouncing one's own doom, Grimm, I, 59, and for the concluding ordeal, the close of our number 20, P79. In a lesbian story, Les Trois Filles du Roi, Georgiakis and Pinot's Folklore de Lesbos, number 7, P41, the hero also turns tailor, the youngest maiden having given him 3 nuts containing 3 superb dresses. No, 24. The prince, his comrade, and Nastasa, the fair. There was an emperor with an only son, and he put him to school to learn to read. And he said to his father, "Father, find me a comrade, for I'm tired of going to school." The emperor summoned his servants and sent them out into the world to find a boy, and gave them a carriage full of ducats, and described what he was to be like and how old. So they traversed all the world and found a boy, and gave a carriage full of ducats for him, and brought him to the emperor. The emperor clothed him and put him to the school, and he was the better scholar of the 2. There was an empress, the lovely Nastasa, a virgin she, who commanded her army. And she had a horse, which 12 men led forth from the stable, and she had a sword, which 12 more men hung on its peg. And princes came to seek her, and she said, "He who shall mount my horse, him will I marry, and he who shall brandish my sword." And when they led forth the steed, and the suitors beheld it, they feared, and departed home. The emperor's son said, "Father, I will go to Nastasa the fair, to woo her." And he said, "Come with me, brother." Their father gave them 2 horses, and gave them plenty of ducats, and they set out to Nastasa the fair. And night came upon them, and they rested and made a fire. And the emperor's son said, "If I had Nastasa the fair here, I would stretch myself by her side, and if her horse were here, what a rattling I'd give him, and if her sword were here, I would brandish it." And his brother said, "All the same, you've got to feed swine." And in the morning they journeyed till night, and at night they rested again. Again he said, "If I had Nastasa the fair here, I would stretch myself by her side, and if her horse were here, I would rattle him, and if her sword were here, I would brandish it. Brother, you've got to feed swine." He cut off his head with his sword and went onward. And 2 hookals came, and put his head on again, and sprinkled the water of life. And he arose, and mounted his horse, and gave each of the hookals a handful of ducats. And he went after his brother, and caught him up on the road. And they journeyed till night, and he said to his brother, "Brother, if you will hearken to me, it will go well with you." "I will, brother." He came to Nastasa the fair. "What have you come for?" "We have come to demand your hand." And she said, "Good, but will you mount my steed?" "I will." She cried to her servants, "Bring forth the steed." 12 men brought him forth. The comrade mounted him. The horse flew up aloft with him to cast him down. And he took his club and kept knocking him over the head. The horse said, "Don't kill me. Let yourself gently down with me and fall beneath me, and I will take you by the tail and drag you along the ground, that she may see how I treat you." He cried aloud, "What a poor, wretched horse you have given me. Bring the sword, that I brandish it." 12 men brought the sword. He brandished it and flung it to the 9th region. There was Paul the Wild. He was nailed to the roof by the palms of his hands. And thither he flung the sword, it cut off his hands, and he fled away. They summoned the prince to table to eat, and set him at table, and 12 servants ate with him. They kept squeezing him, and he said, "I'll step outside into the fresh air." He went out and said to his brother, "Come, do you sit here, for I'm off." So he sat there in their midst, and they kept squeezing him. And he took his club and began to lay about with it. And he said, "This is your way of showing one honor." They fled and departed. At nightfall now it grew dark, and Nastasa the fair called the prince to her. He went to her. She set her foot on him and picked him up, and he was like to die. And he said, "Let me go into the fresh air." She said, "Go." He went out and said to his brother, "Stay you here, for I'm off." And he went and laid down beside her. She set her foot on him. He took his club and thrashed her with it, so that he left in her only the strength of a mere woman. He went out, went to his brother. "Well, brother, now you can go, and don't be frightened, but when you come to her, give her a slap." He went to her, gave her a slap, and slept beside her. In the morning they went out for a walk, and she said to him, "My lord, what a thrashing you gave me! Yet when you came back you kissed me." And he said to her, "I didn't kiss you, I gave you a slap." "Who then was it thrashed me?" "My brother." She said not a word. The brother slept by himself in another room, and she took the sword and cut off his feet. He made himself a winged cart. It ran a mile when he gave it a shove. And he found Paul the Wild and said, "Where are you going to, brother?" "I am going into the world to get my living, for I have no hands." "Ha! Let's become brothers of the cross, and do you yoke yourself to the cart, and draw it gently, for you have feet." They went a-begging, and went into the woods, and found a house, and took up their abode in it. And they went into a city, and begged. A girl came to give him an alms, and he caught her, and threw her into the cart, and fled with her into the forest, there where their house was. And they swore they would not commit sin with her. The devil came, and lay with her. And they heard, and arose in the morning, and Dorohij Kupek asked, "You swore. Why then did you go in to her and commit sin?" "It wasn't me, brother, for I too heard, and I thought it was you." "He'll come this night, and do you take me in the stumps of your hands and fling me on to them. I'll seize him, whoever he is." At night he came to her and lay with her. They heard, and Paul took him and flung him on to them. He seized the devil, and they lit the candle and began to beat him. And he prayed them not to, for I will restore you your feet, and likewise him his hands. In the morning they bound him by the neck and led him to a spring. "Put your feet in the spring." He put his feet in the spring, and his feet became as they were before. And Paul put his hands in, and his hands were likewise restored. And Dorohij Kupek put some of the water of life in one pail, and some of the water of death in another. And he came back to their house, and they made a fire, put a faggot of wood on the fire, and burnt the devil, and flung his ashes to the wind. And Dorohij Kupek said, "Now, brother, do you take that girl to yourself and live with her, for I will go to my brother." He set out and went to his brother, and found his brother by the roadside feeding swine. "Well, do you mind my telling you, brother, you'd come to feed swine? Do you put on my clothes and give me yours, for I'll turn swineherd, and do you stay behind?" He took and drove the swine home, and she cried, "Why have you driven the swine home so soon?" The swine went into the sty, and one wouldn't go, and he took a cudgel and beat it so that it died. And when Nastasa the fair saw that, she fled into the palace, for this is Dorohij Kupek. He followed her into the palace and said to her, "Good day to you, sister-in-law." "Thanks," said she. He caught her by the hand and dragged her out and cut her all in pieces, and made 3 heaps of them, and 2 heaps he gave to the dogs, and they devoured them. And the rest of her he gathered into a single heap, and made a woman, and sprinkled her with the water of death, and she joined together, and sprinkled her with the water of life, and she arose. Take her, brother. Now you may live with her, for now she has no great strength. I will go home, said Dorohedge Kupek. And home he went. This gypsy story is absolutely identical with the widespread Russian one of the blind man and the cripples Ralston pp. 240-256. The Russian version as a whole is fuller and more perfect, yet neither from it nor, seemingly, from any of its variants can the gypsy tale be derived. The opening of the latter comes much closer to that of Han's story from Sira II 267, a variant of the Turkish gypsy story of The Dead Man's Gratitude, number 1, and surely itself of gypsy origin. Here a king has an only son and puts him to school, and a vizier, sent in quest of another lad, buys a beautiful gypsy boy with a voice like a nightingale's. He too is put to school and proves the better scholar of the two. In Ralston, as in Han II 268, the prince falls in love through a portrait, cf. Supra p4. In Ralston, Princess Anna the Fair propounds a riddle, as in the Turkish gypsy story of The Riddle, number 3, where, too, she consults her book, cef. Ralston, p. 242. In Ralston there is no quarrel and no cutting off of head, nothing also of the heroic sword. The squeezing by the servants is wanting in the Russian tale, but the sleeping with the bride occurs in a variant, and Ralston cites a striking parallel from the Nibelungen Lied. The comrade in Ralston, after his feet are cut off, falls in with a blind hero, the devil. A late survival of the medieval incubus is represented by a Baba Yaga, and the prince is made a cowherd, but a swineherd in 2 of the variants. The finale in Ralston is extremely poor, best in the Ryazan variant, where the comrade beats the enchantress queen with red-hot bars until he has driven out of her all her magic strength, leaving her only 1 woman's strength, and that a very poor one. In the winged cart we seem to get a forecast of the tricycle. No, 25. The hen that laid diamonds. There was a poor man, and he had 3 sons. And the youngest found 6 kreutzers and said, "Take, father, these 6 kreutzers, and go into the town and buy something." And the old man went into the town and bought a hen and brought it home, and the hen laid a diamond egg. And he put it in the window, and it shone like a candle. And in the morning the old man arose and said, "Wife, I will go into the town with this egg." And he went into the town, and went to a merchant. "Buy this egg. What do you want for it? Give me 100 florins. He gave him 100 florins. The old man went home and bought himself food and put the boys to school. And the hen laid another egg, and he brought it again to that merchant, and he gave him 100 more florins. He went home. Again the hen laid an egg. He brought it again to that merchant. And on the egg there was written, "Whoso eats the hen's head shall be emperor, and whoso eats the heart, every night he shall find 1,000 gold pieces under his head, and whoso eats the claws shall become a seer." The merchant came to that village and hired the old man. "What shall I give you to convey my merchandise?" "Give me 100 florins." And he hired the man with the hen for half a year. The merchant came to the man's wife and said, "Your man is dead, and my money is gone with him, but I'm willing to wed you. I'm rich. Wedded let us be." "Good, we will, and kill me the hen for the wedding feast." "We shall do without fiddlers." And they hired a cook. "Have the hen ready against our return from church." The boys came home from school. "Give us something to eat." "I've nothing to give you, for he told me not to give any of the hen." And the boys begged her, "Do let us have a bit too, for it was we looked after the hen. Do let us have a bit too, if it's ever so little." She gave the eldest the head, and the middle one the heart, and to the youngest she gave the claws. And they went off to school. And they came from the wedding and sat down to table, and he said to the cook, "Give us to eat." And she served up the hen to them. And he asked for the head and the heart, and he asked for the claws. There were none. And he asked the cook, "Where is the head?" She said, "The boys ate it." And he, that merchant, said, "I don't want any of this hen. Give me the head and the heart and the claws. I will eat only them." The cook said, "The boys ate them." And he said, "Wife, make them bitter coffee to make them vomit." And they came home from school, and the youngest boy said, "Don't drink this coffee, it will kill you." They went home, and their mother gave them the coffee, and they poured it on the ground and went back to school. The merchant came and asked, "Were they sick?" She answered, "No. I will go to the town and buy apples, and do you entice them into the cellar, and I will cut their throats and take out head, heart, and claws, and eat them." The youngest brother said, "Let us go out into the world." "Go, what for? Our father is meaning to kill us." They departed, and went into another kingdom. The emperor there was dead, and they took his crown and put it in the church. Whosever head the crown falls on, he shall be emperor. And men of all ranks came into the church, and the 3 boys came. And the eldest went before and slipped into the church, and the crown floated onto his head. "We have a new emperor." They raised him shoulder high and clad him in royal robes. A mandate is issued. There is a new emperor. The army came and bowed before the new emperor. And the middle brother said, "I'm off. I shan't stay here. I want to be emperor too." And the youngest said, "I shall stay." So the middle one departed and went to another emperor. That emperor had a daughter. And thus said the emperor, "Whoever surpasses her in money, he shall marry her." He went to her. "Come, let us play for money." They started playing. He beat her. One day they played, and 2 not. And he surpassed her in money, and wedded her. And the emperor joined them in marriage, and made him king. And she had a lover. And that lover sent her a letter. "Ask him where he gets all his money from." And she asked him, "My lord, where do you get all your money from, that you manage to beat me? Every night I find 1,000 gold pieces under my head." "How so?" "I ate a hen's heart." She wrote a letter and sent it to her lover. He ate a hen's heart, and every night he finds 1,000 gold pieces under his head. And he sent her another letter, "Make him coffee, that he vomit that heart up. And do you take it and eat it, then I'll marry you." She made him coffee, and he drank it and vomited up the heart, and she took it and ate it. And she went to her father. "Come, father, see how he vomits." "He's not the man for me." The emperor saw how he vomited. "Here, off you go. I don't want your sort." And he took all his clothes off him, and gave him common clothes. And he departed. He went into the forest, and he hungered, and he came to an apple tree. He took an apple and ate it, and became an ass. He goes weeping, goes onward, and found a crab apple, and ate one of its apples, and became a man again. He turned back and took 2 apples, and took 2 also of the crab apples, and went to the city where his wife was. And he stood by the roadside, and his wife went out to walk. "Are your apples for sale, my man?" "They are." He sold her an apple. She took a bite of it, and became a she-ass. He took her by the mane, and put a bridle on her head, and got on her, and galloped with her into the town, and went with her to an inn, and ordered bitter coffee, and poured it into her mouth, and she vomited, and vomited, and vomited up the heart. And he took it and ate it, and said, "Now I'm master." And he went to his father-in-law. "I demand justice. This is your daughter." The emperor summoned his ministers, but he said, "I don't want you to pass judgment. Come with me to the new emperor." So they went to the new emperor, and the emperor drives in his carriage, and he goes riding on his wife. And the youngest brother said, "My brother will appeal to you for judgment. Deliver a good one." The emperors met and bowed themselves, and the father-in-law said, "Deliver judgment for this man." "I will." "You have made her a she-ass. Make her a woman again, but she'll have to behave herself in the future." "She shall," said her father, "only do restore her." He gave her a crab apple, and she ate it, and became a woman again. The emperor took off his crown and set it on his head. "Do you take my crown? Do you be emperor?" Das Goldene Hahn, a Greek story from Ziza Hahn, number 36 I. 227 presents a very close parallel. The Jew knows that whoever eats the head will be king, whoever eats the heart will be able to read men's hearts, and whoever eats the liver will every morning find 1,000 piastres under his pillow. The three boys, coming from school, eat them. Their mother tries to poison them. By advice of the middle boy, they do not eat. Finally, they go out into the world. The episode of the crown, suggestive of the Arthurian legend, is wanting in Hahn. The notion of a contest in money occurs, to the best of my knowledge, in no other folk tale, but we meet with it in the second fit of the English ballad of The Blind Beggar of Bethnal Green. And at Peterborough Fair in September 1872, a gypsy told me, as a matter of history, of a similar contest between two gypsies. Each had to show a guinea for the others. Grimm's Two Brothers number 60, I 244418, with its variants, should be carefully compared. Also his Donkey Cabbages number 120, EI 3949, which is a recast of the latter portion of our Bukowina gypsy story, for we get bird's heart, gold pieces under pillow, emetic, donkey cabbage, recovery through different kind of cabbage, punishment, restoration, emetic proposed. It is noteworthy also that the conclusion of Grimm's Two Brothers can be matched by the conclusion of a Hungarian gypsy story, Friedrich Muller's number 5, whose first half I have summarized on p34. Its hero next comes to a city deprived of its water by 12 dragons, who are also going to eat the king's daughter. He undertakes to rescue her, but falls asleep with his head on her knee. The 12 white dragons roar under the earth, and then emerge one by one from out of the fountain to be torn in pieces by the hero's 12 wild animals. The water becomes plentiful, and the hero marries the princess, but a former lover of hers poisons him. The 12 animals find his grave and dig him up. They go in quest of the healing herb, and the hare, whose eyes are always open, sees a snake with it in his mouth, robs the snake of it, and runs off, but at the snake's request restores a portion. They then resuscitate their master. Cf. Grimm's The Two Snake Leaves, number 16 I-70, Hahn II, 24260-274, and our Bukowina gypsy story, Pretty Face, number 29 P-111. The hero sends a challenge by the lion to the former lover, who is just about to wed the princess. She reads, weeps, and breaks off the match. In comes the hero, and they are married again. If they are not dead, they are still alive. Clouston epitomizes Roman and Indian versions of our story, I 9399, but omits the two brothers in F.A. Steele's Wide Awake Stories, pp. 2252, and Saeed and Nose's Folk Tales of Kashmir, pp. 7497. The last offers wonderfully close analogies to the gypsy story. Cf. Also Kraus, I-1-A7, and Vuk's Servian story number 26, no, 26, The Winged Hero. There was a certain great craftsman, and he was rich. He took to drinking and gambling, and drank away all his wealth, and grew poor so that he had nothing to eat. He saw a dream that he should make himself wings, and he made himself wings, and screwed them on, and flew to the 9th region, to the emperor's castle, and lighted down. And the emperor's son went forth to meet him, and asked him, "Where do you come from, my man?" "I come from afar." "Sell me your wings." "I will." "What do you want for them?" 1,000 gold pieces. And he gave him them, and said to him, "Go home with the wings, and come back in a month's time." He flew home, and came back in a month, and the prince said to him, "Screw the wings onto me." And he screwed them on and wrote down for the prince which peg he was to turn to fly and which peg he was to turn to alight. The prince flew a little and let himself down on the ground and gave him another 1,000 florins more and gave them also a horse that he might ride home. The prince screwed on the wings and flew to the south. A wind arose from the south and tossed the trees and drove him to the north. In the north dwelt the wind, drove him to the 9th region. And a fire was shining in the city. And he lighted down on the earth and unscrewed his wings and folded them by his side and came into the house. There was an old woman, and he asked for food. She gave him a dry crust, and he ate it not. He lay down and slept. And in the morning he wrote a letter for her, and gave her money, and sent her to a cook-shop with a letter to the cook-shop to give him good food. And the old woman came home, and gave him to eat, and he also gave to the old woman. He went outside, and saw the emperor's palace with 3 stories of stone and the 4th of glass. And he asked the old woman, "Who lives in the palace, and who lives in the 4th story?" "The emperor's daughter lives there. He won't let her go out. He gives her her food there by a rope." And the maidservant lowered the rope, and they fastened the victuals to it, and she drew them up by the rope. And the maidservant had a bedchamber apart, where she slept only of a night, and the day she passed with the princess. And that emperor's son screwed on his wings and flew to the glass house, and he looked to see how the bars opened, and opened them, and let himself in. And she was lying lifeless on the bed. And he shakes her, and she never speaks. And he took the candle from her head, and she arose and embraced him, and said to him, "Since you are come to me, you are mine, and I am yours." They loved one another till daybreak. Then he went out, placed the candle at her head, and she was dead. And he closed the bars again, and flew back to the old woman. 1/2 a year he visited the princess. She fell with child. The maidservant noticed that she was growing big, and her clothes did not fit her. She wrote a letter to the emperor. "What will this be, that your daughter is big?" The emperor wrote back a letter to her. "Smear the floor at night with dough, and whoever comes will leave his mark on the floor." She placed the candle at her head, and the girl lay dead. And she smeared the floor with dough and went to her chamber. The emperor's son came again to her and let himself into her, and never noticed they had smeared the floor and made footprints with his shoes, and the dough stuck to his shoes, but he never noticed it, and went home to the old woman and lay down and slept. The servant maid went to the emperor's daughter and saw the footprints, and wrote a letter to the emperor, and took the measure of the footprints, and sent it to the emperor. The emperor summoned 2 servants, and gave them a letter, and gave them the measure of the footprints. "Whose shoes the measure shall fit, bring him to me." They traversed the whole city, and found nothing. And one said, "Let's try the old woman's." And another said, "No, there's nobody there. Stay here, I'll go." And he saw him sleeping, and applied the measure to his shoes. They summoned him. "Come to the emperor." "All right." He bought himself a great cloak and put it on so that his wings might not be noticed, and went to the emperor. The emperor asked him, "Have you been going to my daughter?" "I have." "With what purpose have you done so? I want to marry her." The emperor said, "Bah! You'll not marry her, for I'll burn you both with thorns." The emperor commanded his servants, and they gathered 3 loads of thorns and set them on fire and lowered her down, to put them both on the fire. The emperor's son asked, "Allow us to say a pater noster." He said to the girl, "When I fall on my knees, do you creep under the cloak and clasp me round the neck, for I'll fly upwards with you." She clasped him round the neck, and quickly he screwed the wings and flew upwards. The cloak flew off. The soldiers fired their guns at it. On he flew. She cried, "Let yourself down, for I shall bear a child." He said, "Hold out." He flew further and alighted on a rock on a mountain, and she brought forth a child there. She said, "Make a fire." He saw a fire in a field afar off. He screwed his wings and flew to the fire and took a brand of it and returned. and a spark fell on one wing, and the wing caught fire. Just as he was under the mountain, the wing fell off, and he flung away the other one as well. And he walked round the mountain, and could not ascend it. And God came to him and said, Why weepest thou? Ah, how should I not weep? For I cannot ascend the mountain, and my wife has brought forth a child. What will you give me if I carry you up to the top? I will give you whatever you want. Will you give me what is dearest to you? I will. Let us make an agreement. They made one. God cast him into a deep sleep, and her as well, and God bore them home to his fathers, to his own bed, and left them there, and departed. And the child cried. The warders heard a child crying in the bedchamber. They went and opened the door, and recognized him, the emperor's son. And they went to the emperor and told him, Your son has come, O emperor. Call him to me. They came to the emperor. They bowed themselves before him. They tarried there a year. The boy grew big, and was playing one day. The emperor and the empress went to church, and his nurse too went to the church. God came, disguised like a beggar. The emperor's son said to the little lad, Take a handful of money and give it to the beggar. The beggar said, I don't want this money, it's bad. Tell your father to give me what he vowed he would. The emperor's son was angry, and he took his sword in his hand, and went to the old man to kill him. The old man took the sword into his own hand, and said, Give me what you swore to me, the child you know, when you were weeping under the mountain. I will give you money, I will not give you the child. God took the child by the head, and the father took him by the feet, and they tugged, and God cut the child in half. One half for you, and one half for me. Now you've killed him. I don't want him. Take him and be hanged to you. God took him, and went outside, and put him together, and he was healed, and lived again. Do you take him now, for God cut off his sins. Of this story, widely familiar through H.C. Andersen's Flying Trunk, Wislocky furnishes a Transylvanian gypsy variant, The Wooden Bird, in his Beiträge zu Benfey's Panchatantra, Zeitschrift der Deutschen Morgenle. Gesellschaft Vol. XXXI, 1888, Part 1. Per that variant and many others, Prazen, Hindu, Modern Greek, etc., including Der Weber als Vishnu from Benfey IA 59 to 163, if 4856, C.W.A. Clouston's Notes on the Magical Elements in Chaucer's Squire's Tale, and Analogues, Chaucer Soc. 1890, pp. 413-471. Cf. Also Grimm's Blue Light, number 116, Han, number 15, and I. 269 for Tower of Glass or Crystal, Cosquin, number 31, and Han, I. 186 for A King Who Governs 9 Kingdoms. With the princess lying lifeless on the bed, compare the lady sleeping on a golden bedstead in Lal Bihari Dey's Folk Tales of Bengal, p. 251. In The Demon and the King's Son, Maeve Stokes's Indian Fairy Tales, p. 186, the demon every day makes his daughter lie on her bed and covers her with a sheet and places a thick stick at her head and another at her feet. Then she dies till he comes home in the evening and changes the sticks. This brings her to life again. Cf. also notes to our Welsh gypsy story of An Old King and His 3 Sons, number 55, no, 27, Tropson. There was a poor man, and he had 4 sons, and they went out to service, and went to a gentleman to thrash wheat, and they received so much wheat for a wage, and brought it to their father. Here, father, eat, we will go out to service again. And they went again to a gentleman, who was to give them each a horse at the year's end. And the youngest was called Tropson, and the gentleman made him his groom. And a mare brought forth a colt, and that colt said, Tropson, take me. The year is up now, the gentleman said. Choose your horses. So the three elder brothers chose good horses, but Tropson said,
"Give me this horse, master."
"What will you do with it?" "It's so little." "So it may be." Tropson took it and departed, and the colt said, "Let me go, Tropson, to my dam to suck." And he let it go, and it went to its dam, and came back a horse to terrify the world. "Now mount me." He mounted, and the horse flew. He caught up his brothers, and his brothers asked him, "Where did you get that horse from?" "I killed a gentleman, and took his horse. Let's push on, and escape." Night fell upon them as they were passing a meadow, and in that meadow they saw the light of a fire. They made for the light. It was an old woman's, and she was a witch, and had 4 daughters. And they went there, and went into the house, and Tropson said, "Good night, thank you. Can you give us a night's lodging?" "I'm not sure, my mother is not at home." "When she comes, you had better ask her." The mother came home. "What are you wanting, young fellows? We've come to demand your daughters in marriage." "Good." She made them a bed on the ground with its head to the threshold, and her daughters with its head to the wall. And the old woman sharpened her sword to cut off their heads. And Tropson took his brothers' caps and put them on the girls' heads. And the old woman arose and kept feeling the caps and keeps cutting off the heads and killed her daughters. Tropson arose and led his brothers outside. "Come, be off." And he arose, Tropson, and the old woman had a golden bird in a cage, and Tropson said to the horse, "I will take a feather of the bird." And the horse said, "Don't." "Bah, I will." And he took a feather and put it in his pocket, and they mounted their horses and rode away and went to a city. There was a great lord, a count, and he asked them, "Where are you going?" "We are going to service." "Take service with me, then." And that lord was still unmarried, and they went to him, and he gave them each a place. One he set over the horses, and one he set over the oxen, and one he set over the swine, and Tropson he made coachman. Of a night Tropson stuck the feather in the wall, and it shone like a candle. And his brothers were angry and went to their master. "Master, Tropson has a feather such that one needs no candle of gold." The master called, "Tropson, come here, bring me the feather." Tropson brought it, and gave it to his master. The master liked him better than ever, and the brothers went to the master and said to him, "Master, Tropson has said that he'll bring the bird alive." The master called Tropson. "Tropson, bring me the bird. If you don't, I shall cut off your head." He went to his horse. "What am I to do, horse, for the master has told me to bring the bird?" "Fear not, Tropson, jump on my back." So he mounted the horse and rode to the old woman's. And the horse said to him, "Turn a somersault, and you'll become a flea and creep into her breast and bite her. And she'll fling off her smock, and do you go and take the bird." And he took the bird and departed to his master. The master made him a lackey. And there was in the Danube a lady, a virgin, and of a Sunday she would go out on the water in a boat. And his brothers came to their master and said, "Master, Tropson boasts that he'll bring the lady from the bottom of the Danube." "Tropson, come here. What is this you've been boasting, that you'll bring me the lady?" "I didn't. You've got to, else I shall cut off your head." He went to his horse. "What am I to do, horse, for how shall I bring her?" And the horse said, "Fear not, let him give you 12 hides in a jar of pitch, and put them on me, and let him make you a small ship, not big, and let him put various drinks in the ship. And do you hide yourself behind the door, and she will come and drink brandy and get drunk and sleep. And do you seize her and jump on my back with her, and I will run off home." The horse ran home to the master, and Tropson gave her to his master in the castle. The count shut the doors and set a watch at the window to prevent her escape, for she was wild. The count wanted to marry her, she will not. Let them bring my herd of horses, then I will marry you. He who brought me, let him bring also my horses. The count said, "Tropson, bring the horses." Tropson went to his horse. "What am I to do, horse?" "How shall I bring the horses from the Danube? Come with me, fear not." When he came to the Danube, the horse leapt into the Danube, and caught the mother of the horses by the mane, and led her out. And Tropson caught her, and mounted her, and galloped off. And the whole herd came forth, and ran after their dam home to the Count's palace. The lady cried, "Halt!" to the horses. "The Count wants to marry her." She says, "Let him milk my mares, and when you have bathed in their milk, then I will marry you." The Count cried, "Tropson, milk the mares." And Tropson went to his horse. "What shall I do, horse? How shall I milk the mares?" "Fear not, for I will catch her by the mane, and do you milk, and fear not." And he milked a whole cauldron full. And the lady said, "Make a fire, and boil the milk." And they made a fire, and the milk boils. "Now," said the lady, "let him who milked the mares bathe in the milk." And the Count said, "Tropson, go and bathe in the milk." He went to the horse. "What shall I do, horse? For if I bathe, then I shall die." The horse said, "Fear not, lead me to the cauldron. I will snort through my nostrils and breathe out frost." He led the horse. The horse snorted through his nostrils. Then the milk became lukewarm. Then he leapt into the cauldron, and fair as he was before, he came out fairer still. When he came out, the horse snorted through his nostrils, and breathed fire into the cauldron, and the milk boiled again. And the lady said to the Count, "Go thou too, and bathe in the milk, then will I live with thee." The Count went to the cauldron and said, "Tropson, bring me my horse." Tropson brought him his horse. The horse trembled from afar. The Count leapt into the cauldron. Only bones were to be seen at the bottom of the cauldron. Then cried the lady, "Come hither, Tropson, thou art my lord, and I am thy lady." Of this Bukowina Gypsy story we have a very interesting Welsh Gypsy version taken down in Romani from Matthew Wood's recitation by Mr. Sampson, and thus epitomized by him in English, number 28. The beautiful mountain. Somewhere far off were a quarryman and his wife. They had a son in their old age. They died. An old man comes to beg and asks, "Boy, will he come with him to seek fortune?" They go. "Wish me into a horse." Boy does so. "Jump on my back." He does so. They take the road. Horse warns boy to help anything in distress. Boy finds a little fish cast up by the tide and puts it back in the water. Fish promises gratitude. They cross the beautiful mountain. Horse warns boy to touch nothing. A feather blows in his mouth. He spits it out again and again, but it returns. He looks at it, thinks it pretty, puts it in his pocket. They descend other side of the mountain. Boy hears noise of bellowing in a castle, finds sick giant in bed, without servant maid. Boy gets him food. Giant promises gratitude. Horse asks boy if he touched anything on mountain. "Nothing but this feather. That feather will bring you sorrow, but keep it now you have it." They come to a castle. Boy asks for work. Master tests his handwriting, engages him. Wants him to sleep indoors. He prefers stable beside his old horse, CFE. Grimm, number 16E, I, 55, also for pen. They marvel at his penmanship, done with this feather. One day the master's man steals the pen by a ruse and brings it to master. Master, the man that got the feather can get the bird. Boy tells horse what they want him to do. Horse tells him to ask for 3 days' leave and 3 sacks of gold. Horse and boy go off. They go and get the bird, choosing the dirtiest and ugliest bird, CF. Polish Gypsy story, number 49, for choosing bird in common cage. The master's man says, "Master, the bird is fair, but fairer still the lady that owned it." Boy told to fetch lady, he tells horse. Horse reminds him that he said the feather would bring him trouble. 3 more days and 3 purses of gold. Horse says, "Wish me into a boat on the sea. The boat is full of the finest silk." They sail under the castle. Lure lady on board to see silk. She goes into cabin. Boy weighs anchor and off. Lady comes up and drops her keys into sea. They return. Man says to master, Master, the man that got the lady can get the castle. Boy tells horse. Horse reminds him of unlucky feather. 3 more days and bags of gold. They go. Horse reminds boy of giant's promise. Giant puts chain round castle and drags it along. The castle is walled round and locked. Lady demands her keys. Boy and horse go off, call the little fish. He fails to find keys. Tries again and brings them up. Keys given to lady. Lady says, Which would you prefer, Jack, to have your head cut off or your master's head cut off? Boy says, Cut off mine, not his. Lady says, You have spoken well. Had you not spoken thus, your own head would have been cut off. Now the master's head will fall, not yours. Boy and lady wed and live in the castle still. Now you've got it. It must at least be nearly 500 years since the ancestors of our Welsh gypsies parted from those of their kinsfolk in Bukowina. Yet the resemblance between these two versions still is marvelous. The talking horse, the entering into service at the castle, the feather, the fetching the bird, the fetching a lady, in the Bukowina version, not the lady. The cabin even, the fetching the lady's belongings, and the doom of the master, these 8 details are common to both, the very order of them is identical. Non-gypsy variants are Grimm's Ferdinand the Faithful, number 126, E. 53 425, Cosquin's Le Roi d'Angleterre Song, Filiu, number 3, I. 32, his La Belle aux Chevaux d'Or, number 72, II. 290, the Donegal story of The Red Ponies in W. Larmony's West Irish Folk Tales, 1893, Pippi. 211-218, a Russian story summarized by Ralston Pippi. 287, and Laura Gonzenbach's long Sicilian story, Die Geschichte von Carusedu, number 83, E. 43-55, 257, 9. All 6 deserve careful study, but especially the last, which links these stories to the heroic version of The Master Thief Supra, p. 51. For its plot, told briefly, is this. Carustadu and his 2 elder brothers go as gardeners to a drag, rendered menschenfresser or ogre, but query rather dragon. By the hop-o'-my-thumb device of changing caps as in Tropson cf. Also Han, II, 79-19-0 AT Carusedu deludes him into devouring his own 3 daughters. The brothers then take service with a king, Carusedu as trusted servant, the others as gardeners. They are jealous of Carusedu and get the king to send him to steal first the drag's talking horse, next his bed cover with golden balls, and lastly the drag himself. This last task he achieves by the trick of getting the drow to try if a new coffin for the supposed dead, Carusedu, is big enough. Still, at his brother's suggestion, Carusedu is now sent to fetch the daughter of the queen with the 7 veils. He achieves this, like his former feats, with the help of the talking horse. The princess refuses to wed the king unless he recovers for her the veil and the ring she had lost on the way to him. Carusedu recovers them by the aid of a grateful bird and a grateful fish, cf. The Welsh version. He also sifts a barnful of wheat, oats, and barley with the aid of grateful ants. Lastly, he has to plunge into a fiery furnace, but, smeared with foam snorted by the talking horse, he emerges uninjured, far fairer than before. The old and ugly king has to essay the same ordeal and asks Carusedu what he smeared himself with. Who, sickened at last by his master's ingratitude, answers, with fat. So the king is burnt to ashes, and Carusedu marries the princess. Reinhold Curler, the learned annotator of Gonzenbach, compares Straparola II to Grimm II. 478, and a Wallachian story where the hero bathes in boiling milk, which his magic horse blows cold, but in which the king himself perishes. Radislaw gives a curious Servian story from Bosnia, The Birdcatcher, number 42, pp. 239-245. Here the hero, a birdcatcher, is advised by a grateful crow, but the horse comes in very malapropos at the finish. Cf. Also Han, II. 8086, and Clouston's Eastern Romances, p. 499, 570. No, 29. Pretty face. There was a widow lady, and she had an only son. And he stuck his ring in the wall and said, "Mother, when blood flows from the ring, then I am dead." And he was called Peter Prettyface. He took the road, and the dragon with 6 heads came, and he drew his sword and killed him, and made 3 heaps of him, and planted a red flag, and went further. And a dragon with 12 heads came, and he drew his sword and killed him also, and made 12 heaps, and planted a black flag, and went further. And there came one with 24 heads, and he killed him also, and made 24 heaps, and planted a white flag. Behold, the dragons carried off an emperor's daughter. There were 12 dragons, and shut her up in their castle. And they went and fought from morning even till noon. He who shall prove himself strongest, he shall marry the maiden. And his mother had said to him, "If you will go, your death will not be by a hero, but your death will be by a cripple." So he went to that castle and saw the maiden at the window, and he asked her, "What are you doing there?" "The dragons carried me off and shut me up here." "And where are they gone to?" "They are gone to fight for me." "And when will they come home?" "They will come at noon to dine. And they will hurl their club, and it will strike the door, that I may have the food ready." He opened the door and went in to her. The dragons hurled the club and struck the door, and he took the club and hurled it back and killed them all. "Now have no fear, they are dead." He married the emperor's daughter. And the emperor heard that the dragons had carried off his daughter, and the emperor said, "He who shall free her from the dragons, he shall marry her." The emperor knew not that Peter Prettyface had married her. He thought that the dragons had carried her off. And there was one Chutilla the Handless, and he went to the emperor. "I, O emperor, will rescue your daughter from the dragons. Well, if you do, she shall be yours." So he, Chutilla, went to Peter Prettyface, and night came upon him, and he had nowhere to sleep, and he crept into the henhouse. In the morning Peter Prettyface arose and washed his face, and looked out of the window, and Chutilla came forth from the henhouse. And Peter Prettyface saw him. "By him is my death." Chutilla came indoors and said, "Good morning, Peter Prettyface." "Thanks, Chutilla." "Come, Peter Prettyface, give me the emperor's daughter." He said, "I will not." Chutilla caught him by the throat and placed his head on the threshold.
Give me, Peter Prettyface, the maiden, else I will cut off your head.
"Cut it off, I will not give her." Chutilla cut off his head, and took the girl and departed. Blood began to flow from the ring. His mother saw it. "Now my son is dead." She went after him to seek for him, and came to the red flag. His mother said, "My son went this way." She went further and came to the black flag. "My son went this way." She went further and came to the white flag. "My son went this way." She came to the castle, found her son dead, and 2 serpents were licking the blood. And she struck one serpent, and it died. And the other serpent brought a leaf in its mouth, and went to the first serpent, and it also arose. And the lady saw, and killed it also, and took the leaf, and placed her son's head again on the trunk, and touched it with the leaf, and he arose. "Mother, I was sleeping soundly. You would have slept forever if I had not come. Mother, I will go to my lady." "Go not, mother's darling."
Bah!
"I will go, mother. If go you will, God aid you." He went straight to Chutilla, and seized Chutilla, and cut him all in little pieces, till he had cut him up, and cast him to the dogs, and they devoured him. And he took the emperor's daughter, and went with her to the emperor. And the maiden said, "Father, this is he that saved me from the dragons." The emperor joined them in marriage, and made him king. And they lived, perhaps they are living even now. I know no variant, Gypsy or Gentile, of this story, though Chutilla recalls the Halbermensch of Han, i.e. 274. The three flags, red, black, and white, are seemingly unique. For casting the club to announce one's coming, cf. Supra, pp. 3740, and Denton, Serbian Folklore, p. 124. For snakeleaf in Hungarian, Gypsy tale, cf. Supra, p. 99. And for mother, I was sleeping soundly, cf. Supra, p. 33. If the story of Peter Prettyface is complete, his easy victory at the end may be due to God's help, invoked by the mother. No. 30. The rich and the poor brother. There were two brothers, one poor and one rich. And the rich one said to him, "Come with me, brother, to our father." And the rich one took bread for himself, and the poor one had none. And the rich one kept eating bread, and the poor one said, "Give me, too, a bit of bread. If you will give me an eye, I will give you a bit of bread. I will give it you, brother." And he took out an eye, and gave him a bit of bread. And he went further, and he hungered. "Give me a bit more bread. Give me one more eye. I will give it you, brother." Behold, he was blind now, and his brother took him by the hand, and led him under the gallows, and left him there, and his brother departed. At nightfall came the devils, and perched on the gallows. And the biggest devil asked, "What hast done in the world?" "Where wert walking?" "I did. I stopped the water." "And thou, what hast thou done?" "The emperor's daughter neither dies nor lives. She is just in torment. And thou, what hast thou done?" "I did. That a brother dug out a brother's eyes. If he knew there's a brook here, and if he washed himself, he would see. If the townsfolk knew to go to the mountain and remove the stone, the water would flow again." And the third said, "But if the emperor's daughter knew under her bed there is a toad, and if she takes it out, and gets ready a bath, and puts the toad in the bath, and if they wash her, she would grow strong." Then the cocks crowed, and the devils departed. So the man dragged himself to the brook, and kept feeling with his hand till he found the water. And he washed his face, and his eyes were restored to him. And he went into the city where they had stopped the water. "What will you give me if I release the water?" "What you want we will give you." "Well, come with me to the mountain, take to you iron crowbars." So they went to the mountain and raised the stone, and the water flowed plentifully. "Well now, what do you want, man, for releasing the water?" "Give me a carriage and 2 horses and a carriage full of money." They gave them to him. He went to the emperor's daughter. "What will you give me if I make her strong?" "What you want I will give you." "Set water on the fire to boil." And he went and took out the toad and threw it into the bath, and they washed the emperor's daughter, and she grew stronger and fairer than ever. "What do you want for making her strong and fair?" "Give me 2 horses and a carriage full of money, and give me a driver home." So he went home, and sent the servant to his brother to borrow a bushel. And his brother asked, "What to do with the bushel?" "To measure money with." His brother gave him the bushel, and went himself, and asked his brother, "Where did you get it, the money, from, and the horses?" "From there where you left me. Lead me thither to that place." "I am sorry, brother." "Don't be sorry, you've just got to go." "Well, come, brother." So they both went to the place where he dug out his eyes. "Give me, brother, a bit of bread. Give me an eye." He gave him an eye, and he gave him a bit of bread. And they went further. "Give me, brother, a bit more bread. Give me one more eye." "I will, brother." So he gave him a bit more bread, and took him by the hand, and led him under the gallows, and left him there, and departed. At nightfall came the devils, and perched on the gallows. And the biggest devil asked, "What have you done? Where have you been to in the world?" One said, "Don't tell, for there was lately a blind man under the gallows, and he heard what we said. And he made himself eyes, and made the water run, and raised up the emperor's daughter. Stay, while I look under the gallows." And they found the blind man. "There's a blind man here." And they rent him all in pieces. Then the devils departed. The man was dead. This story is told as well as story may be. There is a Gypsy variant, longer but not half so good, from the Hungarian Carpathians in Miklosich's Beiträge, p3, no. 31. The three brothers there was not a lord, and he had 3 sons. And one was the eldest son, and he said to his father, "We will go somewhere to seek a livelihood." "Well, go, my sons," said their father. When they went, he baked loaves for each one to put in his wallet. Then they went a long way, and the youngest had most bread. And that youngest brother said, "Brothers mine, I cannot carry this wallet." So when they had eaten, they then went a long way further, and then those 2 brothers ate and gave naught to the third. He now had nothing, and says, "Brothers mine, why don't you give me to eat? You ate up mine, and now you don't give me to eat." "If you'll let one of your eyes be taken out, then we will give you to eat," said the 2 elder brothers. And then they took out his eye, and then gave him to eat. When they had eaten, they went a long way further. And there again those 2 brothers eat, and the third one says, "Why don't you give me to eat? Now you've taken my eye out, and yet give me nothing to eat. If you'll let your other eye be taken out, then we will give you to eat." And he, the youngest, says, "Just do with me what you will." Then they took out his eye, then they gave him to eat. Then that eyeless one said, "Lead me under the cross, maybe someone will give me something." They led him not under the cross, but under a gallows, and there hung a dead man. And then thither came 3 crows, and thus talked one with another. "What's the news in your country?" Thus they asked one of them. "What's the news? In my country there is no water." "And in your country, what's the news?" "There's a dew there. If a blind man rubs his eyes with it, he forthwith sees." "And in your third country, what's the news?" "In my country there is a princess sick." And then those 3 crows went to the lad, and then they asked him what he was doing under the gallows. And he said, "My brothers brought me here." And then those 3 crows flew away. And that lad feels in the grass with his hands, then he put it on his eyes, then he moistened his eyes, forthwith he saw. And then that lad departed to the king. That lad was then the king's servant, and went then to a city, and went up above the city, and saw there such a great rock, and struck that rock as with a rod. Forthwith the water came from the rock. And then that water flowed into the city where there was no water. There flowed that water, and the people were greatly rejoiced. And then he, that lad, cried that the water will always flow. Then were the people greatly rejoiced that that water was flowing. And then that boy went to another city, and there was a sick princess. He went to that king and asked him, "What's this princess got? What's she got? She's sick." "If you will give me her to wife, then I will help her," said that lad to the king. "Do but help her, then we will give you her to wife." When he had healed her, then he took her to wife, and then they held the bridal 7 whole years, and then he became young king. That young king said to his soldiers, "Hark ye, soldiers, go after my 2 brothers." Then those soldiers went after those 2 brothers, and then they brought the brothers. Then that young king asks them, "How many brothers had you?" And they said, "We are only 2. The king says, "Ha! Were there ever more of you?" Then those 2 brothers say, "We were 3. Then, what have you done with the third one? Done with him. He demanded of us to eat. Then we took out his eyes." Then I am he, thus did that young king say. Now, what am I to do with you? Those two brothers say, Lead us under that cross. He led them under that very cross. When he had led them, there came again those same 3 crows. When they had come, again they asked one another, What is the news in your country? In my country now is the princess well. And in your second country what is the news? In my country now is much water. And in your third country what is the news? There now is no such dew as they rubbed the eyes with. Then those 3 crows came to those 2 lads, and then there those crows say, We will tear these 2 lads. And they tore and devoured them. And then those 3 crows flew away and flew into the sky, with its thens and its that's, a very imperfect schoolboyish version. It does not tell how the hero cured the princess, or that his 2 brothers were blinded. Non-gypsy variants of this widespread story are Grimm's The 2 Travelers, number 107, i.e. 81, Cosquin's Les Deux Soldats de 1689, number 7, I. 84, Denton's Servian Story of Justice or Injustice, p. 83, Ratislaw's Right Always Remains, Right, Lusation, number 14, p. 92, Hans Gilt Recht Oder, Unrecht, number 30, I. 209, and others cited by Closton, I. 249261, from Norway, Portugal, the Kabils, the Kyrgyz, Arabia, Persia, and India. The borrowing the bushel occurs in the Big Peter and Little Peter group of stories, cf. Clouston, i.e. 20 i.e. 241278, and Campbell's Santal Folk Tales, pp. 30, 100, of which we have a Welsh Gypsy version, number 68, and which have a certain affinity with the rich and the poor brother. Prince Half a Son and F.A. Steele's Indian Wide-Awake Stories, p. 290, is plainly analogous. On p. 277 we have a great rich wedding that lasted 7 years and 7 days. No, 32, the Enchanted City. There was a poor lad, and he served 7 years, and could not earn anything. And he went into the world, and went into a city, and spent the night there, and laid down under a wall, and slept. In that wall there was a hole, and he awoke, and looked through the hole, and saw a candle, and he crept through the hole, and went into a palace. There was a great city, and there was an emperor in the city, and the emperor was dead, and also the empress was dead. And the emperor had a daughter, and she commanded the army. And that city was excommunicated, and the people were turned into stone. So the lad went into the palace of the emperor, and there in the palace all were turned into stone. And he marveled what this might be, that the men were like men, but yet were all turned into stone. A cat came, and set food on the table. He sat down to table and ate. At night came the cat, and brought him food, and brought him cards, and said to him, There will come a lord, and will say, Play at cards, and do you play, and he will spit on you, and do you bear it, but look at the clock. When it strikes 10, then give him a slap. Then there came devils as many as the blades of grass, and they beat him and tormented him till 12 o'clock, and the cocks crowed, and they fled. He laid down in the bed and slept. In the morning the cat brought him food, and he ate. At nightfall she again brought him food, said to him, He will come again for you to play with him, and do you play till 10 o'clock, and give him a slap, and they will come to you as many as all the blades of grass, and will beat you and torment you, and do you bear it till 12 o'clock? The Lord came to him. Ha! Let us play cards. And they played till 10 o'clock. He gave him the devil a slap. They came as many as all the blades of grass, and they beat him and tormented him till 12 o'clock, and they fled. He lay down in the bed and slept. In the morning he heard the folks talking in the city. In the morning the cat brought him food, and brought him royal clothes. He ate, and put on the clothes, and went into 12 chambers. There was the emperor's daughter in her bed. One half was alive, and she said, You are my emperor, and I am your empress, but come no more to me." Again at night the cat brought him food and said to him, "He will come again tonight to play cards till 10 o'clock. At 10 o'clock give him a slap again, and they will come to you as many as all the blades of grass, and they will beat you and torment you, but bear it." That lord came to him. "Ha! Let us play cards." And they played till 10 o'clock. He gave him a slap, and they came as many as all the blades of grass, and they beat him and tormented him, and he bore it till 12 o'clock. At 12 o'clock they fled. He lay down on the bed and slept. In the morning the band began to play. They held a review. "For we have a new emperor." The ministers came to him and raised him shoulder high. "We have a new emperor, and he is in a hurry to go to his empress, and said, 'Stay here, I will be back immediately.' And he went to her. There she stood with her head to the roof, and a vapor went forth from her mouth, and he opened the door, and she just made a sign to him with her hand, and fell back on the bed, and became stone up to the waist. And she called him to her. 'Leave me, I want you not. Why did you not wait to come to me till I should obtain remission of my sins? Take you my father's horse and his sword, and take a purse, as much money as you want, it shall not fail.' He set out and journeyed and departed into another kingdom. There 2 emperors were fighting, because one would not give his daughter to the other's son. 'Set yourself to battle with me, since you refuse your daughter.' They fought 7 years. So he came into that city, and came to an inn, to a certain Armenian. And there was a great famine. The soldiers were dying of hunger. So he asked the Armenian, 'What's the news here?' 'No good. They have been waging a great war 7 years here for a girl, and the soldiers are dying of hunger.' And he said, 'Go and call them to me.' The soldiers came, and he bought bread and brandy, and they drank and ate. And he said to the Armenian, 'If I choose, I will cut that army to pieces.' The Armenian went to the emperor. 'Emperor, a king's son is come, and has boasted that he by himself will cut that army to pieces. Call him to me. What is this you've been boasting? Will you cut that army to pieces?' 'I will. If you do, I will give you my daughter, and give you 1/2 of my kingdom.' And he, when he went to battle, waved to the right hand, and slew 1/2 of the army, and he waved to the left hand, and slew the other half. And he came home, and the emperor gave him his daughter, and made a marriage. Ask him what strength is his, that he slew so great an army. And he said, 'My sword slays.' And she sent back a letter. 'The sword alone slays. Send me another sword, and I will send this one to you.' She sent him the sword, and he then said, 'Set yourself now to battle with me.' And he went in hope. But the emperor slew him, and cut him all in pieces, and put him in the saddlebags, and placed him on his horse, and said, 'Whence thou didst bear him living, bear him dead.'" She cried, "Bring him to me." She laid him on a table, and put him all together, and she sprinkled him with dead water, and he became whole. And she sprinkled him with living water, and he arose. "Go back, take you this purse, you have but to wish, and you will find it full of money. And go to that Armenian, and give him whatever he wants, and tell him you will turn yourself into a horse. Take a hair from my tail, and bind it round you like a girdle, and fling a somersault." So he turned himself into a horse, and the Armenian took him and led him into the city. The emperor bought him and mounted him. He dashed him to the earth, and he died. The horse took the sword in his mouth and went to the Armenian. The Armenian loosened a hair, and he became a man again. He made the Armenian king, and he departed home to his mistress, the first one, and wedded her, and he became emperor. A mere ruin of a folk tale, but what a fine ruin! The cat reminds one of Grimm's number 106, The Poor Miller's Boy and the Cat's 78, 406, where the cat takes the hero into an enchanted castle and gives him to eat and to drink. But Grimm's number 92, The King of the Golden Mountain, 28, 30, 90, comes much closer to our Gypsy story. There the hero has 3 nights running to let himself be tortured in a bewitched castle by 12 black men till 12 o'clock, so to set free an enchanted maiden. Grimm's number 11, The King's Son Who Feared Nothing, 34, 419, should also be compared, and our Welsh Gypsy story, Ashiepelts, number 57. The latter half of The Enchanted Cities is identical with Krause's number 47I. 224, a Slovenian story. For the Magic Sword CF, Infra P160, Clouston's notes to Lane's continuation of Chaucer's Squire's Tale, Chaucer Sock. 1888 pp. 372381, Ratislaw's Polish story, The Spirit of a Buried Man, number 18, p. 122, and F.A. Steele's Wide Awake Stories, p. 62. Playing cards with the devil or a monster occurs also in our number 63, p. 256, and in folktales from Russia, Germany, French Flanders, Lorraine, and Brittany, C.F. Ralston, p. 375, Grimm, number 4, I-46, 346, and Koskin, I-254, 259, 260, no, 33. The Jealous Husband. There was a merchant, great and wealthy, and he had a beautiful wife. He did not let her go out. And he went in a ship on the Danube after merchandise with another merchant. And they were coming home. They hauled their ships to the bank and moored them to the bank to pass the night. They fell into discourse. Said one, "Has your wife got a lover at home?" And he said, "My wife has not got a lover. Come, what will you give me if I become her lover? If you do, I will give you my estate, and my merchandise too, ship and all. How will you know that I am her lover? If you tell me her birthmark, and if you take the gold ring from her finger. But my wife will be like to thrash you if you but hint such a thing to her. I left a maid with her to see that my wife does not go out of doors. I shall succeed, though. Go home and try. I'll bring your ship." Home he went. What will he do, for he cannot come near her? He found an old wife. "Old wife, what am I to do to get the ring from the lady? What will you give me if I contrive that you get it?" "I will give you 100 florins." "Get a big chest made, and a window in it, and get into it, and make a bolt inside, and I will carry you to her." She carried him in the chest under the wall of her house, and went to the lady. "I beg you, lady, to take in my box of clothes, so that they may not be stolen. Carry it into the hall." She called the maid, and the maid helped her to carry him into the hall. "I beg you, lady, to let me take it right into your house. I will come in the morning to fetch it." "Well, put it in a corner." The old woman went off home. The lady at night took a bath and laid the ring on the table and washed herself. And through the little window he perceived a mole under her right breast. The lady slept all night in her bed, and forgot the ring on the table, and put out the candle. And he let himself out, took the ring off the table, and got back into the chest, shut himself in. The old woman came next morning at daybreak, and carried her chest outside. He opened it, and came out, and took the chest, and departed. He went to meet the husband, and found him on the way. "Hast thou lain with my lady?" "I have." "What is her birthmark?" "She has a mole under her right breast." "If you do not believe me, here is the ring as well." "It's all right. Take the ship and everything in it, and come home, and I will give you also the estate." He went home and said never a word to the lady, and he made a little boat and put her in it and let it go on the Danube. "Since you have done this, away you go on the Danube." He gave his whole estate and became poor, and carried water for the Jews. A whole year she floated on the Danube. The year went like a day. An old man caught her and drew her to shore and opened the boat and took her out and brought her to his house. She abode with him 3 years, and spun with her spindle, and made some money. And she bought herself splendid man's clothes, and dressed herself, and cut her hair short, and went back to her husband. She went and passed the night beneath a lime tree, and slept under the lime tree. In that city the emperor was blind. She saw a dream. In the lime tree was a hole, and in the hole was water, and if the emperor will anoint himself with that water, he will see. She arose in the morning and searched around and found the hole. And she had a little pail, and she drew water in the pail, and put it in her pocket, and went into that city to an inn, and drank 3 kreutzers worth of brandy. And she asked the Jew, "What's the news with you? Our emperor is blind, and he will give his kingdom to him who shall make him see. I will do so." The Jew went to the emperor, and the emperor said to him, "Ha! Go and bring him to me." They brought him to the emperor. "Will you make me see?" "Then I will give you my daughter." She took water and anointed his eyes, and he saw. The emperor set his crown on her head. "Do you be emperor? I want nothing but to stay beside you." The emperor clad her royally, called his army, beat the drum, for there's a new emperor. And she saw her husband carrying water for the Jews. "Come hither." "Have you always been poor?" "No, I once was not poor. I was rich. I had an estate, and I was a great merchant." "Then how did you lose your estate?" "I lost it over a wager. My wife played the wanton with another, and I gave up the estate and sent her adrift on the Danube. Straightway she sent for the other, and they brought him." "How did you come by this man's estate?" "Over a wager." "What was your wager?" "That I would lie with her." "Then you did so?" "I did." "And, pray, what were her birthmarks?" "Under her right breast she had a mole." "Would you know that mole again?" "I would." Then she drew out her breast. "Did you lie with me?" "I did not." "Then why those falsehoods? Here, take him, and cut him all to pieces." And she looked earnestly on her husband. Why did you not ask me at the time? I was a fool, and I was angry. Here, take him outside, and give him 25 to teach him wisdom." She threw the robes off her and put them on him. "Do you be emperor, and I empress. Were I a painter, I would paint a picture. The forest of Arden, a gypsy encampment with tents, dogs, donkeys, and children, a gypsy storyteller, and Shakespeare. But one knows, of course, that Shakespeare derived the material of his Cymbeline from the novel of Boccaccio Dec. Aye. 9, immediately in all likelihood, and not through the second story and westward for smelts. Granted he did, the question arises next, whence did Boccaccio get his material? Did he invent it? And, if so, is this gypsy story derived from Boccaccio, and not it only, but Campbell's West Highland tale of the chests, number 18. Larminy's Servant of Poverty's West Irish Folk Tales, pp. 15229, and at least 2 other folk tales cited by Kohler, one in Wolf's German House Merchant, p. 355, and one from Romania in Osland, 1856, pp. 1053. Campbell's story, at any rate, cannot have come from Boccaccio, containing, as it does, the essence, not merely of Cymbeline, but also of the Merchant of Venice. For its hero borrows 50 on condition that if he does not repay it within a year and a day, he is to lose a strip of skin cut from his head to his foot. "Yes," says the heroine, "but in cutting it not one drop of blood must be shed." To go fully into this question would occupy pages and pages. I must content myself with referring to the remarks of M. Carl Simrock on the plots of Shakespeare's plays, with notes by J. O. Hallowell, Shakespeare Sock. 1850 pp. 6475 and 4563, and to Reinhold Curler on Campbell's Tale in Orient und Occident, E.A. 1864 pp. 33-31-6. But it is just worth pointing out that gypsies may have had a considerable influence on the European drama. The Scottish gypsies who, as recorded in the introduction, used yearly to gather in the stanks of Rosslyn during the last half of the 16th century, acted there several plays. We have not the dimmest notion what those plays may have been. Still, this would be quite an early item in any history of the stage in Scotland. Sir William Ouseley, in his Travels in Persia, 1823, EII 400-405, gives a long description of a Persian puppet play, curiously like our own Punch and Judy. The managers of these shows and the musicians who attended them were said to be of the Karachi or Gypsy tribe. I myself at Göttingen in 1873 several times came across a family of German gypsies, very full-blooded ones, who were marionette showers. Like a dull dog, I never went to see their shows. Gorger, Romani, Gaujo, Gentile or man, is current theatrical slang for a manager, and Mayhew's London Labour and the London Poor 1851 shows that the slang of our English showfolk contains a good many Romani words. The very Pandean pipes are suggestive of importation from Southeast Europe. Gorter's Wilhelm Meister offers something to the purpose, so also do the Bunjara players in Mrs. Faa. Steele's On the Face of the Waters, 1896, and my own, in Gypsy Tents, pp. 2956, gives a glance at an English traveling theatre whose performers spoke fluent Romani. No, 34. Made over to the devil. There was a rich man, and he went into the forest and fell into a bog with his carriage, and his wife brought forth a son, and he knew it not. And the devil came forth and said, What will you give me if I pull you out? I will give you what you want. Give me what you have at home. I have horses, oxen. Give me that which you have not seen. I will. Make a covenant with me. He made a covenant with him, and the devil pulled him out of the mud, and the man went home. By the time he got home, he had forgotten the covenant. The boy was 20 years old. Make me a cake, mother, for I'm off to the place my father pledged me to. And he went far over the mountains, and came to the devil's house. There was an old woman in the house, and a daughter of the devil's, and she asked him, Whither art going, lad? I have come to the Lord here to serve. And the girl saw him, and he pleased her. I may tell you that he is my father. My father will turn himself into a horse, and will tell you to mount him and traverse the world. And do you make yourself an iron club and an iron currycomb, and hit him with the club, for he will not stoop, and get on his back, and as you go keep hitting him on the head. He traversed the world and came home, put him in the stable, and went to the maiden. My father didn't fling you. No, for I kept hitting him on the head. The devil called him and took a jar of poppy seed and poured it out on the grass and told him to gather it all up and fill the jar, for if you don't I will cut off your head. He went to the maiden and wept. What are you weeping for? Your father has told me to fill the jar with poppy seed, and if I don't he will cut off my head. She said, Fear not. She went outside and gave a whistle, and the mice came as many as all the blades of grass and the leaves. And they asked, What do you want, mistress? Gather the poppy seed and fill the jar. And the mice came and picked up the grains of poppy seed one by one and filled the jar. The devil saw it. You're a clever chap. Here is one more task for you. Drain the marsh and plough it and sow it, and tomorrow bring me roasted maize. And if you do not, I shall cut your head off. He went to the maiden and wept. Your father has told me to drain the marsh and give him roasted maize tomorrow. Fear not. She went outside and took the fiery whip, And she struck the marsh once, and it was dried up. A second time she struck, and it was plowed. The third time she struck, it was sowed. The fourth time she struck, and the maize was roasted. And in the morning he gave him roasted maize. She said to him, "We are 3 maidens. He will make us all alike, will call you to guess which is the eldest, which is the middle one, and which the youngest, and you will not be able to guess, for we shall be all just alike. I shall be at the top, and notice my feet, for I shall keep tapping one foot on the other. The middle one will be in the middle, and the eldest fronting you, and so you will know." The devil said to him, "One more task I will give you. Fell the whole forest and stack it by tomorrow." He went to the maiden, and the maiden asked him, "Have you a father and mother?" "I have." "Ah, let us fly, for my father will kill you. Take the whetstone and take a comb. I have a towel." They set out and fled. The devil arose, saw that the forest is not felled. "Go and call him to me. Ho, ho, there is neither the lad nor the maiden. Ha, go after them." They went, and the two saw them coming after them. And she said to him, "I will make myself a field of wheat, and do you make yourself to be looking at the wheat, and they will ask you, 'Didn't a maiden and a lad pass by?' Bah! They passed when I was sowing the wheat. Go back, for we shall not catch them." They went back. "We did not catch them. On the road did not you find anything? We found a field of wheat and a peasant. Go back, for the field of wheat was she, and he was the peasant." They saw them again. She said to the lad, "I will turn a somersault and make myself an old church, and do you turn a somersault and make yourself an old monk, and they will ask you, 'Didn't a maiden and a lad pass by?' They passed just as I began the church." "Ah, go back, for we shall never catch them. When he was beginning the church, it is old now. Did you not find anything on the road?" "We found a church and a monk. The church was she, and he was the monk. I will go myself." They saw him. "Now my father is coming, we shall not escape." Fling the comb. He flung the comb, and it became a forest from earth to sky. Whilst he was gnawing away the forest, they got a long way ahead. "He was catching them up," she cried. "Fling the whetstone." He flung the whetstone, and it became a rock of stone from earth even to heaven. Whilst he, the devil, was making a hole in the rock, they got a long way ahead. Again he is catching them up.
"Father is catching us up."
She flung the towel, and it became a great water and a mill. They halted on the bank, and he cried, "Harlot, how did you cross the water? Fasten the millstone to your neck and jump into the water." He fastened the millstone to his neck and jumped into the water and was choked. She said, "Fear not, for my father is choked." He went to his father with the maiden. His father rejoiced, but the maiden said to the lad, "I will go to expiate my father's sins, for I choked him."
"I go for 3 years."
She took her ring and broke it in half and gave one half to him.
"Keep that and do not lose it."
She departed for 3 years. He forgot her and made preparations to marry. He was holding his wedding. She came, and he knew her not. "Drink a glass of brandy." She drank out of his glass, and flung the half of the ring into the glass, and gave it to him. When he drank, he got it into his mouth, and he took it in his hand and looked at it, and he took his half and fitted the two together. "Ah! This is my wife. This one saved me from death." And he quashed that marriage, and took his first wife and lived with her. There are several obvious lacunae in this story. One, that the poppy seed must have been mixed with some other seed, else the task would have been far too easy. The Polish gypsy story of the witch, number 50, corresponds pretty closely, and for the roasted maize task compare the Romanian gypsy story of the snake who became the king's son-in-law. Number 7. For a multitude of non-gypsy variants, see Ralston's The Water King and Vasilissa the Wise Epi, 22:133, especially the Indian story at the end. cf. Also Koskin, II 9 and I. 1003, 1039, 141, 141. The ring episode recurs in the Bohemian Gypsy story, The Three Dragons, number 44, p. 54. The fiery whip in the Gypsy story is, to the best of my knowledge, unique. No 35. The lying story. Before I was born, my mother had a fancy for roast starlings, and there was no one to go, so I went alone to the forest. And I found roast starlings in the hollow of a tree. I put in my hand, and could not draw it out. I took and got right in, and the hole closed up. I set out and went to my godfather to borrow the axe. My godfather said, "The servant with the axe is not at home, but," said my godfather, "I will give you the hatchet, and the hatchet is expecting little hatchets." "Never fear, godfather." And he gave me the hatchet, and I went and cut my way out of the tree, and I flung down the hatchet. Whilst it was falling, a bird built its nest in the handle, and laid eggs, and hatched them, and brought forth young ones, and when the hatchet had fallen down, it gave birth to 12 little hatchets. And I put them in my wallet, and carried them to my godfather. My godfather rejoiced. He gave me one of the hatchets, and I stuck it in my belt at my back and went home. I was thirsty and went to the well. The well was deep. I cut off my brain pan and drank water out of it. I laid my brain pan by the well and went home. And I felt something biting me on the head, and when I put up my hand to my head, there came forth worms. I returned to my brain pan, and a wild duck had laid eggs in my brain pan, and hatched them, and brought forth ducklings. And I took the hatchet, and flung it, and killed the wild duck, but the ducklings flew away. Behind the well was a fire, and the hatchet fell into the fire. I hunted for the hatchet and found the handle, but the blade of the hatchet was burnt. And I took the handle and stuck it in my belt at my back, and went home, and found our mare and got up on her. And the handle cut the mare in half, and I went riding on 2 of her legs, and the 2 hind ones were eating grass. And I went back, and cut a willow withy, and trimmed it, and sewed the mare together. Out of her grew a willow tree up to heaven. And I remembered that God is owing me a tree full of eggs and a pailful of sour milk. And I climbed up the willow, and went to God, and went to God's thrashing floor. There 12 men were thrashing oats. "Where are you going to, man?" "I am going to God." "Don't go, God isn't at home." And the smiths felled the willow, and I took an oat straw and made a rope and let myself down. And the rope was too short, and I kept cutting off above and tying on below. Then I jumped down and came to the other world. I went home and got a spade and dug myself out of the other or nether world, and went home and gave the starlings to my mother, and she ate and was safely delivered of me, and I am living in the world. One is reminded of Munchausen and of several lying tales in Grimm, for example, Nos, 112, 38, 58, and 59, cf., especially his notes at EE, 4113, the very first gypsy folk tale one ever took down 20 years ago now from one of the Boswells, was the following lying tale, No. 36, Happy Boz Own 100. Once upon a time there was a Romano, and his name was Happy Bozzle, and he had a German silver grinding barrow, and he used to put his wife and his child on the top, and he used to go that quick along the road he'd beat all the coaches. Then he thought this grinding barrow was too heavy and clumsy to take about, and he cut it up and made tent rods of it. And then his donkey got away, and he didn't know where it was gone to, and one day he was going by the tent, and he said to himself, "Bless my soul, wherever's that donkey got to?" And there was a tree close by, and the donkey shouted out and said, "I'm here, my Happy, getting you a bit of stick to make a fire." Well, the donkey came down with a lot of sticks, and he had been up the tree a week getting firewood. Well then, Happy had a dog, and he went out one day, the dog one side the hedge, and him the other. And then he saw 2 hares. The dog ran after the two, and as he was going across the field, he cut himself right through with a scythe, and then one half ran after one hare, and the other after the other. Then the two halves of the dog catched the two hares, and then the dog smacked together again, and he said, "Well, I've got 'em, my Happy," and then the dog died. And Happy had a hole in the knee of his breeches, and he cut a piece of the dog's skin after it was dead, and sewed it in the knee of his breeches. And that day 12 months his breeches knee burst open and barked at him. And so that's the end of Happy Basel. Also Munchausen-like, but I believe it was largely this story which I printed on Peeve 160 of my In Gypsy Tense that led the great Lazarus Petulengro to remark once to Mr. Sampson, "Isn't it wonderful, sir, that a real gentleman could have wrote such a thing, nothing but low language and povertiness, and not a word of grammar or high-learned talk in it from beginning to end." We have a third gypsy lying story, a Welsh gypsy one. Matthew Wood's father had, like a good many gypsies, a contempt for folk tales, and, when called on for his turn, he always gave this, the very shortest one. There were a naked man, and a blind man, and a lame man. The blind man saw a hare, and the lame man ran and caught it, and the naked man put it in his pocket. Cf. Grimm's number 59, The Ditmarsh Tale of Wonders, EI, 230-452. Indian lying stories occur in Maeve Stokes's Indian Fairy Tales, Nos. 4, 8, 17. Chapter 4, Transylvanian. Gypsy, Stories, number 37, The Creation of the Violin. In a hut on a mountain in a fair forest lived a girl with her 4 brothers, her father, and her mother. The sister loved a handsome, rich huntsman who often ranged the forest, but who would never speak to the pretty girl. Mara wept day and night because the handsome man never came near her. She often spoke to him, but he never answered and went on his way. She sang the song, "Dear man from a far country, slip your hand into mine, clasp me, and you will, in your arms, lovingly will I kiss you." She sang it often and often, but he paid no heed. Knowing now no other succor, she called the devil, "O devil, help me." The devil came holding a mirror in his hand and asked what she wanted. Mara told him her story and bemoaned to him her sorrow. "If that's all," said the devil, "I can help you. I'll give you this. Show it to your beloved and you'll entice him to you." Once again came the huntsman to the forest, and Mara had the mirror in her hand and went to meet him. When the huntsman saw himself in the mirror, he cried, "Oh, that's the devil. That is the devil's doing. I see myself." And he ran away and came no more to the forest. Mara wept now again day and night, for the handsome man never came near her. Knowing now no other succor for her grief, she called again the devil. "O devil, help me!" The devil came and asked what she wanted. Mara told how the huntsman had run away when he saw himself in the mirror. The devil laughed and said, "Let him run. I shall catch him like you. He belongs to me. For you both have looked in the mirror, and whoso looks in the mirror is mine. And now I will help you, but you must give me your 4 brothers, or help you I cannot." The devil went away and came back at night, when the 4 brothers slept, and made 4 strings of them, fiddle strings, one thicker than one thinner, to give me also your father. Mara said, "Good, I give you my father, only you must help me." Of the father the devil made a box, that was the fiddle. Then he said, "Give me also your mother." Mara answered, "Good, I give you also my mother, only you must help me." The devil smiled, and made of the mother a stick and horsehair of her hair. This was the fiddlestick. Then the devil played, and Mara rejoiced. But the devil played on, and Mara wept. Now laughed the devil and said, "When your beloved comes, play, and you will entice him to you." Mara played, and the huntsman heard her playing and came to her. In 9 days came the devil and said, "Worship me, I am your lord." They would not, and the devil carried them off. The fiddle remained in the forest, lying on the ground, and a poor gypsy came by and saw it. He played, and as he played in Thorpen town they laughed and wept just as he chose. In the Gypsy Lore Journal for April 1890, pp. 6566, Vladislav Kornel, Ritter von Zielinski, published a very close Hungarian gypsy variant, told to him both at Gotha and at Almaas. One cannot but be reminded of the Ballad of Binnury, whose story is current in Scotland, Sweden, the Faroe Islands, Iceland, Denmark, Sicily, Poland, Estonia, and Lithuania, and which Reinhold Köhler has ably discussed in Die Ballade von der sprechenden Harfe, Aufsätze über Märchen und Volkslieder, pp. 79. 98. Campbell's Santal Folk Tales, pp. 54, 1004, furnish two remarkable analogues. In the first, a drowned girl grows up as a bamboo, out of which a juji makes a magic fiddle. In the second, a princess, devoured by a monkey, springs up after his death as a gourd, of whose shell a juji makes a wonderful banjo. In both tales there is mention of doms, and it is at least an odd coincidence that, while the gypsy word for devil is beng, in Santali a spirit is called bonga. Selling one's self, or rather one's blood, to the devil is a superstition still current amongst English gypsies. I myself knew an elderly East Anglian gypsy woman who was supposed to have so sold her blood, and to have got in return a young, good-looking husband, her own nephew, whom she kept like a gentleman. No. 38. The three golden hairs of the sun. King, a rich, mighty king, once went hunting and wandered himself in a great forest. Towards evening he came to a hut in which lived a poor charcoal burner. The king asked the poor man his way to the city. The charcoal burner answered, "Sir, the way to the city you could not find by yourself, and today I cannot go with you, for my wife lies sick, and this very night will bring a child into the world. Lie down here then in the side room, and tomorrow I will guide you to the city." The king took the offer and lay down in the side room, but he could not close an eye for the moaning of the charcoal burner's wife. Towards midnight she bore a beautiful boy, and now it was quiet in the hut. Yet still the king could not sleep. He got up from his couch, drew near the door, and looked through a chink into the room where the sick woman lay. He could see her sleeping in her bed. Her man, fast asleep too, lay behind the stove, and in its cradle was the new-born child, with three ladies in white standing round it. The king heard one say, "I wish this boy a misfortune." The second said, "And I grant him a means to turn this misfortune to good." The third said, "I will bring to pass his marriage with the daughter of the king, who is now in the next room. At this very moment his wife is bringing into the world a girl of marvelous beauty." Thereupon the three ladies departed, and the king thought and thought how to destroy this boy. Early next morning the charcoal burner came into the side room and said, weeping, to the king, "My poor wife is dead. What can I do with the little child?" The king answered, quite rejoiced, "I am the king, and will care for the child. Only show me the way to the city, and I will send one of my servants to fetch the child." And so it was. The charcoal burner guided his king to the city and was richly rewarded, and the king sent a servant back with secret instructions to fling the boy into the river and let him drown. When now the servant was returning from the forest with the child, he flung it, basket and all, into the river, and told the king, "Most gracious king, I have done as thou hast commanded me." The king rewarded him, and went now to his wife, who the night before had borne a girl of marvelous beauty. The basket with the boy went floating about a long time on the water, and at last was seen by a fisherman, who drew it out and took the child home to his wife. They both rejoiced greatly at the sight of this pretty boy, and as they had no children, they kept him and brought him up. 20 years went by, and the boy, whom his parents called Nameless, grew up a wonderfully pretty lad. Once the king passed the fisherman's hut and saw the fair youngster. He entered the hut and asked the fisherman, "Is this pretty youngster your son?" "No," said the fisherman. 20 years ago I fished him out of the water." Then the king was exceeding terrified, and said presently, "I will write a letter to the queen, and this lad shall take it to her." So he wrote this letter: "Dear wife, have this lad put forthwith to death, else he will undo us all." Nameless set out with the letter for the queen, but on his way to the city lost himself in a forest, and there met a lady in white, who said to him, "You have lost yourself. Come to my hut and rest a bit, then I'll soon bring you to the queen." She led Nameless to her hut, and there he fell fast asleep. The old lady took the letter from his pocket, burnt it, and put another in its stead. When the lad awoke, to his great amazement, he found himself in front of the king's house. So he went in to the queen and gave her the letter, in which stood written, "Dear wife, at once call the Pope, and let him plight this lad to our daughter. I wish him to marry her, else a great ill will befall us." The queen did as her husband the king desired. She bade call the Pope, and Nameless and the king's fair daughter became man and wife. When the king came home and learnt of this wedding, he had the letter brought, and saw it was his own handwriting. Then he asked his son-in-law where he had been and whom he had spoken with, and when Nameless told him about the lady in white, the king knew that the fairy had aided him. Nameless was not at all the son-in-law he wanted, and he sought to make away with him, so said, "Go into the world and fetch me 3 golden hairs from the head of the Sun King, then shall you be king along with me." Sorrowfully Nameless set out, for he loved his young wife, and she too loved him dearly. As he wandered on, he came to a great black lake and saw a white boat floating on the water. He cried to the old man in it, "Boat ahoy! Come and ferry me over." The old man answered, "I will take you across if you'll promise to bring me word how to escape out of this boat, for only then can I die." Nameless promised, and the old man ferried him over the black water. Soon after, Nameless came to a great city, where an old man asked him, "Whither away?" "To the Sun King," said Nameless. "Couldn't be better." "Come, I'll bring you to our king, who'll have something to say to you." The king, when Nameless stood before him, said, 20 years ago there was in our city a spring whose water made everyone that drank of it grow young. The spring has vanished, and only the Sun King knows where it is gone to. You are journeying to him, so ask him where it is gone to, and bring us word." Nameless promised him to bring word on his return, and departed. Some days after, he came to another city, and there another old man met him and asked, "Whither away?" "To the Sun King," said Nameless. "That's capital. Come, I'll bring you to our king, who'll have something to say to you." When they came to the king said, 20 years ago a tree in this city bore golden apples. Whoso ate of those apples grew strong and healthy and died not. But now for 20 years this tree has put forth no more fruit, and only the Sun King knows the reason why. So when you come to him, ask him about it and bring us word." Nameless promised him to bring word on his return, and departed. Some days after, he reached a great mountain, and there saw an old lady in white sitting in front of a beautiful house. She asked him, "Whither away?" "I seek the Sun King," said Nameless. "Come in, then," said the old lady. "I am the mother of the Sun King, who daily flies out of this house as a little child, at midday becomes a man, and returns of an evening a greybeard." She brought Nameless into the house, and made him tell her his story. He told her of the man on the black lake, of the spring, and of the tree that used to bear golden apples. Then said the old lady, "I will ask my son all about that. But come, let me hide you, for if my son finds you here, he'll burn you up." She hid Nameless in a great vessel of water and bade him keep quiet. At evening the Sun King came home, a feeble old man with golden head, and got victuals and drink from his mother. When he had eaten and drunk, he laid his golden head in his mother's lap and fell fast asleep. Then the old lady twitched out a golden hair, and he cried, "Mother, why won't you let me sleep?" The old lady answered, "I saw in a dream a city with a tree which used to bear golden apples, and whoso ate of them grew well and healthy, and died not. For 20 years now the tree has put forth no more fruit, and the people know not what they ought to do." The Sun King said, "They should kill the serpent that gnaws at the root of the tree." Again he slept, and after a while his mother twitched out a second hair. Then cried the Sun King, "Mother, what's the meaning of this? Why can't you let me sleep?" The old lady answered, "My dear son, I dreamed of a city with a spring, and whoso drank of it grew young again. 20 years has this spring ceased to flow, and the people know not what they should do." The Sun King said, "A great toad is blocking the source of the spring. They should kill the toad, then the spring will flow as before." Again he slept, and after a while the old lady in white twitched out a... The old lady answered, "I saw in a dream a great black lake with an old man rowing about it in a boat, and he doesn't know how to escape from the boat, for only then can he die." The Sun King said, "Next time he takes anyone over, let him hand him the oars and jump ashore himself. Then the other must stop in the boat, and the old man can die." Again he slept. Early next morning the Sun King arose as a lovely child and flew out of the window. The old lady gave Nameless the 3 hairs and said, "Now go to your wife, and give the king the 3 hairs. I have done for you all that at your birth I promised my sisters, and now farewell." She kissed Nameless, and led him outside, and he started off homewards. When he came to the city where the spring had ceased to flow, he told the people to kill the great toad that blocked up the source. They looked, found the toad, and killed it. Then the spring flowed again, and the king rewarded him richly. When Nameless came to the city where for 20 years the tree had ceased to bear golden apples, he told the people to kill the serpent that was gnawing the roots of the tree. The people dug down, found the serpent, and killed it. Then the tree again bore golden fruit, and the king rewarded him richly. When Nameless reached the black lake, the old man would not take him across. But Nameless said if he would tell him the secret then, so the old man took him across the black water. When he was out of the boat, he told the old man to hand his oars to the next passenger and then jump ashore himself, so he would be free and at last could die, but the other would have to go rowing about on the lake. Nameless soon got back home and gave the king the 3 golden hairs. His wife rejoiced greatly, but her father was beside himself for rage. But when Nameless told of the spring and the golden apples, the king cried quite delighted, "I too must drink of this spring. I too must eat of these golden apples." He set out instantly, but when he reached the black lake, the old man handed him the oars and jumped ashore. And the king could not leave the boat and had to stop there on the water. As he never came home, Nameless became king of the country and lived henceforth with his beautiful bride in peace and prosperity. Identical with Radislaw's Bohemian story of the 3 golden hairs of Grandfather All Knows, 60 Slavonic Folktales, pp. 1625, and with Grimm's number 29, The Devil with the 3 Golden Hairs, I. Oliver 9225 3772378. Only the German tale opens defectively. Willis Lockie's opening, however, meets us again in Bernhard Schmidt's De Spruch de Mohren, Griechische Märchen, number 2, p. 67, where, as elsewhere, the part of the fairies is taken by the three Morai or fates. The whole question of fairy mythology requires to be carefully restudied in the light of our copious stock of Greek and Indian folk tales, of which Leiden and Grimm could know nothing. In his Deutsche Mythologie, I. 3a2, Grimm expresses himself as in doubt whether fata came to mean fairies owing to Celtic or to Teutonic influences. Probably fata was a conscious translation of the Greek moirai and is an indication that the fairy mythology of Western Europe was largely, if not wholly, derived from Greek-speaking Levantine sources. No. 39. The Dog and the Maiden. There was once a poor gypsy with a very beautiful daughter, whom he guarded like the apple of his eye, for he wanted to marry her to a chieftain. So he always kept her in the tent when the lads and lasses sat of an evening by the fire and told stories, or beguiled the time with play and dance. Only a dog was the constant companion of this poor maiden. No one knew whom the dog belonged to, or where he came from. He had joined the band once, and thenceforth continued the trusty companion of the poor beautiful maiden. It befell once that her father must go to a far city to sell there his besoms, baskets, spoons, and troughs. He left his daughter with the other women in the tents on the heath, and set out with the men for the city. This troubled the poor girl greatly, for no one would speak to her, as all the women envied her for her beauty and avoided her. In a word, they hated the sight of her. Only the dog remained true to her, and once, as she sat sorrowfully in front of the tent, he said, "Come, let us go out on the heath. There I will tell you who I really am." The girl was terrified, for she had never heard of a dog being able to speak like a man. But when the dog repeated his request, she got up and went with him out on the heath. There the dog said, "Kiss me, and I shall become a man." The girl kissed him, and lo! Before her stood a man of wondrous beauty. He sat down beside her in the grass, and told how a fairy had turned him into a dog for trying to steal her golden apples, and how he could resume his human shape for but one night in the year, and only then if a girl had kissed him first. Much more had the two to tell, and they toyed in the long grass all the livelong night. When day dawned, the girl slipped back with the dog to her tent, and the two henceforth were the very best of friends. The poor gypsy came back from the city to the heath, merry because he had made a good bit of money. When again he must go to the city to sell his besoms and spoons, the girl remained behind with the dog in the camp, and one night she brought forth a little white puppy. In her terror and anguish she ran to the great river, and jumped into the water. When the people sought to draw her out of the water, they could not find her corpse, and the old gypsy, her father, would have thrown himself in too when a handsome strange gentleman came up and said, "I'll soon get you the body." He took a bit of bread, kissed it, and threw it into the water. The dead girl straightway emerged from the water. The people drew the corpse to land, and bore it back to the tents in 3 days' time to bury it. But the strange gentleman said, "I will bring my sweetheart to life." And he took the little white puppy, the dead girl's son, and laid it on the bosom of the corpse. The puppy began to suck, and when it had sucked its full, the dead girl awoke, and on seeing the handsome man, started up and flew into his arms, for he was her lover who had lived with her as a white dog. All greatly rejoiced when they heard this marvelous story, and nobody thought of the little white puppy, the son of the beautiful gypsy girl. All of a sudden they heard a baby cry, and when they looked round, they saw a little child lying in the grass. Then was the joy great indeed. The little puppy had vanished and taken human shape. So they celebrated marriage and baptism together, and lived in wealth and prosperity till their happy end. This finding a drowned body by casting one's bread on the waters has been practiced in England by non-gypsies not so many years ago. Gypsies may have brought the method with them from the continent. No, 40. Death, the sweetheart. There was once a pretty young girl with no husband, no father, no mother, no brothers, no kinsfolk. They were all dead and gone. She lived alone in a hut at the end of the village, and no one came near her, and she never went near anyone. One evening a goodly wanderer came to her, opened the door, and cried, "I am a wanderer, and have been far in the world. Here will I rest, I can no further go." The maiden said, "Stay here, I will give thee a mattress to sleep on, and, if thou wilt, victuals and drink too." The goodly wanderer soon lay down and said, "Now once again I sleep, it is long since I slept last." "How long?" asked the girl, and he answered, "Dear maid, I sleep but 1 week in 1,000 years." The girl laughed and said, "Thou jestest surely. Thou art a roguish fellow." But the wanderer was sound asleep. Early next morning he arose and said, "Thou art a pretty young girl. If thou wilt, I will tarry here a whole week longer." She gladly agreed, for already she loved the goodly wanderer. So once they were sleeping, and she roused him and said, "Dear man, I dreamt such an evil dream. I dreamt thou hadst grown cold and white, and we drove in a beautiful carriage drawn by 6 white birds. Thou didst blow on a mighty horn, then dead folk came up and went with us. Thou wert their king." Then answered the goodly wanderer, "That was an evil dream." Straightway he arose and said, "Beloved, I must go, for not a soul has died this long while in all the world." "I must off, let me go." But the girl wept and said, "Go not away, bide with me." "I must go," he answered, "God keep thee." But as he reached her his hand, she said, sobbing, "Tell me, dear man, who thou art then." "Who knows that dies?" said the wanderer. "Thou askest vainly. I tell thee not who I am." Then the girl wept and said, "I will suffer everything, only do tell me who thou art." "Good," said the man, "then thou comest with me." "I am Death." The girl shuddered and died. The one beautiful story of the whole collection. And yet, I doubt. Chapter 5. Slovak, Moravian, and Bohemian Gypsy Stories, number 41. The Three Girls. Somewhere there was a king who had 3 daughters, princesses. Those 3 sisters used to go to meet the devils, and the father knew not where they went to. But there was one called Jankos. Halenka aided him. The king asks Jankos, "Don't you know where my daughters go? Not one single night are they at home, and they are always wearing out new shoes." Then Jankos lay down in front of the door and kept watch to see where they went to. But Halenka told him everything. She aided him. "They will, when they come, fling fire on you and prick you with needles." Halenka told him he must not stir, but be like a corpse. They came, those devils, for the girls, and straightway the girls set out with them to hell. On they walked, but he stuck close to them. As the girls went to hell, he followed close behind, but so that they knew it not. He went through the diamond forest. When he came there, he cut himself a diamond twig from the forest. He follows. Straightway those girls, cried, "Jankos is coming behind us." For when he broke it, he made a great noise. The girls heard it. "Jankos is coming behind us." But the devils said, "What does it matter if he is?" Next they went through the forest of glass, and once more he cut off a twig. Now he had 2 tokens. Then they went through the golden forest, and once more he cut off a twig, so now he had 3. Then Halenka tells him, "I shall change you into a fly, and when you come into hell, creep under the bed, hide yourself there, and see what will happen." Then the devils danced with the girls, who tore their shoes all to pieces, for they danced upon blades of knives, and so they must tear them. Then they flung the shoes under the bed where Jankos took them, so that he might show them at home. When the devils had danced with the girls, each of them threw his girl upon the bed and lay with her. Thus did they with 2 of them, but the 3rd would not yield herself. Then Jankos, having got all he wanted, returned home and lay down again in front of the door, that the girls may know I am lying here. The girls returned after midnight, and went to bed in their room as if nothing had happened. But Jankos knew well what had happened, and straightway he went to their father the king, and showed him the tokens. I know where your daughters go, to hell. The 3 girls must own they were there, in the fire. Isn't it true? Weren't you there? And if you believe me not, I will show you the tokens. See, here is one token from the diamond forest, then here is one from the forest of glass, a third from the golden forest, and the 4th is the shoes which you tore dancing with the devils. And 2 of you lay with the devils, but that 3rd one not, she would not yield herself. Straightway the king seized his rifle, and straightway he shot them dead. Then he seized a knife and slit up their bellies, and straightway the devils were scattered out from their bellies. Then he buried them in the church, and laid each coffin in front of the altar, and every night a soldier stood guard over them. But every night those 2 used to rend the soldier in pieces. More than 100 were rent thus. At last it fell to a new soldier, a recruit, to stand guard. When he went upon guard he was weeping. But a little old man came to him. It was my God, and Jankos was there with the soldier. And the old man tells him, when the 12th hour strikes, and they come out of their coffins, straightway jump in and lie down in the coffin, and don't leave the coffin, for if you do they will rend you. So don't you go out, even if they beg you and fling fire on you, for they will beg you hard to come out. Thus then till morning he lay in the coffin. In the morning those 2 were alive again, and both kneeling in front of the altar. They were lovelier than ever. Then the soldier took one to wife, and Jankos took the other. Then when they came home with them, their father was very glad. Then Jankos and the soldier got married, and if they are not dead, they are still alive. A confused, imperfect story, but plainly identical with Grimm's number 133, The Shoes That Were Danced to Pieces, EI. 79, 430, and with The Slippers of the 12 Princesses, Romanian Fairy Tales, by EBMP1. The Gypsy finale is reminiscent of many vampire stories. The storyteller, says Dr. Vansawa, explained Helenka as an alias of Jankos, that this is not so, but that Helenka must stand for some higher being, a fairy, is shown by the story. No, 42. The dragon. There was a great city. In that city was great mourning. Every day it was hung with black cloth and with red. There was in a cave a great dragon. It had 24 heads. Every day must he eat a woman. Ah, God, what can be done in such a case? It is clean impossible every day to find food for that dragon. There was but one girl left. Her father was a very wealthy man. He was a king. Over all kings he was lord. And there came a certain wanderer, came into the city and asked what's new there. They said to him, here is very great mourning. Why so? Anyone dead? Every day we must feed the dragon with 24 heads. If we failed to feed him, he would crush all our city underneath his feet. I'll help you out of that. It is just 12 o'clock. I will go there alone with my dog. He had such a big dog, whatever a man just thought of, that dog immediately knew. It would have striven with the very devil. When the wanderer came to the cave, he kept crying, Dragon, come out here with your blind mother. Bread and men you have eaten, but will eat no more. I'll see if you are any good. The dragon called him into his cave, and the wanderer said to him, Now give me whatever I ask for to eat and to drink, and swear to me always to give that city peace, and never to eat men, no, not one. For if ever I hear of your doing so, I shall come back and cut your throat. My good man, fear not, I swear to you, for I see you're a proper man. If you weren't, I should long since have eaten up you and your dog. Then tell me what you want of me. I only want you to bring me the finest wine to drink and meat such as no man has ever eaten. If you don't, you will see I shall destroy everything that is yours, shall shut you up here, and you will never come out of this cave. Good, I will fetch a basket of meat, and forthwith cook it for you. He went and brought him such meat as no man ever had eaten. When he had eaten and drunk his fill, then the dragon must swear to him never to eat anybody, but sooner to die of hunger. Good, so let us leave it. He went back, that man who thus had delivered the city, so that it had peace. Then all the gentlemen asked him what he wanted for doing so well. The dragon from that hour never ate anyone, and if they are not dead, they are still alive. This story belongs to the valiant little tailor group, number 21. The maiden tribute is a familiar feature. The Tobit-like dog seems superfluous, but cf. Hans number 22, I 170, EI 217, English. Gypsy women wear black and red in mourning. No, 43. The princes and the forester's son. Somewhere or other there lived a forester. He ill-used his wife and his children, and often got drunk. Then the mother said, "My children, the father is always beating us, so we'll get our things together and leave him. We will wander out into the world, whither our eyes lead us." They took their things and followed the road through a great forest. They journeyed 2 days and 2 nights without reaching any place, so the eldest son said to his mother, "Mother dear, night has come on us, let us sleep here." "My children," said the mother, "pluck moss, make a resting place, and we will lie down here to sleep." The elder son said to his brother, "Go for wood." They made a fire and seated themselves by it. Then said the elder son to his brother, "Now you must keep watch, for there are wild beasts about, so that we be not devoured. Do you sleep again?" So the younger brother lay down near his mother to sleep. The elder kept watch with his gun. Then he thought within himself and said, "Great God, wherever are we in these great forests? Surely we soon must perish." He climbed up a high tree and looked all round, till a light flashed in his eyes. When he saw the light, he took his hat from his head and let it drop. Then he climbed down and looked to see if his mother was all right. From the spot where his hat lay, he walked straight forward for a good distance, a whole half-hour. Then he observed a fire. Who were there but 24 robbers, cooking and drinking? He went through the wood, keeping out of their sight, and loaded his gun, and just as one of them was taking a drink of wine, he shot the jug right from his lips, so that only the handle was left in his hand. And his gun was so constructed that it made no report. Then the robber said to his comrade, "Comrade, why won't you let me alone, but knock the jug out of my mouth? You fool, I never touched you." He took a pull out of another jug, and the lad loaded again. He sat on a tree, and again shot the jug, shot it away from his mouth, so that the handle remained in his hand. Then the first robber said, "Will you leave me alone, else I'll pay you out with this knife." But his comrade stepped up to him, looking just like a fool. At last he said, "My good fellow, I am not touching you. See, it is twice that has happened. Maybe it is someone in the forest. Take your gun, and let's go and look if there is not someone there." They went and they hunted, searched every tree, and found him, the forester's son, sitting on a tree at the very top. They said to him, "You earth devil, come down. If you won't, we'll shoot at you till you fall down from the tree." But he would not come. Again they ordered him. What was the poor fellow to do? He had to come. When he was down, they each seized him by an arm, and he thought to himself, "Things look bad with me. I shall never see my mother and brother again. They'll either kill me or tie me up to a tree." They brought him to the fire and asked him, "What are you?" "Are you a craftsman?" "I am one of your trade. If you are of our trade, eat, drink, and smoke as much as your heart desires." When he had eaten and drunk, they said, Since you are such a clever chap and such a good shot, there is a castle with a princess in it whom we went after but could not come at her anyhow, this princess. Maybe as you are so smart, there's a big dog yonder that made us run, but as you are such a good shot, and your gun makes no report, you'll kill this dog, and then we'll make you our captain." Then they broke up camp, took something to eat and to drink, and came to the castle. When they reached the castle, the dog made a great noise. They lifted him up. The forester's son, he aimed his gun, and as the dog sprang at him, he fired and hit him. The dog made 10 more paces and fell to the earth. As he fell, the lad said to the robbers, "Comrades, the dog is dead." "Brave fellow," said they, "now you shall be our captain for killing the dog, but one thing more you must do. We will make a hole for you in the wall. When we have done that, then you are so slender you will creep through the hole." They made the hole, and he crept through it. Then the robbers said to him, "Here you have to go up a flight of steps, and at the 4th flight you will come to a door. There is 1 door, 2 doors, 3 doors." So through each door he passed. Then he passed through the 3rd. There were a quantity of swords. He saw they were very fine swords, and took one of them. Then he went to the 4th, opened it slowly. It did not stop him, for the keys were there. Through the keyhole he saw a bed. Then he opened it and went in. There he saw a princess lying, quite naked but covered with a cloth of gold. At her feet stood a table, on which lay a pair of golden scissors. There were golden clasps, and there were 2 rings, and her name was engraved inside one of them. And when he sees her sleeping thus, he thought, "O great God, what if I were to lie down beside her?" "Do, my God, as thou wilt." So he took the scissors, and cut off half the cloth of gold, and lay down beside her, and she could not awake. Then he arose, and took to himself the half of the coverlet, and one of the rings, and one of her slippers, and went out, taking the sword with him, and shutting the door. As he passed through the 4th door, he said to himself, "I must open it carefully, so as not to waken her mother and father." He got out safely. Then he went through the courtyard to the robbers. When he reached the hole, he said to them, "My dear men, I know where she is. Come, we'll soon have the princess, but you must creep through the hole one after the other." Then he drew his sword, and as one came through after the other, he seized him by the head, cut off his head, and cast him aside. When he had done so to the 24th, he cast away the sword, and returned by the way that he had come to his mother where they had slept. He had thought never again to see his mother and his brother. When he came to his mother, he said, "Mother, how do you find yourself?" "You must be sleepy." His mother asked him, "My dear son, how have you managed to do with so little sleep?" His younger brother said, "Why didn't you wake me up? You were so sleepy, I let you sleep." Then they made a fire, ate and drank, and wandered on again through the forest. They arrived in a town and sought employment. The mother said to her eldest son, "My son, we will stay at least a year here." She fortunately got a place at a big house as cook, and the 2 lads went as servants to an innkeeper. When they had been a year there, the mother said to her 2 sons, "Just see how well off we were at home, and here we have to work, and I an old body. You are young folk and can stick to it, but I am old and can't stand it any longer. The Father ill-used us, still let us return home if the Lord God gives us health and strength to do so." So they made ready. The landlord paid them their wages, and they set out. They went by the very way that he had gone by to the castle where he killed the 24 robbers. But how had they got on there since the year when he did that to her? The princess had borne a child, but she knew not who was the father. She had a tavern built not far from the castle, and said to her mother, "Mother dear, see what has befallen me, and how I now am. But I know not whom the child is by. You have let me have the tavern built. Whoever comes there I will entertain gratis, and ask him what he has learned in the world, whether he has any story to tell me, or whether he has had any strange experiences. Perhaps the man will turn up by whom I had the child." As luck would have it, the two brothers came through the village where the tavern was. There was a large signboard on which was written, "Every man may eat and drink to his heart's desire and smoke, only he must relate his experiences that he has gone through in the world." The elder lad said to his brother, "Brother dear, where are we?" "I don't myself know." But right well he knew whom the tavern belonged to. They halted. Then he looked at the notice and said to his mother, "See, mother dear, see what that is." "See, there is written that the victuals and drink are gratis." "Let us go in, my son. We are very hungry anyhow. Sure, we'll find something to tell her, if only she'll give us to eat and to drink." They went into the tavern. Straightway the hostess greeted them and said, "Good day, where do you come from?" "We come from a town out yonder. We have been working there. Now we want to return home where my husband is," she said. "Good. What might you drink? What will you eat?" "I will give you just what you want." "Ah, my God," said she, "kind lady, if you would be so good as to give us something. We know you are a kind lady." So she said to her women servants, "Bring wine here, bring beer here, bring food here, and for the two men bring something to smoke." When they brought it, they ate and drank. "Now," said the princess, the seeming hostess, but they knew not that she was a princess. Only the elder brother knew it. "Oh, if only you would tell me something. Come, you old wife, what have you seen in your time?" "Why, my good lady, I have gone through plenty. When I was at home, my man drank much, ran through my money. When he got drunk, he'd come home, scold and knock me about, smash everything that came to hand, and as for his children, he couldn't bear the sight of them. He scolded and knocked them about till they didn't know where they were. At last I said to my children, 'My children, since I can't get on with my man, and he uses us so badly, let us take our few things and go off into the world.' The hostess listened, brought the old wife a mug of beer, and gave it her. When she had drunk, the hostess said, 'Speak on.' Well, we set off and journeyed through the great forests, where we must go on, 2 whole days, without ever lighting on town or village. Never a peasant was to be seen, and night, she said, came upon us, when we could go no further, and I was so weak that I could not take another step. There, poor soul, I had to bide, lying in the great forest under a great tree. It rained, and we crouched close under so as not to get wet. Forthwith I gathered wood, made a big fire, plucked moss, and made a resting place for us. It was dark, and my son said, 'We must mind and not be eaten by wild beasts.' And my elder son said to his brother, 'I will think what must be done. You too have a couple of guns. If anything attacks us, you will shoot.' But he said to his elder brother, 'Do you, my brother, sleep first, and when you have had your sleep out, then you will watch again.' As they all slept under that great tree, he thought to himself, 'I will sling my gun round my neck and climb a tree.' He climbed a tree, reached its top, for he wondered whether he might not see something, a village or a town or a light. As it was, he did see a light. He took the hat from his head and threw it in the direction of the light. Then she said, 'Ah, hostess, believe him not.' 'Mark you, that is not true,' said his mother. But she went and brought them beer and said, 'Tell on.' And he said, 'I climbed down the tree to look where my hat was.' 'Ah!' 'Believe him not, hostess, believe him not. Mark you, that is not true. Nay, let him go on with his story. What was there?' 24 robbers. There was a bright light that dazzled my eyes. Not far from them was a tree. At this point the storyteller forgot that the elder son is the narrator, so resumed the third person, repeating his former words almost verbatim, till he came to the passage where the robbers send the lad into the castle. Then said the old mother to the hostess, 'Believe him not, for that is not true which he tells you.
Let him proceed.
"What have you then done?" the hostess asked him. "I have done nothing." "You must have done something." "Well then, I have lain with you. I took away the ring, I took half the cloth of gold, a slipper I took from you, that I carried off, and I took me a sword and went out, shut the door behind me. Then I went to where the robbers were, called to them to step through the hole one after another. As they came through the hole, I cut off each one's head and flung him aside. Then the hostess saw it was true. 'Then you will be my man,' and he drew the things out and showed them to her, and they straightway embraced and kissed one another, and she went into the little room, fetched the boy. 'See, that is your child. I am your wife.' Forthwith she bids them harness 2 horses to the carriage. They drove to the castle. When they reached it, she said to her father, 'Father dear, see, I have soon found my husband.' Forthwith they made a feast, invited everybody. Forthwith the banns were proclaimed, and they were married. The floor there was made of paper, and I came away here. Identical with Grimm's number 111, The Skillful Huntsman, I, 102, but in some points more closely resembling the variants on P412. There are also some striking analogies to our Welsh gypsy story of An Old King and His 3 Sons in England, number 55, New 44, The 3 Dragons. The gentleman had 3 daughters. They went one day to a pond to bathe. There came a dragon and carried them off. He hurried with them to a rocky cave. There they remained 12 years, without their father seeing them again or knowing where they were. There was a sly boots called Bruntslikos. He went to the girl's father and told him he would do his best to find his daughters. The father promised him one of them to wife if he could find them. He took the road and stayed 7 years away. Then he demanded a horse of the girl's father. He mounted it and rode a whole year through the forest. At last he came to a tavern. 2 fellows there asked him where he was going to. He told them that he was going in search of 3 maidens. They offered to go with him. Good, he thought, 3 will make merrier company. As they went through the forest, the horse stamped his foot against the entrance to the dragon's cave and pawed against it. Then Bruntslikos knew that those he was seeking were there. It was a great cavity in the rock. He left the 2 comrades on the brink above, and made them lower him by a rope to fetch up one of the maidens. He said he must fetch her at any cost. When he came down, she sat alone in the house. The dragon has gone to hunt hares. When he came to her, she asked, 'How comest thou here, my beloved?' 'Here must thou lose thy life.' 'I have no fear,' he answered. 'Never a bird comes flying here,' she said, 'but thou hast come.' 'I will see, though,' she thought, 'what sort of a hero he is,' and bade him brandish a sword, but he could not so much as raise it from the ground. But there was wine there. She made him drink thereof. Straightway he felt himself stronger. And she bade him now lift the sword. He fell to so cutting and thrusting with it in the air that he now no more dreaded the dragon. 'Now I am strong,' he said. 'I will soon help thee out of here.' 'God grant thou may,' she said, 'then will I be thy bride.' She gave him a golden ring, which she cut in half. The one half she gave to him, kept the other herself. Then came the dragon home. When he still was 14 miles off, he flung a hammer there, weighing nearly 1,500 weight. When he came, he said to his wife, 'I smelled human flesh.' She said, 'Dear husband, but how could that be? How could it get here? Hither comes never a bird.' 'How could human flesh get here?' 'But I feel,' he said, 'that a man's here. Don't talk nonsense.' And he came nearer and called, 'Brother-in-law.' But Bruntslikos was hidden beneath a trough. After the dragon had called him thrice, he sprang out, faced him, and cried, 'What wilt thou of me?' 'I fear thee not.' The dragon answered, 'What need to tell me thou fearest me not? I will soon put thy strength to the test.' Leaden dumplings were served up for the dragon's dinner, and he invited Bruntslikos to partake. "I don't care for such dumplings," said Brunslikos, "but give me wine to drink, and I'm your man." When they had drunk their fill, the dragon challenged Brunslikos to wrestle with him. Straightway he faced the dragon. The dragon drove him into the earth to the waist, then drew him out again. In the second bout, Brunslikos drove the dragon into the earth to the neck, then grasped the sword and began to cut off his heads. He had 12. Brunslikos struck them all off, only the middle one he could not sever. Then said the maiden, "One smashing blow on it, and he will die at once." So he killed him, and straightway the dragon was turned to pitch. But he took all the tongues out of his heads and put them in his pocket. Then he collected all the money that was there, put his bride in a basket, and himself as well. And the two comrades had been waiting for him above, and, when he called, they drew him up with his bride. But when he was up with her, the two fellows began to quarrel over the maiden. She was so fair, they wanted her for wife. But he said, "There still remain 2 more maidens. Of them you can take your choice." "I," she said, "will never desert Brunslikos. He shall be my husband. We have plighted ourselves to all eternity, for he has saved my life." Then they went to seek the other dragon in the cavern. He had 15 heads, and was 3 times as strong as the first. The maiden whom this dragon had carried off showed Brunslikos a sword, twice as heavy as the first. He could just move it, but not lift it clear off the earth. But she gave him wine to drink, and then he was straightway stronger. She too had greeted Brunslikos when he came with the words, "How comest thou here, my beloved? Here must thou lose thy life, for my husband will kill thee." But he said, "To fetch thee am I come. Thy sister dear have I already fetched, and thee too I must help out of here." "God grant thou may," she said, "then would I be thy bride." "I have one already," he said, "thy sister, but all the more readily will I help thee out." Then came the dragon. He was still 50 miles away when he flung a hammer there, weighing 50 hundredweight. When he was come, he said, "I smell human flesh here." "But, dear husband, how couldst thou smell human flesh? Never even a bird comes hither, and yet thou wilt be scenting a mortal." "Don't talk nonsense," said he, and cried, "Brother-in-law, why comest thou not out? What is it thou wilt of me? I fear thee not." Thrice he thus called him, but he would not answer. But at last he said to him, "I fear thee not, I must slay thee." "Come, if thou art so strong that thou wilt kill me," answered the dragon, "then let us wrestle." They wrestled, and the dragon drove him into the earth to the waist. They settled that the dragon should draw him out again. He seized the dragon and drove him into the earth to the neck. Then he grasped the sword and cut off his 15 heads, only the middle one held so firm that he could not sever it. But the princess told him, "Just one blow right on the head, and he will die at once." When he had killed him, he plucked out all his tongues, and then had himself drawn up and the maiden. So now there were 2 sisters up, and now they went for the third. The third dragon had 24 heads. When Brunslikos had served him like the other 2, he helped the third maiden also out. But when the 3 maidens were out, his 2 comrades threw him into a well, for they wished not to give him the credit of that achievement, but rather themselves to vaunt at home that they had slain the dragons. But Brunslikos had covenanted with his bride that if he did not come within 8 years, she should take a husband. So the 8th year came. She had chosen another man, and was celebrating the marriage. Then came Brunslikos dressed like a beggar, so she knew him not, and felt no shame for her conduct. But he asked her for wine. When she gave him such, he threw, as he drank, that half of the ring into the glass, then offered it her. When she drank, her lips came against it. When she noticed it, she threw her half of the ring into the glass, and it straightway united with the other. Forthwith she fell to kissing him, for she recognized he was her lover. The marriage she straightway broke off, and plighted herself to him. When now he flung the dragon's tongues on the table, the gentleman cried, "Hurrah! That's it, that's the real thing, at the sight of the tongues. So if they are not dead, they are living together. This is a sort of compound of the Romanian Gypsy story of the Three Princesses and the Unclean Spirit, number 10, and of the Bukowina Gypsy story, Mare's Son, number 20. The ring episode occurs in Made Over to the Devil, number 34's. For the hiding under the trough and the thrice-repeated challenge, C.F. Radislaw's Croatian story of the daughter of the king of the Vilases, 278, and for the leaden dumplings, his Hungarian-Slovenish story of the Three Lemons, p. 65. 65 also notes to An Old King and His Three Sons, number 55. Chapter 6, Polish, Gypsy Stories, number 45, Tale of a Foolish Brother and of a Wonderful Bush. There was once a poor peasant who had 3 sons, 2 of them wise and 1 foolish. One day the king gave a feast to which everybody was invited, rich and poor. These 2 wise brothers set out for the feast like the rest, leaving the poor fool at home, crouching over the stove. He thereupon besought his mother to allow him to go after his brothers. But the mother answered, Fool that thou art, thy brothers go thither to tell tales, whilst thou knowest nothing. What then couldst thou tell? Still the fool continues to beg his mother to let him go, but still she refuses. Very well. If thou wilt not let me go there, with the help of God I shall know what to do. Well, one day the king contrived a certain tower. He then placed his daughter on the 2nd story, and issued a proclamation that whoever should kiss his daughter there should have her in marriage. Well, various princes and nobles hastened to the place. Not one of them could reach her. The king then decreed that the peasants were to come. This order reached the house where dwelt the peasant who had 3 sons, 2 wise and 1 foolish. The 2 wise brothers arose and set out. The fool feigned to go in search of water, but he went to a bush and struck it 3 times with a stick. Whereupon a fairy appeared, who demanded, What wouldst thou? I wish to have a horse of silver, garments of silver, and a sum of money. After he had received all these things, he set out on his way. Whom should he happen to overtake on the road but his 2 wise brothers? Whither are you going? He asked of them. We are going to a king's palace, his who has contrived this tower, upon the 2nd story of which he has placed his daughter, and he has proclaimed that whoever kisses her shall become her husband. The fool got off his horse, cut himself a cudgel, and began to beat his 2 brothers. Finally he gave them each 3 ducats. The 2 brothers did not recognize him, and so he went on by himself unknown. When he had come to the king's palace, all the great lords looked with admiration at this prince, mounted on a silver steed and clad in garments of silver. He leapt up with a great spring towards the princess and almost got near enough to kiss her. He fell back again, and then, with the help of the good God, he took his departure. These noblemen then asked of one another, What is the meaning of this? He had scarcely arrived when he all but succeeded in kissing the princess. The fool then returned home and went to the bush and struck it thrice. The fairy again appeared and asked of him, What is thy will? He commanded her to hide his horse and his clothes. He took his buckets filled with water and went back into the house. Where hast thou been? Asked his mother of him. Mother, I have been outside, and I stripped myself, and, pardon me for saying so, I have been hunting lice in my shirt. That is well, said his mother, and she gave him some food. On the return of the 2 wise brothers, their mother desired them to tell her what they had seen. Mother, we saw there a prince mounted on a silver steed, and himself clad in silver. He had overtaken us, by the way, and asked us whither we were going. We told him the truth, that we were going to the palace of the king who had contrived this tower, on the 2nd story of which he had placed his daughter, decreeing that whosoever should get near enough to give her a kiss should marry her. The prince dismounted, cut himself a cudgel, and gave us a sound beating, and then gave us each 3 ducats. The mother was very well pleased to get this money, for she was poor, and she could now buy herself something to eat. Next day these two brothers again set out. The mother cried to her foolish son, "Go and fetch me some water." He went out to get the water, laid down his pails beside the well, and went to the bush. He struck it thrice, and the fairy appeared to him. "What is thy will?" "I wish to have a horse of gold and golden garments." The fairy brought him a horse of gold, golden garments, and a sum of money. Off he set, and once more he overtook his brothers on the road. This time he did not dismount, but, cudgel in hand, he charged upon his brothers, beat them severely, and gave them 10 ducats apiece. He then betook himself to the king. The nobles gazed admiringly on him, seated on his horse of gold, himself attired in a golden garb. With a single bound he reached the second story, and gave the princess a kiss. Well, they wished to detain him, but he sprang away and fled like the wind, with the help of the good God. He came back to his bush, out of which the fairy issued, and asked him, "What wilt thou? Hide my horse and my clothes." He dressed himself in his wretched clothes, and went into the house again. "Where hast thou been?" asked his mother. "I have been sitting in the sun, and excuse me for saying it, I have been hunting lice in my shirt." She answered nothing, but gave him some food. He went and squatted down behind the stove in idiot fashion. The two wise brothers arrived. Their mother saw how severely they had been beaten, and she asked them, "Who has mauled you so terribly?" "It was that prince, mother." "And why have you not laid a complaint against him before the king?" "But he gave us 10 ducats apiece." "I will not send you any more to the king," said the mother to them. "Mother, they have posted sentinels all over the town to arrest him, the prince, for he has already kissed the king's daughter, after doing which he took to flight. Then the sentinels were posted. We are certain to catch this prince." The fool then said to them, "How will you be able to seize him, since evidently he knows a trick or two?" "Thou art a fool," said the two wise brothers to him. "We are bound to capture him." "Capture away, with the help of the good God," replied the fool. 3 days later the two wise brothers set out, leaving the fool cowering behind the stove. "Go and fetch some wood," called his mother to him. He roused himself and went with the good God. He came to the bush and struck it 3 times. The fairy issued out of it and asked, "What dost thou demand?" "I demand a horse of diamonds, garments of diamonds, and some money." He arrayed himself and set out. He overtook his two brothers, but this time he did not beat them, only he gave them each 20 ducats. He reached the king's city, and the nobles tried to seize him. He sprang up onto the second story, and for the second time he kissed the princess, who gave him her gold ring. Well, they wished to take him, but he said to them, "If you had all the wit in the world, you could not catch me." But they were determined to seize him. He fled away like the wind. He came to the bush. He struck it thrice. The fairy issued from it and came to him and took his horse and his clothes. He gathered some wood and returned to the house. His mother is pleased with him and says, "There now, that is how thou shouldst always behave." And she gave him something to eat. He went and crouched behind the stove. His two brothers arrived. The mother questioned them. "Mother," they answered, "this prince could not be taken. And has he not given you a beating?" "No, mother. On the contrary, he gave us each 20 ducats more." "Tomorrow," said the mother, "you shall not go there again." And the two brothers answered, "No, we will go there no more." "Aha, so much the better." This king gave yet another feast, and he decreed that all the princes, as many as there shall be of them, shall come to my palace, so that my daughter may identify her husband among them. This feast lasted 4 days, but the husband of the princess was not there. What did this king do? He ordained a 3rd feast for beggars and poor country folk, and he decreed that every one come, be he blind or halt, let him not be ashamed, but come. This feast lasted for a week, but the husband of the princess was not there. What then did the king do? He sent his servants with the order to go from house to house, and to bring to him the man upon whom should be found the princess's ring. "Be he blind or halt, let him be brought to me," said the king. Well, the servants went from house to house for a week, and all who were found in each house they called together in order to make the search. At last they came to the same house in which dwelt the fool. As soon as the fool saw them, he went and lay down upon the stove. In came the king's servants, gathered the people of the house together, and asked the fool, "What art thou doing there?" "What does that matter to you?" replied the fool. And his mother said to them, "Sirs, he is a fool." "No matter," said they, "fool or blind, we gather together all whom we see, for so the king has commanded us." They make the fool come down from the stove. They look, the gold ring is on his finger. "So then it is thou that art so clever." "It is I." He made ready and set out with them. He had nothing upon him, this fool, but a miserable shirt and a cloak all tattered and torn. He came to the king, to whom the servants said, "Sire, we bring him to you. Is this really he, the very man?" They show the ring. Well, this is he. The king commanded that sumptuous garments be made for him as quickly as possible. In these clothes he presented a very comely appearance. The king is well pleased, the wedding comes off, and they live happily with the help of the good God. Some time after, another king declared war against this one. "Since thou hast not given thy daughter in marriage to my son, I will make war against thee." But this king, the fool's father-in-law, had 2 sons. The fool also made preparations and went to the war. His 2 brothers-in-law went in advance. The fool set out after them. He took a short-cut, and, having placed himself on their line of march, he sat down on the edge of a pond and amused himself hunting frogs. These 2 wise brothers-in-law came up. "Just look at him, see what he is doing. He is not thinking of the war, but only amusing himself hunting frogs." These 2 brothers went on, and this fool mounted his horse and went to his bush. He struck it thrice, and the fairy appeared before him. "What demandest thou?" "I demand a magnificent horse and a saber with which I may be able to exterminate the entire army, and some of the most beautiful clothes." He speedily dressed himself. He girded on this saber, he mounted his horse, and set forth with the help of God. Having overtaken these 2 brothers-in-law by the way, he asked them, "Whither are you bound?" "We are going to the war." "So am I. Let us all 3 go together." He reached the field of battle. He cut all his enemies to pieces. Not a single one of them escaped. He returned home. This fool, with his horse and all the rest, he hid his horse and his saber and all the rest, so that nobody would know anything of them. These 2 brothers arrived after the fool had returned. The king asked them, "Were you at the war, my children?" "Yes, father, we were there, but thy son-in-law was not there." "And what was he about?" He was amusing himself hunting frogs, but a prince came and cut the whole army to pieces. Not a soul of them has escaped." Then the king reproached his daughter thus, "What, then, hast thou done to marry a husband who amuses himself catching frogs?" "Is the fault mine, father? Even as God has given him to me, so will I keep him." The next day those 2 sons of the king did not go to the war, but the king himself went there with his son-in-law. But the fool mounted his horse the quickest and set out first. The king came after, not knowing where his son-in-law had gone. The king arrived at the war and found that his son-in-law had already cut to pieces the whole of the enemy's army. And therefore the other king said to this one that henceforth he would no more war against him. They shook hands with each other, these 2 kings. The fool was wounded in his great toe. His father-in-law noticed it. He tore his own handkerchief and dressed the wounded foot, and this handkerchief was marked with the king's name. The fool got home quickest, Before his father-in-law, he pulled off his boots and lay down to sleep, for his foot pained him. The king came home, and his sons asked him, "Father, was our brother-in-law at the war?" "No, I saw nothing of him. He was not there, but a prince was there who has exterminated the whole army." Then this king and I shook hands in token that never more should there be war between us. Then his daughter said, "My husband has my father's handkerchief round his foot." The king bounded forth. He looked at the handkerchief. "It is his. It bears his name. So, then, it is thou who art so clever." "Yes, father, it is I." The king is very joyful, so are his sons, and the queen, and the wife of this fool. All are filled with joy. Well, they made the wedding over again, and they lived together with the help of the good golden god. Cf. Ralston's Princess Helena the Fair, Athanasius, from Kursk Government, pp. 2569, and Descent's Princess on the Glass Hill, Pop. Tales from the Norse, pp. 89-203. The latter half, however, closely resembles the latter half of Descent's The Widow's Son, Ib. pp. 400-404, as also that of Gonzenbach's Sicilian story, Von Papararello, No. 67II. 67, whose opening suggests our No. 9, The Mother's Chastisement. Matthew Wood's Welsh gypsy story, The Dragon No. 61, offers analogies. There Jack gets 1 black horse and black clothes, 2 white horse and white clothes, 3 red horse and red clothes. The Polish gypsy story is strikingly identical with The Monkey Prince in Maeve Stokes's Indian Fairy Tales No. 10, p. 41, no 46. Tale of a girl who was sold to the devil, and of her brother. Once upon a time there lived a countryman and his old wife. He had 3 daughters, but he was very poor. One day he and his young daughter went into the forest to gather mushrooms, and there he met with a great lord. The old peasant bared his head, and, frightened at the sight of the nobleman, said apologetically, "I am not chopping your honor's wood with my hatchet. I am only gathering what is lying on the ground." "I would willingly give thee all this forest," replies the nobleman, and he then asks the peasant if that is his wife who is with him. "No, my lord, she is my daughter." "Wilt thou sell her to me?" "Pray, my lord, do not mock and laugh at my daughter, since none but a great lady is a fitting match for your lordship. That matters little to thee. All thou hast to do is to sell her to me." As the peasant did not name the price he asked for her, the nobleman gave him 2 handfuls of ducats. The peasant, quite enraptured, grasped the money, but instead of going home to his wife, he went to a Jew's. He asked the Jew to give him something to eat and drink, but the Jew refused, being certain that he had no money to pay him with. However, as soon as the peasant had shown him the large sum that he had, the delighted Jew seated him at the table and gave him food and drink. He made the old peasant drunk, and stole away all his money. The peasant went home to his wife. She asked him where had he left his daughter. "Wife, I have placed her in service with a great lord." The wife asked him if he had brought anything to her. He replied that he was himself hungry, but that this nobleman had said to him that he had taken 1 daughter, and that he would take the 2 others as well. His wife bade him take them away. He went away with these 2 daughters, and one of them he sold to another lord. This one gave him a hatful of money. Then the peasant said to his remaining daughter, "Wait for me here in the forest. I will bring thee something to eat and drink. Do not stray from here." He went to the same Jew that had robbed him of his money. This Jew again stole from him the money he had received from the other lord. The peasant returned to his daughter and brought her some bread, which she ate with delight. There came a 3rd nobleman, who purchased this 3rd girl. "Do not go to the Jew," said this lord to the peasant, "but go straight home to thy wife, and hand over thy money to her, so that she may take charge of it, else this Jew will rob thee once more." The peasant went home to his wife, who was very glad. This great lord spoke thus to him, There is in a forest a beautiful castle covered with silver. Go to the town, buy some fine horses and harness, engage some peasants to work, and rest thou thyself. Make the peasants do the work." He got into a carriage, he took his peasants, and they set out with the help of God. They came by a magnificent road, smooth as glass, into a great forest. They met a beggar who asked this great lord, this peasant, once poor, now grown rich, where his daughters were. Soon after these peasants discover that they are clean bewildered, they find themselves surrounded by deep ravines and insurmountable obstacles, so that they cannot get out, for they have lost their way. There came an old beggar who asked them, "Why do you tarry here? Why are you not getting on?" "Alas," they answered, "we cannot get out of this. We had a beautiful road, but we have lost it." "Whip up your horses a bit," said the old man. "Perhaps they will go on." A lad touched up the horses, and all of a sudden the peasants see a magnificent road before them. They wish to thank this beggar, but he has vanished. The peasants fall to weeping, for say they to themselves, this was no beggar, more likely was it the good God himself. They reach the castle, the peasant is in ecstasies with it. The peasants work for him, and he and his wife take their ease. 10 years rolled by. Once he had 3 daughters, whom he had already forgotten. "The good God," said he, "gave me 3 daughters, but I have never yet had a son." One day the good God so ordered it that this peasant woman was brought to bed. She was delivered. "Pray excuse me of a boy." This boy grew exceedingly. He was already 3 years old. He was very intelligent. When he was 12 years old, his father put him to school. He was an apt scholar. He knew German, and could read anything. One day this boy, having returned home, asked his father, "How do you do, father?" His mother gave him some food and sent him to bed. Next day he got up and went to school. 2 little boys who passed along said the one to the other, "There goes the little boy whose father sold his daughters to the devils." The boy reached the school filled with anger. He wrote his task quickly, for he could not calm his angry feelings. He went home to his father as quickly as possible. He took 2 pistols and called on his father to come to him. As soon as his father came into the room, the boy locked the door on them both. "Now, father, tell me the truth. Had I ever any sisters?" "If you do not confess the truth to me, I will fire one of these pistols at you and the other at myself." The father answered, "You had 3 sisters, my child, but I have sold them to I know not whom." He sent his father to the town and bade him, "Buy for me, father, an apple weighing 1 pound." The father came back home and gave the apple to his son. The latter was delighted with it, and he made preparations for going out into the world. He embraced his father and mother. "The good God be with you," he said to them, "for it may be I shall never see you more. Perchance I may perish." He came to a field where he saw 2 boys fighting terribly. The father of these 2 boys had, when dying, left to the one a cloak and to the other a saddle. The little boy went up to these boys and asked them, "What are you fighting about?" "Excuse us, my lord," replied the younger. "Our parents are dead. They have left to one of us a cloak and to the other a saddle. My elder brother wants to take both cloak and saddle and not to give me anything." This little nobleman said to them, "Come now, I will put you right. Here is an apple which I will throw far out into this field, and whichever of you gets it first shall have both of these things." He flung away the apple, and while the boys were running to get it, this little nobleman purloined both cloak and saddle. He resumed his journey and went away with the help of God. He came to a field. He stopped. He examined the cloak he had just stolen, and to the saddle he cried, "Bear me away to where my youngest sister lives." The saddle took hold of him, lifted him into the air, and carried him to the dwelling of his youngest sister. He cried to his youngest sister, "Let me in, sister." Her answer was, 20 years have I been here, and have never seen anybody all that time, and you will break my slumber." "Sister, if you do not believe I am your brother, here is a handkerchief which will prove that I am." His sister read thereon the names of her father, her mother, and her brother. Then she let him enter, and fainted away. "Where am I to hide you now, brother? For if my husband comes, he will devour you." "Have no fear on my account," he replied. "I have a cloak which renders me invisible whenever I wear it." Her husband came home, she served some food to him, and then, employing a little artifice, "Husband," she said, "I dreamt that I had a brother. Very good. If he were to come here, you would not harm him, would you, husband? What harm should I do to him? I would give him something to eat and to drink." At this she called out, "Brother, let my husband see you." The young lad's brother-in-law saw him, and was greatly pleased with his appearance. He gave him food and something to drink. He went out and called his brothers. They, well satisfied with the state of things, entered, along with the boy's 2 other sisters. The latter were brimming over with delight. A lovely lady also came, who enchanted him. "Is this young lady married?" he asked his sister. "No," she replied. "She has no husband. You can marry her if you like." They fell in love with each other. They were married. 10 years they lived there. At last this youth said to his sister, "I must return home to my father. Perchance he is dead by now." He got up next morning. His brother-in-law gave him large sums of gold and silver. They drew near to the house, he and his wife. Not far from this house was a small wood through which they had to pass, and in it they noticed a beautiful wand. "Let us take this wand," said his wife to him. "It is very pretty. We will plant it at home." He obeyed her and took the wand. He reached the house. The father was very happy that his son was now married. 5 years passed away. The good God gave them a son. He went to the town to invite the godfathers. After the christening they came back from church. They ate, they drank, and at last everybody went away. He remained alone with his wife. One day he went to the town. When he came home, he saw that his wife was no longer there, and that the sapling also had disappeared. It was no sapling, but a demon. He began to lament. "Why do you lament?" asked his father. "Do not anger me, father," he said, "for I am going out into the world." He got ready for the road. He set out. He came into a great forest. As it was beginning to rain, he took shelter under an oak, and in that very oak his wife was concealed. He slept for a little while. Then he heard a child weeping. "Who is this that is crying?" he asked of his wife. "It is your child." And he recognized her and cried, "Wife, hearken to what I am going to say to you. Ask this dragon of yours where it is that he hides the key of his house." "Very well," she assented. The dragon came home. She flung her arms round his neck and said to him, "Husband, tell me truly, where is the key of our house?" "What good would it do you if I told you?" he replied. "Well, then, listen. In a certain forest there is a great cask. Inside this cask there is a cow. In this cow there is a calf. In this calf a goose. In this goose a duck. In this duck an egg. And it is inside this egg that the key is to be found." "Very good. That is one secret I know." She then asked him wherein lay his strength. The dragon owned this to his wife. "When I am dressed as a lord, I cannot be killed. Neither could anyone kill me when I am dressed as a king. But it is only at the moment I am putting on my boots that I can be killed." "Very good. Now I know both these secrets." He smelt at his feather, and all his 3 brothers-in-law appeared beside him. They lay in wait till the moment when the dragon was drawing on his boots, and then they slew him. They betook themselves to that forest. They smashed the cask. They killed the cow that was inside it. They killed the goose that was inside the calf. Then the duck that was inside the goose. They broke open the egg, and out of it they drew the key. He took this key. He came back to where his wife was. He opened the oak, and he let his wife out. "Now, my brothers-in-law, the good God be with you." As for me, I am setting out to follow my way of happiness. Now I shall no more encounter any evil thing." He returned with his wife to his father's house. His father was very glad to see him come back with his wife. He gave them something to eat and drink, and he said to his son, "Hearken to me now, my child. We are old now. I and my wife, thou must stay beside me." And he answered him, "It is well, my father. If thou sendest me not away, I will dwell with thee." This story of the prig of a little nobleman, a blend of George Washington and little Lord Fauntleroy, is somewhat incoherent and presents a good many obvious lacuna. Thus Copernicus remarks, "The narrator had omitted to mention the feather in the fourth paragraph from the end. In many Polish and Rusniak tales, one meets with a bird's feather or a horsehair possessing the magical power of making anybody immediately appear. One has only to burn this feather a little and then to smell it. In this gypsy tale, therefore, the hero's brothers-in-law had evidently given him such a feather at the time of his departure. But the narrator had forgotten to mention this, though he remembered the feather when he reached that point at which the hero had need of it to summon his brothers-in-law to kill the dragon. Such a feather, however, is by no means exclusively Slavonic. It occurs in our Romanian Gypsy story, number 10, p. 38, and in a Turkish, Gypsy 1 Paspati, p. 38, 1 Paspati. 523. He gave the old man a feather, and he said to the old man, "Take it and carry it to your daughter, and if she puts it in the fire, I will come." Cf2 Han I. 93. Carnoy and Nicolaides, Traditions de la Vie Mineure, 1889, p. 14. Legrand's Comtes, Grecs, 1881, pp. 69, 71, 72, 73, Hero burns bee's wing with a cigar, 89, and the Arabian Nights. Conclusion of the story of the ladies of Baghdad. She gave me a lock of her hair and said, "When thou desirest my presence, burn a few of these hairs, and I will be with thee quickly." Precisely the same idea occurs frequently in F. A. Steele's wide-awake stories from the Punjab and Kashmir, for example. "Only take this hair out of my beard, and if you should get into trouble, just burn it in the fire. I'll come to your aid." P. 13, cf. Also pp. Also pp. 32, 34, 4113 the 14, and Knowles's Folk Tales of Kashmir, pp. 3, 12. I can offer no exact variant of this story, but many analogies suggest themselves, for example, in number 5, The Three Princesses and the Unclean Spirit, in number 44, The Three Dragons, and in The Weaver's Son and the Giant of the White Hill, Curtin's Myths in Folklore of Ireland, p. 64, where also one gets the wool, fin, and feather. For the invisible cloak, cf. Clouston, I. 72, etc. In Maeve Stokes's Indian Fairy Tales, number 22, p. 5-6, the hero finds 4 fakirs quarreling for the possession of a traveling bed, a Fortunatus bag, a water-supplying stone bowl, and a stick and rope that bind and lay on. He shoots 4 arrows, and whilst the fakirs are searching for the 4th one, decamps with these objects. So too, Knowles's Folk Tales of Kashmir, p. 87. An invisible cap occurs in F. A. Steele's wide-awake stories, p. 37, no, 47, to the brigands and the miller's daughter. There was once a miller who had a beautiful daughter. Noble lords paid their court to her, but she cared not for them. She was wooed by high officials, but neither to them did she listen. At length 3 brigands, disguised as noblemen, came to the miller's house. They ordered something to eat and drink. The miller, being invited to the repast, drank willingly, but his daughter would not take anything, for she despised them. These 3 brigands returned to their leader and said to him, "What shall we do with this girl? She cares for nobody. She refuses to eat and drink." Then 12 of them set out for the miller's. It was Sunday. The miller was from home. He had gone to a baptism. The daughter was all alone in the house. The brigands arrived. They made a hole in the storeroom by which to enter. Having heard them doing this, she took a sword and placed herself beside the hole made by the brigands. She was, however, very much frightened. One of the brigands came and thrust his head half through the hole. She took the sword, she cut off the brigand's head, and drew him into the storeroom. Another brigand essayed to enter. She cut off his head and drew him inside. The 10 other brigands asked their 2 comrades what they were about. "They are helping me to carry away the money here, which I am not able to lift alone." Then a 3rd brigand came forward. The girl cut off his head and pulled him in. A 4th came, and his head too was cut off, and his body drawn in. The 5th brigand endeavored to enter. She killed him in the same way, and, having cut off his head, dragged him inside. "What are all of you about there?" asked the 7 brigands who remained outside. To whom the girl answered, "They are helping me to carry off the bacon which I am not able to carry myself. There is such a lot of it. If you do not believe me, see, here is a bit. Taste it." They ate of this bacon. They were delighted with it. The 6th brigand thrust himself forward. She killed him also. She cut off his head and drew him inside. The 7th followed. He was killed in the same way. She cut off his head and drew him in. The 8th went there. She killed him like the others, and drew him in and cut off his head. The 9th advanced. Him she killed in like fashion, pulled him in and cut off his head. The 10th tried to enter. She killed him also, drew him in and cut off his head. The 2 remaining brigands were astounded and said to each other, "Hello! There are 10 of them there, and they are not sufficient for this money." The 11th came forward. He also was killed. She drew him inside and cut off his head. The 12th one at last hesitates. "What is going on there?" He pushed his head in a little way, and the girl cut off a piece of his skin. "Ah, you are as cunning as that, are you? So, then you have killed my brothers." This brigand betook himself home. Leaving this brigand in the meantime, let us pass to the dead ones. The miller's daughter went to bed. Her father got up next day. She said to him, "Father, 12 brigands have been here. They meant to carry me away last night, but I armed myself with your sword and killed the whole 12 sicket of them." The miller did not believe her. "If you don't believe me, father, I will show you them." "Very well, show them to me." She led him to the storeroom, where the miller saw the lot of decapitated brigands. He went to the town and told the peasants and great lords what had happened. "My daughter has just slain 12 brigands. If you do not believe me, come with me." They went with the miller. He conducted them to the storeroom. These noblemen, seeing so many decapitated brigands, spoke thus to the miller, "Tell us truly now, who was it killed them?" "My daughter," answered he. "Was it you who killed these brigands?" they asked his daughter. "It was I. And why did you do so?" "Because they wanted to carry me off." "What did you kill them with?" "With my father's sword." "That was well done." They gave her 3 bushels of ducats. These brigands were buried. 10 years have already passed away. One time 12 brigands, disguised as lords, came to this miller's house, he being unaware who they were. "Will you give me your daughter in marriage?" one of them asked him. "Why not?" he made answer, "all the more willingly because she has pined for a great lord." This was the very brigand from whose head she had cut a piece of skin. But the miller's daughter did not recognize him, and she consented to marry him. This girl begged her father to give her 3 bushels of oats. She got into the carriage with these noblemen, and went off with them. Hardly had they got a league from the house, when she took one handful after another of the oats, and cast them on the road. This was to mark her route, and in order to recognize afterwards the way by which she had gone. She went on sowing these oats till they came to the forest where the brigands lived. She scattered the whole quantity. Having got home, they made her come down out of the carriage. They went into the room with her. She sat down, and saw no one there but a solitary old peasant woman. "Do you recognize me?" this brigand asked her. "No," she replied, "I do not recognize you at all." He showed her the part of his head where a piece of the skin had been cut off by her. It was only then that she recognized him. She was greatly alarmed at the sight of this brigand in the guise of a nobleman. "Keep quite calm," he said to her. "We are going to cut some stripes from your back." "Very well," she replied. "If I have deserved it, chop me up into little bits." He leads her into a room which she sees is full of money. They pass into another, and this is full of linen clothes. They enter the third, and there she sees a block and a great number of peasants hanging from pegs all round the walls. All that she saw there caused her heart to grow faint, as though she were passing to the other world. The brigand led her back, and entrusted her to the old woman, to whom he said, "Guard her, that she flee nowhere, while we go a-hunting. We shall not return till nightfall. Then we shall cut some stripes from her back." "Very well," said the old dame. This old woman began to lament for her. "Why have you come here?" she said to her. "They will cut off stripes from your back, and I shall be forced to look on. But listen to me. Go to draw water, take off your clothes, and place them on the well. Leave the pail there, and take to flight." Well, she went out and fled. She came to a great forest. The dogs of the house, having smelt that she was away, began seeking for her. The old woman set herself to scold the dogs, crying out to them, "Where were you then when this girl went to fetch water?" The dogs ran out of doors. They see that she is there beside the well. They return to the house reassured. "Let us now leave the dogs and return to the girl." The girl traveled for about 7 leagues along the road which she had marked by scattering the oats. Towards night time the brigands returned home. They asked the old woman where the girl is. "Where is she gone to?" That brigand calls her. "Why do you not return?" She gives him no response. He armed himself with his sword, this brigand. He approached what he thought was the girl standing erect and struck a blow on the iron standard of the well. He at once returned to the house and told his comrades what had happened. They all rushed forth in pursuit. Well then, she perceived these brigands following on her track. Fortunately, a peasant was passing with a wagon load of straw. She implored the peasant, "For the love of God, hide me in one of those large bundles of straw, and I will give you a peck of money." "I would willingly hide you," he answered, "only I am afraid that these brigands would do me harm." "Fear nothing, only hide me." He concealed her in a large sheaf. He placed it on the wagon, and he sat down upon it. The brigands came up and called out to the peasant, "What are you carrying there?" "A load of straw, gentlemen." They searched through the straw, but they did not examine the large bundle on which the peasant was sitting. The brigands turned back. The peasant came to the house of the miller whose daughter this was, and said to him, "Look, I bring your daughter back to you." On seeing that his daughter was naked, the miller fainted away. The girl dressed herself and said to her father, "Do not be alarmed, father. Look you, those were no noblemen but brigands." "I know," she added, "where they live." The miller went to get soldiers and gendarmes. These took his daughter with them. "Do you know where they live?" "Yes, I know. Will you show us where it is?" "I will show you where." She went with them into that large forest. They saw a beautiful stone palace. 3 of them went in. They saw that there were 100 brigands. "What shall we do now with these brigands?" "We will kill them," replied the soldiers. They shot the whole lot of them. Not one remained alive except the old peasant woman. Her too they would have killed, but the girl begged them, "Do not kill her, for it was she who saved my life." They enter one room. They see it is full of money. They pass into the other room, and it is full of linen clothes. They go into the third, and there they find a great number of peasants suspended from pegs along the walls. All that they found there they carried away, gold, silver, and sums of money. Then they set fire to the palace and burned it down. They returned home, and the miller's daughter took the old peasant woman with her and kept her till her death, because she had saved her life. One night she was reminded in a dream that she had not yet recompensed the peasant who had hidden her in the straw. So next day she sent a boy to fetch this peasant. The boy went to the peasant's house and said to him, "Come to the miller's daughter, who is asking for you." The peasant dressed himself and went to the miller's house. He entered. He stopped on the threshold and saluted the good God. "You remember hiding me in the straw, my good man?" "Yes, I remember." "Well, I have never given you anything," she said to him. She went to the storeroom and brought 4 quarts of silver money to him. This poor peasant, quite delighted, accepted the money and took it in his hand. The miller's daughter gave him something to eat and drink, and then he took his leave and went home with the good God. We have 2 other gypsy versions of this story, one from Hungary, Dr. Friedrich Müller, and the other from North Wales, Matthew Wood, Lola. The Hungarian opens, "Somewhere was, somewhere was not, in the 77th land in a village, a Hungarian, and may thereafter be summarized, of his 3 daughters 2 get married. The 3rd at last has a sweetheart who always comes to see her after midnight. Once she follows him to a cave in the forest from which 12 robbers come out. She enters, comes on corpses, and hides behind cask. A lady is brought in, her hand is chopped off, the girl possesses herself of it and escapes home. The wedding is fixed. She tells soldiers, but not her father. At the wedding she relates a dream, and, ye gentlemen, think not that I was really there, for I saw it merely in a dream. Soldiers come in just as she draws the hand from her bosom and flings it on the table. After which the story drifts off into a version of the Romanian gypsy tale of The Vampires, No. 5, a version summarized on p19. The following epitome of Lola is by Mr. Sampson. 3 young ladies live at a castle. A gentleman comes to visit them daily. They know not who he is or where he lives. He asks the youngest to accompany him home. She goes with him, eats, drinks, and returns. She asks his coachman his master's name, Lola. She thinks it a pretty